Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 1 I worship their lordships Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu, whose long arms extend down to their knees, whose beautiful complexions are the radiant yellow of molten gold and whose elongated eyes are like red lotuses. They are the topmost of the Brahmanas, the guardians of religious principles for this age, the munificent benefactors of all living entities, and the most compassionate incarnations of Godhead. They initiated the congregational chanting of the names of Lord Krishna. O Lord, you are the eternal truth, past, present, and future, and you appeared as the son of Sri Jagannatha Misra. I offer my repeated obeisances unto you along with your inseparable servitors, your unalloyed devotees, your sons, referring to his renounced Goswami disciples, or the devotional process of chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna, and your relatives, Bhudevi as Sri Vishnupriya, Sridevi as Sri Laxmipriya, and Leela, Neela or Durga as Navadvipadama. According to devotional tastes there are the two Gadadharas, Damodara, Narahari, Ramananda, Jagadananda etc. One is Sri Gadadhara Pandita, the expansion of Srimati Radharani, and Sri Gadadhara Bhatta from South India who is Rangadevi. I worship the two brothers, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who are the embodiment of magnanimity. By their inconceivable potency they are the transcendental, eternal supreme controllers of all. Now they have descended to the material world. All glories to Sri Gaura Sundara, the supremely powerful Lord of pure transcendence. He has an aura of molten gold, with lotus petal eyes, and his long graceful arms extend to his knees. While he sings the glories of the Lord, he dances in various pleasing postures, his heart inundated by the ecstatic emotions of devotional mellows. All glories to the moon like Sri Krishna Caitanya. He is the fully independent Supreme Person, always engaged in transcendental pastimes. He is the Lord of the universe, the supreme controller of all controllers, and the personification of transcendence. All glories to the devotees of Sri Gaurakandra. All glories to the ecstatic dancing of the Lord's intimate associates. In the beginning I offer my humble obeisances to the feet of the loving, confidential devotees of Lord Sri Caitanya. I then offer my obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna Caitanya. He incarnated in Navadvipa, and he is known as Visvamdhara. That same Supreme Personality of Godhead has declared in the Vedas and Bhagavat, worship of my devotees is superior to worship of me. Lord Krishna said to Uddhava, O Uddhava, serving my devotees is many times better than worshipping me. Srimad Bhagavatam 11:19-21. Therefore, I offer my worshipful prayers unto the devotees of the Lord before I begin to write this book. By this act may my present endeavor be successful. I offer my respectful obeisances to my worshipable Lord and spiritual Master, Sri Nityananda Raya, by whose mercy the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Caitanya become spontaneously manifest. With 1,000 tongues we should incessantly glorify the Supreme Lord Balarama, because his 1,000 mouths as Anantasisa constantly glorify Lord Krishna. Just as priceless gems are kept in secure custody, so also the invaluable jewel of knowledge about Krishna's pastimes is kept safely in the mouth of Anantadeva. Therefore the tongue which initially glorifies Balarama will automatically be qualified to vibrate the transcendental pastime of Sri Caitanya. The Supreme Lord Haladhara holds his 1,000 hoods like snakes. He is a gigantic figure and the source of all inspiration. As Nityananda he is fully transcendental and eternally existent, intoxicated by the nectar of Sri Caitanya. Whoever sings or hears about Nityananda's supramundan character is offered the supreme shelter of Lord Caitanya. Mahesa and his consort Parvati Devi take great pleasure in eulogizing the object of their love, Sankarsana, Nityananda Prabhu. In the midst of 1,000,000 fresh young maidens, the pure devotee, Sri Siva, and his consort pour out nectar and devotional hymns to Lord Sankarsana. All this is revealed in the 5th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Balarama is worshipped by the entire Vaisnava world with songs of praise. Balarama danced with his gopis in Vrindavana, and their rasa dance is the pinnacle of sublimity. The Puranas describe that Balarama performed his rasa dance during the 2 months of spring, Madhava and Madhu. The Srimad Bhagavatam verses narrating this subject were spoken by Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaja Pariksit. Balarama spent the moonlit nights of the months of Vaisakha and Kaitra with the cowherd damsels in the supramundan abode of Vrindavana. The place was set aglow with the rays of the moon. The lotus and kadamba flowers bloomed freely under the influence of the moon's rays, and a soft breeze circulated their scent. In the groves on the bank of the Jamuna, Balarama danced with the gopis, increasing their conjugal mood. The Supreme Lord Balarama, like an exquisite gem decorated by the cluster of gopis, performed his pleasurable pastimes. He behaved like Indra's elephant Airavata, the controller of many she-elephants. The Gandharvas observed the rasa dance and offered their prayers. The sound of kettle drums rose from the heavens, the demigods joyously showered flowers upon them, and the Gandharvas and sages worshipped the Supreme Lord Balarama with verses praising his activities. The sages unequivocally denounce association with women, yet they sung hymns in praise of Balarama's rasa dance with his cowherd damsels. The demigods attended Balarama's rasa dance to shower flower petals. They knew that there was no difference between Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama, Haladara. The transcendental qualities of Balarama are obscure in the four Vedas, but the Puranas describe them boldly. What power do I have to describe them? Out of ignorance, some people disregard the Puranas and reject Balarama's rasa dance as inauthentic. The two brothers, Lord Krishna and Balarama, performed the rasa dance with the gopis in the same place in Vrindavana. On the radiant full moon night of Holi, at the end of Sivaratri Vrata, Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama, accompanied by their cowherd boyfriends, enjoyed themselves in the midst of the beautiful maidens of Vrindavana. They were both pleasingly decorated with the finest jewelry, sandalwood pulp, wildflower garlands and exquisite clothes. The fortunate gopis sang sweetly, their hearts enraptured by love for Krishna and Balarama. Evening had not set in. The moon and the stars appeared. The fragrance of Arabian jasmine intoxicated the bumblebees, and a light breeze carried the aromas of white lilies and lotus flowers. Considering that very moment to be appropriate, Krishna and Balarama began their pleasurable dalliances. They sang together for the pleasure of all living entities, their voices rising and falling melodiously. If a person, after reading Srimad Bhagavatam, is not affectionately inclined towards Lord Balarama, then he is rejected by the Supreme Lord Vishnu and his devotees. In the words of Srimad Bhagavatam, a non-believer is a Yavana, a barbarian. He is destined to suffer in hell, birth after birth. There are others who, like eunuchs, make emotional gesticulations, challenging, which scripture describes the rasa dance of Balarama, who is so sinful that even after reading the scriptures, he cannot accept the truth, but misinterprets the real meaning and gives his own distorted understanding. Lord Balarama is the abode of Lord Caitanya's deep affection. Offense at Balarama's lotus feet destroys all possibilities for salvation. In his incarnation as Laxmana, the younger brother of Lord Ramacandra, Balarama enacted the role of the Lord's servitor. Yet in his manifestation as the Supreme Lord, Balarama serves himself in every respect as a friend and a brother, by fanning him, putting him to sleep, glorifying him with Vedic invocations and expanding himself as his house, umbrella, attire, jewelry and seat. O Lord, your direct, partial expansion, Anantasisa, is the source of all the various ingredients for your service in the transcendental realm of Vaikuntha. Anantasisa is famous because he is manifest as your residence, bed, throne, shoes, clothes, jewelry, etc. When shall I see you with Laxmidevi seated on the throne of Anantasisa? Anantasisa's partial expansion is the mighty Sri Gruda, whose satisfaction is derived from acting as the Lord's carrier in every pastime. Ananta's devotees include Brahma, Siva, the four Kumaras, Srila Vyasadeva, Sukadeva Goswami, Narada Muni and others. His glorious qualities are unlimited and are not fully understood by anyone. He is the original personality, the greatest mystic, the Supreme Lord, and the greatest devotee of the Vaisnavas. Thus far you have heard about the wonderful services performed by Anantasisa. Now hear about his great opulence. He is enthroned in the lower planetary system of Patala as his own source and repose. He is worshipped by all as his 1,000 mouths continually taste the full nectar of love of Godhead. In the court of Brahma, Narada Muni plays on his veena, and with well-composed verses he sings the wonderful glories of Ananta. Is it humanly possible to know the supramundane nature of Anantadeva? Just by his glance, he sets in motion the three modes of material nature which are the cause of this world's creation, maintenance, and annihilation. Although he is one, he supports the entire variegated material cosmic manifestation himself, within the pores of his person. He is beginningless and eternal. Other than Lord Sankarsana, who can offer shelter to persons devoid of all material aspirations. He is the support on which the material world manifests and acts. That Supreme Lord, the cause of all causes, has appeared in his sublime spiritual form. He is the most powerful. In comparison, the power of a lion is insignificant. He performs pure transcendental pastimes to capture the hearts of his dear devotees, and he destroys countless sins by manifesting his transcendental form. What more is there to say than this? One becomes purified by hearing or calling out the name of Lord Anantadeva, either respectfully or accidentally. Even a degraded person is purified when he tauntingly utters the name of Sri Ananta. Anantadeva's mighty potency is beyond measure. That Supreme Lord carries on just one of his 1,000 heads the entire universe with all its living entities, mountains, and rivers, and that universe appears to be only a minute, atomic speck. Even if a person acquires 1,000 tongues, how can he describe the power of the omnipotent Supreme Lord? Anantadeva is his own shelter and source, filled with unlimited power and strength. While residing in the lower planetary system of Rasaitala, he holds this gigantic cosmic manifestation with ease born of detachment. This material world's creation, maintenance, and annihilation, as well as the three modes of material nature, are activated by his glance. Who can fathom Anantadeva's non-dual, transcendental, eternal and unborn existence? Out of mercy toward the living entities, the Lord manifests his supramundane spiritual form while he performs his three-gated pastimes. All living entities reside within that transcendental form. The mighty Lord Nrsimhadeva represents but a wave in the ocean of the Lord's unlimited pastimes which satisfy the hearts of his devotees. Anantadeva's unlimited names, when heard or chanted by anyone in any manner, immediately sever the noose of innumerable births and deaths. Thus the Vaisnava devotees of the Lord always appreciated those who glorify him. Anantasisa is the supreme destination of the entire universe. His holy name is the only means for the living entities' redemption. The Lord holds on his head the unlimited material nature, along with its mountains and oceans, simply for its protection and maintenance. The entire universe is a speck on one of his 1,000 hoods, and because of his unlimited strength, he does not feel the burden. Lord Anantadeva, the original Supreme Personality and maintainer of the entire cosmic manifestation, incessantly sings in glorification of Lord Krishna. He continuously describes every aspect of the Lord's divine attributes. Lord Krishna is eternal and his attributes are unending, therefore he can never be fully described or glorified. But Ananta is also eternal and his ability to glorify the Lord is unending. In their divine relationship, neither is ever victorious. Even today Anantasisa's 1,000 mouths continuously sing the glories of the Supreme Lord Krishna Caitanya. How wonderfully Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama compete with each other. Brahma, Siva, other demigods and the perfected sages look on, feeling great exhilaration. The eulogies of Anantadeva pursue the ever-expanding, elusive shores of Lord Krishna's ocean of qualities. O Narada, I Brahma, and your elders, Sanaka and other sages cannot even fathom the extent of this material nature, what to speak of knowing the Supreme Lord's spiritual potencies. Anantadeva, the origin of all demigods, is unable to exhaustively glorify the Supreme Lord's transcendental opulence and potencies with his 1,000 mouths. Therefore how is it possible for ordinary mortals to understand these divine potencies? Anantadeva is himself the master of unlimited attributes, and he resides in Rasaitala simply to support the vast material creation. In the court of Brahma, Narada Muni plays his veena and sings about these very same transcendental qualities of the Supreme Lord. Brahma and others are stunned in ecstasy upon hearing about the supramundane qualities of the Supreme Lord, and Narada Muni is worshipped by all because he sings about those qualities. I have also been moved to write a few phrases in praise of the unlimited potencies of Lord Nityananda, Anantadeva, so I humbly request all of you to develop a loving devotional mood toward the Lord. Those who desire to cross over the dangerous ocean of material existence, yet drown in the ocean of devotional ecstasy, may take shelter of Lord Nityananda. I pray to the merciful Vaisnava devotees of the Lord to fulfill my heart's yearning, that I may serve my Lord Balarama birth after birth. Just as Dvija, Vipra, and Brahma are different names for the same person, similarly Nityananda, Ananta and Balarama are different names for the same Supreme Personality. My Lord Nityananda Prabhu appeared within my heart and instructed me to narrate the transcendental qualities of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in this book. The pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu are revealed by Nityananda's mercy only, because his personal expansion, Anantasisa, is the storehouse of information about Lord Caitanya and Lord Krishna's pastimes. Although Sri Anantasisa is the embodiment of Krishna Kirtana, I have been able to offer only a humble prayer in his honor. Hearing Lord Caitanya's qualities and pastimes can clean away all material contaminations. Know for certain that such pastimes are revealed only through a pure devotee's grace. For who can know the nature and pastimes of Lord Caitanya? It is a hidden mystery even in the Vedas. Therefore, I have compiled only first-hand accounts taken directly from the lips of the associates of the Lord. I see no beginning or end to Lord Caitanya's pastimes. They are eternal and unlimited, and only the Lord's grace gives me the potency to compose them. I am simply Lord Caitanya's mouthpiece, repeating as he desires, just like a doll moved by some unseen hand. I throw myself at the feet of all pure Vaisnava devotees so they may cleanse me of all offenses. O my brothers, please listen very attentively to the transcendental pastimes Lord Caitanya performed with his devotee associates. The ecstatic pastimes of Lord Caitanya have been divided into three periods: early, intermediate and later, Adi, Madhya and Antya. The early period includes a description of the Lord's education, and the intermediate portion reveals Mahaprabhu's pastimes of congregational chanting. The concluding portion describes the Lord's pastimes as a sannyasi in Nilakala, Orissa. He had allocated to Nityananda the mission of preaching in Bengal. The pious Sri Jagannatha Misra, Caitanya's father, lived in Navadvipa. Like Vasudeva, he conscientiously performed his spiritual duties. His devout and faithful wife Srimati Sasidevi was a second Devaki, the beloved mother of everyone. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Lord Narayana appeared in the womb of Srimati Sasidevi, and as Sri Krishna Caitanya, he became the most precious possession of everyone's heart. The Adi Kanda begins by describing the appearance of Lord Caitanya on an auspicious full moon evening in the month of Falguna when the moon went into eclipse. The tumultuous chanting of Lord Hari's holy name filled all directions, inspiring everyone to sing together. The Supreme Lord Caitanya was born amidst the chanting. The Adi Kanda also describes the Lord's numerous childhood pastimes. Lord Caitanya revealed to his parents his otherwise unmanifest place of residence, the holy Dhamma. And as they stared in wonder, he showed them the physical signs of divinity on his feet. This portion of the book describes how one day thieves kidnapped baby Nimai from his house, but he tricked them into bringing him back home. Another story narrated here is how the Lord ate all the food offered to Vishnu in the house of Jagadisa and Hiranya on Ekadasi day. Yet another story describes how the Lord once sat on a pile of contaminated cooking pots and used the situation to instruct his mother in philosophy. He also acted like a crying baby, using his tears as a ploy to make everyone chant the holy names of God. The Adi Kanda discusses the Lord as a child playing with his friends as if he were Krishna in Gokula. It describes how he began his education and with little effort mastered all the scriptures. It narrates Sri Jagannatha Misra's disappearance and Visvarupa's acceptance of sannyasa and how these two disasters afflicted Mother Sasi. Then it describes the Lord's wonderful pastimes as a student. He was pride personified before the other student scholars. Caitanya's travels through eastern Bengal are also described here, elaborating on how the land became a place of pilgrimage by the touch of his lotus feet. Caitanya was the master of all different scriptures. There was no one in the three worlds to challenge his erudition. The Adi Kanda describes the Lord sporting with his fellow students and their water pastimes in the waves of the Ganga. Then came the Lord's first marriage and the glorious disappearance of his first wife. He duly accepted a second wife, the daughter of a royal scholar. Once he pretended to be sick from a wine disorder. He took that opportunity to reveal symptoms of love of Godhead. While the Lord roamed about as a great scholar, he empowered all the devotees who surrendered to him. The narration of the early life of Sri Caitanya includes a description of the immense joy on Mother Sasi's face when she looked at the moon-like, blissful face and the graceful clothes of the Lord. Then there is the story of how Nimai Pandita piqued the pride of a scholar who was renowned as Digvija, the world conqueror. Ultimately the Lord slashed the scholar's material bonds. The Lord put everyone, even his devotees, into illusion about his real identity, and he roamed the streets of Navadvipa deceiving all. There is also a description of the Lord's pilgrimage to Gayadama and how he showered causeless mercy on Isvarapuri by accepting him as his spiritual master. Adi Kanda is a reservoir of the Lord's never-ending pleasurable pastimes. In the future Srila Vyasadeva, the greatest of sages, will describe other pastimes. But herein I reveal the early pastimes of the Lord up to the time he returns from his visit to Gayadama. In Madhya Kanda the Lord's omnipotence becomes known, and gradually his devotees are identified as they collect around his lotus feet like bees. Caitanya reveals his absolute identity as Lord Narayana by sitting on the altar of Vishnu in the houses of Sri Advaita and Srivasa Pandita. Sri Caitanya meets Nityananda Prabhu and together the brothers make wonderful Krishna Kirtana. Then Nityananda's vision of the transcendental six-handed form of Caitanya Mahaprabhu is described. Later the Lord exhibited his universal form to Advaita Prabhu. Nityananda's Vyasa Puja has been described in Madhya Kanda along with a story of how he was slandered by some faithless atheists. Thereafter comes the description of Lord Caitanya's manifestation as Balarama when Nityananda gave him his plough and club. The wonderful redemption of the two reprobates Jagai and Madai, who were later to become quite famous, is told in detail. Mother Sasi's vision of Sri Caitanya in a blackish complexion and Sri Nityananda in a whitish complexion is also discussed. Lord Caitanya once showed his unlimitedly opulent Mahaprakash form for several hours, and that story is told in Madhya Kanda. On that occasion he revealed the transcendental truth about himself and the real identity of all his devotees. Thereafter comes a description of the occasion when Lord Caitanya, who is Narayana the Lord of Vaikuntha and the Supreme Absolute Reality, danced and chanted as he narrated the truth about himself. In Madhya Kanda the Lord breaks Kandakazi's pride, and manifesting his own spiritual potency, he engages in continuous congregational chanting. Kandakazi accepted devotional service by the Lord's grace. Immersed in ecstatic bliss, Sri Caitanya thereafter moved from village to village performing kirtana. He declared the truth about himself as he exhibited his Vraharupa, a four-armed form, while riding around the courtyard on the back of his devotee, Murari Gupta. The Lord also ate some rice which Suklambara had collected by begging, and performed many wonderful pastimes in his manifestation of Lord Narayana. In Madhya Kanda Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu appears before the devotees in the guise of Mahalakshmi or Rukmini Devi, the universal mother who breastfed all the devotees who were her dependent sons. The Lord once chastised Mukunda for keeping bad company, and later, when he was satisfied with Mukunda's obedience, he favored him with grace. Then there is a narration of the ecstatic all-night kirtanas in Navadvipa which were held regularly for a complete year. Madhya Kanda describes the mock verbal fights between Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Advaita. Only a foolish person thinks that these were actual disagreements. Then the Lord instructed his mother and simultaneously warned the whole world about the grievous consequences of offending the Vaisnava devotees. Satisfied by the prayers of his devotees, the Lord gave individual benedictions to each of them. Srila Haridasa Thakura received Mahaprabhu's mercy and the Lord showed compassion towards Sridhara by drinking water from his pot. Sri Caitanya blissfully performed daily pastimes in the waters of the Ganga with all his devotees. Once he and Nityananda Prabhu visited the house of Advaita for a specific reason. It is described that the Lord severely chastised Advaita, but at last he showed immeasurable grace on him. Then the Madhya Kanda describes how the extremely fortunate Sri Murari Gupta became enlightened about the true identity of Lord Caitanya as Krishna and Nityananda as Balarama. Those two supreme personalities danced in ecstasy in the house of Srivasa. In Madhya Kanda the Lord explains the entire philosophical truth about human life, using Srivasa's expired son as the speaker. In this way he alleviated everyone's suffering. News of this incident spread far, and by the Lord's grace Srivasa could overcome the shock of his son's death. In another story narrated in Madhya Kanda the Lord threw himself into the Ganga, and Nityananda Prabhu and Srila Haridasa Thakura lifted him out. Then Srimati Narayani received a treasure desired even by the demigods and Brahma. She received the remnants of the Lord's foodstuffs. The final story in the Madhya Kanda is the pastime of the Lord leaving home and accepting the renounced order of life for the salvation of every living entity. There are uncountable pastimes of the Lord in the Madhya Kanda. Whatever remains untouched will be described later by Srila Vyasadeva. As the Sisa Kanda opens, Visvambhara is in the sannyasa order of life, and he has accepted the name Sri Krishna Caitanya. He has shaven his head clean, thereby plunging Advaita Prabhu into deep despondency. Mother Sasi's suffering is unbearable, yet she is sustained by the Lord's mercy. Nityananda, the manifestation of Balarama, smashed Caitanya's sannyasa danda, and thereafter the Lord concealed his real identity and went to Nilakalapuri. Caitanya playfully taunted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya when they first meet, but later he exhibited his six-handed form to him. The Lord mercifully graced King Prataparudra with devotional service and lived thereafter in the house of Kasi Misra. During Caitanya's stay in Puri, both Svarupa Damodara and Paramananda Puri became eligible to serve the Lord in confidential relationships. Sisakanda also describes Caitanya's trip through Bengal on his way to Mathura and Vrindavana. He stayed in Vidyavachaspati's residence before moving on to the village of Kulia in Bengal. Millions of people gathered to see the Lord on his return to Bengal, and all who saw him were liberated. Caitanya attempted to continue on his trip to Mathura, but after a short distance he turned back to Bengal. When the Lord returned to Nilakala, he engaged in continuous kirtana with his associates. He sent Nityananda to preach in Bengal, while he himself remained in Nilakala with a handful of devotees. The Lord and all his devotees danced ecstatically before Lord Jagannatha's chariot. Caitanya's travels to Ramsvaram in South India and his journey to Mathura through the Jharakanda forest are also described in Sisakanda. Later the Lord showered grace on Ramananda and revealed other divine pastimes he had previously performed in Mathura. The magnanimous Caitanya Mahaprabhu also graced Dabirkaz by revealing his identity to him. He liberated Dabirkaz and his brother and renamed them both. They became the famous Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami. In Sisakanda the Lord's travels to Varanasi are described. The sannyasis of Varanasi could not recognize the Supreme Lord because they were too critical of the Vaisnavas. Caitanya Mahaprabhu thereafter returned to Nilakala and became engrossed in congregational Hari Kirtana throughout the day and night. Nityananda traveled throughout India as a wandering mendicant. His pilgrimage is described in Sisakanda. Who can understand Nityananda's unfathomable transcendental character? He roamed about Mathura with ankle bells on his feet. On Sri Caitanya's request he went to Panahati and distributed devotional service, love of God, to everyone. Through his causeless mercy he saved Nahamal Laray and other merchants of that locality. In Sisakanda, Caitanya Mahaprabhu's remaining 18 years in Nilakala are described. Although numerous pastimes are related about Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Vedavyasa will later tell them all in detail. Nityananda finds endless joy in glorifying Lord Caitanya, and he is an unmatched expert in that art. O Lord Caitanya, please bless me so that I may receive the transcendental service of Nityananda's lotus feet. He is the Lord of the entire universe. I have narrated in brief the contents of this book at the very outset. All of you please hear with undivided attention the pastimes of Sri Krishna Caitanya. Lord Caitanya and Lord Nityananda are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa, offer my humble song at their lotus feet. Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 2 All glories to the beatific Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who is Sri Jagannatha Misra's son and the Supreme Lord of all. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, the life and soul of Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Gadadhara Pandita. All glories to the shelter of Sri Advaita and the other devotees. All glories to Lord Sri Gauranga and his associates. One receives loving devotion to the Supreme simply by hearing transcendental topics about Lord Chaitanya. Again I offer my obeisances at the Lord's lotus feet and at the lotus feet of all his associates so that the pastimes of the Lord may appear on my tongue. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, the ocean of compassion. And all glories to Lord Nityananda, the embodiment of loving devotional service. The spiritual identities of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda as brothers and as servitors of the Supreme Lord are unknown, yet by their causeless mercy their absolute identities were revealed. Lord Brahma was enlightened about the absolute truth by Lord Krishna's mercy. Srimad Bhagavatam and all Vedic scriptures describe this. May the Lord, who in the beginning of creation amplified the potent knowledge of Brahma from within his heart and inspired him with full knowledge of creation and of his own self, and who appeared to be generated from the mouth of Brahma, be pleased with me. In the beginning Lord Brahma did not have the power to see anything although he had been born on a lotus from the Lord's navel. But when he completely surrendered himself to the Supreme Lord, the Lord by his causeless mercy appeared before him. That same mercy enlightened Lord Brahma with absolute knowledge of the Supreme Lord, the origin of all incarnations. Thereafter, spontaneous, pure glorification of him sprang from Brahma's mouth. Without Lord Krishna's causeless mercy, it is impossible to know the truth about his incarnation. His supramundane pastimes are inconceivable and inaccessible. Lord Brahma described them in the Bhagavata Purana. O Lord of the universe, O Supreme Person, O Supreme Soul, O Lord of the mystics, how marvelous you are, who within the three worlds can know when, where, why and how you expand your internal spiritual potency Yogamaya and perform your transcendental pastimes. Who can fathom the ontological reason for your advent in this world? Therefore, I can only submit the conclusions of Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavata Purana as reasons for your appearance. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself, in order to deliver the pious and annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion. I advent myself millennium after millennium. Whenever religious practice becomes weak, irreligion gradually increases. Therefore, Lord Brahma and others humbly requested the Lord to appear and protect the pious and destroy the demons. In order to re-establish the religious process of the age, the Supreme Lord descended on the earth with his eternal associates. The religion for Kali Yuga is congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name, and in order to propagate this religious process, Lord Caitanya appeared as the son of Mother Sasi. It is confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam that the Supreme Absolute Truth, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, incarnated solely to propagate the congregational chanting of Krishna's holy name. O King Nemi, devotees always offer prayers to the Supreme Lord Hari, but now I will explain how the devotees in the Kali Yuga offer the choicest prayers accompanied by various rituals and regulations for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. In this age of Kali, people who are endowed with sufficient intelligence will worship the Lord, who is accompanied by his associates, by performance of Sankirtana Yana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Caitanya, propagated the essence of all religion for the age of Kali, congregational chanting of Lord Hari's holy name. Accompanied by his associates, he appeared in Kali Yuga simply to establish the religious practice of congregational chanting. According to his desire, his eternal associates appeared before him, taking birth as humans. Ananta Sesha, Siva, Brahma, the sages and other associates of the Lord all took birth as highly elevated, pure Vaishnava devotees. Bhagavatas. Lord Caitanya, Krishna, knew everyone's position and identity. Most of them took birth in Nabadwip, yet some were born in Katagram, Radhadesh or Srihata, Bengal, and still others in Orissa. All these associates appeared in different places, but everyone met in Nabadwip. Srivasa Pandita, Sri Rama Pandita and Sri Chandraskar are personalities worshipped in all three worlds. Sri Murari Gupta can cure the disease of material entanglement. Vaishnavas of this caliber appeared in Srihata. Pundrika Vidyanidhi, the foremost Vaishnava devotee, Caitanya Vallabha, who was very dear to Lord Caitanya, and Vasudevadatta all appeared in Katagram. Haridas Thakur appeared in Bhutan. The village Ekakakra is in the Radhadesa district of Bengal. The Supreme Lord Nityananda made his appearance there. Lord Nityananda is factually the Supreme Father of all living entities, but to show mercy on Hadai Pandita, a Brahmin and pure devotee, he took birth as his son. Lord Nityananda is an ocean of mercy, the shelter of all Vaishnava devotees and the giver of devotion. He appeared in the district of Radhadesa. Expressing their happiness at the appearance of Lord Nityananda, the demigods made joyous sounds and showered flowers. All this was performed, unseen by ordinary mundane eyes. From the time of Nityananda's appearance, Radhadesa district grew more and more prosperous each day. Sri Paramananda Puri, who was Lord Chaitanya's close associate in Nilakala, appeared in Trihat, in Mithila, Bihar. When the land on the banks of Mother Ganga are places of pilgrimage, why did the Vaishnava devotees appear in impious lands? Caitanya himself descended on the banks of Mother Ganga, so why did his eternal associates appear in faraway places? In their travels the Pandavas avoided countries devoid of the sound of the holy name of the Lord and the waters of Mother Ganga. Lord Krishna Caitanya, being compassionate on the unfortunate souls born in those lands, arranged for the pure Vaishnava devotees to appear there. His own appearance was required simply to redeem the material world. In order to accomplish this, he arranged for his pure devotees to take birth in impious lands and in impious families. Wherever and in whichever family the pure Vaishnava devotee appeared, he was able to purify everyone in the vicinity by his pure spiritual potency. The birthplace of a pure Vaishnava becomes a place of pilgrimage. Therefore the Supreme Lord Caitanya arranged that his associates take birth in many different places. And although they were all born in different places, they met, as if by accident, in Nabadwip. Lord Chaitanya's birthplace was Nabadwip, hence Nabadwip was the meeting place of all the devotees. The glory of Nabadwip cannot be compared to any other place in the world. Knowing about Lord Chaitanya's descent in Nabadwip, Providence made it a prosperous and flourishing town to receive the Lord, who is capable of describing Nabadwip's opulence. Hundreds of thousands crowded to bathe on the banks of the Ganga. By goddess Sarasvati's grace, residents of Nabadwip of all different ages were learned exponents of the scriptures. The people were proud of their material knowledge. Even young boys argued logic with senior scholars. Students came from different parts of the country to study in Nabadwip, because there they could get a taste for scholastics. The number of students in Nabadwip was incalculable, and the exact count of professors was also undetermined. The residents were content, favored by the favorable glances of Rama, Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, but they wasted their time spending money for sense pleasures and other worldly affairs. As they grew prouder and more materialistic, people's tastes for devotional service to the Supreme Lord had decreased alarmingly, and the beginning of Kali Yuga had ushered in immortal activities. The only religious or devotional activities they knew were invocations to the demigods and demigoddesses, especially Durga Devi, and prayers for temporary material benedictions. Some arrogantly worshipped Manasa, the goddess of snakes. Others wasted huge amounts of wealth worshipping dolls. They squandered large sums on the marriages of their sons and daughters, and in this way they wasted their human life. Even the so-called learned high priests, Bhattacharya, Chakravarti and Misra, etc., did not know the purpose of the scriptures. Though they taught the scriptures, their activities were contrary to scriptural injunction, so along with their students they drowned in the deluge of iniquity. Nobody was engaged in explaining the imports of congregational chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name, the religion of Kali Yuga. They spent their time simply finding faults in others. As for the superstitious so-called renunciates and hermits, not a single name of God ever escaped their mouths. Those considered most pious in society were heard repeating the Lord's name Govinda or Pundrakaksa only once at the time of daily abduction. Devotional perspectives were invariably absent in explaining transcendental literatures like Bhagavat Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. The Vaishnava devotees of the Lord became distressed seeing the mass engrossed in material existence under the external energy of the Lord. How can all these living entities be liberated? They are completely mesmerized by the myth of sense pleasures. Although people were requested to chant God's holy name, they refused, and instead they foolishly busied themselves acquiring fruitless material knowledge. The elevated Vaishnava devotees continued their devotional activities by worshipping Krishna, taking bath in the Ganga and discussing Krishna-conscious topics. The Vaishnavas became moved to benedict humanity, and prayed that Lord Krishna would quickly shower his mercy upon them. Foremost of the great Vaishnavas in Nabadwip was Advaita, who was glorified throughout the world. The preeminent spiritual preceptor was the exponent on knowledge of the absolute science of devotion and renunciation. His delineation of Krishna-conscious topics equaled Lord Siva's. His explanations on all existing scriptures arrived at the same conclusion: the essence of everything is devotion to Lord Krishna's lotus feet. He constantly worshipped Lord Krishna with great devotion, offering him tulasi blossoms and Ganga water. His intense attachment for Lord Krishna made him resound loudly in exaltation, and the sound penetrated the coverings of the material world, past the abode of Lord Brahma, and entered in Vaikuntha. Captured by the booming, ecstatic sound of Advaita's love, Lord Krishna appeared before his devotee. Advaita Prabhu was the leader of Vaishnavas. His devotional service was the most glorious in Lord Brahma's planetary system. In that manner Advaita spent his days in Nabadwip. He suffered acute pain at the sight of persons bereft of devotional service. The people were all mad after mundane sense pleasures. No one was keen to worship or serve Lord Krishna. Some worshipped Vasuti, a female deity identified with candy, with many gifts, while others worshipped the Yakshas with flesh and wine. They drowned in the endless tumult of singing, dancing and music, their ears deaf to the nectarine call of the auspicious name of Lord Krishna. The demigods are not satisfied with worship from humans, which is ultimately not pleasing to Lord Krishna. Advaita in particular was extremely unhappy about such worship. Advaita Prabhu had a very compassionate nature. He was always thinking of how to liberate the conditioned souls. If my Lord descends, then he can liberate everyone. I can boast of being an incarnation of Lord Mahavishnu only if I can convince the Lord of Vaikuntha, Krishna, to appear in this world. And when that Lord of Vaikuntha descends in person, I shall sing and dance in joy and liberate all the conditional souls. Considering matters in this way, he constantly worshipped the lotus feet of Krishna with undeviating resolve. Lord Caitanya made his appearance because of Advaita Prabhu's sincere plea. The Lord himself often repeated this fact. Srivasa Pandita and his three brothers were residents of Nabadwip. They always chanted Lord Krishna's name, bathed in the Ganga and worshipped Krishna thrice a day. Later Lord Caitanya performed many pastimes in Srivasa's house. On the instruction of Lord Caitanya, many of his eternal associates like Sri Chandrasekhar, Sri Jagadisa, Sri Gopinatha, Sriman, Sri Murari, Sri Gruda and Sri Gangadasa appeared before the Lord. In connection with these various incidents I mention only those personalities known personally to me. Otherwise, to mention every individual would make this book bulky. Each one of the magnanimous devotees executed his spiritual duties and was concerned only with devotional services to Krishna. Each was unaware of the other spiritual identities, svarupa, yet they mixed intimately as confidential friends. Wherever they looked they saw a world devoid of devotion and their hearts were seared with sorrow. They found no one with any taste for the nectar of Lord Krishna's pastimes, so they simply glorified the Lord amongst themselves. They often spent several hours together in Sri Advaitakarya's residence discussing topics of Lord Krishna, and in this manner they dispelled all discontent. The devotees saw the world burning in the flames of material existence, and they found no occasion to inspire the people to an awareness of God. This caused them great sorrow. Sri Advaitakarya joined the community of Vaishnavas in an attempt to make the people conscious of God, but not a soul understood them. Stricken with grief due to people's suffering, Sri Advaitakarya began fasting. All the Vaishnavas sighed deeply at the situation. Why sing and dance for Krishna? What is the meaning of congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name? Who are the Vaishnavas? Gross materialistic people running after wealth and family do not comprehend any of these things. Indeed, such atheists only taunt and laugh at the Vaishnavas. As evening descended, Srivasa Thakura and his three brothers would vociferously sing the Lord's name in their house. The atheistic neighbors vilified Srivasa Thakura, pronouncing him mad. They declared that the entire village would be destroyed because of him. The tyrannical Muslim rulers would tear the village apart if they heard people loudly chanting God's name. Some envious neighbors said they would break down Srivasa Thakura's house and float it down the river in order to get rid of him. When Srivasa Thakura leaves, then only will the village be peaceful again. Otherwise the Muslim rulers will torture us. When the saintly Vaishnavas heard such threats from the atheists, they simply wept, telling their sorrows to Lord Krishna. Sri Advaitakarya burned with rage on hearing this news, and unconcerned with his state of undress he addressed the Vaishnavas. Listen, Srivasa Thakura, Sri Gangadasa and Suklambara, I shall make Lord Krishna appear before everyone's eyes. Lord Krishna will come personally and liberate everyone, and along with all you Vaishnavas the Lord will teach the atheists love of Godhead. And if I fail to keep my promise, I shall manifest my four-handed form and take up the disc. I shall sever the heads of all the atheists. Only then will I accept that Lord Krishna is my Lord and Master and I am his proper servitor. Sri Advaitakarya spoke extensively, and then resolving himself he worshipped the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The collective devotees also worshipped Lord Krishna's lotus feet with great attention and continuous tears. As the devotees went about their duties in Nabadwip town, nowhere did they find any discussion about God or devotion. This shocked the devotees with grief. Some contemplated leaving their bodies, while others sobbed Krishna's name, letting out deep long sighs. So severe was their pain at the sight of the futile endeavors of a godless society that they lost all appetite. At last they renounced all material comfort, whereupon the Supreme Lord made preparations to descend to the material world. By the Supreme Lord's desire, Lord Nityananda, the origin of Lord Anantasesha, descended before him in the land called Radha. Lord Nityananda made his appearance in the world of Srimati Padmavati Devi on the auspicious 13th day of the waxing moon in a village called Ekakakra. Although he is the original Supreme Father of everyone, Nityananda allowed Sri Hadai Pandita, a pure and elevated Brahmin, to play the role of his father. The Supreme Lord Sri Balarama is an ocean of mercy and is the giver of pure devotional service to Krishna. He has again appeared, this time with the name Nityananda. The denizens of heavenly planets secretly celebrated this occasion, showering flower confetti with tumultuous sounds of joy and praise. Lord Nityananda's appearance in the land of Radhadesa gradually increased that district's good fortune in every respect. The Supreme Personality, who appeared to liberate the fallen souls, took the dress of a mendicant and traveled everywhere. In this manner Lord Ananta made his advent. Now hear descriptions of Lord Krishna's advent. Sri Jagannatha Misra, the great transcendental personality, resided in Nabadwip. He was like Vasudeva, Lord Krishna's father, always engaged in spiritual activities. He was magnanimous and possessed the best of all Brahminical qualities. His qualities had no comparison in this world. Sri Jagannatha Misra was of the same spiritual category as Kasyapa, Dasaratha, Vasudeva, or Nanda. His dedicated wife Srimati Sasidevi was the embodiment of devotion to the Supreme Lord. She was the universal mother. All her 8 daughters passed away and she was left with one greatly fortunate son, Visvarupa. Sri Visvarupa was as beautiful and charming as Cupid and the source of joy for his parents. From birth Sri Visvarupa was materially renounced, and as a child he mastered the different scriptures. The godlessness seen in the beginning of Kali Yuga was indicative of what the future had in store. The whole society would become bereft of devotional service. The Supreme Lord descends when religious principles decline and he feels that his devotees are suffering. Thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, entered into the bodies of Srimati Sasidevi and Sri Jagannatha Misra. Lord Ananta sang hymns praising the Lord. Sri Jagannatha Misra and Sasidevi heard everything as if in a dream. Both husband and wife shone bright with spiritual radiance, yet ordinary eyes could not see. Lord Siva, Brahma and other demigods, understanding that the Supreme Lord was going to appear, came and offered prayers. These mystical pastimes of the Lord are all recorded, even in the great Vedic scriptures. The eulogies of Lord Brahma and others are most confidential knowledge, and hearing them will result in deep attachment for Krishna. All glories to the Supreme Lord Chaitanya, the maintainer of all. You have appeared to inaugurate the congregational chanting of the holy name. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, the protector of Vedic religion, saintly devotees and pious brahmanas. You are the destroyer of non-devotees and death personified for the atheists. All glories to Lord Chaitanya. Your transcendental form is absolute, eternal and full of bliss. You are the Supreme Lord of Lords whose desires cannot be obstructed. You are unmanifest in millions and millions of universes, yet you manifest yourself in the womb of Srimati Sasidevi. Who can understand the activities of your sweet will? Creation, maintenance and annihilation of the universes are just aspects of your wonderful pastimes. Your might, ignited only by your desire, can destroy the entire cosmic manifestation. Is it not possible then for you to kill demons like Ravana and Kamsa with mere words? In spite of your ability you appeared the in-houses of King Dasaratha and Sri Vasudeva to kill these demons. Who can unravel the mystery behind your activities? Only you know your own sweet will. Simply by your desire any one of your servitors can liberate all the innumerable universes. In spite of it you descend yourself to teach religious principles to the people of the world and thus benedict them. In Satya Yuga you appeared with a whitish complexion to teach the path of austerity and meditation by performing austerity yourself. To establish religious principles you took the role of a celibate Brahmin with matted hair, carrying an antelope skin, mendicant's staff and water pot. In Treta Yuga you appeared in a beautiful reddish complexion as the Lord of Sacrifices to teach the religious practice of sacrifice. With Shruk and Shruva in hand, you yourself conducted the sacrificial rituals. In Dvapara Yuga you came with the transcendently beautiful dark complexion of a monsoon cloud and established deity worship in every house. Wearing a yellow cloth and decorated with the Srivatsa sign which is exclusively yours, you performed opulent deity worship. In Kali Yuga you appeared as a learned Brahmin with a golden yellow complexion to disseminate the most confidential religious practice of congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name. You accept unlimited incarnations. Who has the power to count them? In your incarnation as the transcendental fish, Matsya, you came with the waters of annihilation. And as Kurma the tortoise you were the support of all living beings, holding the Mandara mountain. As Yagriva you preserved the Vedas and killed the 2 demons Madhu and Kaitatha. As Vraha, the boar incarnation, you rescued the earth. And as Lord Nrsimhadeva you pierced and killed the demon Hiranyakasipu. As the dwarf incarnation Lord Vraha you outwitted the demon King Bali. As Parasurama you rid the world of Kshatriyas the fighting class. As Lord Ramachandra you destroyed the demon Ravana. And as Lord Balarama, who holds the plough, you expanded unlimitedly. As Lord Buddha you preached the religion of compassion and non-violence. And as Lord Kalki you destroyed the degraded mlechas, those who do not follow the Vedic injunctions. As Lord Dhanvantari you distributed the nectar of immortality, Amrita. And as Lord Hamsa, the swan incarnation, you spoke the knowledge of the Absolute to Lord Brahma and others. As Narada Muni you held the veena and sang sweetly. And as Srila Vyasadeva you explained the truth about yourself. Lord Krishna is above all the incarnations and their beautiful eternal pastimes. He eternally resides in Gokula with many variegated pleasure pastimes. In this present incarnation you appeared as a pure unalloyed devotee. You disseminated the knowledge devotional service and chanted the holy name. The nectar of congregational chanting of the holy name drowned the entire universe in waves of bliss, and every house knew the process of love of Godhead. How can we describe the universal ecstasy aroused when you danced with all your devotees and servitors? Just by constant remembrance of your lotus feet, your pure devotees freed this world of all ills and inauspiciousness. The touch of their feet dispelled the dark omens of the world, and a mere glance from them purified all directions. O Lord Caitanya, so glorious are your servitors that when they dance wonderfully with their arms raised they remove all disturbances in the heavenly planets. O King, when Lord Krishna's devotees dance, accompanying the chanting of the Lord's name, the touch of their feet on the earth purifies the whole world. Their glance purifies all directions, and their upraised arms purify the higher planetary systems. O Lord Caitanya, you are that self-same Supreme Personality, incarnated in person to perform congregational chanting and distribute love of Godhead with your devotees. O Lord, who possesses the words to describe your wonderful potency to freely bestow the most confidential and hidden knowledge of the Vedas. O Lord, we ardently desire and pray for that sublime love of Godhead which you keep as a great mystery, offering liberation instead to spiritual aspirants. You are the spiritual master of the entire creation, and you distribute priceless wealth because of your magnanimity. The chanting of your holy name is the fulfillment of all religious rituals and sacrifices, yet you have personally appeared in Nabadwip. O Lord, be kind upon us, so that we may be fortunate enough to see your wonderful activities in Nabadwip. O Lord, you have fulfilled the innermost desire of Ganga Devi by sporting in her waters. Your exquisite transcendental form, which mystics and yogis envision in their meditations, has become manifest in Nabadwip. I offer obeisances to the holy Nabadwip Dam and the house of Sri Jagannatha Misra and Srimati Sasai Devi where you made your divine appearance. In this manner Lord Brahma and other demigods remained unseen while daily offering choicest prayers to the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Proprietor of the entire creation remained in the womb of Srimati Sasai Devi, and on the full moon night in the month of Falguna he appeared. That full moon night was the summum bonum of all the auspicious holy occasions of the cosmic manifestation combined. The Supreme Personality descended, accompanied by the process of congregational chanting of the holy name. He propagated this process by practicing it himself. Who is able to know the wonderful pastimes of the Supreme Lord? He arranged a lunar eclipse at the time of his birth. Upon seeing the lunar eclipse, the residents of Nabadwip began to loudly chant the Lord's holy name and make other auspicious sounds. Endless teeming millions convulsed on the Ganges for holy ablutions and rent the air with loud chanting of the Lord's name. The tumultuous sound of their chanting penetrated the coverings of this material universe and traveled beyond Brahmaloka. All the saintly persons marveled at this wonderful chanting and prayed for a perennial eclipse. All the devotees experienced deep exhilaration and exclaimed, "Such great joy! Maybe the Supreme Lord Krishna is making his appearance." The devotees went to the Ganges for their ablutions, followed by the roar of chanting from all directions. Women, children, aged, pious, and impious, everyone loudly chanted Lord Hari's holy name during the lunar eclipse. The only sound within the universe was the all-prevailing chanting of Hari, Hari. The demigods showered flower confetti everywhere and proclaimed victory as they beat clamorously on their dundubi drums. Amidst the resounding adulations, the Lord and the very soul of the universe appeared as the son of Srimati Sasai Devi. The moon was eclipsed by Rahu. The ocean of the holy name inundated Nabadwip, drowning and subduing the darkness of Kali Yuga. The Supreme Lord was manifest. All the 14 worlds resounded with the profound news. The moon, like Lord Caitanya, Gauranga, had arisen. The residents of Nadia were freed from all sorrows just seeing the Lord. Their happiness and prosperity increased day by day. The roll of the dundubi drums, the trumpeting of thousand conch shells, the shrill of flutes and horns, accompanied Vrindavanadasa songs of praise to their lordship Sri Caitanya and Sri Nityananda Prabhu. His beautifully brilliant luster overshadowed the sun's shining rays and dazzled my eyes. His drawn-out, slightly drooping eyes defied description. The air was surcharged with joy. Lord Caitanya had descended to the material world. One roaring sound of Lord Hari's name reverberated throughout the universe, beyond Brahmaloka, carrying the tidings of Lord Chaitanya's birth. His exquisite complexion was the color of sandalwood paste. His expansive breast was decorated with a gently swaying wildflower garland, and his iridescent, moon-like face is pleasing, cooling and comforting. His elongated arms reached down to his knees. Sounds of victory and praise permeated all directions, and the earth felt especially blessed at the advent of Lord Caitanya. Some sang in great joy while others danced in ecstasy. But for Kali it was a calamity in the midst of spiritual revelry. The crown jewels of all Vedic conclusions are the Supreme Lords Caitanya and Nityananda Prabhus. Their causeless mercy made no discrimination between the ignorant or the derelict. I, Vrindavanadasa, offer this song to them. The golden moon, Lord Caitanya, had arisen as sounds of great joy filled the air. His beauty humbled a million cupids, and he smiled at his own dancing and singing. His lovely face and charming eyes added to the list of other marks of divinity on his transcendental person. His feet were marked with the signs of flag, lightning, etc. His entire exquisite form was decorated to enchant the minds of everyone. All fear and despondency was dissipated, and the world was showered with immense fortunes. I, Vrindavanadasa, offer this song to my very life and soul, Lord Caitanya and Lord Nityananda. The demigods became overjoyed and sang in praise of Lord Chaitanya's appearance. A mere glance at the Lord's beatific, moon-like face was enough to extirpate all miseries. This was a glorious and happy occasion. Lord Anantasesha, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and other demigods all took up their new forms and, using the lunar eclipse as an excuse, continuously sang Lord Hari's name. I cannot fully describe their exultation. Milling crowds poured into Nadia with shouts of Hari, Hari. Nabadwap was in the grips of unbounded bliss. The Supreme Lord, the demigods and the human beings had all come together to frolic with one another. The demigods came to the Srimati Sasidevi's house in the darkness of the eclipse and, unseen by humans, fell to the ground and offered obeisances to Lord Caitanya. Who can describe these abstruse pastimes of the Lord? Some broke out in types of glorification, some held the umbrella and some fanned the Lord with a kamara, while others showered flowers in ecstasy and still others sang and danced exuberantly. Lord Caitanya appeared with all his pure devotees, and the atheist will never understand it. I, Vrindavanadasa, sing the nectarine glories of Lord Caitanya and Lord Nityananda. The rumble of Dundubi drums, hymns, prayers and sweet music mingled and resounded in the air. Today, without delay, we can meet that Supreme Personality who is a mystery even in the Vedas. The demigods in Indrapura were tumultuously happy. Busily decorating themselves, they felt extremely fortunate that they could receive Lord Chaitanya's blessed association in Nabadwap. They embraced and kissed each other without shame in exultation that the Lord of Nabadwap, Lord Caitanya, had taken his birth. There was no distinction of friend or foe. In great curiosity the demigods came to Nabadwap amidst loud chanting of God's name. Infected by the transcendental mellow of Lord Caitanya, they became almost unconscious in ecstasy and joined in singing the glories of Lord Caitanya. They saw the beautiful form of Lord Caitanya. He was more exquisite than 1,000 rising full moons. He accepted the human form and made everyone loudly chant the Lord's holy name, using the eclipse as a good excuse. The Lord descended with all his energies and expansions. This is incomprehensible to the atheists. Let me, Vrindavanadasa, sing in adulation about my life and soul, Lord Sri Caitanya and Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 3. Even before he took his birth, the Lord propagated the chanting of his holy name. Streams of people went for their bath in the Ganga at the time of the eclipse, and all the way they chanted the Lord's name. Some, who from their birth never once uttered the Lord's name, now chanted that name on their way to the Ganga. The sound of chanting emanated from every direction, and the Supreme Lord, the best of the Brahmins, smiled to himself as he made his appearance. Sri Jagannatha Misra and Srimati Sasidevi glanced at their child's beautiful face and were overcome with unbounded joy. Ladies stood around the child not knowing what to do. Fussily they ululated in jubilation. Relatives and friends hurried to see the newborn child. Sri Jagannatha Misra's house was a scene of great exultation. Srimati Sasidevi's father, Sri Nilambara Chakravarti, found esoteric and wonderful signs in every house of the child's astrological chart. Sri Chakravarti was astounded by the baby's beauty and saw all divine symbols on his person. A much accepted prophecy in Bengal was that someday a king would be born in Bengal as a Brahmin's son, so Sri Chakravarti thought that only the future would prove whether this was the child. In the presence of all, Sri Nilambara Chakravarti, an expert astrologer, began explaining the ramifications of different astrological signs in the Lord's chart. The further he delved into the child's exalted chart, the more difficulty he found in describing the Lord's position. The child will conquer Brihaspati, the sign for learning and education, and be a scholar. He will be a natural repository of all divine qualities. Present in that gathering was a great saint in the guise of a Brahmin who made predictions on the Lord's future. The Brahmin said, "This child is the Supreme Lord Narayana himself. He will establish the essence of all religion. He will initiate a wonderful preaching movement and deliver the whole world. He will give everyone that which is forever desirable even by Lord Brahma, Lord Siva or Srila Sukadeva Goswami." Upon seeing him, people will feel compassion for all living entities and become callous toward material pains and joys. This will be the great benediction for the whole world. Not to mention ordinary men, even hardcore atheists will worship the child's lotus feet. He will be glorified throughout the entire creation and people from all orders of life will come to worship him. He is the personification of pure Bhagavat religion, eternal religion, the benefactor of brahmanas, cows and devotees and the affectionate, devoted son of his parents. This child has come to accomplish great works, just as the Supreme Lord Narayana incarnated to re-establish religious principles. Who can explain the imports of this child's exalted astrological and esoteric symptoms? How fortunate you are, Sri Jagannatha Misra, a leader amongst men. I offer my obeisances to you, the illustrious father of this child. I feel greatly fortunate that I could calculate his astrological chart. His name accordingly will be Sri Visvamdhara. He will be known to all as Navadvipa Kandra, the moon of Navadvipa. He is spiritual bliss personified. The Brahmin did not speak further about Lord Caitanya's pastime of accepting the renounced order of sannyasa, since that would disturb the loving emotion of his parents. Sri Jagannatha Misra was enthralled with ecstasy over the descriptions of his son. He immediately wanted to offer gifts to the Brahmin. He was a poor man with few possessions, yet feeling great jubilation, Sri Misra fell at the Brahmin's feet and cried. The Brahmin also caught Sri Misra's feet, and everyone present shouted Hari, Hari in great joy. The relatives and friends were all praised for the child, and they blessed him as they heard the supernatural predictions about his future. Soon the musicians arrived playing their respective instruments, clay drums, flutes and shanai, a reed instrument, and filled the air with wonderful music. Ladies from the higher planets mingled freely yet unnoticed with the ladies from Earth in this wonderful gathering. The mother of the demigods, Aditi, smiled and placed her right hand holding auspicious grass and paddy on the child's head to bless him, saying, "Long life. Please remain eternally in this material world and manifest your pastimes." This explained the expression long life. Srimati Sasidevi and the others noticed the extraordinary beauty of these ladies, but they hesitated to inquire about their identity. The demigods respectfully took the dust from Sasidevi's feet, and she lost her speech in extreme exaltation. Neither the Vedas nor Lord Anantasisa could describe the waves of jubilation that drowned Sri Jagannatha Misra's house. Entire Nadia seemed to be present at Sasidevi's house to experience that undescribable joy. Wherever the people were, in their houses, or on the banks of the Ganga, or on the streets, they all loudly chanted the Lord's name. Everyone jubilantly celebrated the Lord's birth, unknowingly thinking the festivity was actually for the lunar eclipse. Lord Caitanya appeared on the full moon night of the month of Falguna. This day is the most worshipable by Lord Brahma and other great personalities. This day of the Lord's appearance is the holiest of holy occasions. This day is devotion personified. Lord Caitanya appeared on the full moon night of Falguna and Lord Nityananda appeared on the 13th night of the waxing moon. Both these days are all auspicious and transcendental occasions. If one properly follows these two holy occasions, he develops love of Godhead and cuts asunder the knots of material illusion. The appearance days of pure Vaisnava devotees, like the appearance day of the Supreme Lord, are also all auspicious and transcendental. Whosoever hears the narrations of Lord Caitanya's birth is freed from all miseries in life and in death. Anyone who hears Lord Caitanya's pastimes immediately gets love of God and becomes his eternal servitor. He comes with the Lord each time he advents in this material world. The Adikanda text is wonderful to hear because it contains descriptions of Lord Caitanya's appearance. The Vedic literature describes these pastimes of the Lord as eternal, although he sometimes appears and sometimes disappears. Lord Caitanya's pastimes have no beginning and no end. I write them down by the mercy of the Lord. I offer my humble obeisances at the Lord's feet and at the feet of all his devotees. I pray that I may be excused from all offenses. I, Verndavanadasa, offer this song to the lotus feet of my life and soul, Lord Sri Krishna Caitanya and Lord Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 4. All glories to the lotus feet-eyed moon like Lord Caitanya. All glories to all your loving devotees. O Lord, look upon me mercifully so that my delusion is dispelled and I may be able to serve and worship you day and night. The wonderful appearance of the Lord increased the happiness of everyone in Srimati Sasidevi's house. Both Sri Jagannatha Misra's and Srimati Sasidevi's hearts heaved joyous waves while looking at the Lord's beautiful face. Sri Visvarupa would pick up his brother in his arms and smile gleefully at the Supreme Lord, the abode of all transcendental joys. Friends and relatives lingered, surrounding the Lord affectionately all the time. Some chanted mantras of enchantments in the Lord's room for his protection. The Vishnu Raksa mantra, invoking Lord Vishnu's protection, or Devi mantra, invoking Durga Devi's protection, were chanted while some people circumambulated the Lord's house. And when the Lord would cry, shedding tears from his lotus eyes, only the sound of the holy name of Krishna would pacify him. Finally everyone understood the secret message, and whenever the Lord cried, they immediately chanted Lord Hari's name. The demigods were in a jovial mood and decided to play some practical jokes on the people who always surrounded Nimai. A demigod in a spiritual body stole quietly about the house, unseen by human eyes. When the people saw a shadowy figure slither past, they exclaimed, "There goes a thief." Terror-stricken, some of them loudly chanted Nrsimha, Nrsimha, while others murmured the Aparajita Stotra, prayers to Parvati Devi, wife of Lord Shiva, for protection. While many persons were going around the house chanting all different mantras and prayers, a great commotion was heard from inside Srimati Sasidevi's house. The demigods had assembled to see the Lord, but the people outside thought that thieves were entering. Some shouted, "Catch the thief! Thief!" while others continuously chanted, "Nrsimha! Nrsimha!" A Brahmin priest endowed with powers of exorcising ghosts threatened the invisible demigods. "You're lucky you got away today, but you do not know the tremendous power of Lord Nrsimhadeva." Unseen by anyone, the demigods laughed to themselves. In this way a month passed. Completing her 1 month of confinement, the period of contamination after childbirth, Srimati Sasidevi went for a bath in the Ganga with the other ladies. Amongst singing and joyous clamor, Sasidevi bathed in the Ganga. She worshipped Ganga Devi and thereafter she worshipped a village goddess called Sasti. After worshipping different demigods in accordance with proper rites, Sasidevi returned with the satisfied ladies. According to the social custom, Sasidevi respectfully offered all the ladies roasted paddy, bananas, oil, vermilion powder, betel nuts and betel leaf. The ladies in turn blessed the child and offered respects to Sasidevi before they returned to their respective homes. In this way the Supreme Lord Caitanya performed his childhood pastimes. Without the Lord's mercy these pastimes are incomprehensible. The Lord as a child cried frequently. His real intention in crying was to induce everyone to chant the Lord's holy name. The ladies tried one way or another to pacify him, but he cried all the more. As soon as they chanted Hari, Hari, a beaming smile spread across the Lord's exquisite moon-like face. Discovering that this pleased the Lord, everyone got together and repeated Lord Hari's name while clapping their hands. Happily everyone performed congregational chanting and Sasi Devi's house resounded with the Lord's name. Unknown to all, Lord Caitanya's childhood pastimes in Sri Jagannatha Misra's house were a facsimile to Gopala Krishna's childhood pastimes. When no one was present in a room, he would intentionally scatter things around after pouring milk, butter or oil on the floor. Forewarned that Mother Sasi Devi was approaching, he would quickly lay down and start crying. Mother Sasi Devi would pacify him by repeating Lord Hari's name until she noticed the different substances spread all over the floor. Who has scattered the rice, wheat and dal? Why are these broken pots of curd and milk on the floor? No one could understand who had done this. There was only the 4-month-old baby in the house. Curiosity drew everyone to that room, but they could not find any trace of the culprit. Some conjectured a demon or ghost must have come, but due to the effect of the mantras it could not harm the baby. Angry that it could do nothing to the child, it threw everything around and escaped. This incident left Sri Jagannatha Misra quite perplexed, but thinking it a providential interference, he did not comment. In spite of the extensive damage, both Sri Jagannatha Misra and Sasidevi felt their sorrow soothed by just looking at the child's face. Days passed wrapped in mystery until the day of the name-giving ceremony arrived. Sri Nilambara Chakravarti and other learned scholars and friends assembled there. Respectable, chaste ladies who looked as fresh and glowing as Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, attended the ceremony in beautiful saris. Everyone discussed which name the child would have. Some ladies made one suggestion while other ladies made another. This child will have no younger brother or sisters, so being the last child of the family, he should be named Nimai, said one lady. After considering all points, the scholar said there was one name appropriate for the child. As soon as he was born, famine ended in the land and the farmers were blessed with the long-awaited rain. Happy and healthy conditions returned to the land at his birth. It was similar to the ancient story of Lord Narayana protecting and upholding the universe during devastation. Hence, his name should be Sri Visvambhara, sustainer of the world. This is confirmed in his horoscope, for he is the brightest torchbearer of his family. The name Nimai that the respected ladies gave will be his second name. The name was given at an auspicious moment when all the planetary indications were right and amidst readings of Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and the Vedas, etc., by the Brahmins. The demigods and humans assembled together on this occasion and offered benedictions. They chanted Lord Hari's all auspicious holy names while blowing conch shells and ringing bells. Rice, paddy, books, roasted paddy, coins, gold and silver were placed for the child to hold, testing the child's tendency. Sri Jagannatha encouraged his son, "My dear Visvambhara, take whatever your heart desires." Sasidevi's son, the Supreme Lord, ignored all items and picked up the Srimad Bhagavatam and embraced it. The ladies loudly glorified the Lord. Everyone was impressed and said, "He will be a great scholar." Some commented that the child would turn out to be an elevated Vaisnava devotee with the extraordinary capacity to easily grasp the imports of the scriptures. Whoever saw Lord Visvambhara's enchanting smile became drenched in showers of bliss. Once the ladies had the child on their laps, they would not put him down. This child, the Supreme Lord, is almost unapproachable even by demigods. And whenever the Lord started crying, the ladies clapped their hands and chanted Lord Hari's name. Hearing the chanting, the Lord swayed blissfully as though he were dancing on their laps. This excited the ladies, who in turn increased their chanting. The Supreme Lord, by his desire, had everyone constantly chanting the Lord's name on any available pretext. The Vedas, Srimad Bhagavatam and other scriptures conclude that no undertaking reaches success without the Supreme Lord's desire. Sasidevi's son, the Supreme Lord Caitanya, grew day by day, motivating everyone to chant his own holy name. When the Lord began to crawl on his knees, he looked most charming. The small ankle bells on his feet were pleasing to hear. The Lord fearlessly moved around everywhere, catching anything he saw, fire, snakes, anything. One day a snake slithered through the courtyard and the Lord caught hold of him simply to enact another pastime. The Lord lay down on the coils of the snake. When the residents of the house saw him, they screamed in alarm, but the Lord calmly smiled and remained in that relaxed position. The people shouted, "Gruda, Gruda," while Nimai's parents waited in anxiety. The snake, who was really Lord Anantasisa, started to slither away when he heard all the crying and commotion, but little Nimai tried to stop him. The ladies rushed over and grabbed up the Lord in their arms, each one blessing him that he might have a long life. Some relatives tied a talisman on Nimai for his protection, while some chanted benediction hymns and others poured Ganga water on different parts of his body. Some of them thought that the child had got a new life, while others realized that the snake was Anantasisa. The Supreme Lord Caitanya, who was radiant like the moon, tried repeatedly to go back to the snake, but everyone stopped him. These pastimes are not revealed even in the Vedas, and anyone who hears them is free from the bite of the serpent of material illusion. Lord Caitanya, the pleasure of Sasidevi, soon toddled about the house. Lord Caitanya's extraordinary beauty eclipsed the beauty of millions of cupids. Even the radiant moon longed to behold the Lord's beauty. Curly locks decorated his exquisitely formed head, and with lotus-shaped eyes he looked like Gopalakrishna. His long arms stretched to his knees. He had an expansive chest and reddish-pink lips. All his limbs were beautifully formed. His brilliant sun-red complexion was always attractive, and his fingers, hands and feet were like blooming lotuses. The Lord's reddish complexion sometimes caused Sasamata anxiety. As the child ran about, she kept thinking she could see red, gaping wounds. Sasidevi and Sri Jagannatha Misra were always struck with great wonder at the Lord's beauty. Although they were needy, their son was a source of unending joy for them. Together in seclusion they whispered to each other, "I wonder what great personality has come as our son." An elevated and distinguished personality has taken birth in our house. Perhaps this will terminate all our material miseries. I have never heard of any other child as wonderful as ours. He smiles and dances without stopping when he hears the chanting of Lord Hari's name. When he cries, no amount of consoling will calm him, but when he hears loud chanting of Lord Hari's name, he stops crying and listens. From early morning the ladies surrounded the Lord and loudly sing Lord Hari's name. They clap their hands in rhythm and the Lord dances gleefully. The Lord playfully rolled in the dust, then laughing he would jump into his mother's lap. The Lord danced, moving his body in such a manner that no one can contain his laughter. Nobody could understand how the Lord through his childish pranks motivated everyone to chant the holy name. The Lord was so vivacious and restless, fleeting in and out of the house, that no one could catch him. Venturing out on his own, Naimai wanted to taste whatever he saw, roasted rice, banana, sandesh, etc. The Lord was so extremely attractive that strangers gave him whatever he requested. Strangers gave him sandesh or banana, and pleased with his gifts the Lord returned home. He then distributed the food to those ladies who sang Lord Hari's name. Everyone merrily applauded the child's ingenuity and continuously sang Lord Hari's name. The Lord wandered freely in and out of the house, whether morning, noon, evening or night. Daily he went to a friendly neighbor's house and mysteriously stole from him. In some houses he drank all the milk and in others he ate all the rice. Wherever he found nothing to eat he was satisfied to break all the earthen pots. If he found a small child in any house he would tease him to tears, but when he was observed he fled. But if by chance someone caught him, Naimai would catch the person's feet and plead, "Please let me go this one last time. I shall never come back again. I will never steal anymore. Please be merciful." Astounded by the boy's sharp intelligence, no one could remain angry with him. Ultimately everyone was affectionate towards him. People were naturally captivated just by seeing him, and parents loved him more than they loved their own children. The Lord of Vaikuntha, Lord Caitanya, passed his childhood in this manner, moving and mischievous. One day 2 thieves saw the Lord roaming about the streets alone. Seeing his fine ornaments, they conspired to steal them. One of the thieves picked him up saying, "Oh dear, oh dear," while the other joined him saying, "Where have you been for so long? Come quickly home, dear," the thief said. The Lord smiled and replied, "Yes, let us go home." Busily the 2 thieves sped away with the Lord in their arms while the street onlookers ignorantly thought that the rightful guardians had taken their child. Teeming thousands of people were on the streets, but all were strangers to each other. The thieves were happy with themselves and with the ornaments on the child. Overtaken by greed, the thieves were trying to eat the imaginary pie in the sky, thinking they would surely steal the golden bangles. They carried him on their shoulders toward their hideout while the Lord rode along chuckling to himself. One thief passed a sandesh into the Lord's hand, while the other said comfortingly, "We have almost reached home." The thieves had kidnapped the Lord and run far away when the Lord's relatives began to search for him. "Visvamdhara, come home, Naimai," they shouted. Everyone grew frantic and restless like fish out of water. In distress they remembered Lord Govinda. While far away the thieves carried Naimai toward their house. Deluded by the Supreme Lord's illusory potency, Maya, the thieves mistook the way to their hideout. They arrived instead at the residence of Sri Jagannatha Misra. The bewildered thieves thought they were in their own house, so they busied themselves trying to remove the Lord's ornaments. "Get down now, we are home," said the thieves, and the Lord replied, "Yes, yes, put me down." Inside Sri Jagannatha Misra's house everyone sat around with their heads in their hands in utter despair. The beguiled thieves took the Lord down from their shoulders, thinking the house to be their own. As soon as Naimai was on the ground he ran straight to his father. A joyous uproar shook the house as the relatives loudly chanted, "Hari, Hari." An understandable transformation overwhelmed the people as if life had returned to their bodies. The thieves realized that the house was not their own, but they could not recognize where they were. Taking advantage of the commotion, the fearful thieves stealthily left the place without being noticed by anyone. Reflecting on the strange and wonderful incident, the thieves thought, "Who is playing tricks with us? Candidavi, Goddess Durga, certainly saved us today," they said after regaining their composure. Then they embraced each other. The thieves actually gained immeasurable piety and good fortune because they carried the Supreme Personality of Godhead on their shoulders. In Sri Jagannatha Misra's house the happy relatives asked, "Who brought the child back? We should offer him nice gifts and tie a turban on his head." Someone said, "I saw 2 persons come with the child, put him down and leave, but I do not know which direction they went after that." Everyone was surprised that whoever brought the child back did not stay to be acknowledged. They turned to Nimai and asked, "Our dear child, tell us who brought you back. We are puzzled." The Lord replied, "I went to the banks of the Ganga, but I lost my way home and was roaming about in the town. 2 persons took me in their arms and brought me home." The words of the scriptures are never wrong. The unseen hand of God always protects children, old persons and the helpless, they all said. Being bewildered by the Lord's illusory energy, Maya, the relatives conjectured in many ways. The Supreme Lord performed his wonderful pastimes in this manner. No one can understand them without the Lord's direct mercy. Whoever hears these narrations, which are a mystery even in the Vedas, can easily get undeviating devotion at Lord Caitanya's lotus feet. I, Vrindavanadasa, offer my humble song at the lotus feet of Sri Krishna Caitanya and Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who are my life and soul. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 5. Both were thrilled with great delight and their eyes brimmed with tears as they examined the footprints. They offered obeisances to the lotus footprints and said, "We will be liberated. No more births." Sri Jagannatha Misra requested his wife, "Please listen, mother of Visvarupa, Lord Chaitanya's elder brother, cook a nice sweet rice preparation with ghee. In the morning I shall bathe our house deity, Sri Damodara Sila, with Pankagavya, the 5 substances: cow milk, yogurt, ghee, cow urine and cow dung." I believe that the sound of ankle bells actually came from the feet of the deity as he secretly moved around the house. Jagannatha Misra and Sasamata felt great happiness as they worshipped the Salagrama Sila, and Lord Chaitanya smiled within his mind. Here once again another wonderful pastime of Lord Chaitanya, the son of Sri Jagannatha Misra. A very pious Brahmin was visiting different places of pilgrimages to satisfy the Supreme Lord Krishna. He worshipped Lord Krishna by chanting the Gopala mantra consisting of 6 syllables, and he did not eat anything other than the remnant of food offered to Lord Gopala. After visiting many pilgrimage sites, the fortunate Brahmin at last came to the house of Lord Chaitanya. As a person of incomparable purity, he was enveloped in a great spiritual effulgence. He carried Lord Gopala and Salagrama Sila around his neck as his most wonderful decorations. With half-closed eyes the Brahmin constantly chanted Krishna, Krishna, and deep in his heart he tasted the nectar of love of God. Seeing this shining personality, Jagannatha Misra stood up out of respect and then offered his obeisances. The most respectable Sri Jagannatha Misra did everything to properly look after his esteemed guest. He personally washed the guest's feet and offered him a fine elevated seat. Once the Brahmin was seated comfortably, Sri Jagannatha Misra inquired, "Where is your place of residence?" The Brahmin replied, "I am disinterested in worldly affairs, so I travel throughout different countries. It is only because of my restless mind that I roam." Sri Jagannatha Misra said respectfully, "It is the good fortune of the world that you travel everywhere. I especially feel most fortunate today, so please permit me to cook for you." The Brahmin replied, "Dear Misra, do as you please." Happily Sri Misra made extraordinary and wonderful arrangements. Sri Misra had the kitchen thoroughly cleaned and then arranged for all the ingredients for cooking to be brought. The Brahmin himself cooked to his full satisfaction and sat down to offer all the foodstuff to Lord Krishna. Sri Sachinandana Chaitanya is the super soul within everyone's heart. He decided to show himself to the Brahmin. The Brahmin had just begun his meditation when the Supreme Lord, Sri Gaurasundara, appeared in his presence. He stood there naked, his entire form covered with dust. He was the color of the sun with beautiful hands and feet. Smiling, he took a handful of food from the Brahmin's offering and ate it while the Brahmin looked on. Although favored by good fortune, the Brahmin called out, "Alas, alas, this restless boy has stolen the food meant for offering." When Sri Jagannatha Misra came, he saw that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Gaurasundara, was happily smiling and eating rice. Intending to beat the Lord, an angry Misra chased after him, but the Brahmin stood up fearfully and caught hold of Misra's hand. The Brahmin said, "My dear Misra, you are a respectable and knowledgeable person, but what knowledge does this little boy have? What will beating him accomplish? It is one thing to beat a person who can reason right from wrong, but I forbid you to beat this boy." Feeling miserable, Sri Misra sat down holding his head. He did not speak a word nor did he lift his head. "Do not feel sad, dear Misra," said the Brahmin. "The Supreme Lord certainly knows everything that happens at all times. Please bring whatever fruits or vegetables you have in the house. I shall simply eat that today." Sri Misra said, "If you kindly consider me your servant, then let me arrange for you to cook again. I shall only be satisfied when you cook once again. I have all the necessary ingredients for cooking in the house. The other friends and relatives in the house also implored him to cook again. Since you all desire it, agreed the Brahmin, I shall cook every preparation again. Everyone was satisfied that he had agreed, and they cleaned the cooking place for him. They quickly gathered the cooking ingredients and the Brahmin began to cook. Some people warned the Brahmin that the restless child might spoil the offering again. Take the child to another house and keep him there until the Brahmin has completed his cooking and eating, they told Sasamata. Mother Saucy carried her child to a neighbor's house. The young ladies all teased, hey Naimai, is this the way you should act, stealing the Brahmin's food? With a smile on his exquisite moon-like face, Lord Caitanya replied, what is my fault? The Brahmin called me. But they objected. Oh Naimai, will you do more mischief now that you have lost your caste? Who knows this Brahmin, where he comes from, or who his family is? How can you maintain your caste after having eaten food cooked by him? Smiling, Lord Caitanya replied, I belong to the cow tender's caste. I accept food prepared by a Brahmin all the time. How does a cow tender lose his caste by eating a Brahmin's food? Saying this, the Lord looked at everyone with a smile. The Supreme Lord, Sri Caitanya, used this trick to explain to them the truth about himself, but his illusory potency is so perfect that no one could understand him. As they carried him around, the various residents of the neighboring houses enjoyed the child's arguments. The Lord went joyfully from arms to arms, and whoever held him floated in an ocean of bliss. In the meantime, the Brahmin cooked once again and sat down to make offering to Lord Balagopala. While offering, the Brahmin thought of Lord Balagopala, but Lord Gaurachandra, the Super Soul, knew everything. Lord Caitanya charmed everyone and then left their presence completely unnoticed. Smiling all the while, he went to the spot where the Brahmin was offering his food. Stealthily, Lord Caitanya put a handful of rice into his mouth and left. The Brahmin, caught by surprise, looked on in disbelief. The Brahmin raised a loud alarm. Alas, alas! The child ate his rice and sprinted off. Sri Misra angrily grabbed a stick and chased after young Naimai. Lord Naimai fled in dread and hid himself in a room, but Sri Misra came after him, roaring in fury. Sri Misra said, you shall see today. Act in this mischievous manner, will you? Although I am cultured and knowledgeable, you think I am a great fool. Sri Misra continued, in whose house can you find as big a thief as this? With rising indignation he chased after Naimai. The people in the house caught hold of Sri Misra to dissuade him, but the angry father insisted, leave me. Today I shall beat him. They tried to reason with him. Dear Misra, you are known to be liberal. What superior intelligence will you display by beating him? His sense of discrimination between good and bad is still undeveloped due to his tender age, and only a very foolish person would beat such a small child. By nature children are restless. It is not true that one can teach them by beating them. The pilgrim hurriedly rushed to the scene and caught hold of Sri Misra's hand. Respected sir, please hear me. The young boy is not at fault. Whatever is destined to occur on a certain day must happen. With a little endeavor you can cook a nice offering for Lord Krishna. This will dispel all the miseries of my family today, and I will feel maximum pleasure and happiness. The Brahmin said, I already cooked twice, yet Lord Krishna did not allow me to eat. So I can understand I am destined not to eat today. This is Lord Krishna's desire, so why should I make such an endeavor? One may have unlimited foodstuff in the house, but he can eat only if Lord Krishna allows. One may endlessly try for something, but if Lord Krishna does not desire it, he will be unsuccessful. It is now past 1:30 in the night, going on 2 o'clock. Is it appropriate to start cooking this late? Therefore please do not make any arrangements for cooking. I will simply eat some fruits and vegetables. Sri Visvarupa replied, there is nothing wrong with the time. Everyone will be pleased if you cook. Sri Visvarupa then caught hold of the Brahmin's feet and everyone in the house entreated him to cook again. The Brahmin was charmed by Sri Visvarupa, and he agreed to cook. Everyone uttered Sri Hari's name in joy and cleaned the place for cooking. They cleaned quickly, and meanwhile the necessary ingredients for cooking were brought. The respected Brahmin then proceeded to cook, and everyone kept the child at a secure distance. Sri Misra posted himself at the doorway of Naimai's room. Tie the doors to the room from the outside so that he cannot escape, suggested someone. Good, agreed Sri Misra. That is a good plan. Tie the doors from the outside and we will remain out here. The ladies inside Naimai's room said, don't worry, Naimai is fast asleep, there is nothing more he can do. The child was kept away in this manner, and in a short while the Brahmin finished cooking. That pious Brahmin then prepared an offering plate filled with the things he cooked. He sat down to offer everything to Lord Krishna through his meditation. Nimai, the son of Mother Sasi, knew everything because he is the super soul with everyone's heart. He desired to appear before the Brahmin and reveal himself. By the Supreme Lord's will, Nimai enchanted everyone and they slept effortlessly. Sri Sachinandana appeared in the place where the Brahmin was offering his rice to the Lord. When the Brahmin saw the young boy Nimai, he raised an alarm, but no one heard him because they were all in deep sleep. Nimai, the Supreme Lord said, "O Brahmin, you are known to be a magnanimous soul. You called for me, so I came. Why should I be blamed for it? You chanted mantras to invoke me. You beckoned me, so I came to you. How could I resist? You incessantly meditate on me, so I decided to appear before you." At that moment the Brahmin saw a wonderful sight. The Supreme Lord stood before him in his 8-handed form, holding in 4 of his hands the 4 symbols: conch shell, disc, mace and lotus. With 2 other hands he held butter and ate it, and with the last 2 hands he played the flute. He saw the Lord's entire form decorated with gem-studded ornaments. His breast was marked with Lakshmi Devi's sign of Srivatsa, and the priceless Kaustubha jewel hung brilliantly with other precious gems in a necklace. His head was decorated with fresh forest flowers that circled his peacock feather. His rubicund lips, like the rising sun, set off his softly glowing moon-like face. His pink lotus petal pair of eyes smiled sweetly as his knee-length Vayanti flower garland and his exquisite shark-shaped earrings swayed delicately. His feet were like blossoming lotus flowers, decorated with gently tinkling gem-studded ankle bells. The luster from his delicate pearl-like nails dissipated the darkness. The Brahmin saw the place transformed immediately into Vrindavanadam. The wonderful Kadamba trees became clamorous with the chirping of birds. Cowherd boys and girls roamed about on their own, and everything was exactly as he had seen it in his meditation. Overcome with ecstasy at seeing such extraordinary display of opulence, the pious Brahmin fell unconscious. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Gaurasundara, who is an ocean of mercy, placed his transcendental hand on the Brahmin's body. He regained consciousness by the Lord's touch, but the Brahmin was still speechless and inert with overwhelming joy. Again and again he fell swooning to the ground, sometimes getting up and sometimes falling. He moved by great upsurges of spiritual emotion. Overcome by shivering, perspiration and horripilation, he was unable to remain still. Tears flowed as freely as Mother Ganga. The Brahmin caught hold of the Lord's lotus feet and cried loudly for some time. Acknowledging the Brahmin's eagerness, the Supreme Lord Sri Gaurasundara spoke a few words with his enchanting smile. The Supreme Lord said, "O learned Brahmin, please listen. In many past lives you were my servitor. You have always meditated on me, therefore I came to show myself to you. In my previous incarnation I appeared to you in the house of Maharaja Nanda in this self-same form, but you have forgotten. In my previous incarnation, as Krishna, I appeared in Gokuladam, and in that lifetime you were making pilgrimages to holy sites with sincere spiritual fervor. By divine arrangement you came as a guest to Nanda Maharaja's house and offered me your foodstuff. In that encounter we also exchanged affections just as we are now. I ate your offering then as I have done tonight. You are my servant birth after birth, therefore I have appeared before you. No one other than my servants can see me as I am. I am entrusting these confidential topics to you. Do not reveal them to anybody. As long as my present incarnation remains on this earth, if you reveal my identity, I shall destroy you. I made my appearance where the congregational chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name has already begun, and I will initiate the propagation of that chanting throughout the world. I will freely distribute to every house the process of loving devotional service to the Supreme Lord, which is so fervently desired even by Lord Brahma and other elevated personalities. Remain with us for some time to come and you will see many things, but you are strictly forbidden to describe them to anyone." The Supreme Lord Gaurasundara went back to his room after he showered his mercy on the Brahmin by giving him all assurance. He lay down like a child in his previous sleeping posture. No one was aware of anything because of the deep slumber caused by the Lord's mystic potency. The pious Brahmin was filled with great exhilaration after seeing the extraordinary pastimes of the Lord. He smeared that transcendental rice over his entire body and then ate it while crying incessantly in ecstasy. He danced, sang, laughed and made loud roaring sounds while continuously shouting, "All glories to Lord Balagopala." The Brahmin's loud roaring awakened the residents of the house, so he quickly restrained himself from further outbursts of spiritual emotions and cleaned his body. The Brahmin ate without worry and everyone was immensely pleased by this. The Brahmin considered telling everyone what he knew. Let them know that the Supreme Lord is amongst them. That way they can all be liberated, he thought. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is desired by and offered prayers by Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma, has now appeared in the family of a Brahmin. But the Brahmin remembered the Lord's instruction not to reveal anything to anybody. Afraid to disobey him, he did not speak to anyone. The Brahmin knew the Lord's real identity, but others were unaware that the Brahmin had this extraordinary knowledge. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 6. Everyone would clap their hands and chant, Hari, Hari. Only then would Nimai forget his distress and become calm. The frequent chanting of Lord Hari's names for the pleasure of Nimai turned Sri Jagannatha Misra's house into the transcendental abode of Vaikuntha. One day the Lord continued to cry in spite of the loud chanting of Hari's name. Someone said, "My dear Nimai, come and dance nicely. We are singing Lord Hari's name." But Nimai continued to cry, not listening to anyone. "Speak, dear child. Why are you crying so much?" They asked him. "Dear child, tell us what you want. We will bring you whatever you like. Simply stop your crying." The Lord replied, "If you want to save my life, then quickly go to the houses of the two Brahmins Jagadisa Pandita and Hiranya Pandita. I am very attracted to the homes of these two pure devotees, and if I could eat their offerings I would become healthy and calm and I could behave normally." Nimai's request was impossible. What he wanted was neither practiced among men nor sanctioned in the scriptures. Mother Sasi felt distressed. Everyone smiled at his childish words and promised, "We will give you whatever you want, child, but now stop crying." Jagadisa Pandita and Hiranya Pandita were topmost Vaishnava devotees and inseparable friends of Sri Jagannatha Misra. When they heard Nimai's request they were filled with joy. The two Brahmin Vaishnavas said, "This is a very extraordinary story. We have never seen such an intelligent child. How could he know that today was Ekadasi and that a large variety of food had been offered to the Lord? Now we understand the child's exquisite beauty. Lord Gopala Krishna must be residing in him. The Supreme Lord Narayana acts through this boy." Sitting in his heart, the Lord prompts Nimai to speak in amazing ways. The two Vaishnava Brahmins decided to give all the offerings to Nimai and they took everything to his house with great delight. "Eat these offerings we made to the Lord," they told Nimai. "Our desire to satisfy Lord Krishna will thus be fulfilled. Only by Krishna's mercy can one develop the spiritual intelligence to perform devotional service. Other than the Lord's servant, no one possesses such intelligence. Only through devotional service can the Supreme Lord, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, be known as he is. The entire cosmic manifestation has emanated from the pores of the hair of his body. The Lord's eternal servants, Jagadisa and Hiranya Pandita, saw to their full satisfaction how the Supreme Lord as a Brahmin child performed his transcendently playful pastimes. The Lord happily received all the offerings from his devotees and he tasted a little something from every preparation. Smiling with pleasure, Lord Nimai ate Krishna's offering and all of his unusual whims were appeased. Everyone in the house sang, "Hari, Hari," and the Lord ate and danced to the chanting of his own name. Nimai dropped some of the food on the ground and some got smeared on the other family members. In this way the Lord of the universe, the controller of the threefold miseries, performed his transcendental pastimes. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is described in all the Vedas and Puranas, played like a child in Mother Sasidevi's courtyard. As he grew, Nimai became totally absorbed in the restless mood of a young boy with the other restless young sons of the Nabadwap Brahmins. No one could restrain him and he wandered freely with his friends. Upon meeting another young boy, Nimai would poke fun at him and the boy would return the taunts until a quarrel broke out. Nimai and his friends always won such quarrels because Nimai was more powerful. The opponents inevitably went away defeated. How enchanting Nimai looked with his body covered in grayish dust and speckled with drops of black writing ink. After finishing their studies each day at noon, Nimai and his friends went to bathe in the Ganga, amusing themselves all the while. Diving in the waters of the Ganga, Nimai and his friends challenged one another by splashing. Who can describe Nadia's opulence in those days? Hundreds of people gathered in one bathing place on the river. It was impossible to keep track of the number of different people who came to the bathing place. Renunciates in saffron robes, householders, peaceful gentlemen, children, etc., came there to bathe. The Lord performed wonderful water sports with his friends, sometimes floating with the currents of the Ganga. Using the excuse of water sports, Nimai splashed water from his divine lotus feet on whoever was near him, thus showering his grace upon them. People warned Nimai not to be so mischievous, but he paid no heed, nor could anyone catch him as he was the swiftest swimmer. Nimai forced everyone to bathe several times by contaminating them, by touching them after their bath, or sometimes by spitting on them. Unable to catch Nimai to rebuke him, the enraged Brahmin stormed off to his father. "Dear Misra, my good friend," one gentleman said, "please listen well. I have come to complain about your son's misconduct. He does not allow us to perform our daily ablutions in the Ganga properly." Another man complained, "He splashes water on us and disturbs our meditation." Furthermore, Nimai says, "Who are you meditating on? Just look at me. In this Kali Yuga I am directly Lord Narayana himself." They all came with different complaints. One man said, "He stole my Sivalinga deity." Another said, "He ran away with my outer clothes." Still another reported, "I prepared for Lord Vishnu's worship and collected in one place different ingredients like flowers, durva grass, sandalwood and a seat for Lord Vishnu. When I went for my bath, Nimai sat on Lord Vishnu's seat, ate the offering and threw the other ingredients away." Then Nimai said, "Why do you feel so sad? The Lord of your worship has himself eaten your offering." The people continued to complain. One Brahmin said, "I stepped into the water to recite my Gayatri mantra and from nowhere Nimai came under the water and pulled me away by my feet." Another said, "My clothes and flowers are invariably taken away." Yet another said, "He steals my Bhagavad Gita scripture." Another exasperated voice added, "My son is very young. Nimai puts water in his ears and makes him weep miserably." Someone else complained, "He sneaks around to my back and climbs onto my shoulder shouting, 'I am Mahesh,' and then jumps down." Another complained, "He sits on my seat of worship and eats all my offerings. Then he performs worship of Lord Vishnu. He throws sand at anyone who has finished bathing and all the other restless, mischievous boys join him. One of his worst tricks is that while the women and men are bathing he mixes up their clothes and when they want to dress they become quite disturbed." To dear Jagannatha Misra, "You are a generous and friendly gentleman, but I tell you your son Nimai does this sort of mischief every single day. He remains in the water well past 2 in the afternoon teasing everyone that comes for their bath. How do you expect him to maintain his health?" In the meantime many angry young girls from the neighborhood approached Sasai Devi. They arrested Sasai Devi with serious complaints. "Please hear from us, respected mother, about your son's misdeeds. He steals our clothes and uses awfully abusive language with us. When we try to correct his speech, he splashes water on us and starts quarreling. We bring fruits and flowers to the Ganga to follow our religious observances, but he scatters and spoils everything. He waits for us to finish our ablution and then throws sand on us. Your son Nimai stealthily comes from behind us and suddenly shouts loudly into our ears, mortifying us. Nimai spat a mouthful of water right into my face and threw these okada seeds in my hair. They do not come off so easily." Yet another voice complained, "Nimai says he wants to marry me. Every day he behaves in this manner. Do you think your son is a prince?" They inquired. "Everything your son Nimai does is exactly what Nanda Maharaja's son Gopala Krishna did a long time ago. We have heard stories of Krishna. If we report all these complaints to our parents they will surely quarrel with you. You should immediately correct your young son. His conduct is certainly not well received in a town like Nadia." With a smiling face, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's mother embraced each girl and spoke comforting words to them all. "When Nimai returns home today I will beat him and bind him up so that he can never again go out and tyrannize anyone." All of them respectfully took the dust from Sasai Devi's feet on their heads and proceeded to the Ganga to take their baths again. Regardless of how everyone suffered due to Nimai's mischief, each person felt great satisfaction in his presence. The supreme controller of everyone and everything, Sri Gauranga, knew that Sri Misra was looking for him in a state of rage. Lord Sri Gaurasundar continued to perform his wonderful water sports. Amongst all the boys, he was the most charming. The young maidens took pity on Nimai and said, "Listen Visvamdhara, your angry father is coming in this direction right now, escape." Sri Misra searched for Nimai playing amongst his friends while all the Brahmin maidens ran away in fear. Nimai had already instructed his friends that when his father inquired about his whereabouts they should say, "Your son did not come for his bath with us. He went back home after class. In fact we ourselves are waiting for him." Nimai returned to his house by another road and Sri Misra arrived at that bathing place on the Ganga. Shri Misra looked everywhere but could not find Nimai amongst the group of boys. "Where did Visvamdhara go?" enquired Jagannatha Misra angrily. The young boys replied, "Today he never came for his bath. He returned home on his usual road after class. We are all waiting for him." Shri Misra continued to search for Nimai, but unable to find him, he stood fuming with rage. Those Brahmins who had earlier made complaints against Nimai just for some fun now came to Shri Misra and said, "Visvamdhara ran home out of fear. We will accompany you home, lest you do anything to him that will later be regretted. If Nimai does this sort of mischief again, then we ourselves will catch him and bring him to you. All those complaints we made about Nimai at your residence were simply out of fun. Actually, your good fortune is unmatched in all the three worlds. Nimai is such a pleasing son that the members of his family are never touched by hunger, thirst, sorrow or other material sufferings. Your son is the Supreme Eternal Lord. You are truly very fortunate to be able to serve his lotus feet. We will always keep Visvamdhara's memory in our hearts, even if he commits countless offenses." The personalities of Nadia were eternal devotees and associates of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna. For this reason they were endowed with the superior intelligence required to render transcendental devotional service to the Lord. The Supreme Lord performed various transcendental pastimes with his intimate servitors. A mundane person cannot understand such activities of the Lord. Shri Misra said, "Nimai is a son to all of you. If you should take deference to his offense, then I am bound to you by oath. I beg your forgiveness." Shri Misra warmly embraced everyone and returned home feeling greatly satisfied. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Lord Visvamdhara had gone home by another road. Shining brightly like the moon, he carried beautiful books in his hands. Blotches of writing ink on different parts of Nimai's body appeared like decorations on his golden complexion. It looked as though a sweet-smelling golden champaka flower had attracted a swarm of black bumblebees. Lord Nimai called out, "Mother, give me oil, I want to go for my bath." Mother Sasi's heart gladdened. She could not detect any sign that Nimai had taken a bath. Giving Nimai the oil, Sasidevi thought, "What did the Brahmins and the young maiden say about Nimai? His whole body is spotted with ink blotches. He has the same clothes on that he wore to school." Jagannatha Misra arrived home at that moment and Visvamdhara climbed on his lap. Shri Misra lost all external, mundane perceptions in the Lord's loving embrace. He bubbled over with happiness at the sight of his son. Shri Misra saw that Nimai was covered with dust and there were no signs of his having taken a bath. Shri Misra was truly amazed. Shri Misra said, "Visvamdhara, what sort of intelligent boy are you that you do not allow people to take their baths in peace? Why do you steal and disturb the arrangements people make for worshipping Lord Vishnu? You know who Lord Vishnu is, so why do you act like this without any fear?" "But today I have not yet gone for my bath. All my friends have gone ahead of me," replied Nimai. "All these people are behaving improperly towards me. Although I have not been near them, they falsely accuse me of being at fault. If they continue to find fault and falsely accuse me, then I will actually misbehave and create trouble for them." The Lord smiled and left for the Ganga, where he met again with all his friends. Nimai's friends embraced him and laughed merrily when they heard his witty story. They all praised him, saying, "You were very clever, Nimai. You nicely saved yourself from a good beating today." Nimai was once again engrossed in water sports with his friends while back in the house. Mother Sasidevi and Shri Misra seriously considered certain points. All the complaints brought against Nimai were certainly not lies, yet there was no indication that Nimai had taken a bath. Everything was just as it should be. His body was covered with dust, he was dressed in the same clothes and they were dry. His hair was also dry and he had his books. "I think our Visvamdhara is not an ordinary person," said Shri Misra. "Perhaps the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, by his internal potency, has appeared in our house as our son. Or perhaps Nimai is some great saintly personality. I am at a loss to know." Shri Misra, the jewel-like Brahmin, pondered the matter seriously. Shri Jagannatha Misra and Mother Sasidevi felt so happy to see their son that all their cogitations vanished. Their hearts filled with tender affection for Nimai and nothing else mattered to them. Both of them felt their son's absence intensely. Nimai's 2 hours of study seemed like 2 yugas to his parents. If the Vedas were to describe the great fortunes of Mother Sasidevi and Shri Misra in countless variety of ways and with innumerable mouths, that fortune would still remain inconceivable. I offer countless obeisances at the lotus feet of Mother Sasidevi and Shri Misra, who received the Supreme Lord and Controller of the limitless cosmic manifestation as their son. the Lord of Vaikuntha, Lord Visvambhara, performed wonderful pastimes in a pleasing manner. No one could perceive these transcendental activities because of the influence of the Supreme Lord's spiritual energy. I, Vrindavanadasa, offer this humble song at the lotus feet of Sri Krishna Caitanya and Sri Nityananda Chandra Prabhu, who are my life and soul. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 7 All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, who is the Supreme Lord of Lords. All glories to Sri Visvambhara and his dearmost devotees. All glories to the illustrious son of Sri Jagannatha Misra and Mother Sasai Devi. He is the life and soul of all surrendered devotees. O Lord Visvambhara, please glance upon us mercifully and deliver us all. Using the pretext of mirthful childish pastimes, Lord Gaurasundara expanded his unlimited spiritual forms and his transcendental devotional service in Nabadwapdam. The restless Nimai tirelessly created mischief with everyone. Though his mother tried to correct him with sweet advice, he paid not the slightest attention. In the presence of good instruction he created twice as much mischief. Whatever he could reach in the house, he would gleefully smash. Out of apprehension, the parents at last refrained from giving any further instructions. The unrestrained Nimai played at will, displaying his wonderful pastimes. The descriptions of Nimai in Adikanda are like nectar to the ears. The wonderful childhood pastimes of the Supreme Lord Narayana are described there. The Lord feared no one, not his father nor mother. But in the presence of his elder brother Visvarupa, he became soft and humble. Sri Visvarupa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was the treasure house of all divine qualities and a renunciate from his very birth. Visvarupa explained that the essence of all scriptures was the path of devotional service to the Supreme Lord. No one has ever had the power to refute his explanations. He was totally absorbed in Lord Krishna, and by engaging his hearing, speech, mind and all other senses in the service of the Lord, he grew disinterested in anything else. While contemplating Nimai's unusual behavior, Visvarupa was filled with wonder. This young boy is not an ordinary mundane personality. His beautiful form and extraordinary behavior makes me think he is Lord Balagopala. I have seen him perform continuous superhuman activities, but I personally believe it is actually the Supreme Lord Krishna who enacts these pastimes in the body of this child. The magnanimous Visvarupa pondered this matter for some time but did not reveal his realization to anyone, preferring to remain engrossed in his own service. Visvarupa was always found in the association of pure Vaishnava devotees discussing topics about Krishna, engaging in Krishna's service or worshipping the Lord in devotion. People of the world have always been mad after mundane life, wealth, children, education, etc. When the materialistic people of Nadia would see the Vaishnava devotees, who are naturally disgusted with material life, they would taunt them. The materialists composed verses and recited them whenever they saw a Vaishnava. The renounced sannyasis, the chaste ladies and the yogis performing austerity will all have to die. Then why their futile endeavor? By our standard, a fortunate person has the means to ride on a horse or be carried on a palanquin with 10 to 20 persons running in front and behind him. You drench yourselves with tears of spiritual emotions while singing to your Lord, yet we do not see any sign of your poverty and misery being alleviated. Your Lord will surely become angry if you continue to call out Hari Hari so loudly and so often. The Lord's pure devotees felt sorry for the atheistic people who were devoid of devotion and therefore spoke in an offensive manner. In every direction the devotees saw people burning in the fire of material existence. Nowhere could they hear the kirtana of Lord Hari's names. Sri Visvarupa in particular felt great anguish over the absence of kirtana of the name of his beloved Krishna Chandra. If ever Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam discourses were held, the speaker could never explain the privileges of devotional service to Lord Krishna, which was the real essence of those scriptures. The teachers destroyed themselves by perverting the meaning of the scriptures and speculating on the conclusion. Devotional service is unknown to such a materialistic society. Sri Advaita Prabhu and the other Vaishnava devotees were overcome with pity and sorrow for the unfortunate living entities who were afflicted by perverted conceptions of life. Sri Visvarupa was depressed by the environment and said to himself, I do not like to see the sinful faces of the people of this materialistic society. I will go live in the forest. Each day at dawn, after a bath in the Ganga, Sri Visvarupa would visit the house of Sri Advaita Prabhu. Sri Advaita Prabhu used to roar in delight when he heard Sri Visvarupa explain that the essence of all scriptures was the process of devotional service to Lord Krishna. He would leave aside his regular worship just to hear Sri Visvarupa's discourses, and the assembled Vaishnavas would exclaim, Hari Hari, in appreciation of the discussion. The devotees roared like lions in the ecstasy of Krishna consciousness and felt the heavy burden of gloom lift from their hearts. On such days no one wanted to leave Visvarupa's association, nor could he separate himself from the devotees. One day when Mother Sasi had completed her cooking, she told Sri Visvambhara to bring his elder brother home to eat. Bearing that instruction, Lord Visvambhara ran to Sri Advaitakriya's residence to retrieve his brother. At the Akriya's house he saw the assembly of Vaishnavas discussing the most auspicious topics of Krishna Leela. Sri Gaurasundara, who is Lord Krishna himself, felt satisfied to hear the devotees glorify him, and he captivated them with his glances. Every line of the Lord's transcendental form seemed to defy the extremities of delicate beauty. The radiance of millions upon millions of moons lost their luster when compared to the effulgence of even one of the Lord's fingernails. Bare-chested and covered with dust, Visvambhara smiled and addressed his elder brother. Brother, come to eat. Mother is calling you. He caught hold of Visvarupa's dadi and together they walked home. Sri Visvambhara's enchanting beauty held the devotees in a trance. They stared at him in wonder, unable to move. The devotees entered into meditation, experiencing the ecstasy of love of Godhead. Even the discussions on Krishna could not be continued. The materialistic person is unable to comprehend the Lord's transcendental activities of attracting and alluring the hearts of his devotees. This mystery was revealed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, where the matchless message of Sukadeva Goswami was given to Maharaja Parikshita. In a previous millennium, this Sri Gaurasundara appeared in Gokula as Krishna. He roamed about in different houses enacting his childhood pastimes in the company of other children. The cowherd ladies of Gokula were more fond of baby Krishna than of their own sons. Although the gopis did not understand that Lord Krishna was the Supreme Lord, they naturally felt more affection for him than for their own sons. King Parikshita was amazed by Sukadeva Goswami's unequivocal answers to his questions, and he listened in rapt ecstasy. O Sukadeva Goswami, what you have revealed to me has never before been heard in the entire universe. It is certainly the most extraordinary topic. Just see how they loved Krishna, the child of another woman, more than their own sons. Srila Sukadeva Goswami replied, O King Pariksit, the Supreme Personality is perceived as the Supersoul existent in the hearts of every living entity. He is the most beloved Lord of the heart. When the soul leaves the body of the son, wife, friend or relative, the family members have the body taken away from the house in a matter of moments. Therefore, it is the Supersoul which is the life of every living entity. That Supersoul is none other than Sri Nandana, Krishna. Because of the inherent characteristics of the Supersoul, Lord Krishna is able to attract the affection of the gopis. This fact is applicable only to the devotees, for a non-devotee can never feel affection for the Lord. Lord Krishna resided within the heart of Kamsa and other demons, so why were they envious and inimical towards him? The reason was that these demons had committed grievous offenses in their previous lives. Everyone agrees that the sweetness of sugar is easily discernible. Only a diseased person will find its taste bitter. The tongue is diseased. It is not the fault of the sugar. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Caitanya, is the sweetest of all. Everyone saw the Lord in Nabadwip, yet no one besides the devotees recognized him. Wherever he wandered in Nabadwip, Nimai captivated the hearts of the devotees while performing his wonderful pastimes. On the day that Visvambhara came to call his brother home, he enchanted the hearts of the Vaishnavas. The magnanimous Advaita Mahasaya thought, this young boy is certainly not an ordinary mundane personality. I cannot determine what substance this boy is made of, said Advaita to the assembled devotees. The devotees simultaneously glorified his extraordinary beauty. Sri Visvarupa returned home briefly and then went straight back to Sri Advaitakriya's house. Enjoyments of material life had no attraction for Sri Visvarupa. He experienced joy only in singing the glories of Lord Krishna. In his own house, Sri Visvarupa spent all his time in the Visnugriha, a room set aside for Salagrama Sila. He was unfamiliar with the ways of familial dealing. His parents were eager to have him married, but when he heard their plans he grew morose. He was consumed by only one thought: I will leave my family and go to the forest. The Supreme Lord alone is able to know his own inner inclinations. Thus Sri Visvarupa, the Supreme Lord, took the renounced order of sannyasa within a few days of that time. With the name Sri Sankararanya, which would become famous throughout the universe, that foremost Vaishnava set out on the eternal path. Sri Visvarupa's disappearance left the hearts of Mother Sasi and Sri Misra in intense grief. With the other family members and friends, the parents wailed in lamentation. Sri Visvambhara was unable to bear the separation of his brother and he fell unconscious. I am unable to depict the scene of intense grief and lamentation which struck the house of Sri Misra. Sri Advaita Prabhu and all the other devotees shed profuse tears in the unbearable separation from Sri Visvarupa. People from all classes of Nadia society were moved with grief when they heard the news of the boy's sannyasa. Their hearts broken with sorrow, Mother Sasi and Sri Misra continuously called out, Visvarupa, Visvarupa. Sri Jagannatha was overwhelmed with the throbbing pains of separation from his son, and his friends and relatives tried to console him. Dear Misra, please compose yourself. Do not feel sad. This magnanimous personality has delivered your entire family. If any member in the family takes the sannyasa order of life, then innumerable generations become eligible to live in the transcendental abode of Vaikuntha. The course of action your son adopted is certainly the perfection of all education. We should express our great happiness for you, they said as they held the feet and hands of the afflicted parents. Think about Visvambhara. He is the glory of your family. This son of yours will be the scion of the entire family line. He will eliminate all your sufferings. What is the need to have countless millions of sons when you have a son like this one? Friends and relatives tried to make Sri Misra understand his fortunate position. They offered good counsel but failed to mitigate his misery. Misra Mahasaya tried to control his emotion, but as soon as he remembered the wonderful qualities of Sri Visvarupa, he again lost himself in bereavement. I could never know for certain whether this son would stay with me or not, said Sri Misra. The Supreme Lord Krishna gave me the child and he himself took him back. Whatever Lord Krishna desires must certainly occur. The infinitesimal living entities possess but insignificant power over life's phenomena. I therefore surrender my body, senses and everything to you, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Omnipotent Lord. You are my shelter. Exerting true wisdom and established in knowledge of the Absolute, Misra Mahasaya gradually composed his disturbed mind. In this way Sri Visvarupa enacted the pastime of leaving his house and accepting sannyasa. He is the non-different, direct expansion of Lord Nityananda, the original Sankarsana. Whoever hears the pastime of Sri Visvarupa accepting the sannyasa order of life is freed from the noose of karma and attains devotional service to Lord Krishna. The devotees experienced mixed feelings over Sri Visvarupa's sannyasa. They were caught between elation and depression. Lord Krishna has taken from us the only saintly Vaishnava association we had. With Sri Visvarupa we discussed topics of Krishna consciousness, but now he is gone. We should also leave everything and go to the forest where we no longer have to see the faces of this sinful society. The entire population is engrossed in reprobate activities. How long is one supposed to tolerate insults inflicted by the vile words of atheists? Nowhere is the holy name of Lord Krishna uttered. The entire world is inviting its doom, drowning itself in illusory, sense-gratifying activities. And when the unequivocal process of devotional service to Lord Krishna is explained to the atheists, they reject it and ridicule us. What happiness have you gained by worshipping Krishna? They demand. You live in an improvised condition, you beg even for your food, and your misery continuously increases. The devotees uttered long sighs and agreed that they were no longer capable of living in that degraded society. They wanted to go off to the forest. Advaita Mahasaya consoled each devotee saying, you will certainly meet with the highest of bliss. I feel a great exhilaration in my heart as the Lord Krishna Chandra has made his divine appearance. Go and happily sing Lord Krishna's holy name. In a few days you will see our beloved Lord Krishna right here. Lord Krishna will perform many pleasurable pastimes assisted by all of you. Only then will I, Advaita, become an unalloyed servitor of Lord Krishna. That rare mercy which is seldom experienced by Srila Sukadeva Goswami or Prahlada Maharaja will be received by all of you. Inspired by the nectarine words of Srila Advaita Prabhu, the devotees sang the name of Hari jubilantly. As the devotees roared with the repetition of Lord Hari's name, their hearts became filled with happiness. Lord Gaurasundara was busy playing with his friends when the sound of Lord Hari's name reached his house. When he arrived in the midst of the devotees they inquired, what brings you here, dear child? And Nimai replied, why did you call for me? With his troop of young friends Nimai then took off at a run. No one could grasp Lord Visvambhara's real identity due to the influence of his transcendental illusory potency. From the day Sri Visvarupa left the house to become a sannyasi, Lord Visvamdhara minimized his restless and mischievous behavior. Nimai stayed by the side of his mother and father to mitigate their grief in separation from Visvarupa. He restrained himself from playing, and while studying he would not leave his books for a moment. After studying any aphorism once, Nimai mastered it so well that when questioned on it, he bettered everyone else. Because of Nimai's extraordinary intelligence, people praised his parents, saying, Sri Misra and Sasamata are truly blessed. And to Jagannatha Misra they said, Dear Misra, you are truly successful to have such an illustrious son. There is not another child in all the three worlds to match Nimai's superior wisdom. He will excel even Sri Brihaspati in erudition. He can present his own spontaneous explanations on any point, but no one is able to defeat his deceptive arguments. Mother Sasi was happy to hear about her son's wonderful attributes, but Sri Misra felt morose once again. This son of ours will never remain involved in household life, Sri Misra told Sasamata. Visvarupa studied the scriptures just as Nimai is doing now. He understood that there isn't a shred of reality in material existence. Knowing the essence of all scriptures, our wise Visvarupa rejected transient material life and went away. If Nimai also learns all the scriptures, he will certainly follow the same path. Nimai is all that is left to us. He is our very life. If we lose him, we will certainly leave our bodies. Therefore he should no longer study. He can be an illiterate child and remain in the house. Mother Sasi argued, how will he maintain his life if he remains illiterate? Moreover, no one will give their daughter in marriage to an illiterate person. But Sri Misra replied, surely you must be the naive daughter of a Brahmin. You should know that Lord Krishna, who is everyone's protector, has created everything. He will give and take whatever is required. The entire material creation is maintained by the Lord of the universe, Krishna. Who has misinformed you that mere materialistic knowledge can help maintain anything? Lord Krishna is in complete control of everything. He even designs the results of the matching of brides and grooms. Both the learned groom as well as the illiterate groom are given brides. Lord Krishna is omnipotent and he maintains everyone. Whatever you see as lineage or formal education, etc., are simply semblances of reality. Why don't you take me as an example standing right here in front of you? I possess sufficient learning, yet there is insufficient food in my house. There are persons who cannot even pronounce the alphabets properly, yet see for yourself the thousands of scholars who crowd their doorsteps. Hence, it is not formal education or other material qualifications that maintain us, rather it is Lord Krishna who keeps and maintains everyone. When one has never worshipped the lotus feet of Lord Govinda, how is it possible for him to live in comfortable opulence and meet death in a blissful state? By rendering devotional service to Lord Krishna we suffer from the pangs of poverty, but we embrace death in a happy state. This is not the case for one who depends on his material knowledge and wealth. A person may possess sufficient learning, high birth and enormous wealth, but without the mercy of Lord Krishna he can never be delivered from the misery of material life. A person may live amidst fine sense enjoyment and opulence, but Lord Krishna may also allot him some incurable disease, causing him much misery. Such a person cannot really revel in sense pleasure. He burns with frustration, and I would say he is more miserable than a penniless derelict. Take note from this. All is but naught. In spite of his having great material wealth, one's future is determined entirely by Lord Krishna's desire. Do not bother yourself thinking about your son's maintenance. I can assure you that Lord Krishna will look after him. As long as there remains life in my body, Nimai will not feel even the slightest sign of suffering. We all have Lord Krishna as our only shelter. Why should you worry when you are a good mother and a chaste and dedicated wife? I impress upon you that there is no need for Nimai's studies. Let my son remain in the house as an illiterate. Having made his decision, Sri Misra called his son and announced, Nimai, I promise you that from today you are relieved of all studies. You may do as you like. Whatever you desire, my son, I am ready to provide. Just stay in the house and be fully satisfied. Sri Misra left to attend to other business, and the Supreme Lord Visvamdhara could understood that his studies had been discontinued. As the spring of eternal religious principles, Sri Gauranga was obedient to his father's instruction and did not attend school. But the Lord was disappointed and once again took to his restless, impetuous ways with other young boys his age. Both in his own house and in the neighbors' houses, Nimai smashed or squandered away whatever he found within reach. Even after dark, Nimai remained away from home. The whole evening he performed various pastimes with the other young boys. covering themselves with a blanket so they looked like a bull. Naimai and another friend moved around in a most amusing manner. During the day they had seen a small backyard banana plantation, and at night, dressed in their bull costume, they plundered the banana trees. The owner of the house raised a loud alarm when he saw the bull in his garden, but by the time a crowd was awake to remedy the situation, Naimai and his friends had already escaped. Sometimes they tied the neighbors' doors from the outside so that they could not leave the house to use the outdoor lavatory. When the people inside the house made a commotion, Naimai would run off. Day and night the Lord of Vaikuntha and his friends performed endless pranks. There was no limit to Lord Visvambhara's mischievous deed, yet Sri Misra never corrected him. One day Sri Misra was called away on some duty and Naimai felt angry because he was not allowed to study. The pots used for cooking Lord Vishnu's offerings were kept outside in a pile for cleaning. Naimai decided to sit on top of those contaminated pots. Kindly listen with undivided attention to this confidential incident. Devotional service to Lord Krishna is perfected by sincerely hearing this story. Sitting on the pile of contaminated pots as if it was a royal throne, Sri Gaurasundara glanced around with a smile playing on his lips. His golden complexion was spotted by the black soot from the contaminated pots. He looked like a golden doll smeared by dark sweet-smelling sandalwood and aguru paste. Several friends went to Mother Saucy and informed her, Naimai is sitting on top of the contaminated pots. Mother Saucy was shocked when she saw him. My dear child, this is not a proper place to sit, she scolded. Can you not judge between clean and unclean things after all these years? Don't you know that one must bathe after touching unclean pots? Lord Naimai retorted, you do not allow me to study. How do you expect me to know the differences between clean and unclean? I am just an illiterate Brahmin. I am an uneducated fool with no idea of what is clean or unclean. I see oneness in everything. My vision is non-dual. After his speech Naimai smiled from atop his seat of unclean pots. At that moment he manifested the mood of Lord Dattatreya, Krishna's incarnation as the son of a tree. His mother replied, now that you have sat in a dirty place, how are you going to clean yourself? But Lord Visvambhara replied, Mother, you have an extremely childlike mentality. I am never situated in a contaminated place. Wherever I am, that place becomes most sanctified. Ganga Devi and all other places of pilgrimage naturally reside there. Clean and unclean are imaginary. It is a conditioned way of thinking. What can be the fault of the Creator or his creation? Let us assume something is contaminated according to social etiquettes and Vedic ritualistic opinions. If I, the supreme absolute purity, touch it, then what contamination can remain? In reality, these pots are not in the least contaminated because you have cooked for Lord Vishnu in them. Lord Vishnu's cooking utensils can never be contaminated. On the contrary, they can purify everything and every place simply by their touch. Similarly, I do not reside in a degraded place nor on a materialistic plane. Everyone is purified by my contact. After speaking the absolute non-dual truth just as a child would speak on ordinary topics, Naimai smiled. By the influence of his illusory potency, no one could fathom his words. Nevertheless they all smiled condescendingly at small Naimai's speech while Sasamata insisted he come for a bath. Naimai would not leave the pots, so Sasamata coaxed, come quickly before your father comes home and learns about all of this. But Naimai was adamant, if you do not permit me to study, then I will not move from this spot. I am telling you clearly. The neighbors turned to Naimai's mother and inquired, why do you forbid Naimai to continue his education? Many persons tutor their sons with painstaking care. How fortunate for you that this young boy desires to study of his own accord. Which of your enemies has advised you to keep your son in the house as an illiterate fool? Naimai is not to be blamed in the least for this situation. Turning to Naimai they said, come child, if from today you are not allowed to study, then you should continue your work of destruction properly. Sitting atop the pots, Naimai smiled sweetly, and the fortunate souls who saw him floated in an ocean of absolute bliss. The mother herself had to bring the child down. All the while Lord Gaurachandra, looking like a beautiful blue sapphire, continued to smile sweetly. Naimai spoke the non-dual absolute truth in the mood of his previous incarnation Lord Dattatreya, but none could grasp the import due to the influence of Lord Vishnu's illusory potency. The pious Mother Saucy took Naimai for a bath, and meanwhile Sri Misra returned. Mother Saucy told the entire story to Sri Misra and lamented, our son is sorry that he is not allowed to study. Some neighbors petitioned Naimai's father, dear Misra, we know you are a high-minded soul. On whose advice did you forbid your son to continue his education? Whatever Lord Krishna desires will always come true. Therefore discard all your worries and allow your son to study without anxiety. You are truly fortunate that your son wants to learn of his own volition. Therefore choose an auspicious day, initiate your son with the sacred Brahmin's thread and begin his studies again properly. Sri Misra replied, "You are all my dearest friends. Whatever you decide I must consent to." Young Nimai's activities were all superhuman, and although everyone saw them with utter amazement, they could never understand their deep mystery. Occasionally pious and fortunate people came to visit Sri Misra and informed him of the superhuman qualities of his child. This child must never be considered an ordinary boy, they would advise. Keep him close to your heart with utmost care. The supreme actor of Vaikuntha, Nimai, frolicked mischievously in his own courtyard. Then with his father's permission, Sri Caitanya joyfully resumed his studies. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 8. All glories to Sri Gaurachandra, who is an ocean of mercy. All glories to the radiant moon who has risen in the house of Sri Misra and Sasai Devi. All glories to the life and soul of Lord Nityananda. All glories to the treasure house of congregational chanting, the religion of this age. All glories to Lord Gauranga, his devotees and his associates. Just by hearing the pastimes of Lord Caitanya, devotional service to the Supreme Lord is immediately achieved. While Lord Caitanya lived in Sri Jagannatha Misra's house, his true identity was wrapped in complete secrecy and no one could recognize him. As many games as there are for boys in this world, young Nimai played them all. Who knows the names of all these games? The wonderful pastimes of Lord Caitanya have been revealed in all the Vedas and Puranas. Within a short time all fortunate and pious souls will hear about them. Totally absorbed in the mood of a child, Lord Gauranga passed many years. At last the time arrived for him to accept the sacred Brahmana's thread. When Sri Misra decided to initiate his son with the sacred Brahmana's thread, he called his friends to his house for the occasion. They arrived in great delight and took up different duties to assist with the ceremony. The ladies ululated in glorification and sang about the extraordinary qualities of Lord Krishna while the musicians played on different instruments, mridangas, sannai and flute. The brahmanas chanted Vedic hymns and the orators offered verses in glorification. Sasai Devi's house was flooded with great joy, as if joy personified had made its appearance there. At the time Lord Gaurasundara was to accept the sacred thread, all the planets were favorably positioned. The month, the day and the moment were all auspicious when Lord Gauranga, who is Sri Hari, accepted the sacred thread. The sacred thread adorning the beautiful form of the Lord was an enchanting sight. Certainly Anantasesha must have assumed a thread form to circle the body of his beloved Lord. The Supreme Lord Gaurachandra then manifest his Vaimana form. Whoever saw that wonderful pastime felt unbounded joy. People saw a wonderful spiritual aura emanating from the Lord and they immediately discarded their anthropomorphic vision. With a stick in his hand and a cloth bag hanging from his shoulder, Sri Gaurasundara went begging to the houses of his devotees. Each man according to his ability placed alms in Nimai's bag and felt great satisfaction. The ladies also smiled with pleasure as they dropped their alms in his bed. Sri Sarasvati Devi, Sri Parvati Devi, and the chaste and dedicated wives of other great sages appeared on the scene. Taking the position of Brahmana's wives, they gave alms to the beautiful Brahmana boy, Nimai. Seeing Nimai's radiant Vaimana form, everyone smiled with satisfaction and gave him alms. He enacted the transcendental pastimes of Lord Vaimana simply for the redemption of all conditioned souls. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra's beautiful form. Please place those lotus feet in the throne of my heart. Anyone who hears the narration of Lord Visvambhara accepting the sacred thread attains the supreme shelter of Sri Caitanya Chandra's lotus feet. Nimai, the Supreme Lord of Vaikuntha, performed various other pastimes while residing in the house of Sasamata. These pastimes seem obscure in the Vedas. Nimai already understood the essence of all the scriptures even while studying at home, but still he desired to study in the company of others. Sri Gangadasa Pandita, a resident of Nabadwip, was a crown jewel amongst teachers. He was none other than Sandipani Muni, the teacher of Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna. He was extremely knowledgeable in grammar and Nimai expressed a strong desire to study under him. Sri Misra correctly interpreted his son's indications and went with him to the house of the learned Brahmana, Sri Gangadasa. Sri Gangadasa Pandita stood up respectfully on seeing Sri Misra and went forward to meet him. After embracing him warmly, Sri Gangadasa offered him a seat. "I give my son to you," said Sri Misra. "Please let him read and hear from you and personally teach him everything." Sri Gangadasa Pandita replied, I feel immensely fortunate because of this offer. I will teach him to the best of my ability. Sri Gangadasa was extremely pleased to have Nimai as a student and kept him always by his side like a son. Simply by hearing Sri Gangadasa's explanations only once, Nimai was able to grasp their meaning. He could refute his teacher's explanations and then re-establish those same arguments. Gangadasa Pandita had hundreds of students but none could engage in debate with Nimai. The teacher was extremely pleased with Nimai's extraordinary intelligence and declared him to be the best student. In the presence of Nimai's arguments, the other students in the school danced like puppets. Amongst Nimai's associates, Sri Murari Gupta, Sri Kamlakanta, Sri Krishnananda and others like them were prominent. Nimai defeated everyone by posing tricky arguments on Sufism. The older students, considering him to be young, simply smiled without offering any rebuttals. Each day after completing his studies, Nimai went with the boys his own age to bathe in the Ganga. There were countless other students in Nabadwap who also went to bathe in the Ganga after their classes each day at noon. There were many teachers in Nabadwap and each had many students. The students of one teacher would continuously challenge students of other teachers. Although Nimai was only in his early boyhood, he had a mischievous nature and continually started quarrels with other students. One student might say, "What intelligence does your teacher have?" Another would say, "Look whose student I am." In this way they would begin by being a little abusive towards each other. Then they would splash water at each other and end up throwing sand. Fights would break out and boys would beat whoever they could catch. Someone might throw mud on another and then jump on him and beat him as well. After falsely swearing in the name of the king, some boys would catch other boys and after beating them soundly, swim to safety on the other side of the Ganga. The water of the Ganga became muddy by the wild wrestling and scuffing of the students. The women could not fill their water containers nor could the Brahmanas and other respectable people take a bath. Displaying his extremely restless nature, Visvambhararaya went from one bathing ghat to another, finding in each place an audience of students, an arena in which to debate and dispute. At one ghat he played the stick game with friends. The advanced students band together and challenged, "Why do you always quarrel with everyone? Let us see how intelligent you are. Let's us hear you give the purport to the explanation of the astrological treatise in the almanac." Nimai said, "That is very good indeed. I accept your challenge. Whoever wants can question me." One irritated student said, "Why are you so conceited?" But Nimai replied, "You may question me as you like." The student said, "Explain the laws of verbal roots." Nimai replied, "I shall explain them but you must listen attentively." Nimai, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was the source of all potencies. Naturally his explanations of the grammatical rules were very authorized. The challenging student praised Nimai for his explanation. Then Nimai said, "But now hear me refute my own arguments." Nimai picked out the discrepancies in his own explanations and said, "Who amongst you has the power to establish any point over and above my arguments?" The students were all amazed by Nimai's original arguments as well as the arguments he used to defeat himself, so no one dared say anything. "All right," he said, "I shall have to establish the new argument which defeats the other two." Sri Gaurachandra gave his new explanation which was as beautiful and poetic as the first two. The students were all truly impressed and embraced Nimai sincerely. The students said, "Go home today, but come back tomorrow and we will have fresh questions for you." Playing the part of a student and wrapped in learning, Nimai, the Lord of Vaikuntha, frolicked in the water of the Jahnavi, Ganga. Nimai's erudition was so profound that in the presence of the other students of Nabadwap, he looked like Prahaspati himself surrounded by his disciples. While performing their daily water sports, Nimai and his friends occasionally swam across the river to the far bank. Since the time that Lord Krishna sported in the water of the Jamuna river, the Ganga had nursed an intense desire to have that same good fortune. Although the Ganga is worshipped by the prayers of such great personalities as Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, she nevertheless aspired to achieve the elevated position of the Jamuna. The Supreme Lord Gaurasundara was a desired tree which continuously fulfilled that longing of Jahnavi, Ganga. After a day of sports and fun, Sri Gaurasundara returned home, worshipped Lord Vishnu in the prescribed manner, offered water to the Tulasi tree and sat down to eat. Immediately after his meal Nimai would take his books and search for a quiet place to study. In that lonely place the gem of all lords absorbed himself in study, making annotations on different aphorisms. Seeing his son's studious mood, Sri Misra floated on the waves of happiness but never revealed his pleasure to anyone. In intense parental devotion he reveled in the unparalleled beauty of his son, and in that mood he gained liberation. But Sri Misra considered the happiness of liberation to be quite insignificant. For the pure devotee there is no joy from either liberation or gross and subtle sense gratification. I offer my countless obeisances at the feet of Sri Jagannatha Misra, whose son is the Supreme Lord of the unlimited material creation. Sri Misra continually floated in an ocean of bliss simply by seeing his charming son, Nimai. Cupid's beauty bows in defeat before the Lord's blossoming freshness. His every exquisite limb exudes incomparable charm. In parental anxiety Sri Misra once thought, I hope no witch or spirit ever casts a spell on Nimai. Imagining the worst, he immediately prayed that Lord Krishna would always give his son shelter. Nimai overheard his father's prayers and smiled to himself. Sri Misra prayed, O Lord Krishna, you are the protector of all. Please look upon my son graciously. Impediments of any sort never appear in the life of any person who remembers your lotus feet, my lord. Those sinful places where you are not remembered become infested with witches, ghosts and evil spirits. O Lord, I am your servant, so whatever is mine is automatically yours. Kindly receive them within your shelter. Therefore I pray that no obstacles or difficulties will befall my son at any time. Sri Misra continued to pray with unflinching faith. Lifting both his hands, he begged for the Lord's mercy. One day by divine arrangement Sri Misra had a dream which caused him both intense delight and extreme grief. He bowed down on the ground and prayed, O Lord Govinda, allow Nimai to remain in my house. O Lord Krishna, this is the only benediction I beg of you. Let Nimai be a householder and live at home. In surprise Mother Sasi inquired, why have you all of the sudden prayed for benedictions from the Lord? Today I had a dream, answered Sri Misra. In the dream I saw that Nimai had shaved off his sikha. Dressed in indescribably beautiful sannyasi robes, he simultaneously laughed, danced, wept and chanted Krishna's name. Advaita Prabhu and all the other devotees encircled Nimai and joined in the chanting. I saw Nimai sit on Ananta Sesha, Lord Vishnu's couch, and place his foot on everyone's head. Lord Brahma, Lord Siva and Sri Ananta Sesha chanted Jai Sachinandana. Although everyone around was jubilantly chanting praises, I alone stood silent in fear. In a flash I saw Nimai, followed by millions and millions of people, roaming from town to town, dancing. Countless millions followed him chanting Lord Hari's name in unison. That sound touched the very coverings of the material universe. While I listened to the glorification of Nimai flowing from every direction, I saw devotees who followed him to Nilakala, Puri. This dream caused me such anxiety. I am afraid our son will become disgusted with household affairs and leave home as a sannyasi. What you saw was just a dream, pacified Mother Sasi. O learned husband, do not worry. Nimai won't leave us. Nimai knows nothing but his books and he thinks that learning is all in all. Because of their parental affection, those two extremely noble souls continued to discuss topics related to their son's future. However, after a few days Sri Jagannatha Misra disappeared from this mortal world in his pure form. Nimai wept bitterly over his father's disappearance, as had Lord Ramachandra when his father King Dasaratha left his body. Mother Sasi survived only because of Nimai's irresistible attractiveness. As it deepens my grief to discuss this subject, I have described the incidents very briefly. Nimai stayed close to his bereaved mother and concealed his own grief well. Mother Sasi cared for her fatherless son without a thought of any other work. If Mother Sasi lost sight of Nimai for a moment she swooned and both eyes lost their vision. Nimai also reciprocated. Allowing his love and affection to flow continuously to his mother, he consoled her with calming, hopeful words. Mother, please do not despair. As long as I am with you nothing shall harm you, he assured her. Soon I shall bring you that gift which is unobtainable even by demigods like Lord Brahma and Lord Siva. Mother Sasi simply beheld the kind and beautiful face of Nimai and forgot her own misery. How could she feel discouraged in his presence? The Supreme Personality of Godhead was living as the son of Mother Sasi. Simply by remembering him, one's every desire could be fulfilled. How could despair touch Mother Sasi? Nimai uplifted her spirits, and she attained an eternal blissful form. The Lord of Vaikuntha was present in Nabadwip as a young Brahmana boy, enjoying the bliss derived from his own supremely opulent self. Poverty in their house was only an external feature. Nimai's commands were expressions from an autocratic all-opulent Lord of Lords. Whatever Nimai demanded he had to get without considering its availability. If his demands were not supplied, there was no escaping his wrath. He would break and smash everything in sight, not thinking that the loss was his own. In spite of this, Mother Saucy gave her son whatever he wanted only because of her deep affection for him. One day when Nimai was going to bathe in the Ganga, he asked his mother for oil, a malaki and other ingredients. "I want to bathe in the Ganga and also offer her worship," he said. "So please give me a nice garland and aromatic sandalwood for this purpose." "Please wait a few minutes, my dear son," said Mother Saucy. "I will have to go and get a garland." Nimai went into a fit of rage like Lord Rudra when he heard the words, "I am going to get it. You want to go now to bring a garland?" He raged as he stormed into the house. In the fury he smashed all the pots of Ganga water. Then with a stick he smashed every pot or container he could find. As the supreme, independent lord, he did whatever he pleased. Husked rice, cotton, grains, and salt from the broken vessels ran in rivets created by spilled oil, ghee and milk. Mother Saucy saved dried foodstuffs in cloth bags which hung from the ceiling, but Nimai pulled down every bag. He scattered their contents, and in his rage he even tore up the cloth bags. When nothing in the house remained whole, Nimai directed his wrath on the residents themselves. Taking up his stick again, Nimai began to beat the walls. Not a soul dared to reproach him. After the walls he smashed the windows and doors, and then he attacked a tree in the courtyard with the stick fixed in both hands. And without a moment of remorse over the tirade, he at last struck the ground with his stick and lost his sense entirely. In fear for her life, Mother Saucy hid in one end of the building. Lord Gaurasundara, propagator of religious principles, came to establish eternal religion or Sanatana Dharma. He would never raise his hand against his mother. Although his anger still boiled visibly, he refrained from beating his mother. Having demolished everything in sight, Nimai fumed as he rolled in the dust of the courtyard. His beautiful golden form was covered with dust. His glory was truly indescribable, for even in that condition he was utterly charming. At last he grew calm and lay quite still in the dust of the courtyard. That Lord of Vaikuntha called for his internal yoga maya potency with simply a glance and entered into a yoga nidra sleep as he lay on the hard earth. The transcendental form of Lord Ananta Sesha is Nimai's resting place, and Sri Lakshmi Devi eternally serves his lotus feet. That supreme personality, who is sought after by the four Vedas, lay asleep in Mother Saucy's courtyard. The endless cosmic manifestation emanates from the pores of his body. His servants perform the act of creation, maintenance and annihilation. Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and other elevated personages become overwhelmed while meditating on his transcendental attributes. But that Supreme Lord Nimai was resting peacefully in Saucy's courtyard. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu tasted the mellow of self-perception and then fell asleep as the demigods looked on with joyous tears. Mother Saucy brought a garland for the worship of Ganga Devi and placed it directly in front of Nimai. She wiped the sand and dust from his transcendental body and lifted him up. "Wake up, dear child," she said softly. "Take your garland and go worship Ganga Devi as you desired. What has happened is good, my son. I hope that all dangers and difficulties were driven out with the broken pieces." Sri Gaurasundara was ashamed, but he rose and went to take his bath. Mother Saucy cleaned the house and prepared to cook. She felt no unhappiness although so much had been wasted by Nimai's tirade. Mother Yasoda and Gokula also endured the restless moods and activities of Lord Krishna. As the universal mother, Sasai Devi also endured the restless behavior of Sri Gaurasundara. Just as Nimai angrily smashed everything in Mother Saucy's house, there were many other restless pastimes he performed. I could narrate many of them. Mother Saucy endured everything with body, mind and words as though she were Mother Earth in person. After some time Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of wonderful pastimes, returned home from his bath in the Ganga. He worshipped Lord Vishnu, offered water to Tulasi and sat down to eat. Satisfied with his meal, Nimai washed himself and chewed on betel leaf. After some time Mother Saucy broke the silence. "My son, what was the purpose of so much destruction and waste? This house, the furniture, all the food grains, everything belongs to you, and the loss is yours. I am not responsible. You insist that you want to go to study this very moment, but I have run out of resources in the house. What will you eat tomorrow?" Nimai smiled at his mother's words. "Lord Krishna is the maintainer. He will take care of us," replied Nimai. With that the Lord of Sarasvati took his books in hand and went to study. For some time he remained in the mellow of learning, and in the evening he walked to the banks of the Ganga. From there he returned home. Calling his mother aside in secrecy, Nimai gave her 2 talas of shining gold. "You see, mother, Lord Krishna has given me a treasure. Exchange it for money and spend it as you need." Nimai went off to bed, leaving poor dazed Sasidevi to try to resolve the mystery of her son's behavior. From where does he bring gold, she pondered. I'm afraid some danger will befall us because of this. As soon as there is a shortage of our necessary supplies, he brings gold, not just once but again and again. Does he borrow the gold, or create it by mystic powers? From where or whom does he get it? Noble Mother Saucy was an innocent and honest woman. She was apprehensive even while exchanging the gold for money. Mother Saucy instructed the people, first show the gold in several different places, then exchange it. Thus Nimai, the clandestine supreme controller of all mystic powers, lived in Nabadwap. Always seen clutching his books in his graceful hands, Nimai looked like Cupid personified as he studied in the midst of his classmates. An Urdhva tilak mark adorned his forehead, and the beauty of his shining curly hair could rob anyone of his mind. He was the embodiment of transcendental effulgence, and round his shoulder hung the sacred Brahmin thread. His ever-smiling enchanting face was delightful, showing off a set of twinkling teeth. How wonderful were his lotus eyes, and how wonderful was the charming manner in which he tucks his bright dotty thrice in the waistband. Whoever beheld Nimai's beauty gazed at him with unblinking eyes. No one could pass by him without an adulatory comment like, "What extraordinary beauty." Nimai Thakura could give such a marvelous explanation of anything that even his teacher felt immeasurable pleasure when hearing it. Sri Gangadasa Pandita personally honored Nimai by appointing him foremost of all the students. The teacher said, "My boy, please continue to study attentively, and I am very sure you will soon be a great scholar and teacher yourself." Nimai said, "Sir, once you have blessed someone, what can keep him from attaining the Bhattacharya title?" There was not a student who could answer any of Nimai's questions. He himself would establish a law of principle, but in the end he could refute his conclusions. And if someone could not explain a principle, Nimai would explain it perfectly. While bathing, while eating, while walking, or while performing any other activity, Nimai thought only of scriptural conclusions. In this way Nimai remained absorbed in the mellow of learning and education without revealing himself to the world, a world spiritually blind and full of offenses. The entire society had become devoid of devotional service to Supreme Lord Hari, and the people were preoccupied. Grand festivals were held in honor of sons and relatives. Nothing in society found expression except the pursuit of bodily maintenance, household welfare, and other mundane activities. The people in general sought happiness through false aspirations, and the society of Vaishnavas lamented over the condition. The Vaishnavas chanted Krishna's names and lamented in their prayers, "O Supreme Lord Narayana, please be merciful to these unfortunate living entities." And to the whole society they said, "You have not developed any attraction for the all-attractive Lord Krishna, in spite of receiving this rare human birth. How much longer do you want to enjoy such adversity? This rare human birth that even demigods desire is being wasted by you in false pleasures." Nobody follows the festivals that glorify and honor Lord Krishna, rather they perform ritualistic ceremonies like marriages to enjoy themselves as they march towards the jaws of death. And again to the Lord they prayed, "These living entities belong to you, O Lord. You are the protector. What power do we have to speak? You are the supreme father of everyone." In this way the devotees considered the benefit of all living entities and then sang the glories of Lord Krishna Chandra. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 9. All glories to Sri Krishna Caitanya, the unlimited ocean of mercy. All glories to Lord Nityananda, the dearest friend of the distressed. All glories to Lord Caitanya, the life's treasure and soul of Sri Advaita, and the priceless treasure house of Sri Gadadhara Pandita. All glories to Lord Visvambhara, the son of Sri Jagannatha Misra and Mother Saucy. All glories to all the devotees who are such dear associates of the Lord. Lord Ananta Sesha appeared in the Radha district on an order given previously by Sri Caitanya. He remained in the material world according to Mahaprabhu's transcendental desire. Sri Nityananda Prabhu, the Lord of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, appeared in the village of Ekakakra. His father was a Brahmana named Hadai Pandita and his mother was Srimati Padmavati Devi. From his early childhood Sri Nityananda Prabhu had a serene disposition and was highly intelligent. He was a reservoir of excellences. His charming beauty overshadowed the attractiveness of millions upon millions of cupids. From the time of Nityananda's birth, everything became auspicious in the district of Radha. Famine, poverty and all kinds of disturbances were totally dispelled. On the day of Lord Chaitanya's appearance in Nabadwap, Sri Nityananda, who was still in Radha, roared with jubilation. The sound of that roar filled the universe and robbed everyone of his senses. Some people speculated it must be a thunderclap. Others thought it was the sound of some impending disaster. Still others said, we know the reason for this sound. Lord Nityananda, the Lord of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, is roaring in ecstasy. People offered different opinions on this subject, but no one actually knew Lord Nityananda in truth due to his illusory potency. Lord Nityananda concealed his identity and played gleefully with the other young children of his age. The various games Lord Nityananda played with his young friends were actually manifestations of different pastimes of Lord Krishna. The children got together and formed a divine council where some of them took the role of Mother Earth and submitted a petition. Those children were accompanied by many others when they went to the bank of the milk ocean and offered their choicest prayers to Lord Krishna. A certain young boy unseen by anyone called out in a loud voice, I shall appear in Gokula, Mathura. On some evenings, Lord Nityananda gathered his young friends and enacted the marriage of Sri Vasudeva with Devaki Devi. Closing all the doors and windows to the room to create a dungeon, Lord Nityananda enacted the birth of Lord Krishna, which took place deep in the night while the rest of the world slept. Then they carried baby Lord Krishna to their imaginary Gokula dam and exchanged him for the baby girl Mahamaya, the external potency of the Lord. Thus they tricked the wicked King Kamsa. Nityananda dressed a young boy as Putana and had someone climb on her breast to suck her milk. Helped by some friends, he one day built a cart with some tough reeds and then he smashed it. Unseen by anyone, he entered the milkmen's houses in the near vicinity and stole butter with his young friends. The young boys never wanted to leave the company of Lord Nityananda and return home. Day and night they relished his transcendental association. The parents of these young boys never remonstrated him, but all of them affectionately held him on their laps. Everyone was amazed. We never saw such wonderful activities. How does a mere child know so many transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna? On another day he made snakes just like Kalya out of leaves. He took all the young boys and went down to the water. When the young boys jumped in the water and fell unconscious, Nityananda revived them. One day he went to the forest of tala trees with his young friends. After killing the donkey demon Dhanuka, he enjoyed tala fruits with everyone else. When he would take his young friends out to graze cows, they would enact many different pastimes. Once he dressed them as Bakasura, Aghasura and Vatsasura and then enacted Lord Krishna's pastimes of killing those demons. Playing his horn all the way, he would return home at sunset with the cows and his young friends. One day he enacted the pastime of lifting the Govardhana hill. Another day he recreated Vrindavana Dam and played about while remembering its many different places. He performed the pastime of stealing the clothes of the Vraja cowherd damsels, and he also met the wives of the Brahmanas who were engaged in performing sacrifices. Someone would occasionally dress up as Narada Muni complete with dress and beard and give secret counsel to Kamsa while sitting in a secluded place. Once a young boy dressed as Akrura enacted the Leela of taking Lord Krishna and Balarama from Vrindavana to Mathura on the order of the cruel King Kamsa. Taking the part of the Vragopas, Nityananda wept bitterly in a mood of intense separation. His tears flowed like a gushing river and all the boys looked on in amazement. Being deluded by the illusory potency of Lord Vishnu, no one could understand the truth about Lord Nityananda. Oblivious to his identity, the young boys played happily with him. After recreating Mathura in their play, Lord Nityananda roamed about the city with his young friends. Someone dressed up as a gardener and someone else adorned himself with a flower garland. He dressed someone as the hunchbacked woman from Mathura and enacted the pastime of going to her place to be smeared with fragrant sandalwood paste. Next he made a bow, strung it and then broke it in the midst of great tumult. Acting like Krishna, Lord Nityananda pretended to kill the mad elephant Kuvala and the two wrestlers Kanura and Mustika in the arena of Kamsa. Then he sought out the young friend who was dressed as Kamsa, pulled him down by his hair and straddled his chest. He danced jubilantly with his young friends after the mock killing of cruel King Kamsa. Everyone who watched the drama laughed in appreciation. In a playful mood, Lord Nityananda imitated the many different transcendental pastimes of the incarnations of the Supreme Godhead, Krishna and Balarama. One day Lord Nityananda became Lord Vamana, making someone else take the part of Bali Maharaja. He enacted the pastime of Lord Vamana tricking King Bali out of his vast kingdom which extended throughout the three worlds. Someone acting as Sukrakarya appeared in an old man's attire and forbid Bali Maharaja to entertain Lord Vamana's request for 3 paces of land. But King Bali granted Lord Vamana's request and the Lord blessed him by placing his lotus feet on the king's head. One day Lord Nityananda became Lord Ramachandra and built a bridge across the ocean to Lanka. All the young boys dressed as monkeys to form a monkey army for the Lord, shouting Jai Raghunatha. They felled some castor oil trees and threw them on the water, imitating Lord Rama's monkeys throwing rocks in the water to build a bridge. Another time, Lord Nityananda played Sri Laxmana. Taking his bow in hand, he stalked off angrily to meet Sugriva. "Oh, you wretched monkey, my lord is in anguish. If you care for your life, then come right now. Ramachandra awaits us anxiously in Malyavan mountain, and here you are enjoying in the midst of women." On another day he chastised Sri Parasurama with mounting fury. "I am not to be blamed for this, O Brahmana. Now run away, immediately." Lord Nityananda was extremely adept when accepting the role of Laxmana, but the young boys thought it was all in fun. They were unable to grasp its recondite significance. The young boys dressed up as the famous 5 monkeys and the Lord as Laxmana inquired from them, "Who are you? I see all of you belong to the monkey race, but why are you roaming in the forest?" "I am the servant of Raghunatha, Lord Ramachandra. Please introduce yourselves." They replied, "We are roaming in the forest in fear of Bali. Please take us to Lord Ramachandra so that we may accept the dust from his lotus feet." After embracing everyone, Laxmana brought them to Lord Ramachandra, and all of them fell at the Lord's lotus feet offering him their prostrated obeisances. One day Lord Nityananda enacted the pastime of killing Indrajit, and another day he lost himself in the emotions of Laxmana. After dressing one boy as Vibhisana, Nitai brought him to Lord Ramachandra and the Lord appointed him the king of Lanka. One boy approached Nitai and said, "I am Ravana, the demon king. I shall discharge my most powerful Sakti Sila weapon at you. Avert it if you can, Laxmana." Challenging Laxmana with these words, the boy threw a lotus flower at Nitai. Engrossed in Laxmana's battle mood, Nitai fell back and dropped to the ground unconscious. Despite the boy's efforts to rouse him, Nitai lay there unmoving. The Lord lay without a trace of consciousness in his entire body while his friends sat around holding their heads and lamenting. Nitai's mother and father rushed to the spot, but when they saw their son's lifeless body they both fainted and dropped to the ground. Whoever observed the situation was certainly astonished. The young boys described the details to a crowd that had gathered and someone said, "I think I understand the reason for Nitai's loss of consciousness." Previously Nitai expertly enacted the role of King Dasaratha, who suffered tremendously and finally died when he heard of Rama's banishment to the forest. "He is simply play acting," explained the man, "and if Hanuman gives him medicine, he will become well again." Before the drama, Lord Nityananda had instructed all his young friends, "If I should fall, then surround me and weep." After waiting for a few moments, send for Sri Hanuman, and when he holds the medicine to my nose, my life will be revived once again. The Lord fell unconscious, simply experiencing his own mood as Sankarsana, Laxmana. Naturally this confounded his young friends. The boys had become confused by Nimai's seeming unconsciousness and forgotten the Lord's instructions to them. They simply repeated, "Wake up, dear brother," and wept in loud voices. When the boys heard the man's suggestions, they remembered the instructions of the Lord. A boy dressed as Hanuman and ran off to gather the medicinal herbs. Another young boy, dressed as an ascetic but actually the demonic maternal uncle of Ravana, met Sri Hanuman on his way and invited him to share some fruits and food. "Please remain here, dear Hanuman, and grace my humble hermitage. I feel greatly fortunate to be able to meet a personality like your good self." "My mission is urgent and grave," replied Hanuman. "I must hasten. I cannot remain. You must have heard that Laxmana, Lord Rama's younger brother, is lying in a coma hit by the powerful Satkaisila weapon of Ravana. So I must rush to the Gandharva hills to get medicine and save his life." The ascetic persisted, "If you must leave, then at least take your bath, and after eating something you can continue your victorious journey." By the potency of Lord Nityananda, his young friends played their individual parts so eloquently that the entire crowd watched in amazement. On the prompting of the ascetic, Hanuman went to the big lake for his bath. A young boy dressed as a crocodile caught hold of Hanuman's feet and dragged him into deep water. But mighty Hanuman pulled the crocodile onto the bank of the lake. He fought a short battle with the crocodile, and after vanquishing him, Hanuman, who is also known as Mahavira, moved on toward his destination. Another young boy dressed as a demon chased Hanuman with the intent of eating him. "You have killed the crocodile, but how do you propose to kill me? I shall devour you. Then who will save Laxmana's life?" roared the demon. Sri Hanuman retorted, "Your Ravana is a dog. I despise him. You had better run far away." They hurled abuses at each other in this manner for some time, and then tearing at each other's hair, they broke into a fist fight. Soon Sri Hanuman destroyed the demon and continued toward the Gandharva hill, where he entered the forest. Some young boys dressed as Gandharvas put up a fight, and Hanuman was obliged to battle with them. When they were defeated, Hanuman carried the Gandharva mountain on his head to Laxmana. Another young boy dressed as a physician placed the medicine next to Sri Laxmana's nose, thinking of Lord Sri Ramachandra. Lord Nityananda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then stood up, to the great relief of his parents and all others present there. Sri Hadai Pandita hurried to Nitai and took him fondly on his lap. The young friends felt light-hearted and jubilant. Everyone was impressed with the drama and inquired, "Dear boy, where did you learn to play all these pastimes?" Nimai smiled and replied, "These are all my transcendental activities." In his early years, Lord Nityananda was an extremely handsome child. Who could resist holding him to their heart's delight? The people of Radha loved him more than they loved their own sons. Yet no one could recognize him as the Lord. His associates were deluded by the illusory potency of Lord Vishnu. Lord Nityananda played in this manner throughout his childhood. His only source of pleasure was the wonderful pastimes of Krishna which he enacted. Away from their homes, the young friends of Nityananda enjoyed his sweet company. I offer my countless obeisances at the feet of all those young associates of Lord Nityananda who enjoy pleasurable pastimes with him. From his childhood, Nityananda's only inclination was to relive the transcendental activities of Lord Krishna. Who can describe the unlimited superhuman pastimes of Lord Anantasesha, Sri Nityananda? Only by his mercy can proper percipience manifest within the heart. Lord Nityananda lived at home for 12 years, continuously enacting such pastimes. Thereafter he left on pilgrimage. He traveled to different places of pilgrimage for 20 years. Then he at last met Sri Chaitanya. Please hear the narrations of Lord Nityananda's travels to different places of pilgrimage as I have written in this Adikanda portion of the book. Whoever criticizes the Lord and his activities in any way is certainly a mischievous, sinful atheist. This Supreme Personality, Lord Nityananda, who liberated the entire universe, is surely the unlimited ocean of mercy. By his grace I am able to know the transcendental truth of Lord Chaitanya, and by the same grace the divine glories of Lord Chaitanya are revealed to me. Hear attentively the description of the pilgrimage of Lord Nityananda, the most beloved associate of Sri Chaitanya. The first holy place Lord Nityananda visited on his journey was the temple of Vakrasvara. Thereafter he roamed the forests of Vaidyanatha all alone. After visiting Gayadam, Nityananda went to Kasi, the principal pilgrimage place for the Savits, which is situated on the banks of the Ganga as she flows swiftly westward. Lord Nityananda was exhilarated by drinking and bathing in the waters, yet for some reason his longing and fatigue clung to him. In Prague, the Lord bathed at the river's confluence in the early hours of a chilly Magha morning. Then he proceeded to Mathura, where he had appeared in a previous yuga. There he visited Lord Krishna's birthplace. Attracted by the river Jamuna, the Lord sported in her gentle waters at the bathing place named Visram Ghat. He then circumambulated Govardhana hill and experienced spiritual ecstasy. One by one the Lord visited all 12 forests including Sri Vrindavana and roamed at will in their shady woods. In Gokula, the Lord saw the residence of Nanda Maharaja. In ecstasy he sat down and wept profusely. The Lord then offered worship to the deity of Lord Maidana Gopala and went to Hastinapura, the famous fortress city of the valiant Pandavas. Lord Nityananda wept, being intensely moved by the sanctified place of the elevated devotees of the Supreme Lord. However, the residents of that place could not comprehend such emotions due to their lack of devotional sentiments. The visit to Hastinapura brought back memories of Lord Balarama's activities, and Lord Nityananda called out, "Save me, O Lord Haladara." In this way he worshipped the holy place. Thereafter Sri Nityananda traveled to the holy city of Dvaraka and bathed in the ocean, feeling great spiritual bliss. Next he went to Siddhapura. That place was rendered holy by the presence of Lord Kapila. After that Nityananda went to Matsya Tirtha, where he gave away grains in charity on the occasion of a big festival. The Lord visited Siva Kansi and Vishnu Kansi. Being the original Supreme Person, Nityananda was amused at the fanatical conflict that existed between the followers of Lord Siva and Lord Vishnu. He traveled to Kurakstra, Pratyadaka, Bindu Sarovar, Prabhasa and Sudarsana Tirtha. Then he went to Tritakupa, Vaisala, Brahma Tirtha, and Kakra Tirtha. With exhilarated spirits Nityananda then traveled to Pratisrota where the Prachi Sarasvati flows gently into the ocean. From there he visited the forest of Naimisaranya. Lord Nityananda traveled to the city of Ayodhya. Seeing the birthplace of Lord Ramachandra, he felt spiritual ecstasy moving him to shed profuse tears of divine love. Then he traveled to the tribal kingdom of King Guhaka, Srinavrapura. King Guhaka reigned during the time of Lord Ramachandra, and in that holy place Sri Nityananda fell into a massive ecstatic trance. When Sri Nityananda thought of his devotee, the tribal king of Guhaka, he went into an ecstatic trance for 3 days. Lord Nityananda visited the different forests in which the Supreme Lord Ramachandra once roamed. His feeling of separation from the Lord made him roll in the ground in anguish. Then the Lord went to the spot where the holy Saryu river quietly flows in Ayodhya. After bathing in the water of the Kausiki river, he continued to Pulasta Ashram, a most sanctified place. Thereafter Sri Nityananda went to Gomati and bathed in the waters of Gandaki and Sona. He climbed the Mahendra hill where he offered obeisances to Lord Parasurama. From there he traveled to Haridvara, the source of Mother Ganga. He visited Pampa, Bhima, Godavari, Benva and in the Bipasa or Vyasa river he remained submerged in the water for a while. In Maduri he visited the temple of Lord Kartika and then went on to the place known as Sri Prabhat. There, in a massive and impressive temple, his devotees Lord Siva and Parvati were being opulently worshipped as a Brahmin and his wife. Lord Siva and Parvati recognized Lord Nityananda as their worshipable Supreme Lord. The original Sankarsana appeared before them as a pilgrim in mendicant's dress. Siva and Parvati joyfully received their exalted guest and attended to him affectionately. Parvati cooked palatable dishes for his satisfaction and in reciprocation Sri Nityananda offered them his obeisances. Only Lord Krishna knows the confidential topics that transpired between them, but thereafter Lord Nityananda went to the Dravida territory. He traveled through different pilgrimage spots touching upon the places of Vyankatanatha, Kamakoschipuri and Kansi, arriving at last at the sacred river Kaveri. Then he proceeded to the famous holy place of Srirangam where merciful Lord Sri Raghunatha received opulent worship from his devotees. Thereafter Lord Nityananda visited Harikstra. He then visited Risabha Hills, Maduri, Kratamada, Tamraprati and Uttarayura. In the Malaya Hills he went to Agastya's hermitage and all the residents were spiritually enthralled by having such a divine personality as their guest. Arriving in Badarikasrama with unbounded spiritual joy, he absorbed its divine atmosphere and spent some days in quiet solitude. From there he trekked to the hermitage of Srila Vyasadeva who immediately recognized Lord Nityananda as his worshipable Lord Balarama. He cared for his guest attentively and Sri Nityananda reciprocated by offering his obeisances to Srila Vyasadeva. Continuing his travels, Lord Nityananda came across a place where a number of Buddhist monks were sitting around. He made a few inquiries there but none of the monks would reply. This sparked his anger and he chastised them for their misbehavior by kicking each one in the head. The Buddhists dispersed in fear and the Lord continued his journey, strolling fearlessly through the forest. Sri Nityananda traveled south to Kanyakumari and saw the beautiful deity of Durga Devi installed near the shore of the Indian Ocean at the southern tip of India. He also went to Sri Avantapura and the Panka Apsara Lake. In Gokarna he visited the temples of Lord Siva. In Kerala and Tragarla he went house to house showering his causeless mercy. He crossed most of the rivers that flowed down from the Vindhya hills and covered the tract of land south of the Vindhyas known as ENG. Then he wandered a while in Tapti. He visited Reba, Mahismati, Malatirtha, Surpraka and then headed westward. Lord Nityananda traveled all over the country in a joyful mood, fearless and carefree. He was constantly submerged in ecstatic love of Krishna. Overcome with ecstasy, sometimes he cried and sometimes he laughed. Who can understand the blissful turmoil which stirred in his heart? During the period of his journey when he traveled in the western provinces, he met Sri Madhavendrapuri by divine arrangement. Sri Madhavendrapuri is the embodiment of ecstatic transcendental love for Lord Krishna and all his swan-like disciples are full of that spiritual love. His only means of subsistence is the nectar that flows out of Krishna's loving exchanges. Lord Krishna personally resides in the form of such unalloyed devotees as Sri Madhavendrapuri. Sri Advaita Prabhu is foremost amongst Sri Madhavendrapuri's disciples. So how can I begin to describe his intense love for Krishna provided as I am with inadequate words? On meeting Sri Madhavendra, Lord Nityananda became paralyzed and lost consciousness, overpowered by ecstatic transcendental love. And Madhavendra also went into an ecstatic trance, losing all external senses upon seeing Lord Nityananda. Lord Caitanya often remarked that Sri Madhavendra was the main trunk of the tree of nectarine devotional mellows. Isvarapuri and other disciples of Madhavendra witnessed the unique meeting. Tears flowed freely from their eyes as they saw the two forms lying in devotional trance. When consciousness returned and they became aware of each other's presence, Madhavendra and Nityananda embraced while crying tears of joy. They rolled in the sand and roared loudly, unabashed in expressing their sublime emotions, totally absorbed in the ecstasy of love of Godhead. Their profuse, unrestrained tears purified the earth. Mother Earth felt she was receiving her greatest benediction. Within their bodies different ecstatic symptoms of shivering, weeping and horripilation appeared in endless waves. Such devotional emotions confirmed that Sri Caitanya resided within each of them. Lord Nityananda spoke first saying, "Today, in one instance, I have received the utmost benefit of my pilgrimages. My eyes have rested on the lotus feet of Sri Madhavendra and seeing his transcendental love, my life has become blessed and meaningful." Sri Madhavendra sat speechless holding Lord Nityananda to his breast, his voice choked with tears of ecstatic emotions. Such was his feeling of love for Nityananda that he never desired to release him from his embrace. Isvarapuri, Brahmananadapuri and all the other disciples could perceive what had just spiritually transpired, so their natural attraction and attachment for the Lord increased. In the past both Madhavendra and Nityananda had seen pilgrims and many amongst them in saintly garb, but now they realized that none of those pilgrims had possessed the transcendental gift of love of God. Remembering their brief association and conversations with such non-devotional persons, they were overcome with remorse. They had wandered everywhere looking intently for Krishna and his pure loving devotees. They found each other pure transcendentalists and they felt the burden of their despondency lift in each other's association. In each other they witnessed the manifestation of love of God. Blissful days passed, filled with confidential Krishna-conscious discussions which created in both the Lord and Madhavendra an insatiable thirst for continued association. Sri Madhava's spontaneity drove him into ecstatic trance when he saw a dark cloud that reminded him of Krishna's complexion. Day and night he seemed intoxicated by his love for Krishna, sometimes laughing, next moment crying and sometimes making a great deal of noise or shouting. Lord Nityananda was also drunk with the divine nectar of love of Lord Govinda. He stumbled and fell repeatedly, often roaring with laughter. The disciples were very impressed by the extent of their spiritual masters and Lord Nityananda's extraordinary love for the Supreme Lord, and they in turn responded by continuously singing the name of Sri Hari. Steeped in the ambrosia of transcendental love, they lost count of time. No one knew when day turned to night and their surroundings passed into oblivion. Who can grasp the highly confidential topics Sri Madhavendra discussed with Lord Nityananda? Only Lord Krishna, the omniscient Supersoul, knows everything. Sri Puri grew so attached to Lord Nityananda that he could not imagine leaving his company. He spent every moment of his time with him. Sri Madhavendra said, "Nowhere have I found the exhibition of such supramundan love par excellence as in Lord Nityananda. Wherever that love is found becomes the best of all the holy pilgrimages. I am now convinced that the blessed Lord Krishna is graciously disposed towards me because I have found an intimate associate like Lord Nityananda. Wherever one meets Lord Nityananda, that place becomes the most holy place. The very spiritual planet of Vaikuntha descends there. Whoever associates with Lord Nityananda and hears from him will surely attain purest devotional love at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. And whoever harbors even a tinge of apathy for Lord Nityananda is forever cast aside by Lord Krishna, though he may be in the guise of a devotee." Sri Madhavendra expressed his feeling of deep affection for Lord Nityananda with unhesitating praises. Simultaneously Lord Nityananda developed his affection and reverential mood towards Sri Puri which can only be offered to a mentor. A wonderful relationship blossomed where each continually exhilarated the other with his ecstatic love for Krishna. They relished each other's transcendental association for some days and then Lord Nityananda left for the south where Lord Ramachandra built a bridge to Lanka with the help of the monkey army. Sri Madhavendra set out towards Sarayu. They parted ways, merged in a state of complete bliss of love of Krishna, unmindful of even their own physical conditions. Lives of such unalloyed devotees of Krishna are sustained only by their intense love for the Lord. Otherwise, once they are aware of that love, it would not be possible for them to continue living, feeling the excruciating pangs of separation from him. Those faithful souls who hear this narration of the wonderful meeting between Sri Madhavendra and Lord Nityananda will surely attain the highest perfection, love of Krishna. Lord Nityananda traveled for a few days submerged in that ambrosia of love of Krishna and finally arrived in Setubdhanda. He bathed in Danstirtha and proceeded to Ramsvara. Thereafter he traveled to Vijayanagara, and from there, on to the temple of Lord Nrsimhadeva in Jayada. He visited Mupuri, Avanti and the river Godavari. This time the Lord decided to go to Jagannathapuri, and on the way he visited Tirumala and Kurmakstra. The Lord saw the high fluttering flag of Lord Jagannatha's temple just as he entered Purusatham etc. Puri, and immediately he fell into an ecstatic trance. He saw Lord Jagannatha as the Lord of Dwarka along with all his divine associates and devotees present in that holy dam. Such visions revived Lord Nityananda's ecstatic mood and he fell unconscious to the ground. When he regained consciousness, the different ecstatic symptoms of shivering, paling, weeping, horripilation and loud roaring became manifest and again he fell to the ground. Who can perceive the magnitude of Lord Nityananda's extraordinary love of Godhead? He spent a few days more in Nilakala and then, immersed in total spiritual joy, he traveled north to Gangasagara. How is it possible for me to describe Lord Nityananda's pilgrimage? My feeble attempt is made possible only by his grace. Caught up in the fervor of his pilgrimage, the Lord again traveled to Mathura and Vrindavana. Completely absorbed in thoughts of Krishna, Sri Nityananda was unaware of the passage of many days and nights in Vrindavana. He forgot about eating and only occasionally drank a little milk if it came to him unsolicited. Sri Nityananda could visualize his Lord, Sri Caitanya, living as an ordinary boy in Nabadwip. He thought to himself, when Lord Gaurachandra reveals his magnanimous pastimes of congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name, at that time I shall devote myself to his service. He thus resolved to wait in Vrindavana and not proceed to Nabadwip. He filled his days happily frolicking in the dark cool waters of the Kalindi, lost in the mood of a young cowherd boy. At other times he found inexplicable pleasure playing in the sand with young friends. Lord Nityananda was the original Lord Vishnu and he possessed the absolute full potency to grace anyone with love of Godhead. Yet he restrained himself and waited patiently so that he could execute the order of Sri Caitanya and profusely distribute that precious love of God to everyone. Lord Chaitanya's associates did not desire to act without their Lord's instructions to guide them, nor did they feel slighted by taking a humble position. Lord Vishnu, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva all carried out Lord Chaitanya's orders to maintain, create and annihilate this world according to their respective duties. Unfortunately, the sinful atheists feel unhappy because they cannot accept this point, and unseen by the poor Vaishnavas they thrive everywhere. Yet Lord Nityananda is famous for inundating the universe with love of God. Lord Nityananda is the original devotee of Lord Caitanya. His tongue is the abode of Lord Chaitanya's glories, vibrating incessantly the sublime pastimes of Sri Gaurachandra. One can obtain full devotion at Lord Chaitanya's lotus feet simply by worshipping Lord Nityananda. All glories to Lord Nityananda, the primeval Lord. It is only by his causeless mercy that the glorious pastimes of Sri Caitanya manifest in one's heart. And by the grace of Gaurachandra one can become lovingly attached to Lord Nityananda. All obstacles and misfortunes in life are extirpated as soon as the knowledge of the truth about Lord Nityananda dawns upon one. Those who desire to overcome the material whirlpool and drown in the ocean of devotional service should worship Nitai Chandra. Many praise my Lord saying, Lord Nityananda is like Lord Brahma, while others say, he is very dear to Lord Caitanya. I hear various opinions about him that he is a sannyasi, or a humble devotee, or an erudite Vedic scholar. People conjecture without inhibition and stop at nothing. Some go to the extent of saying that his connection with Lord Caitanya is not intimate. None of these affect me at all. I simply pray that his lotus feet remain impressed upon my heart eternally. After repeated attempts to invoke good judgment in all people, if some sinful lot continues to criticize my Lord, then I kick them in their heads to save them from imminent disaster. Those who misinterpret the remarks of Advaita Prabhu or Lord Nityananda as criticism of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu should realize that those remarks were in fact shaded glorifications of my Lord. All the Vaishnava associates of Lord Chaitanya are externally liberated and enlightened souls. What is wrongly understood to be disturbing arguments or abusive language used between them is actually one way they express their deep love for each other. An ordinary person is therefore discouraged from taking sides in such a mock fight, for if he criticizes anyone then he places himself in a precarious position. That person who is not critical of Lord Nityananda and who is steadfast in his spiritual practices will certainly attain the lotus feet of Lord Caitanya. I intensely yearn to see the lotus feet of my Lord and Master Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Caitanya. Lord Nityananda is my absolute master. By taking shelter of his lotus feet let me worship Lord Caitanya. I greatly desire to study Srimad Bhagavatam in Lord Nityananda's presence. This is my humble submission eternally. All glories to Supreme Lord Sri Caitanya. You are fully independent to act as you wish. You can give me the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda or separate me from them. I pray that you, my Lord Caitanya, be merciful to me and grant that my whole heart and soul remain fixed at your lotus feet and at the lotus feet of Sri Nityananda. Nitai Chandra is devoted exclusively to you, so no one can attain his shelter without your blessings. Lord Nityananda roamed throughout Vrindavana waiting for Lord Gaurachandra to manifest his pastimes openly. Lord Nityananda's pilgrimage was part of his transcendental pastimes. Whoever hears these narrations with devotion is crowned with the most precious gem of success, love of Godhead. Lord Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda are my heart and soul. Their humble servant, Vrindavana Dasa, offers his song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 10. All glories to Lord Caitanya, Sri Gaurachandra. He is the supreme controller of all other Isvaras and the most cherished love of Lord Nityananda. He possesses as eternal transcendental form. O Lord, mercifully look upon the conditioned living souls. All glories to you, for you are the best of the Brahmanas, the son of Sri Jagannatha Misra. All glories to your devotees, the most elevated souls. You are an ocean of compassion, and your beautiful eyes are like lotus petals. Be so kind, O Lord, as to grant me this prayer. May I remain constantly absorbed in your magnanimous character. Please read in this chapter about Lord Chaitanya's pleasurable pastimes as a young scholar. He totally absorbed himself in scholarly pursuits, not finding time for anything else. After completing his daily Brahminical duties early each morning, the Lord of the Universe, Sri Nimai Pandita, went to the house of Sri Gangadasa Pandita. He was accompanied by students who respected him as an authoritative scholar and considered themselves his disciples. At Gangadasa's place he conducted debates. Many students who were not in his group for the debate and who did not submit to his tutorship were affronted or slighted by Nimai and his followers. After establishing his arguments in the debate, Nimai would discuss the different points he had made with his group, just as the other groups would do. Murari Gupta was not amongst Nimai Pandita's group, so Nimai confronted him and refuted his arguments. Nimai wore his dhoti neatly wrapped around his slim, elegant frame, and sat amidst the students in the mood of a valiant prince. The sandalwood paste tilak decorating his forehead shone with a soft golden glow, and his exquisite and regular set of teeth were so effulgent that brilliant white pearls looked old and lackluster in comparison. At age 16, Nimai's youth blossomed like spring. He was beauty personified, and even Cupid fell captive to his charm. The erudition he exhibited in his pastimes as a scholar far superseded the knowledge and learning of Brihaspati. If any of the students tried to learn the scriptures on his own, Nimai was quick to taunt him. The Lord would challenge, "Who is here? Such a great scholar to refute my arguments?" Without even knowing the rules of proper conjugation, some persons try to understand grammar by themselves and fool themselves into complacency. Yet in spite of their vanity, because of their ignorance, they cannot answer my arguments properly. They cannot even debate the arguments properly. Murari Gupta heard these provocative and boastful words of the Lord but remained silent and continued to do his work. Still Nimai would not leave him alone. He taunted Murari Gupta at every opportunity, but seeing the calm reaction of his dear servant, the Lord was actually very satisfied. Once Nimai said to Murari Gupta, "You are a Vedic doctor. Why do you study grammar here? Go to your leaves and herbs and make a compound so you can cure the sick. Grammar is extremely difficult to learn. Here there is no mention of mucus, bile or indigestion. How do you want to accomplish anything in learning grammar just by studying on your own? Rather, go home and try to cure the sick." Sri Murari Gupta was the partial expansion of Rudra, Lord Siva, and had a volatile temper. Yet Lord Visvambhara could not see a single trace of anger in him. In reply Murari Gupta said, "O learned Brahmin, please tell me one thing. I see that you taunt everyone. Why are you so arrogant? On what subjects did you not receive a proper answer from me? Whether the discussion was on verb rules, astrology with its different purports, or other philological questions, I answered them all. Without asking and waiting for a reply, you flaunt me. What do you really know? You are a learned Brahmin, so why do you act like this? What more can I say? Alright, discuss and analyze what you have read today, said Nimai. Murarigupta began his explanations and the Lord immediately refuted them. Murarigupta explained in a certain way, but the Lord would explain the same subject in another way. At last the master, not his servant, accepted defeat. By the Lord's influence, Murari exhibited great erudition and the Nimai was extremely pleased by Murari's explanation. The Lord placed his soft lotus hands on Murarigupta, and upon receiving that sublime touch, Murari experienced indescribable bliss. This Nimai cannot be an ordinary person, though Murari to himself. How would it be possible for an ordinary person to possess such vast learning? My body felt such spiritual excitement just by the touch of his hands. I think that I should not be ashamed to learn under his tutorship. There is no one as intelligent or learned in all of Nabadwip. Then Murarigupta, the Ayurvedic doctor, submitted to the Lord, O Visvambhara, I will learn under your tutorship. In this affectionate manner the master and his servant interacted. The Lord then took all his friends to the Ganga for a bath. The divine pastimes of Sri Caitanya as a scholar were enacted in this mood. Sri Mukunda Sanya is truly a very fortunate soul, for in his house in Nabadwip the Supreme Lord displayed many of these scholarly pastimes. Mukunda's son was studying under Nimai Pandita and he himself was very attached to the lotus feet of the Lord in devotional service. Annexed to Mukunda's house was a temple of goddess Durga, and in that courtyard students sat around the Lord, crowding the entire compound. There sat Nimai Pandita, the best of the Brahmanas. It looked as though Lord Gauranga was holding a court of scholars. Nimai Pandita would deliver many explanations and establish many arguments, and then he would refute those arguments with new arguments. He often spoke out against teachers in Nabadwip. Once the Lord said, sometimes people do not even possess fundamental knowledge about conjugation, but because it is Kali Yuga such a person accepts the title of Bhattacharya. Let me see if any one of these Bhattacharyas can find discrepancies in my arguments and explanations. Then I will accept when they flout their big titles like Bhattacharya and Misra. In this way the Lord would act like a proud scholar. None of his servants could understand his mood, nor could they recognize him as their worshipful Supreme Lord. Mother Sasi one day noticed that her son had grown into a handsome young man and she started thinking about his marriage. Sri Vallabhacharya, a good and pious Brahmana, was then residing in Nabadwip. He was equal to King Janaka, the father of Sita Devi, and in every respect his daughter possessed unsurpassed beauty. She was Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune in person. Her father was constantly thinking about finding a suitable match for her. By divine arrangement, Sri Lakshmi Devi once met Sri Gaurasundara on the banks of the Ganga when they had each gone for a bath. Lord Gaurachandra immediately recognized his eternal consort and smiled sweetly at her. Lakshmi Devi also recognized her eternal master and offered him prayers as she clasped his lotus feet. Both the transcendental personalities recognized each other, and they returned home in blissful expectation. Who can understand such sublime and supramundane pastimes of the Supreme Lord? Again, by arrangement of the Lord, a Brahmana named Banamali came to visit Mother Sasi. After they exchanged respectful greetings, Mother Sasi affectionately offered the Brahmana a seat. Then Sri Banamali asked, why aren't you seriously considering your son's marriage? In Nabadwip resides a very pious and elevated Brahmana. He is pure. He always follows the path of religion, and he is a descendant of good line of Brahmanas. His daughter is certainly not inferior to Lakshmi Devi in beauty, character or respect. My son has lost his father, replied Mother Sasi. Let him study further and grow a little older. Then I shall certainly consider his marriage. The apathetic reply made Banamali feel dejected and he left Sasi's house. But by divine arrangement, on his way out he met Sri Gauranga. As soon as the Lord saw Banamali, he affectionately embraced him. Please tell me who you were just visiting, inquired the Lord. I came to pay my respects to your mother, answered Banamali. I brought up the subject of your marriage to her, but I don't know why she didn't respond positively to it. The Lord fell silent, and having offered due respects to the Brahmana, he went home, smiling within himself. At home he immediately spoke to his mother. Why didn't you favor the Brahmana's proposal? Mother Sasi was more than pleased, for she could understand the Lord's indication. The next day she requested Banamali to return and told him, "The proposal you made yesterday, I request you to please act on it immediately." After touching her feet in respect, the Brahmana went straight to the house of Vallabhakriya. Sri Vallabha received the Brahmana with all respect and offered him the seat of honor. "I think it's time you arranged your daughter's marriage," said Banamali. "I have found the fit candidate for her. His name is Visvambhara. He is the son of Sri Jagannatha Misra, a very elevated and respectable Brahmana. Visvambhara is most scholarly and he is certainly an ocean of all good qualities. Please consider these points and tell me how you feel." Vallabhakriya was extremely pleased. He said, "Only through accumulating immense piety could a girl get such a husband. If Krishna were pleased with me, or if the goddess of fortune were satisfied with my daughter, only then could I ever hope for such a son-in-law. Please don't delay. Proceed with this proposal and complete all the necessary details. But first there is one thing that I must mention. I feel hesitant to speak about it. I have no means to give anything as a dowry. I can simply give my daughter and 5 pieces of auspicious hartaki fruit. Please convey this to them." The Brahmana was extremely satisfied with Vallabhakriya's attitude and he returned to Mother Sasi's house with the news of his success. "They are agreeable," he reported. "Now we have to choose the right day and right moment according to astrological calculations." The news spread. Close relatives and friends were jubilant and they all came forward with great enthusiasm to make themselves useful on the occasion. A special ceremony held before the day of the marriage was conducted at an auspicious time amidst festivities where professional dancers and musicians performed. Brahmana priests sat in the 4 corners of the wedding area and chanted Vedic mantras. In the middle sat the crown jewel of the Brahmana class, Lord Gauranga, as brilliant as the rising full moon. At the end of the function the Brahmanas were gifted with incense, sandalwood, flower garlands and spices. Sri Vallabhakriya had also come according to the customs and performed his ritualistic duties. On the day of his wedding, Nimai respectfully offered oblations to his forefathers at dawn. The sound of sweet music and the tinkle of a dancer's ankle bells filled the air. Sounds of joyful chatter came from all directions. The guests that came were numerous and large groups of chaste women thronged the place. Relatives and respectable Brahmanas also came. Mother Sasi satisfied all the chaste housewives with gifts of fruits, grains, vermilion, oils and other commodities. Different demigods, along with their wives, also came in human forms to see the marriage of the Lord. Vallabhakriya performed his many rituals with increasing pleasure. In the evening just before sunset, Nimai went to the house of Sri Vallabhakriya at the chosen auspicious time. He was accompanied by many people and when he arrived all the guests felt submerged in waves of ecstasy. Vallabhakriya offered the Lord a seat with utmost respect strictly according to the rules of the scriptures. He felt an indescribable joy within. Finally he brought his daughter Lakshmi Devi, fully decorated with beautiful ornaments, and presented her to the Lord. According to the marriage customs, Lakshmi Devi was lifted off the ground and carried 7 times around the Lord. The chanting of Hari's name resounded but Lakshmi sat with folded hands and offered silent prayers to the Lord. During the auspicious ceremony of exchanging glances between bride and bridegroom, people showered flowers jubilantly from all directions on Sri Lakshmi and Narayana. That Sri Narayana, Vishnu, had appeared as Lord Gauranga, and Sri Lakshmi offered him a garland of flowers at his lotus feet. She worshipped him, surrendering herself as though she were those very flowers. Joyous sounds accompanied by loud chanting of Lord Hari's name rent the air. It was the only sound to be heard in any direction. The Lord drank in the moon-like beautiful face of Sri Lakshmi Devi as he sat with her on his left. His blooming youthful beauty excelled the attractiveness of Cupid himself. Who can possibly describe in detail the joy in Sri Vallabha's house? Looking like Bhismadeva, Sri Vallabhakriya then sat down to give away the bride. The Lord was exquisitely decorated with flower garlands and sandalwood paste and wore beautiful, shining clothes. Vallabhakriya poured water on his lotus feet, those same lotus feet which are washed and worshipped by Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva in order to acquire the strength and potency to create this material world. The Brahmana then offered his daughter according to the regulations in the scriptures and all the while felt waves of ecstasy within his heart. The rest of the ceremonies were conducted properly and the Lord spent that night in their house. The next morning Nimai returned to his own house with Lakshmi Devi. They were carried on a palanquin, and people came from everywhere to see the Lord and his bride. beautifully decorated with flowers, gold ornaments, studded crowns and sandalwood paste artistically dotted over their beautiful faces. Lakshmi Devi and Lord Narayana were effulgent with a transcendental glow. People all around acknowledged their own good fortune at seeing this divine couple. The ladies especially stood mesmerized at the sublimely beautiful sight. One lady commented, "She must have worshipped Lord Shiva and Parvati for a long time with great devotion. Otherwise it could not have been possible to get a husband like him. Perhaps they themselves are Lord Shiva and Parvati. They are either Indra and Sasi or Lord Maidana and Rati," said another lady. Someone else suggested, "No, they must be Lakshmi and Narayana. They look exactly like Sita and Lord Ramachandra," said another woman, "and they are so charming as they ride on the palanquin." The ladies each offered a variety of opinions as they watched the divine couple with mixed wonder and joy. The Lord brought his new bride home in the evening amidst joyful shouting, sweet music and laughter. Mother Sasi went out to meet the newlywed couple and brought them into the house. She felt infinite joy and bustled around distributing valuable gifts to everyone and pleasing the guests with sweet words. Whoever hears this narration of the Lord's marriage with devotion will certainly be able to break the ties of material bondage. Sasi Devi felt her house glowing with a new iridescent light. Now that Lakshmi Devi was in her rightful position next to Lord Narayana, Sri Gauranga, Sasi Devi saw an extraordinary light everywhere, inside as well as outside the house. She could not describe the wonderful phenomenon. Sometimes she saw a very beautiful light right next to her son, but when she looked again she saw it was no longer there. At other times she could smell the divine fragrance of flowers and lotuses, and this surprised her beyond description. She often wondered about the actual truth of all this. "I think I know the reason for all this," Mother Sasi thought to herself. "My daughter-in-law must be an incarnation or expansion of Lakshmi Devi. That is why I sometimes see a brilliant light or smell a divine lotus fragrance. My previous sufferings and our poverty seems to have vanished. I don't know how I have received this girl as my daughter-in-law, for she is certainly Lakshmi Devi." In this way Mother Sasi would speculate, but the Supreme Lord Gauranga, although manifest, did not yet reveal his original and absolute identity. Who can understand wonderful activities and the potencies of the Supreme Lord? However and whenever the Supreme Lord desires to act, he is free to do so. And if the Supreme Lord himself does not reveal these esoteric truths, then even Lakshmi Devi does not have the potency to fathom the transcendental phenomenon. All the scriptures, Vedas and Puranas, repeat the same truth. No one can know the absolute truth, the Supreme Lord, without receiving mercy of the Lord. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Nityananda Prabhu are the life and soul of this insignificant servant Vrindavana Dasa, and he offers his humble song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 11. All glories to Sri Gaurachandra, the Supreme Lord of all lords. His youthful pastimes as a scholar revealed his attraction for learning. He stayed in Nabadwip, but he concealed his true identity. The best of the Brahmanas, Gaurachandra, spent all his younger days pursuing his studies. His handsome youthfulness could defeat the beauty of millions upon millions of cupids. Every limb of his transcendental body was a perfection of beauty. His arms extended down to the knees and his exquisite eyes were like lotus petals. His attractive lips were red as if from chewing betel, and he was always dressed in fine, majestic clothes. Ever in a happy mood, he walked amidst his colleagues and disciples, entertaining them with his sparkling wit. He was their unquestioned leader on the strength of his superior intelligence and learning. He roamed all over Nabadwip carrying his books as if holding Sarasvati Devi, the goddess of learning, within his palm, for he is the Supreme Lord of the entire cosmic manifestation. No scholar in Nabadwip dared to find faults in his dissertations. Only the Brahmana Gangadasa Pandita, a very pious and fortunate soul, was capable of discussing with the Lord. The different categories of people in Nabadwip saw Mahaprabhu in their own way. The materialistic fruitive workers who were attached to family and home saw him as the Lord and experienced an inexplicable wonder. How remarkable that every house he graces should always have prosperity, they exclaimed. The ladies saw him as the most attractive Cupid. But in the hearts of the atheists he struck fear as the god of death. The scholars were convinced that Brihaspati, the most learned priest of the demigods, had taken birth on earth. But the Vaishnavas were seriously concerned about Gauranga and his behavior. He is endowed with such sublime physical beauty, they sadly commented, yet he shows no attraction for Lord Krishna. What will all his learning and erudition bring him except years of wasted time? The Vaishnavas spoke in this manner because they were bewildered by the internal potency of the Lord. Although they saw the Supreme Lord in person before them, they could not recognize him. Once a Vaishnava met the Lord and inquired, "What is the use of wasting your time in pursuit of material knowledge?" The Lord smiled at the concern of his devotee and replied, "Truly it is my great fortune that you are instructing me to accept the path of devotional service." These are some of the exchanges of mellows between the Supreme CP Lord and his devotees. Yet even the devotees, what to speak of ordinary men, could not recognize the Lord as he unfolded his pastimes in the mood of a scholar. Navadvip was the seat of learning in those days, and students and scholars came there from all over. There were many pure Vaishnava devotees amongst them, especially from Chattagrama, who had come to live near the bank of the Ganga. By the Lord's desire, all those Vaishnava devotees had appeared in Navadvip. Abandoning all physical and material pleasures, they were fully attached to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. They met daily, studied together, and in solitude away from the bustle of materialistic life they discussed pastimes of Lord Govinda's. Sri Mukunda was especially loved by all the other Vaishnavas because he could melt anyone's heart with his beautiful singing. Towards evening, the devotees would gather in Sri Akriya's house, and when Mukunda would sing devotional songs to Lord Krishna, the devotees would lose their composure. Some would cry, others would laugh loudly, and still others would dance. Some lost control of themselves and their clothes and would roll on the ground, feeling great ecstasy. Some chanted loudly as if roaring like lions, and others clapped the devotes loudly on their backs. Still others simply touched the feet of Sri Mukunda. The whole place became transformed into a most blissful scene, and all the Vaishnavas forgot their previous sufferings. The Supreme Lord Gaurasundara was always pleased with Mukunda. Whenever he saw Mukunda, he would hurry forward to meet him. Nimai would present Mukunda with problems, and Mukunda would earnestly try to explain them. But the Lord would immediately reply that Mukunda's arguments were all wrong, and inevitably an argument would ensure. Mukunda had become a respected scholar by such meetings with the Lord, and he would argue with the Lord, presenting pros and cons to establish his arguments. Of course, the Supreme Lord recognized his devotees and enjoyed such exchanges. Caitanya also harassed Srivasa in the same manner whenever he saw him, so most of the Vaishnavas tried to avoid meeting the Lord, which simply wasted their time in useless sophistry and argument. The Vaishnavas were fully detached from material pleasures, being totally immersed in love of Krishna. Hence, they found no interest in any topics other than Krishna-conscious topics. They were not inspired to argue with the Lord on logic or other such material topics. In any case, the interactions invariably ended with the Lord making fun of them. Therefore, when any of them spotted the Lord, he would change his direction and keep his distance. They enjoyed only Krishna-conscious topics, yet whenever the Lord met them, he would only ask questions on logic and other material subjects. One day Caitanya was walking down the main street with some other students. Mukunda happened to be coming that way at the same time, going for his daily bath in the river. Seeing the Lord from a distance, Mukunda quickly turned away. The Lord saw Mukunda sneak away, and he asked his servant Govinda, "Why did this fellow run away on seeing me?" "Dear learned Brahmana, I don't know why he has gone away," said Govinda. "Maybe he has some other work." "I know why he ran away," said Gauranga. "He does not like to talk about mundane subject matters. This fellow only studies devotional scriptures while I juggle with astrology, theology, verb rules and grammar. Because I do not talk about Krishna, he has avoided me." Using harsh terms, he pretended to slander Mukunda, but he was actually very pleased with him. In this way, he simultaneously revealed his own supreme identity. "All right, Mukunda, we will see how long you can avoid me," laughed the Lord. "Let me catch you another day and you will see how much of a Vaishnava I am. I will become such a Vaishnava devotee that Siva and Lord Brahma will come and stand at my doorstep. So my brothers, now hear from me carefully. I will become the most famous Vaishnava. Those who are running away at the sight of me now will also sing my glories." He laughed at his own speech and left with all his disciples. Who can appreciate such pleasurable pastimes of the Lord Visvamdhara if he himself does not reveal it within one's heart? While the devotees in Navadvip displayed wonderful qualities, the rest of the residents were mad after wealth, sons and other such material properties. If they heard the chanting of the Lord's holy name, they blasphemed the devotees, saying, "They are singing only with the hope of filling their bellies." Other atheistic persons remarked, "These people want to avoid speculative knowledge and prefer to dance in the road like upstarts. What sort of behavior is this?" Still others said, "How much of the Bhagavata and other scriptures have they read that they dance and cry all the time? Is this their devotional path?" This Srivasa Pandita and his 3 brothers will not even allow us to sleep after a good meal. I asked them, is there no spiritual benefit from chanting Krishna's name softly, or is it only by howling and dancing that some special benefit is derived? The atheists hurled offenses at the Vaishnavas whenever they saw them. The Vaishnavas lamented the state of the people in general and ardently cried Krishna's holy name. O Lord, how long before all this suffering is eradicated from the world? They prayed, Dear Krishna, please incarnate in this sinful material world. At Advaitakriya's house the Vaishnavas described the insults they had received from the Nabadwap community. Advaitakriya Prabhu could hardly tolerate insults to the devotees and grew enraged like an incarnation of Lord Rudra, the destroyer of the material world. He roared furiously, I shall destroy everyone. My lord, the carrier of the Sudarsana disc will soon appear here in Nadia and then everyone will see what he does. I shall report all these offenses to my Supreme Lord Krishna. Then only will this slave Advaita be worthy to be called the servant of Krishna. My dear brothers, please remain patient a little longer. Then here in Nadia itself you shall see Krishna reveal his wonderful pastimes. Advaitakriya's encouraging words instilled new life in their hearts. The Vaishnavas forgot their distressed condition and began chanting the holy name of the Lord. With Sri Advaita they jubilantly sang the all-auspicious names of Lord Krishna and became blissfully intoxicated by the sweet sound. The caustic remarks of the atheists faded far into the background of their thoughts. Nimai Pandita continued his education happily. He was a constant source of pleasure for Mother Sasi. Around this time Sri Isvara Chandrapuri came to Nabadwap unobtrusively dressed as a Ekadandi sannyasa. He was a magnanimous personality, always absorbed in tasting the nectar of love of Krishna. He was extremely dear to Lord Krishna and compassionate towards all. Because of his humble attire, no one recognized him. One day Isvarapuri went to Advaitakriya's house, but the Akriya was quite busy working at that time. Isvarachandra sat humbly in the courtyard in front of Advaita Prabhu. A Vaishnava's purity makes him effulgent, so Advaitakriya Prabhu could immediately understand that the person sitting in front of him was no ordinary sannyasi. Advaita stared at Isvarapuri, knowing he must be a pure Vaishnava. At last Akriya Prabhu addressed him respectfully, Dear saintly person, who are you? I have the feeling that you are a Vaishnava sannyasi. I am worse than the 4th-class person, replied Isvara Chandra. I have come here simply to see your lotus feet. Mukunda could also recognize the symptoms of a pure Vaishnava devotee, and there in the courtyard he spontaneously broke into devotional song. At the sound of Mukunda's voice, Isvarapuri fell to the ground. Incessant tears poured from his eyes while repeated and increasing bursts of devotional ecstasy overcame him. Advaitakriya was alarmed and drew Isvarachandra quickly into his arms. Soon he was also bathed with the saints' tears and they were both swept away by ecstatic waves of love of God, unable to control their spiritual emotions. Inspired by them, Mukunda sang one sloka after another. The assembled Vaishnavas were astounded to see such a display of intense spiritual emotions and their hearts filled with divine happiness. Later, when the devotees learned that the humble sannyasi was Isvarachandrapuri, they broke into spontaneous kirtana, overjoyed that such a great devotee was in their presence. In this humble way Sri Puri wandered around Nabadwap, not recognized by anyone. One day Lord Gaurachandra was returning home after teaching some students and by divine arrangement he saw Isvarachandrapuri on the way. Recognizing his servant and dear devotee, the Lord offered him respect. Lord Visvambhara's unsurpassed beauty was impossible to describe. He was a perfect personality in all respects. No one could understand his inner feelings, yet everyone regarded him with awe and respect. Isvarachandrapuri glanced at the Lord and knew immediately that Nimai was a grave and sublime transcendental personality. What is your name, O learned Brahmana? Asked Sri Puri. Which book are you carrying? What do you teach and where is your place of residence? Some other students introduced Nimai and Sri Isvarachandrapuri exclaimed, Oh, you are that same Nimai Pandita. Sri Isvarachandra's pleasure was quite apparent. The Lord begged him to accept prasada at his house and they returned home together, Sri Puri lavishing affection on Nimai. Mother Sasi prepared a feast and offered it to Lord Krishna. Sri Puri accepted the Mahaprasada and afterwards sat in the temple room. He began to narrate the wonderful pastimes of Lord Krishna, and at one stage he fell silent, perplexed with ecstatic emotions of love of Godhead and unable to speak any further. Nimai and everyone else experienced wonderful joy as the nectar of devotion flowed profusely from Sri Puri. Isvarachandra never exhibited ecstatic symptoms amongst materialistic people. He stayed in the house of Gopinathacharya in Nabadwip for 7 months. The hearts of the Vaishnavas were light with joy because of his association. The Lord himself visited Sri Puri daily. Gadadhara Pandita was also a well-loved member of the Vaishnava community because of his love for Lord Krishna. From childhood he was completely detached from and disgusted with material life. He was favored and loved by Isvara Chandra Puri. In his association Sri Purapada would read Krishna Lilamrita which he had composed himself and then explain the different esoteric truths. Lord Chaitanya visited Isvarapuri every evening after teaching his students. Isvarapuri was always glad to see him. Although he did not know that Nimai was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his love and affection for him flowed unrestrained. He spoke affectionately to the Lord, "I know you are a great scholar. I have written a book about Lord Krishna. I want you to go through it and find the mistakes. This will please me very much." "These are descriptions of Lord Krishna by a pure devotee," replied Nimai. "If anyone finds any mistake, then he is a sinful offender." The pure devotee never writes anything from his imagination, devoid of a scriptural basis. These writings are bona fide and always pleasing to Lord Krishna. When offering obeisances in the temple, an ignorant person might make a grammatical mistake in addressing Lord Krishna, while a learned scholar would address him using proper grammar. But the Supreme Lord Krishna accepts both their obeisances. The Supreme Lord is not impressed with mere learning, but he is supplicated by the inner mood of surrender of the living entities. Whoever looks for faults in your writings is actually at fault himself, because Krishna is fully satisfied by the writing of this pure devotee. Whatever you have written is an expression of your love for Krishna. Who has the audacity to find some discrepancy in it? Isvara Chandra Puri felt ecstasy surge through his entire body with the explanation of Nimai Pandita. Yet he affectionately persisted, "I know you are not critical, but in my works there may be so many types of errors. Please point them out to me." Such discussions between Sri Puri and Nimai Pandita were a daily occurrence, and everyone enjoyed such occasions together. One day Nimai Pandita detected a fault in one of Isvarapuri's poems and commented that the use of the verb root was inaccurate. "It should be a different verb, not atmanipodi as you have used here," said the Lord. After the discussion Nimai went home. Isvarapuri was an erudite scholar, well versed in all the scriptures and no less a Pandita in grammar and other materialistic subjects. After Nimai left, he considered Nimai's comment from various aspects and compared it with many different grammatical or shastric conclusions. When Nimai came to see him the next day, Sri Puri said, "That verb root you considered to be wrong is actually correct as I have used it. It should not be paradpadi as you suggested. Atmanipodi is the correct usage." The Lord was overjoyed that his servant and devotee was victorious over him. That was the Lord's magnanimous nature, through which he always increased the name, fame and victory of his disciples. This has been confirmed in all the Vedic scriptures. Having enjoyed every moment of his association with the Supreme Lord, engaged in discussion and debate like two scholars, Isvara Chandra Puri left Nabadwip. He could never remain long in one place because the restlessness of ecstatic devotional love tugged at his heart. He traveled, purifying each place he visited. Whoever is fortunate enough to attentively hear these wonderful narrations about Isvara Chandra Puri is immediately transported to the place where the lotus feet of Lord Krishna are ever offering shelter and mercy. Sri Isvara Puri was fully empowered by Sri Madhavendra Puri and was thus endowed with intense love of God. He had received that full love and affection from his spiritual master by the mercy of Krishna. Isvara Chandra Puri roamed everywhere, unconcerned and fully blissful. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Nityananda Chandra are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa Thakura, humbly offer my song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 12. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Gaura Sundara, and all glories to the servant followers of the Supreme Lord. Nimai was fully engaged in performing his transcendental pastimes as a scholar in Nabadwip. Always with a book in hand, he went about Nabadwip challenging all the scholars and teachers to debate on practically any subject matter, but no one could meet his challenge. The Lord was supposed to have studied only grammar, yet he regarded acclaimed and titled scholars with disdain. He was a self-satisfied scholar and went about Nabadwip with his disciples and student, who were very fortunate due to his association. One day he quite unexpectedly met Mukunda on the road. Catching him by the hand, the Lord demanded, "What is your reason for avoiding me or turning away when you see me? Today let me see how you escape without answering my questions." "How am I going to defeat him today?" thought Mukunda. I know that he is well versed in grammar, so I shall question him on Alankar, figures of speech, and defeat him so thoroughly that he will never boast to me again. The debate began and they plied each other with questions. The Lord defeated each of Mukunda's explanations. Then Mukunda suggested, grammar is for small children. Only young students discuss these subjects. We should rather discuss figures of speech. Whatever you wish, replied Nimai. Mukunda quoted difficult and lofty slokas one after the other, asking questions on different aspects of the figures of speech. The omnipotent Supreme Lord pointed out mistakes in every one of his compositions and smashed all his arguments. Mukunda was unable to establish any new points. Today, return to your house and please study your books properly, said the Lord, smiling. Tomorrow, if you want, I will put you to the test again. Mukunda took the dust from the Lord's lotus feet and left thinking about this wonderful incident. It is not possible for a human being to possess such knowledge, thought Mukunda. He is well versed in all the scriptures and subjects. There is not one thing he does not know. He is such a genius. If only he were a devotee of Lord Krishna, then I would never leave his company for a moment. The Lord of Vaikuntha enjoyed the mood of a scholar while roaming about Nabadwap. On another occasion he met Gadadhara Pandita. The Lord grasped both of Gadadhara's hands and said, I heard you study logic. You must answer my questions before you leave. Gadadhara Pandita agreed and the Lord began, tell me the symptoms of liberation. Gadadhara replied according to knowledge he had gained from the books, but the Lord said, your explanations are not up to standard. Gadadhara insisted, according to the scriptures, liberation comes only after the extirpation of extreme suffering. Nimai Pandita, the Lord of Sarasvati Devi, the goddess of learning, pointed out discrepancies in various angles of Gadadhara Pandita's explanation. There was no one who could defeat the Lord, no one who could win in a debate with him. Gadadhara, you should go home today, but tomorrow we shall meet again and you will have another chance, said Nimai. But Gadadhara could only think of escaping Nimai's association. He offered the due respect to Nimai and left as quickly as possible. Nimai continued to roam about Nabadwap with his students. Everyone now recognized Nimai as an erudite scholar and people in general were very respectful towards him. In the late afternoon the Lord would sit in the midst of his students on the bank of the Ganga. Nothing in the cosmic creation could compare with his charm, for he was continually worshipped by Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of wealth. Sri Sachinandana explained the scriptures and all his students sat around him listening. Around evening time the Vaishnavas came and sat at a distance from the Lord listening to his explanations with mixed feelings of elation and depression. What is the benefit of possessing so much beauty and such vast learning if one does not worship Krishna? Commented one devotee. I have to run away when I see him, lest he catch me and defeat me with his tricky questions, said another. If he catches you, you cannot escape. He forces you to stay as though he had the authority of some government official, complained another. But his strength is so extraordinary, concluded one devotee, that I think he must be some great personality. Although he harasses us with tricky questions, somehow I feel very pleased each time I see him. I have yet to meet anyone with his erudition. The only thing that disheartens me is that he does not worship Lord Krishna. The devotee sincerely prayed that Nimai would develop some attachment for the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. They prostrated themselves on the bank of the Ganga and petitioned the Lord on Nimai's behalf. O Lord Krishna, please allow the son of Sri Jagannatha Misra to be always absorbed in you. Leaving aside his other pursuits, they prayed. Allow him to worship you always in loving devotion, and then we can all associate with him. Nimai received the blessings of the pure Vaishnava devotees. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead residing in everyone's heart, he knew the mentality of the devotees. Whenever he saw Srivasa and other elevated devotees, he would always offer them respect. He accepted the blessings of the Vaishnavas, knowing that only through such blessings could love of Krishna be achieved. Often devotees questioned him, why do you waste your time pursuing material knowledge? What will you gain? Others would advise, you should begin to worship the Supreme Lord Krishna immediately. What is the ultimate aim of education? It is only to know the Supreme Lord, and if you miss this point, then what is the use of all your erudition? The Lord affectionately replied, I am truly very fortunate that all of you are so intent about teaching me the path of devotional service to Krishna. Within my heart I know that whoever receives your blessings is most fortunate. I have always thought that I would take shelter of a pure Vaishnava devotee, but only after I have studied a little longer. The Lord conversed affectionately with his devotees in this manner and yet remained undetected by anyone through the influence of his internal potency, Maya. The Lord charmed everyone and stole their hearts. There was no one who did not wait eagerly to meet the Lord again. The citizens of Nabadwip were equally happy to meet Sri Gaurachandra, and whenever they saw him they offered respect. Each of the townspeople saw the Lord according to his own mentality. The ladies thought, "Oh, here is Cupid." The scholars offered him great respect, thinking he was Brihaspati, the priest of the demigods. The mystic yogis considered him to be a perfected being, while the evil-minded atheists and sinners beheld him with fear. Nimai's charm was irresistible. Whoever conversed with him became captivated as though bound by the ropes of love. Although he acted like a braggart, flouncing his erudition, still people heard him with affection. Even the Muslims and others felt affection for the Lord. That was only natural because the Lord's nature was magnanimous. The Supreme Lord of all the spiritual planets was teaching many students in front of Mukunda and Sanya's house. Never tiring from debate on any point, the Lord Visvambhara, Sri Sachinandana, exhibited his pastimes as a scholar. None of the fortunate souls who had contact with Gaurasundara, including Mukunda and Sanya, could understand the reason for their exhilaration in the Lord's company. The Lord of Vaikuntha had mastered all the branches of education, and he exhibited this transcendental pastime in the mood of an erudite scholar for the pleasure of everyone. One day the Lord pretended he was sick from a certain kind of disorder and used this to reveal ecstatic symptoms of devotional service. Suddenly he uttered something mystical and indecipherable. Falling to the ground he rolled around, breaking everything within reach. He roared like thunder, like a challenging wrestler, and struck whoever came near him. At one moment his body would be paralyzed, and in the next moment he would fall unconscious. Those who witnessed the malady were frightened. News spread that he was suffering from a wine disorder, and all his friends rushed in to try to help. Buddhimantakan, Mukunda and Sanya came quickly to his house with the entire group. They applied different medicated herbal oils on his head to bring him back to a normal condition. In actuality, Nimai was pretending to be sick, so no one could cure him from his condition. His whole body quivered uncontrollably and he alternately sighed and roared, making everyone fearful. "I am the Lord of the entire universe," said Nimai. "I am the maintainer and holder of the universe, and my name is Visvambhara. I am that same Supreme Personality who is the Lord of all the spiritual planets, but none of you know me." In his madness he rushed out to catch someone. Although Nimai revealed his real identity during his illness, still no one recognized him because of the Lord's internal potency. "Some demon must have possessed him," commented one person, and another immediately questioned, "Is this how a witch works? He is speaking constantly, therefore he must have some sort of wine disorder," suggested another person. In this way each one offered his own opinion, but none of them could understand the Lord in truth because of the influence of his illusory potency, the internal potency of the Supreme Lord Vishnu. People continued to try to cure the Lord by applying a variety of oils over his head and body. He dripped with oil, yet kept on laughing as if to substantiate the existence of a wine disorder that was affecting his mind. After some time the Lord became normal again of his own accord. Such are the wonderful pastimes of the Supreme Lord. Everyone was relieved and jubilantly chanted Lord Hari's name. Their relief was so great that they began to give gifts and receive gifts from others without knowing to whom they gave or from whom they took. They all blessed the Lord with a long life. Who can comprehend these transcendental activities of the Lord of Vaikuntha if he himself does not mercifully reveal it? The Vaishnavas, who were accustomed to give good advice to the Lord whenever they saw him, now advised, "Dear sir, please worship the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Time is short and the body is temporary. But what can we teach you, for after all you are the most learned person?" The Lord smiled in acquiescence, offered the Vaishnavas respect, and left to teach his students in the house of the pious Mukunda and Sanya. His hair still smelling sweet from the medicated oils, Lord Gaurasundara sat amongst his disciples and began to teach. In that gathering the Lord looked like a gem surrounded by many precious jewels. It is impossible to give proper analogy. It could have been Lord Narayana in Badari Kasram sitting in the midst of his devotees like Sanaka and others. There is no doubt that Sachinandana is that same Lord Narayana, the Supreme Personality. Thus he enacted his scholarly pastimes with his students and devotees. After holding class for several hours, Gaurasundara and his students would break at midday for their bath in the Ganga. After that the Lord would return home for his daily worship of Lord Vishnu. He offered water to Tulasi Devi, circumambulated her, and then sat down to eat his meal while chanting the name of Lord Hari. Lakshmi Devi served the prasada to her lord while Mother Sasi looked on, drinking in the Lord's beauty to her full satisfaction. After eating, the Lord chewed some betel leaf and lay down while Lakshmi massaged his lotus feet. For a while he would rest in a transcendental sleep, and upon rising he would again take his books in his hand and leave the house. Out in the street, Gaurasundara gave and received great pleasure in talking with anyone he met. No one knew he was in fact the Supreme Lord, yet everyone offered him respect. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Satchidananda walked casually throughout the town where everyone could see him, although he was unapproachable even by demigods. One day Nimai came to a weaver's house. The weaver received his guest with reverence. "Bring me a fine piece of cloth," said the Lord, and the weaver immediately produced a very good piece. "How much will you take for this?" asked Nimai. "Whatever you want to give," replied the weaver. Nimai estimated the price and said, "I have no coins today." "My dear respected Brahmana," asserted the weaver, "you can give it to me in 10 or 15 days. Take this cloth and wear it. If you are satisfied, you can pay me later." The Supreme Lord cast his merciful glance on the weaver and left his place. At the house of the milkman, Nimai took advantage of his position as a Brahmana. "Bring me some milk and yogurt," said Gaurasundara. "Today I shall accept some charity from you." To the milkman, Nimai looked like Cupid personified because of his brilliant beauty. Carefully and with great reverence they seated him comfortably and began joking with him. Affectionately they called him uncle. Uncle, come to my house and take some rice," said one milkman, grasping Nimai's arm as though he would take him physically. "No, come to my house for rice. Don't you remember when you ate in my house previously?" said another jokingly. Actually, Nimai had never visited their houses except in his previous incarnation as Sri Krishna. The milkman could not know the depth of his joke, nor did Nimai reveal it. He was satisfied with his secret. The milkman brought milk, clarified butter, yogurt, cream and curd and offered it to the Lord. The Lord was pleased with the milkman, and after blessing them he left for the house of the perfumer. The perfume maker received the Lord with great respect and offered prayers at his lotus feet. "Dear brother, bring me some good perfume," said Nimai. The perfumer immediately went inside and came back with his best collection. "What is the price?" asked Nimai. "You know everything," replied the perfumer. "Would it be proper for me to ask payment from you? Take this perfume and use it for a few days. If the perfume suits you, you may pay me whatever you like." The perfumer smeared Nimai's body with fragrant oil and received indescribable pleasure from the service. How could he have remained unaffected while serving the beautiful body of the Lord who can attract hearts of all living entities? Nimai blessed the perfumer and went on to the house of the florist. The florist was wonderstruck to see such an extremely charming person. He offered his obeisances to the Lord, and with both respect and affection he gave him a place to sit. "I would like a very beautiful garland, but I do not have any money with me," said Nimai. Noticing the signs of divinity on the Lord's person, the florist said, "You do not have to give anything." The florist then brought a beautiful garland and placed it round the Lord's neck. This pleased the Lord, who began to laugh along with the disciples and students who had accompanied him. The Lord blessed the florist and went next to the house of the betel leaf dealer. The pan dealer saw that he had Cupid in person as a visitor. First touching the lotus feet of the Lord, the merchant then offered him a seat. "It is my great fortune that you have visited this humble dwelling of mine." He then spontaneously prepared a betel pan leaf for the Lord and offered it to him. "Why did you give me this pan without being paid?" asked the Lord with a sweet smile. "I simply acted on the prompting of my heart," said the pan merchant. The Lord was pleased with the merchant's simple honesty and was satisfied to chew the betel pan he had been given. The dealer made a packet containing betel leaves with other valuable tasty spices like camphor and offered it to the Lord with faith and respect. In return he received the causeless mercy of the Lord. Nimai continued to visit the people of Nabadwip in this way. Being an exact replica of Mathura, Nabadwip was an opulent town even before the advent of the Lord. Its lakhs of inhabitants busied themselves throughout the town. This was all prearranged by the desire of the Lord. Nabadwip was prepared to receive the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Just as Lord Krishna had gone through Mathura meeting the various residents, in this incarnation Lord Caitanya had enacted the same wonderful pastime. The Lord then visited the house of the conch shell dealer. The merchant received the Lord with great respect and offered his obeisances at the Lord's lotus feet. "Dear brother, please bring me a beautiful conch shell," said Nimai. The merchant delivered his most beautiful shell and offered his obeisances again, but the Lord asked, "How will I take it with me as I am not carrying any money?" "Respected Brahmana, Please take this conch shell home with you. You can pay me later, or if you do not pay me at all, it does not matter." The Lord was satisfied with the conch shell dealer's affection and blessed him. In this manner the Lord visited many houses in Nabadwip and showered each one with his mercy. Because of their great fortune, even today the residents of Nabadwip receive the shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Gaurachandra and Sri Nityananda, the fully independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sri Gaurachandra then went to the house of the astrologer. The astrologer saw a divine personality before him, glowing with spiritual radiance, and he humbly offered his respectful obeisances and a seat. "I heard that you are a good astrologer," said the Lord. "Tell me who I was in my previous birth." The astrologer chanted his Gopala mantra and went into meditation. He saw the four-handed form of Lord Krishna with the complexion of a dark monsoon cloud. The Lord was holding a conch shell, the Sudarsana Chakra, a club and a lotus in his hands. He saw the Lord bathed in divine effulgence with the Kaustubha jewel around his neck and his breast marked with Srivatsa. He then saw the prison house of Kamsa with Vasudeva and Mother Devaki holding the newborn baby in the late night. Then Sri Vasudeva carried the child to Gokula for safety. Again the astrologer saw the Lord as a charming two-handed little boy without any clothes. The jewelry around his waist tinkled sweetly with each movement and both his hands were filled with creamy butter. The astrologer saw the same divine signs on Sri Caitanya that he had always seen on Gopala, the form of Krishna on which he meditated daily. Once again the astrologer's vision changed and he saw the curved form of Lord Syamananda Krishna playing his flute while the gopis around him played on different musical instruments. The wonder-struck astrologer opened his eyes to observe the beautiful form of the Lord on which he continued to meditate. Then he prayed aloud to his worshipable Lord Sri Gopala, "O Gopala, please reveal to me the real identity of this young Brahmana." The astrologer then saw in his meditation the Supreme Lord with the complexion of Durga grass holding a bow in one hand while sitting on a kingly throne. Again he saw the Lord as Vraha the boar, balancing the earth between his tusks as he rose magnificently out of the ocean depths. He saw Lord Nrsimhadeva, the terrifying half-human half-lion incarnation who appeared to protect his pure devotees. Then Vaimana appeared in the sacrificial arena of Bali Maharaja, followed by Matsya the fish, saving the Vedic scriptures from destruction in the waters of annihilation. Within his meditation, the pious astrologer then saw Lord Balarama carrying his divine plough, and after that he saw Jagannatha and Balarama with Subhadra standing between them. All the incarnations of the Lord appeared to the astrologer, yet because of the Lord's illusory energy he could not understand the deeper meaning of his divine vision. The astrologer was mystified and thought to himself, maybe this Brahmana is very expert in chanting mantras for incarnations, or maybe he is some demigod in the form of a Brahmana trying to amuse himself and test me. He certainly possesses an extraordinary effulgence. Maybe he has come as an astrologer and clairvoyant to disgrace me. The Lord interrupted his thoughts and said, "What do you see? Tell me, who am I? Tell me everything in detail." "Please go now," said the confused astrologer. "Later in the afternoon when I have chanted my mantras properly I shall tell you everything." The Lord wished him well and went to the house of his dear friend, Sridhara. The Lord was always pleased with Sridhara's behavior and he would use any excuse to visit him. They would converse confidentially and joke with each other. In this way several hours a day could be passed very happily. Sridhara offered the Lord obeisances and a seat as soon as he arrived. Sridhara's calm and mild personality stood in obvious contrast to Nimai's stormy character. "Sridhara, you are always chanting Lord Hari's name, so what is the reason for your suffering? You are serving the husband and master of Sri Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, so why are you always in want of food and clothes?" "I am not starving," replied Sridhara, "and as you can see, I have clothes on. They are neither fine clothes nor the right size, but my body is covered." "But Sridhara," argued the Lord, "the clothes are torn in several places and I know you have neither straw nor rice in the house. Look around you. All the citizens worship Goddess Kandi, Mother Durga, the destroyer of all enemies, and none of them suffer for want of food, shelter or clothing." "You have made a good point," replied Sridhara, "but generally speaking, everyone's life is almost the same. The king may live in a palace surrounded by opulence and eat sumptuously while the birds live in the open or in a simple nest in a treetop and gather their own humble food. But basically everyone's approach to life is similar. By the Lord's design each of us must meet the demands of duty and in doing so we behave more or less alike. Personally I prefer to live the life I am leading now. I am sure you have immense wealth hidden somewhere, accused the Lord, and you are relishing opulent food in secret. Soon I will make it known to everyone, and then we will see how you continue to cheat the people. Come to my house, dear learned Brahmana invited Sridhara, and see for yourself. We should not start an argument here. I am not going to let you off so easily, said Nimai. Tell me what you are going to feed me. I make a simple living selling leaf cups, replied Sridhara. What can I offer to give you from such an income, respected Brahmana? I am not going to touch your hidden wealth now. That I will get later, assured Nimai. But if you give me banana root and some banana stalks right now without taking money, then I will not fight with you anymore. Sridhara thought to himself, he is a very aggressive Brahmana. Someday he might even beat me. But even if he does beat me, what can I do? I really cannot afford to give him whatever he wants free each day. But I see he has a godly form. He is not an ordinary personality by any means. If he takes my things by force or by some other tricky means, then he is free to do so. I think this is my good fortune, and in spite of my poverty I will continue to give him whatever he wants. Having made his decision, Sridhara answered the Lord, Dear Brahmana, you do not have to pay me anything at all. I will give you whatever you want with an open and happy heart. Take your bananas and other vegetables, take the leaf cups that I have, and please do not fight with me anymore. Yes, that is a very satisfactory agreement, said Nimai. There should be no further fights, but please see to it that I get good quality bananas, banana stalk and radish. Daily the Lord ate with Sridhara from his leaf cups, relishing his bananas, banana stalks, radishes and Sridhara's cooking in general. When a gourd grew on Sridhara's rooftop, the Lord had it cooked into a special preparation made with milk and hot spices. One day the Lord asked, Sridhara, what do you think of me? As soon as you tell me that, I shall return to my house. Sridhara replied, You are a Brahmana, part and parcel of the Supreme Lord Vishnu. No, you do not know, said Nimai. I belong to the community of cowherds and milkmen. You see me as a young Brahmin boy, but I consider myself to be simply a milkman. Sridhara just smiled at the Lord's comment. He could not recognize his own Lord and Master, being deluded by the Lord's internal potency. Sridhara, I am going to reveal to you an esoteric truth. You see the river Ganges. I am the source of the Ganga. Oh Nimai Pandita, have you no fear in disrespecting Ganga Devi like this? Asked the disturbed Sridhara. People usually become grave and serious as they grow older, but your frivolity seems to have doubled since your childhood. After staying with Sridhara for some time, Nimai Pandita returned home. He entered the temple room of Lord Vishnu and his students took that as an indication that they should also return to their homes. The rising full moon in the evening stirred wonderful spiritual emotions within Lord Nimai. Memories of the moon like Vrindavana Chandra rose within his heart. Nimai's flute played an extraordinary beautiful melody that only Mother Sasi could hear. The flute that charms the entire creation stole Mother Sasi's consciousness, carrying it away on the wings of ecstasy. Slowly she regained her external awareness and after steadying her mind, she listened to the beautiful melody. The captivating flute seemed to come from Gaurasundara's direction. The music drew Mother Sasi from her room to the temple room where she saw Nimai. The sound of the flute stopped completely and on her son's chest she saw the full rising moon and the fathomless firmament. She was overcome by amazement and glanced restively in all directions before returning to her room. She sat down to analyze what she had heard and seen, but she could not find a proper explanation. Mother Sasi was fortunate to see Nimai's endless supernatural phenomenon. Some nights she heard many people singing, dancing and playing instruments as if some festival was in progress. She sometimes noticed the entire house, doors, walls and windows emanating a brilliant light. On some days she saw divinely beautiful ladies, as attractive as Lakshmi the goddess of fortune, roaming about with lotus flowers in their hands. Occasionally she saw effulgent demigods who would appear and disappear within a moment. Mother Sasi's visions were certainly not imagination. She was the embodiment of devotional service to the Supreme Lord Krishna and all the Vedas glorify her. Merely her glance on any person could purify him so that he could also have the same transcendental visions. Sri Gaurasundara, the Supreme Lord who is Krishna himself, lived incognito in Nabadwip, simply relishing his own divine self. Sometimes he revealed his true identity but none of his eternal servants could recognize him. In his Nabadwip pastimes the Lord liked to be very arrogant, in fact no one could match that arrogance. Whenever the Supreme Lord performed any pastime, his activities could not be equaled by anyone. When the Lord feels like performing his chivalrous pastimes, then there is no one to challenge his mastery over weapons. And when he wants to reveal his amorous pastimes, then he captivates the hearts of millions of beautiful damsels. When he wants to enjoy opulence, then his opulence and magnificence is unmatched. Now in his pastimes as an erudite scholar there is no one to match his insolent arrogance, and when the same Lord accepts the renounced order of life, then who can excel him in devotion, dedication and renunciation? Is there anyone in the three worlds to match him? Yet in all his incarnations and pastimes the zenith of all activities is voluntary loving defeat in the hands of his pure unalloyed devotees. One day the Lord was walking down the thoroughfare in Nabadwip surrounded by a few of his student disciples. His movement, dress and behavior was that of a king, and he wore a golden yellow dhoti exactly like Krishna. A face that reflected a million rising full moons had soft red lips. People would look and say, "Is he Cupid in person?" His exquisite forehead held the tilaka mark, his hands clutched his books, and as soon as anyone beheld his lotus-petaled eyes they were freed of all sinful thoughts and reactions. The Lord had a restless nature. As he walked along with his students he swung his arms in a carefree manner. Srivasa Pandita also happened to be walking on this road, and as soon he saw the Lord he immediately felt great happiness. The Lord offered his obeisances to Srivasa Pandita as soon as he saw him. Srivasa Pandita, the magnanimous personality, blessed the Lord saying, "May you live a long life." Then with a laugh he inquired, "Where are you off to now, my dear epitome of vanity? What futile work are you wasting your time on instead of worshipping the Supreme Lord Krishna? And why do you spend days and nights non-stop teaching people? And why do you not allow people to educate themselves so that they can get knowledge about Lord Krishna and the process of devotional service? What is the use of education and knowledge if devotional service is not the ultimate goal? From now on do not waste even a single moment in futile activities. You have become educated. Now utilize your time in worshipping Lord Krishna." "O respected Pandita," replied Nimai, "I am sure that by your grace devotional service to Krishna is possible even for me." Graciously the Lord took leave of Srivasa Pandita and went to the bank of the Ganga. The Lord's beauty was indescribable as he sat in the midst of his students. One might say he looked like the moon surrounded by a starry firmament. But that analogy is inaccurate, for the moon is not without flaw. Its waxing and waning diminish its glory, whereas the exhilarating beauty of the Lord was continuous. Therefore such a comparison was inaccurate in describing the Lord's beauty. To compare him with Brihaspati was also inadequate, for Brihaspati was the spiritual master of only the demigods, whereas the Supreme Lord Gaurachandra was the supreme shelter and preceptor of all living entities. To compare him with Cupid is also incorrect, for remembrance of Cupid gives rise to material desire and ultimately grief within the heart, whereas remembrance of the Lord brings purification and freedom from material bondage, through which one enjoys blissful eternal life. It seems that all analogies are inappropriate except the one which is readily accepted by my heart. On the banks of the Jamuna, Sri Nandakumar Krishna sat surrounded by his young cowherd boy friends. That same Krishna Chandra and the same cowherd boys were also sitting on the banks of river Ganga. Whoever beheld the charming face of the Lord at that time experienced inexplicable ecstasy. The Lord's pure effulgent form inspired many opinions from the people who were present there. One person said, "Such a brilliant effulgence is impossible for a human being." Another conjectured, "This Brahmana must be a part or an expansion of Lord Vishnu. He has come to fulfill the prophecy that a Brahmana would be the king of Bengal. I can see all the marks of royalty on his body," said another. People continued to give their opinions as far as their intelligence would allow. And Nimai, the cynosure of the residents of Nabadwip, sat amongst his students, criticizing and minimizing the other teachers of Nadia. He would thoroughly defeat any arguments on any subjects, then by his superior intelligence he would again establish the same arguments he had just defeated. "I will accept that person as a scholar who has the courage to come and argue with me," challenged Nimai. "Who has sufficient intelligence to defeat my arguments?" In this way the Supreme Lord boasted and thus destroyed the false ego of the scholars of Nabadwip. The Lord had a countless following of students. People would simply come and offer themselves to the Lord. Every day many young Brahmana boys would come and pray at the lotus feet of the Lord. "O great scholar, I want to study under you so that I may learn something. Please be gracious and grant me this wish." The Lord would smile and accept them all, and in this way his students increased by the day. The most precious gem of the Vaikuntha planets sat amongst his students on the bank of the river Ganga, revealing his wonderful and pleasurable pastimes. The pious people could all see the Lord, and everyone in Nabadwip could feel his spiritual potency. There was no way to gauge the amount of good fortune that those people accumulated and the bliss they experienced just by seeing the Lord. One could become free from material bondage simply by seeing the fortunate souls whose hearts had been touched by the blissful existence of the Supreme Lord. But alas for me, I have taken a sinful and wretched birth. I could not be born at that time. My life is bereft of that beautiful transcendental sight of Lord Gaurasundara. In spite of all this, O Lord Gaurachandra, please grant me the mercy that I may remember this pastime of yours in every birth. Wherever you and my Lord Nityananda perform your transcendental pastimes with your eternal associates, may I also be present there as your humble and insignificant servant. Lord Sri Krishna Caitanya and Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. Your insignificant servant Vrindavanadasa offers this humble song at your lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 13. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, the brightest lamp in the Brahmana race. All glories to the Lord who inspires the deepest feelings of ecstasy in the hearts of all his devotees. All glories to the Lord and Master of Govindadasa, the doorkeeper. Please shower your merciful glances on the conditional living entities. All glories to the Emperor of the Brahmanas and the crest jewel among all teachers. All glories to the society of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's devotees. The Lord of Vaikuntha, Nimai, was immersed in the mellow of an insolent and arrogant scholar. Nabadwip town itself in those days was an institution, housing many scholars and teachers well versed in all branches of the scriptures. Titles like Bhattacharya, Chakravarti, Misraacharya were common, and the only work of these scholars was teaching. Their sport was debate, and in their intolerant and impatient ways they did whatever was required to win an argument. Even if a well-respected superior scholar made valuable points, others would disagree with him. Lord Nimai's habit was to constantly rebuke the other scholars and refute their arguments right in front of them. There was no teacher in Nabadwip who could confront the Lord's arguments and offer a second opinion. As soon as they saw the Lord, such fear gripped their hearts that they immediately became obsequious. Whoever conversed with the Lord even by chance became his dedicated servant. The Lord's erudition and intellect from his early childhood was known to everyone. Within their hearts they also knew that Lord Nimai could never be defeated by anyone. The mere sight of the Lord created a feeling of awe and respect amongst the scholars, so they naturally became submissive in his presence. Yet his illusionary energy prevented anyone from knowing him in truth. Only when the Lord revealed himself of his own volition could one understand his real identity. Although the Supreme Lord is most munificent in every respect, it is entirely by his personal desire that one is able to perceive his confidential, transcendental pastimes. In Nabadwip, Lord Gaurachandra performed his transcendental pastimes in the mood of a scholar, deluding everyone about his true identity. Once a very learned but supercilious scholar holding the title Digvija, meaning one who has conquered scholars in all directions, came to Nabadwip. He was a dedicated devotee of the goddess of learning, Sarasvati, and he captivated her by chanting her propitiatory mantra. Mother Sarasvati is actually the universal mother. She is non-different from Lakshmi Devi, the eternal consort of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Lord Narayana. Lakshmi Devi is the embodiment of transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord. She is the internal potency of the Lord, and she is always situated on his breast. By the Brahmana's desire and fortune he received benediction from her to become a Digvija scholar. For her to give such a boon was quite easy, for she is capable of benedicting anyone with even the rare gift of transcendental devotional service to the Supreme Lord Narayana. Having received this benediction directly from goddess Sarasvati, the Brahmana proceeded to travel throughout the country, conquering scholars wherever he went. All the scriptures were on the tip of his tongue. No one in this world could challenge him. Many could not even follow his introduction to the main dissertations, so he went unchecked and unchallenged everywhere. When Nabadwip's fame as a center for great scholars reached his ears, he went there with great eclat, leading a procession of elephants, horses and men. News spread like wildfire in every house of Nabadwip, creating waves of confusion. After conquering the scholars of every land, the Digvija had at last come to Nabadwip. The teachers of Nabadwip were further alarmed when they heard that he was a direct recipient of a boon from goddess Sarasvati. In those days Nabadwip was the most famous center of learning in the entire world. If the Digvilya were to defeat its scholars, Nabadwap's glory would be minimized and the world would hear of its failure. Yet no one had the courage to challenge him, for he was the recipient of Mother Sarasvati's special benediction. It was said that Mother Sarasvati herself appeared on his tongue whenever he spoke. How could a mere human defeat him? The hundreds of Bhattacharya scholars residing in Nabadwap were distraught with anxiety and abandoned all activities. Nabadwap bustled with excitement as time for the trial of intellectual strength drew near. All this was described in detail to Sri Gauranga by his students. After conquering all other parts of the world, a Digvira Pandita has come to Nabadwap to challenge our scholars in debate. It is said that he has received the special favor of goddess Sarasvati, and he entered Nabadwap in a great procession of horses, elephants, palanquins and men. He says that if there are no challengers amongst the Nabadwap scholars, he wants a letter of victory issued on his behalf. Lord Gaurachandra heard his students and then with a smile reminded them about the nature of the Absolute. Listen, brothers, and I will tell you the actual situation. The Supreme Lord does not tolerate anyone who indulges in continual insolence. Whenever he finds someone burdened by arrogance over some personal quality, he invariably removes the cause of their pride. A fruit-laden tree and a person endowed with good qualities will inevitably bend down in humility. You must have heard of other great conquerors like Hoi Hoi, Nahusam, Bena, Narako Ravana, etc. Did the Supreme Lord neglect to prune their overbearing pride? He never tolerates such ignominious insolence. Here in Nabadwap you will witness the end of this supercilious scholar. The Lord amused himself with his students in this way. In the evening he went to the bank of the river Ganga, sprinkled some Ganga water on his head, offered his obeisances and then sat in the midst of his students. The Lord lectured on various subjects such as religion and its different scriptural explanations. No one, however, understood that the Lord was simultaneously thinking of the manner in which he could defeat the Digvilya Pandita. This Brahmana has become extremely arrogant and he thinks that there is no one in this world to defeat him, thought the Lord. If I humble him in front of everyone, it will be like a shameful death for him. People will dishonor him, he will lose everything and eventually he will die from humiliation. Therefore I must confront him secretly in a solitary place and yet ensure his downfall. In that way I can eclipse his vanity without destroying him. While the Supreme Lord was thinking in that manner, the Digvilya arrived at the Ganga. As dusk faded into night, the river Ganga looked radiant beneath the full moon in the soft, clear sky. The Supreme Lord was effulgent in the midst of his students and his exquisite beauty captivated the entire creation. A sweet smile decorated the glowing moon-like face of the Lord, and his two beautiful eyes showered transcendently merciful glances. Pearls were lackluster in comparison with his teeth, and his radiant lips were easily mistaken for the rising sun. With his soft and delicate body, he was the personification of compassion. His perfect head was covered with raven black curls. His graceful, lion-like neck rested perfectly on his beautiful broad shoulders. He was dressed in divinely exquisite clothes. His perfectly proportioned body was large and his heart was ruled by his munificent nature. The Brahmana's thread hanging loosely across his shoulders was the bow of Ananta Sesha. His long arms extended gracefully to his knees and the Ardhapurna Tilaka decorating his wide forehead enraptured the hearts of everyone. With his dhoti tied elegantly at his waist, Sri Gauranga sat in the cross-legged posture of a yogi, establishing and refuting various arguments in his usual manner of discourse. Many students had gathered around Mahaprabhu that evening, and the Digvilya Pandita was astonished to see the wonderful assembly. Is this Nimai Pandita? He thought. Unseen by anyone, he stood spellbound by the Lord's extraordinary beauty. Who is this person? He inquired from one of the students. This is the famous Nimai Pandita, replied the student. After offering his obeisances to the Ganga, the Digvilya moved a little closer to the Lord. On noticing him, Nimai smiled at him and affectionately offered him a seat. Having already conquered all the scholars in the land, the Digvilya Pandita was naturally fearless, yet in the presence of the Lord he was filled with awe. By the design of the omnipotent Supreme Lord, whoever approaches him in a challenging mood will feel both awe and fear. The Lord exchanged a few words with the Pandita and asked him a few questions. You are an extremely versatile poet, said the Lord. There is no subject which you cannot perfectly describe. Therefore, please elucidate the wonderful glories of the Holy Ganga so that whoever hears it will be freed from sin. At that very instant the Digvilya Pandita began to extemporarily compose and recite unparalleled verses in praise of the holy river. Who can imagine the countless ways in which he described Mother Ganga? Verses swiftly passed his lips and his voice resounded like a continuous roll of thunder. It certainly seemed that Mother Sarasvati herself had appeared on the tip of his tongue. Whatever he uttered was precisely appropriate. Was it humanly possible to find a mistake in his eloquent composition? There seemed to be no one present who could even understand them. Nimai's hundreds of students who had assembled there stared at the pundit with mouths agape. "O Lord Rama," they said, "how wonderful! Is it possible for a human to compose such eloquent poetry?" His composition was profusely ornamented with the most exceptional figures of speech applied to the most appropriate topics. His word usage perplexed even the scholars who were present. For nearly an hour the Digvaya composed and recited his unparalleled verses. There seemed to be no end to his brilliant oration. When at last he finished, the Lord smiled sweetly and said, "Your poetry was so exceptional that no one can understand the meaning unless you yourself explain it. The verses you have composed are certainly appropriate for glorification of the Ganga, but we entreat you to analyze them for us." The Lord's sweet words affected him like an intoxicating beverage and he began to explain his verses. But as soon as he started to speak, the Lord interrupted him to point out 3 mistakes, one in the beginning, one in the middle and one towards the end of the pundit's composition. The Lord said, "According to grammar, the figures of speech you have used show numerous imperfections. Please tell us in what context you have used them." The Digvaya Pandita, foremost of the favorite sons of Mother Sarasvati, lost his intelligence. He tried but failed to offer proper explanations for the mistakes Nimai pointed out. His feeble and confused attempts to defend his composition brought further criticism from the Lord, who then elucidated the flaws in the explanations as well as the verses. The pundit's unparalleled talent seemed to vanish and the situation grew incomprehensible to him. He could not even understand his own identity. Lord Nimai then said, "Leave this poem aside for now and compose another one." But, alas, the great world-conquering pundit was unable to compose a single verse. He sat before the Lord in a state of total bewilderment. Of course, even the Vedas personified have become perplexed in the presence of the Lord. Powerful personalities like Ananta Sesha, Lord Brahma and Lord Siva, who could each create a universe by his mere glance, have also been deluded by the Lord's presence. The bewilderment of the Digvaya Pandita in front of Nimai is not surprising because even Mother Lakshmi, Mother Sarasvati and other internal potencies of the Lord which can delude the entire creation, become themselves deluded by the Supreme Lord and thus remain forever in an inferior position. The reciter of the Vedas, Lord Sesha, and the compiler of the Vedas, Sri Veda Vyasa, are even bewildered in the presence of the Lord, what to speak of a mere Digvaya Pandita. It is impossible for any human to match the accomplishments of the Lord. Therefore, I say, all of his activities are extraordinary, and whatever the Supreme Lord does is always for the ultimate benefit of the suffering living entities, to release them from material bondage. While the Digvaya Pandita was struggling to swallow his ignominious defeat, the students began laughing and giggling excitedly. The Lord immediately stopped them and spoke soft, soothing words to the Pandita. "Today let us stop here. Please return to your home and tomorrow we can continue our discussion. You must be tired after composing such a lengthy recitation. It is also very late now. Soon it will be time to sleep." The Lord's behavior was so gentle and compassionate that even a defeated person did not suffer in humiliation. Although the Lord was victorious, he nevertheless spoke words of concern for the scholars and teachers of Nabadwip. Again to the Digvaya Pandita he said, "Please go home now and study your books. Tomorrow I will ask you questions and you must try to answer them." The Lord was so merciful that despite his victory, he did not dishonor the great scholar. Hence, everyone felt pleased. The scholars and teachers of Nabadwip were very affectionate toward the Lord because of his sweet disposition. The Lord and his students left the assembly to go home, but the Digvaya sat alone in utter shame and dejection. He thought to himself, "Mother Sarasvati herself has given me this boon. I have not come across anyone in the whole world who would dare confront me in a debate. Neither the expert scholars in the 6 philosophical branches like logic, Sankhya, Patanjali, Vermansa, etc., nor the scholars of Sastra would contest my authority. How is it that the Lord has allowed this insignificant teacher of children to defeat me in this manner? Seeing the power of Mother Sarasvati undermined in this way causes me equal consternation. How have I offended the goddess that all my talent and knowledge were disparaged in this humiliating defeat? I must try to determine the cause of this situation." With that he chanted his mantras and then lay down to sleep. In his dream Mother Sarasvati looked compassionately upon the Brahmana and spoke confidentially to him. O learned Brahmana, listen to me. I will now reveal to you that knowledge which is undisclosed even in the Vedas. If for any reason you reveal this secret to anyone, you will immediately forfeit your body. The person who defeated you today is actually the Supreme Lord of the entire cosmic manifestation. I am an eternal servant at his lotus feet, and out of shyness I hesitate to stand before him. In the Srimad Bhagavatam it is mentioned, being ashamed of her position, the illusory energy of the Lord cannot take precedence, but those who are bewildered by her continually talk nonsense, being absorbed in thoughts of it is I and it is mine. Because of the Lord's presence it was impossible for me to appear on the tip of your tongue as I have in the past. I lost my potency, but that is not my fault. How could it be otherwise? Even Lord Anantasesha, who describes the Vedas with his thousands of mouths, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and all the other demigods, worship him and are totally bewildered in his presence. What to speak of me? He is the supreme absolute truth, eternal, pure, indivisible and infallible. He is the omnipotent Supreme Lord residing in everyone's heart as the Supersoul. The person who appeared before you as a young Brahmana boy is none other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate cause of destruction of the entire cosmic manifestation. He is the cause of the dualities of fruitive action, knowledge, learning, good and bad, manifest and unmanifest, everything. It is by his desire that all living entities from Lord Brahma down experience happiness and distress. He is the supreme source of all incarnations like Matsya, Kurma and others. It is he who appeared as Lord Vraha to lift the world and again as Nrsimhadeva to protect his devotee Prahlada. He appeared again as Lord Vaimana to trick Bali Maharaja and thus his lotus feet became the source of Mother Ganga. He appeared in Ayodhya as Lord Ramachandra and performed many wonderful pastimes, ultimately killing the demon Ravana. He who is known as the son of Sri Vasudeva and Sri Nanda Maharaja has now appeared as a young Brahmana boy immersed in the mellows of a scholar. Where in the Vedas is this incarnation of the Supreme Lord revealed? Who will know about it if the Lord himself does not reveal his true identity? To become the greatest of all the scholars of the world is not the real result of chanting the mantra I gave you. You have received the factual result. You were able to see in person the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of the entire cosmic creation. O Brahmana, go quickly to him and take shelter of his lotus feet. Surrender yourself completely to him. Do not imagine my advice to be a dream or hallucination. The power behind the mantra you chant has brought me here and forced me to reveal the most esoteric knowledge of the Vedas. Mother Sarasvati disappeared after consoling the Pandita. He awoke from his sleep feeling purified and fortunate. Early dawn had just touched the eastern sky when he left for the Lord's house. He threw himself at the feet of Nimai Pandita to offer his obeisances and the Lord reciprocated by lifting him up and embracing him. Why, it is you, said the Lord. Why are you behaving in this manner? So that I may attract your kind grace, replied the Pandita. But you are a famous and erudite Digvya scholar. Why do you approach me like this? Questioned the Lord. O Lord of the learned Brahmanas, please hear me out. The highest perfection in all activities is achieved simply by worshipping you. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Narayana. You have appeared as a Brahmana in this age of Kali, but no one has the potency to perceive your real identity. Doubt entered my heart the very moment you asked me questions and then remained silent. Now I have personal realization that you are magnanimous and free from any pride, and my realizations are in keeping with the verdict of all Vedic scriptures. You defeated me 3 times, yet you kept my honor intact. Is such behavior possible for anyone other than the Supreme Lord? I am convinced that you are that Supreme Personality of Godhead. I have traveled far and wide. Bengal, Trihata, Kasi, Gujarat, Vijayanagara, Anga, Banga, Telanga, Udra and many other places. The most qualified scholars in each place were defeated by me. They could not even understand my discourses, let alone find fault with them. But in your presence all my education and intellect seemed to flee, I know not where. I now realize that this was not an extraordinary feat for you, because you are the Lord and Master of Mother Sarasvati. She personally revealed this to me. I was wallowing in material existence, but because of my immeasurably good fortune I came to Navadvip and met you face to face. I was captivated and deluded by the desire for material knowledge, and in self-deception I roamed about neglecting real absolute knowledge. Destiny has favored me and thus I have met you personally. O Lord, kindly purify me by your benevolent glance and destroy mine essence. You have a magnanimous nature and you are inclined to favor others, so there is no one but you from whom I can seek shelter. O Lord, Please instruct me so that I shall never again allow unholy desires to enter my heart. As a meek and insignificant man, the Digvilya Pandita spoke with repentance before the Lord. Sri Gaurasundara replied, O learned Brahmana, you are very fortunate because Mother Sarasvati resides on the tip of your tongue. But conquering the world with mundane knowledge is not a suitable objective for one with true wisdom. Knowledge becomes valuable only when it augments the worship of the Supreme Lord. Try to carefully understand. When death strikes and the soul is forced from the body, no one can take his material knowledge or opulence. The learned and self-realized souls completely reject this transient phenomenal existence and engage with unalloyed faith in the Lord's devotional service. Now, O Brahmana, leave aside all extraneous engagements and utilize your time worshipping the lotus feet of Sri Krishna for the remainder of your life. Remember that the fruit of true knowledge is tasted when the heart and mind are unflinchingly attached to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Of all activities, devotional service to the Supreme Lord Vishnu is the only manifestation of absolute truth. This is the advice I offer you. Lord Gaurasundara embraced the Pandita and at once the shackles of material existence fell away from the Digvilya. The Lord said, O Brahmana, curb your arrogance and insolence. Worship Krishna and be kind to all living entities. And be careful that you do not reveal anything Mother Sarasvati has told you. Revealing the confidential knowledge of the Vedas to unauthorized persons reduces the lifespan and deviates one from the spiritual path. Having received the Lord's instructions, Digvilya Pandita begged permission to leave. He offered his prostrated obeisances at the feet of the Lord and uttered prayers, feeling fortunate and purified. By the Lord's mercy, the Brahmana was immediately blessed with detachment from material affairs, perception of absolute truth and devotion to the Supreme Lord. Within moments the Brahmana's arrogance and vanity diminished and he grew as humble and meek as a blade of grass. He renounced everything, his elephants, horses, palanquins, money and the undesirable associates he has previously kept. Lord Gaurachandra's mercy had such a miraculous effect that the Brahmana Digvilya abandoned everything and traveled alone. That mercy could make a king leave his palace and take up a beggar's bowl. The remarkable example of this was Srila Rupa Goswami, who was also known as Dabirkaz. He left his kingly position and lived in the forests of Vrindavana. A servant of Krishna can ignore the material wealth, position and prestige which are desired by the common people. Any person who has not realized the value of devotional service to the Supreme Lord will naturally consider the position of a king most comfortable and enviable. But for the devotee of Krishna, even the happiness derived from liberation is insignificant. Therefore mere kingly comfort is of no consequence whatsoever. Reality and true happiness lie solely in the merciful glance of the Supreme Lord, and therefore the Vedas advise everyone to serve him. Lord Gaurasundara's wonderful defeat of the Digvilya and the Pandita's subsequent conversion was soon known in all corners of Nadia. People were astounded by the news and they commented, Nimai Pandita must be a truly great scholar, for even the Digvilya, the greatest of all Panditas, was humbled by him. Nimai Pandita has now made himself worthy of our praise and his fame will definitely spread. Someone said, if this Brahmana boy studies logic, he can immediately claim the highest title, Bhattacharya. But another suggested, let's jointly offer him the title of Badi Sinha now. The Lord's illusory potence was so strong that in spite of witnessing his miracles, no one could perceive his true identity. From that time on the people of Nadia could only discuss Nimai's victory over the Digvilya. I offer my obeisances to the feet of all the residents of Nabadwip, for they were fortunate enough to see the Lord's transcendental activities. Whoever faithfully and attentively hears this pastime of the Lord defeating Digvilya Pandita will always be victorious, and whoever hears about his captivating pastimes as a scholar will immediately become his eternal servant. Sri Krishna Caitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavana Dasa, an insignificant soul, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 14. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead Gaurasundara, who was very dear to Nityananda Prabhu. His transcendental body is comprised of eternality, knowledge and bliss. All glories to the Lord who was the life and soul of Pradyumna Misra. And all glories to the most treasured object of Sri Paramananda Puri. All glories to you, my Lord, for you are the life and soul and the most precious gem of all the Vaishnava devotees. O Lord, please look mercifully upon us, the living entities, and liberate everyone from the bonds of nescience. I humbly request everyone to please listen faithfully and attentively to the wonderful activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, in his form as a young Brahmana boy. The Lord of Vaikuntha absorbed himself in the mood of a scholar and passed his time in academic pursuits with his disciples. In every neighborhood of Nabadwip he was seen performing his cocky and playful pastimes. But by that time every person unquestioningly accepted Nimai Pandita as the superior scholar and teacher in Nabadwip. Rich, influential and aristocratic men would immediately take a humble position upon seeing Nimai and offer their respects to him. The very sight of him induced a sense of awe and reverence in the residents who were all captivated by his charm. Nimai Pandita would frequently receive gifts from various classes of people in Nabadwip. He set the perfect example as a householder and was as charitable as the Supreme Lord himself. Whenever Nimai saw a poor person, he would kindly offer him food, clothing or money. In this way Nimai generously distributed gifts to the poor. An endless stream of guests visited the Lord's house. The Lord offered each one respect according to his position and rendered him service to his full satisfaction. On some day sannyasis would visit his house and the Lord would serve them graciously. Once 20 sannyasis came at one time, so the Lord sent word to his mother to cook for all of them. Mother Sasi fell into immediate anxiety for she had nothing in the house to feed 20 sannyasis. Lost in her problem, she did not notice that someone had brought all the different ingredients she might require and left them in the kitchen. Lakshmi Devi immediately went to the kitchen and, pleased with the array of ingredients, she cooked some special preparations. After the cooking, the Lord checked the arrangements and then invited the sannyasis to sit down. He supervised the serving of their prasada and he satisfied each one of them personally. In this way the Lord satisfied all his guests and taught the world how to behave as a perfect householder. The foremost duty of a householder is to serve his guest, and responsible householders live by that standard. The householder who does not serve and satisfy his guests properly is worse than an animal or a bird. Even those who because of their previous impious activities have insufficient means to be hospitable can at least offer a place to sit, some water and a place to rest. That simple hospitality is sufficient to satisfy any guest if it is offered with love and affection. A householder who is pious may be poverty-stricken and possess very little with which to serve a guest, but his disposition should be hospitable. He can offer drinking water and water with which the guest can wash his feet. He can offer a grass mat on which the guest can sit or rest to become refreshed, and he can offer sweet words to please the ears of the traveler. The host must endeavor with all humility to keep the guest from leaving his house and beg forgiveness for any mistakes in his humble hospitality. A householder who sincerely tries to satisfy his guests even though his means are meager is considered hospitable. The Supreme Personality of Godhead set the example of a perfect householder and repeatedly asked his guests if they had any further needs or if they were satisfied. Those guests of course were the most fortunate souls, for Srimati Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, and Supreme Personality of God, Narayana, the proprietor of the entire cosmic manifestation, personally fed them. Because of the wonderful activities of the Supreme Lord, that divine food which is cherished by great souls like Lord Brahma and other demigods was distributed to common people and ordinary citizens in Nabadwip. The 20 sannyasi who were guests in the house of Lord Nimai had become a subject of conversation amongst the people. Someone said, those guests could not have been ordinary persons. They must have been Lord Brahma, Siva, Sukdev Goswami, Srila Vyasadeva, Narada Muni and other such elevated personalities. Who else could be eligible to take food in the house of Sri Gauranga, who is non-different from Lord Narayana with his wife Lakshmi Devi? The Supreme Lord has appeared in Nabadwip, and these great personalities and demigods must have known of the advent and come in the guise of sannyasis to take prasada in their house. Other than Brahma, who has the great fortune to eat in the house of Mahaprabhu? Some others expressed their opinion that the Supreme Lord has appeared to alleviate the sufferings of humanity. Along with the Supreme Lord, other demigods like Lord Brahma have also appeared, for they are the eternal associates of the Supreme Lord. Yet in this incarnation the Lord has promised that, I will give the living entities that which is rarely achieved even by Lord Brahma and others. Therefore, the Supreme Lord distributes prasada generously from his own house simply to release the wretched and needy living entities from material suffering. Lakshmi Devi worked without any assistance to serve her Lord and Master, yet she was always in a cheerful mood. Seeing the wonderful qualities and pious nature of Lakshmi Devi, Mother Sasi's joy increased by each hour and each day. From early morning she would work alone at the household chores, setting the example of an ideal wife. In the temple room she decorated the floor with auspicious designs made from colored paste. She drew the different symbols of the Lord like the conch shell and chakra. She also arranged for the paraphernalia required for the Lord's worship like incense, flowers, lamp, water, etc. She worshipped Tulsa Devi and also saw to the needs of Mother Sasi, serving her with great affection. The wonderful attributes of Lakshmi Devi's nature did not go unnoticed by Lord Gaurachandra. Although he never commented on it, he was extremely satisfied with her. Frequently Lakshmi Devi would sit for long hours massaging the Lord's lotus feet on her lap. At times when she served her Lord like that, Mother Sasi could see a brilliant effulgence emanating from the feet of Gaurachandra. At other times the fragrance of lotus flowers would fill the entire house, and although Mother Sasi would search everywhere, she could not find the source of the fragrance. Srimati Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, and the Supreme Lord Narayana remained incognito, unrecognized by the residents of Nabadwip. Without any prior indication, Lord Gauranga one day announced his desire to visit Bangladesh, the eastern part of Bengal. "I'll be gone for a few days," he told his mother. To Lakshmi Devi he instructed, "Please always look after your mother's needs." The Lord gathered a few of his confidential disciples and prepared for his journey. People gathered to see him off, but as the Lord departed they stood transfixed in their places simply staring after him. It was difficult for them to take their eyes away from the Lord. The ladies said, "The mother of this young man must be very pious and fortunate. We offer our obeisances at her feet." Fortunate also is the wife of this young man. Her birth as a woman has become worthy just by gaining such an excellent husband. In this way the residents discussed the Lord's glory as they watched him leave. It was only by his mercy that the ordinary residents of Nabadwip could see him directly. Even the demigods longed to see the Lord in this way. Lord Gaurasundara continued his unhurried journey and at last arrived on the banks of the river Padmavali. The river view was enchanting. Small waves constantly creased the wide expanse of water, and on either bank green forests lined the powerful current. The Lord was refreshed by the sight of the river and joined his friends for a swim in the clear water. Padmavali became fully spiritualized by the touch of the Lord's lotus feet, and her water was thereafter capable of purifying the entire creation. Padmavali was truly a beautiful river, her lapping waves and swift current most pleasing to the mind. The enchanting forests on her banks were equally pleasing, so the Lord stayed there for a few days. It was Padmavali's good fortune that the Lord blessed her, joyfully playing in her water just as he has played in the Ganga in Nabadwip. From the moment the Lord entered East Bengal the land became blessed and remains so, even today. The residents were happy to learn that the Lord had spent a few days on the banks of the Padmavali. News of the Lord's arrival swiftly spread far and wide. Nimai Pandita, the crest jewel of all scholars and the foremost of teachers, has arrived, the residents announced. Pious brahmanas came forward to greet the Lord, each bearing a gift for him. They offered their obeisances to him and humbly submitted, "Our great fortune must be immeasurable to have your presence in this country." People of East Bengal make a tremendous endeavor to collect funds and arrange to go to Nabadwip to study under the great scholar Nimai Pandit, said one brahmana. But by the divine grace of the Supreme Lord that ocean of knowledge has personally come to our doorstep. You are certainly the incarnation of Brihaspati, for no third teacher can compare with you. On closer scrutiny, however, that comparison is inaccurate. I am convinced that you are an empowered part of the Supreme Personality of God. My heart tells me it is impossible to find such erudition in anyone except the Supreme. We all submit this humble petition to you. It is our greatest wish that you impart knowledge to us. In your absence we have kept you in our memories, studied your commentaries amongst ourselves and also taught others. But now you are here in person, so please accept us as your disciples and let the whole world know of your wonderful pastimes. The Lord smiled at all of them, giving them assurance and hope, and remained in East Bengal for some time, enjoying the land and the people. It is because of this event that the residents of East Bengal are attracted to the holy name and engage in congregational chanting even today. At the time of the composition of this book, a group of evil persons were trying to mislead people in general from the spiritual path with wrong advice. These sinners claiming to be pious and cheated people just to fill their bellies. Another group of sinful offenders stopped performing congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord and began instead to chant Narayana, referring to themselves. It is most obvious that these men are under the clutches of the modes of material nature, so how can they shamelessly profess themselves to be the Supreme Lord? In the district of Rar there lived a man who externally appeared to be a Brahmin but internally was a sinful demon. He declared himself to be Gopala, the Supreme Lord, but more intelligent men considered him a sly and evil fox. Anyone who claims to be the Supreme Godhead, separate from Sri Krishna Caitanya, is certainly the most wicked soul, fit to live only in hell. I loudly declare with both my hands raised that the only true Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of the entire material creation, is Sri Gaurahari. Just by remembering his name one becomes free from material entanglement. Even by simply remembering his servant one becomes victorious in every sphere of life. See around you that the whole world is chanting the glories of his name, so discard your misdirected conceptions and serve the lotus feet of the Lord. Lord Gaurachandra, the Lord of Vaikuntha, enjoyed traveling in East Bengal immersed in the mood of a scholar. On the enchanting banks of the river Padmavali the Lord roamed through the forests and imparted knowledge to large gatherings of eager students. Hundreds came from everywhere to crowd his lectures. They all had one thought in mind: I want to study from Nimai Pandita. Such was the extent of the Lord's mercy upon them that within 2 months all the listeners became very knowledgeable and scholarly. Although many came simply to hear the Lord, hundreds of students returned to their homes with degrees. In this way the Lord passed his time as a scholar in East Bengal. Meanwhile in Nabadwip, Lakshmi Devi was feeling the pangs of separation from her Lord. She never spoke of her loneliness to anyone. She served Mother Sasi very lovingly but reduced her own eating almost to nothing after the Lord left Nabadwip. Bereft of his company she silently suffered, crying alone throughout each night, trying to suppress the restlessness which welled in her heart. Unable to bear any further separation from the Supreme Lord, Sri Lakshmi Devi, the Lord's eternal consort, left her transcendental body behind and went secretly to meet her Lord. Seated on the bank of the Ganga, Lakshmi Devi fixed the lotus feet of the Lord within her heart and went deep into meditation, never to return again. Mother Sasi's shock and deep grief is indescribable. Her pitiable lamentations could have melted stones. Since I am incapable of describing the mellow of sadness experienced by Mother Sasi, I shall not go into further details but simply mention incidences as reference. The saintly Vaishnavas were also grief-stricken by the news and they all came forward to help complete the necessary rituals. The Supreme Lord remained for some time in Bangladesh and then returned of his own desire to Nabadwip. When the residents of East Bengal learned that the Lord would leave they immediately collected gifts and precious treasures to give him. They presented him gold, silver, drinking vessels, beautiful mats, soft and warm blankets and a variety of clothes. Each person took what was most precious in his house and joyfully offered it to the Lord. In reciprocation the Lord blessed each person and accepted his gift. The Supreme Lord Sri Gaurahari personally visited each of the residents and after taking leave, he started for Nabadwip. Many students decided to accompany the Lord to Nabadwip where they could study under him. As the Lord was about to leave, an intelligent Brahmana named Tapan Misra approached him. Although Tapan Misra was a pure devotee and was well versed in the conclusions of the Vedas, he could find no one to answer his questions on the perfect spiritual path and the ultimate and absolute worshipable object. He constantly chanted the holy name of Krishna, yet he felt dissatisfied in the absence of proper spiritual practice. He had lived in a perturbed state of mind for some time, but because of his piety he was awarded a vision in an early morning dream. An effulgent person who looked like a demigod spoke some confidential constructions to him. Listen, O Brahmana, you are a renounced soul, so do not worry so much. Pacify your mind. Go and meet Nimai Pandita. He will explain all that you want to know about the spiritual path and spiritual goals. He is not an ordinary mortal, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana. He has appeared in this material world, accepting a human body to perform his wonderful transcendental pastimes. But I warn you not repeat to anyone what I have just told you, for this knowledge is most confidential. It is not available, even in the Vedas. If you reveal this then you will suffer unbearable pain life after life. The demigod disappeared from his dream and the Brahmana woke up. He was thrilled by his wonderful vision and shed tears of joy. Convinced that his fortune has changed, the Brahmana received new life and left immediately to meet the Lord. When he reached the bank of Padmavali he saw Lord Gaurasundara surrounded by many hundreds of disciples. In the midst of that enchanting scene he threw himself down at the Lord's lotus feet and then stood up with folded hands. The Brahmana said, I am a fallen and wretched person. Please look upon me mercifully and destroy my bewilderment. I have no knowledge about the perfect spiritual path and the ultimate goal of human life. Be gracious and impart this knowledge to me. My heart does not long for material enjoyment and luxuries. Please tell me, O merciful Lord, what will be the ultimate shelter for my soul. The Lord said, O Brahmana, who can describe your good fate? You have a desire to worship the Supreme Lord Krishna, and that is the highest and most perfect path. It is very difficult to be a devotee of the Lord, so the Lord comes in every millennium to establish proper standards of religion. He appears in each of the 4 yugas to establish the particular religious practice for that yuga himself, and then he returns to his spiritual abode, in order to deliver the pious and annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion advent millennium after millennium. The Lord appears in every millennium, accepting different incarnations with different complexions like white, red and yellow. Most recently, in the later portion of Dvapar Yuga, he appeared with a blackish complexion, so he was called Krishna. In the 4 yugas there are 4 different authorized processes of religion for the elevation of human society. The religious practice for the age of Kali is congregational chanting of the holy name of Lord Krishna. The real purpose of religion is to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Hari. In different yugas, different religious practices were established by the Supreme Lord himself to achieve this end. In Kali Yuga, the recommended authorized religious practice is congregational chanting of Krishna's name, and this process includes all the other previous processes. Therefore, in Kali Yuga, chanting the holy name is the essential religious principle, and no other religious practice can help one cross over the material ocean of risons. Constantly chant the Lord's name in any situation. Even the Vedas fail to sufficiently describe the super excellent qualities of chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Listen, my dear Misra, in Kali Yuga there is no need for severe penances or performance of opulent sacrifices. Whoever worships the Supreme Lord Krishna, he be crowned with fortune and success. So go back to your home and worship Lord Krishna with undeviating faith and attention, giving up falsehood and pretensions. By chanting the holy name of Lord Hari, Krishna, you will simultaneously obtain both the proper spiritual practice and the ultimate goal. In this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the only means of deliverance is chanting the holy name of the Lord. There is no other way. There is no other way. There is no other way. I am repeating this great chant for deliverance. To you this consists of 16 names of the Supreme Lord with 32 syllables. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. By constantly chanting and worshipping this Maha Mantra, your heart will feel the first blossoming of love and God. Then gradually you will understand the truth about the proper spiritual path and the ultimate spiritual goal. Having received such sublime instructions from the Lord, Tapan Misra offered repeated obeisances at his lotus feet and then said, O Lord, with your permission, I would like to accompany you. The Lord replied, you should go immediately to Varanasi. There I shall reveal the answers to your request. The Lord then embraced him, and the Brahman felt his entire body surge with horripilations and spiritual ecstasy. The Lord's embrace filled Sri Misra with immeasurable happiness. As the Lord prepared to leave, Misra held his feet tightly and confidently narrated his entire dream. After hearing it, the Lord said, you must be very careful not to reveal this to anyone. He repeated the same instruction to the Brahmana, and then sensing the auspicious moment had arrived for him to leave, he laughed loudly and proceeded to Nabadwap. Thus the Lord purified the entire tract of East Bengal and then returned home. The Lord reached Navadvipa in the evening, laden with the gifts he had received. He offered full obeisances at his mother's lotus feet and gave her all the gifts. Then the Lord and his students left to bathe in the Ganges. Although her heart was breaking with pain, Mother Sasi busied herself preparing a meal for her son. Nimai Pandita acted as the instructing spiritual master to all his students. He joined them in offering deep and repeated obeisances to the Ganga, and then sported for some time in the water. When his bath was complete, he returned home, performed his daily religious rituals and then sat down to eat. The Lord of the Vaikuntha planets, Sri Gaurahari, ate with great satisfaction and then went to the temple room. One by one his relatives came forward to greet him after his long absence. They sat around him as he joked and laughed while describing his stay in Bangladesh. Nimai imitated the strange habits of the people of East Bengal and everyone and a good laugh. None of them mentioned the passing of Lakshmi Devi, knowing that the shock would cause the Lord grief. After some time, the relatives all returned to their homes and the Lord sat quietly chewing on the betel pen and reflecting on the humorous conversation. Mother Sasi avoided meeting the Lord. She stayed in her room, affected by the pain of Lakshmi's death. When Nimai found his mother, he saw the marks of deep sorrow which lined her face. In a sweet, comforting voice he said, "What is the reason for your sorrow, mother? I have returned from my journey in good health, so you should be happy, but I see only sadness on your face. Tell me the truth, mother, what is the reason?" Her son's words simply increased her pain and she wept silently, unable to speak. "Mother, I know everything," said Nimai. "Tell me what has happened to your daughter-in-law." Some relatives stepped forward to speak. "Listen, Nimai Pandita, your mind must have reached the lotus feet of the Lord." The Supreme Lord Sri Gaurahari remained silent, casting his head down as he contemplated the death of his eternal consort and wife Sri Lakshmi Devi. He allowed the pain of separation to engulf him, and although he was the personification of all Vedic truths, he remained silent. Like any ordinary human being, he displayed the emotions of deep sorrow, but after controlling himself, he spoke. Because of bodily attachment, one is regarded as a husband or son. These illusory relationships are caused by misunderstandings. Oh mother, why do you feel sad? How can you hope to change that which is ordained by the Lord's desire? No one can check the passage of time, and all relationships in this are temporary. This is the verdict of the Vedas. The activities of the entire cosmic creation rest in the hands of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Who but our Lord can bring people together and then separate them? Why should these arrangements of the Supreme Lord make you so unhappy? It is fortunate for the wife if she can leave before her husband. This is proof that she was a very pious woman. The Lord tried to console his mother by these philosophical truths, and everyone felt the veil of sadness dissipate by the soothing words of the Supreme Lord. In this way the Lord of Vaikuntha Sri Gaurahari performed wonderful pastimes in the mood of a scholar. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavana Dasa, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 15. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra and all glories to Lord Nityananda. Kindly offer me your lotus feet so that I may hold them in the inner recesses of my heart. All glories to Lord Gauranga and his associates. One achieves devotional service to the Supreme Lord just by hearing the wonderful pastimes of Sri Caitanya. The Lord continued to perform his pastimes as a scholar without anyone detecting his real identity. He rose early each morning, performed his daily religious duties, offered obeisances to his mother and went to teach his students. Mukunda Sanjay was an eternal servant of the Lord and his son was Purushottam Dasa. He was so fortunate that the Lord went to his house every day to teach. Nimai would sit alone in the courtyard in front of the temple of Durga and gradually his students would assemble. Occasionally some student would forget to mark his forehead with Urdhapunda Tilaka. As the propagator and maintainer of Santana Dharma, Nimai felt compelled to protect the conditioned souls from deviating from the path of religion. Therefore he never neglected to rectify his students when necessary. He would chastise the forgetful boy to such a degree that the student would gaze in shame and certainly never again forget to apply his tilaka. "My dear boy, I see that you have not put on tilaka. What is the reason for this?" demanded Nimai. The Vedic literature says that the forehead which does not bear the mark of tilaka is as good as a crematorium. I can also understand from this oversight that your Brahmanical practices have been rendered useless. Go home and perform your Brahmanical duties again, and then with tilaka on your forehead you may return to the school. In this way the Lord taught all his students to maintain the proper standards of Brahmanical and religious practice. The Lord did not modify his arrogant spirit, nor did he spare anyone his criticism. Whoever was negligent was vulnerable or the Lord's strict correction. Nimai's character was always exemplary. He never made jokes or laughed in the company of women. In fact, he kept his distance from women and avoided meeting them. Naomi especially liked to taunt and find fault with the residents of Srihata, imitating their peculiar pronunciation. The infuriated residents of Srihata would retort, "O Lord, which land do you hail from? Tell us where your father and mother and their descendants come from. Which one of you was not born in Srihata? You yourself are a descendant of Srihata. So why do you make such fun of us?" The more they tried to chastise the Lord, the more fun he had imitating their pronunciation and making jokes at their expense. It required little provocation to infuriate them further, and occasionally one of them would chase the Lord with pusillanimous intentions. The chase was usually futile, for the Lord could not be caught easily, and ultimately the angry fellow would simply stomp the ground in frustration and shout invectives. Occasionally someone managed to capture him and drag him to the local Muslim magistrate to register a complaint. His friends would arrive in time to pacify the angry parties and reach some mutual understanding. The Lord would also search out the house of a person from East Bengal. He would break in, destroy the foodstuffs and run away in mock fear. In this way he created havoc in Nabadwip, but he never had any one incident which involved women. He never even looked at a woman. In this incarnation, the Supreme Lord did not even hear the name of a woman. Therefore, those realized souls who are fixed in the scriptural conclusions never glorify Lord Caitanya as Gauranga Nagara, the Lord in the mood of a paramour. Although every kind of eulogy is applicable to the Lord, knowledgeable pure devotees glorify the nature of that the Lord manifests in a particular incarnation. In Nabadwip the Supreme Personality of Godhead was Nimai Pandita, the scholar. The Lord of the Vaikuntha planets enjoyed his transcendental activities as a teacher in the house of Sri Mukunda Sanya. All his students sat around him and he taught them with great pleasure. Sometimes he pretended to have a headache and ordered medicated oil massaged into his head. Then he continued his discussion, submerged again in his intimate spirituality. From early morning till afternoon he taught his students and then went to the Ganga for his bath. Then again, from early evening to late evening he continued his discussions and teaching. If any student studied under Nimai for a year, he left the tutelage as a full-fledged scholar well versed in scriptural conclusions. While the Lord was absorbed in his activities, Mother Sasi constantly thought of the Lord's marriage. She searched all of Nabadwip for a daughter-in-law suitable for her Nimai. Sri Sanatan Misra was a pious and charitable Brahmana, a benevolent and pure-hearted devotee of Lord Vishnu. He lived in Nabadwip and engaged himself in serving guests and assisting less fortunate people. Born of a noble family, he was truthful and self-controlled. As a scholar he earned the title Ra Pandita, and as a gentleman in Nabadwip he personally maintained many needy people. Sanatan Misra's daughter was like Lakshmi Devi in beauty and character. As soon as Mother Sasi saw her, she was convinced that this girl was the best choice to be her son's wife. From early childhood the young girl bathed regularly in the Ganga 2 or 3 times a day. She was dedicated and obedient to her parents and she had no other interest than devotion to Lord Krishna. Every day when she met Mother Sasi at the bathing place in the Ganga, she humbly offered her respects. Mother Sasi reciprocated and blessed her, saying, "May Krishna bless you with a suitable husband." But as Mother Sasi bathed she thought, "This girl should marry my son." Sri Sanatan Misra and all his near relatives were equally eager to have the Lord as a son-in-law. One day Mother Sasi sent for Kasanath Pandita and told him, "My dear Sri, I have a proposition. Go tell the Ra Pandita that if he so desires he may offer his daughter's hand in marriage to my son." Kasanath Pandita proceeded immediately to Sri Sanatan Misra's house, repeating the Lord's name in silent joy. When the Ra Pandita saw Kasanath Pandita at his door he immediately offered him a seat with due respect. "What brings you here, my dear sir?" asked Sri Misra. "I have come with a proposal, and if you so desire I will reveal it to you," replied Kasanath Pandita. "You should offer your daughter Visnapriya in marriage to Visvambhara Pandita. I think it is a perfect match. He is a divine personality, suitable in all respects for your daughter. Your daughter, who is chastity personified, will be the best for him. Visnapriya and Nimai Pandita remind me of the divine couple Krishna and Rukmini, so perfectly suited they are for each other." Ra Pandita disclosed the news to his wife and near relatives and waited for their advice and comments. Unanimously they agreed. "What is the need for further debate? This is a perfect proposition. Quickly make all the necessary arrangements." The Ra Pandita happily replied to Kasanath Pandita, "I have decided to marry my daughter to Visvambhara Pandita, so I will proceed with all the arrangements. If the Lord desires, my family and ancestors will be greatly blessed by this marriage for my daughter. Kindly go to their house and tell them everything. I am fully in favor of this marriage." Sri Kasanath Pandita was extremely satisfied with the outcome of his mission and he promptly told Mother Sachi everything that had transpired. Mother Sasi was relieved that everything had gone smoothly. Without wasting further time she began the preparations. Nimai's students were jubilant when news of his marriage reached them. A rich gentleman named Buddhimanta Khan immediately offered, "I shall bear the cost of the entire marriage." But Mukunda Sanya objected, "My dear brother and friend, if you take all the responsibilities, then what am I supposed to do?" "Listen, my dear friend," said Buddhimanta Khan, "I will not allow this marriage to become another poor Brahmin's wedding. I will make such arrangements for Nimai Pandita's wedding that everyone will think a prince is getting married." A Hivas, an important ceremony before the day of the marriage, was held at an auspicious time amidst great joy and festivity. The area set aside for the actual marriage ceremony was decorated with colorful hangings around the sides and across the tops. Water pots with intricate designs, ghee lamps, grains, yogurt, and strings of young mango leaves were all around. Different auspicious ingredients required for such an occasion were placed on the floor, which had been beautifully designed with colored rice paste. The Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, the Brahmanas and all the gentlemen and of Nabadwip attended the auspicious occasion. Invitations had been sent to all of them requesting them to attend the feast in the evening of the day of the Adhivas. By early afternoon the musicians had already arrived and began to play. Loud and melodious sounds of mridanga and other drums, shani, and cymbals were carried in all directions. The priests began to chant the Vedic mantras and the ladies ululated, adding to the festive mood. The crest jewel of the Brahmana race, Nimai Pandita, seated himself in the midst of the Vedic chanters. The priests and Brahmanas around him felt a surge of joy in his presence. Different objects required to formally receive the guests were brought to Nimai Pandita. He garlanded the respectable gentlemen with flowers and applied sandalwood paste on their foreheads, offering each of them a betel nut and betel leaf according to the custom of the time. The Brahmin population in Nabadwip was large in those days, so countless gentlemen came and went with one keeping track. Some amongst them were very greedy and returned again and again, mixing with the crowd and pretending they had just arrived in order to receive another gift. Having received invitations, people came from distant localities and were unknown to each other, but despite such anonymity there was a strong festive spirit. The Lord was in a joyful mood and he played the perfect host. Give all the flower garlands, sandalwood paste and other gifts to the guests at least 3 times, ordered Nimai. Do not think about the cost, just give freely to everyone. The greedy Brahmins who were endeavoring to take the free gifts several times were suddenly checked and felt ashamed because of the Lord's generosity. The Brahmanas were dear to the Lord and he wanted to protect their religiosity. Some men were committing offenses by deceitfully collecting extra gifts, therefore he gave the instruction to give the gifts 3 times to any person. After receiving the gifts 3 times, no one wanted any more. They were satisfied. No one amongst the milling guests knew that the flower garlands, sandalwood paste and betel leaf they had received were actually expansions of Lord Ananta Sesha, serving his master the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Nimai Pandita. In the profuse distribution of gifts, some flowers, sandal paste and betel leaf fell to the ground, and the quantity of those remnants will have sufficed from 5 opulent weddings, not counting those gifts which were taken home by the guests. Every visitor was impressed by the arrangements and left the wedding praising the opulence of the ceremonies. Even the wealthiest men of Nabadwip were impressed, for their fathers had not spent so lavishly for their weddings. The profusity of flowers, sandal paste, betel leaf, betel nut and other gifts had never been seen in Nabadwip. Ra Pandita, Sri Sanatana Misra, was extremely happy. He and his close relatives attended the Adhivas, laden with valuable gifts. At an auspicious moment, he joyfully applied tilaka to the Lord's forehead, just as the Vedas recommended. The excitement of the moment was heightened by the loud chanting of Lord Hari's name accompanied by the musicians and the ululating ladies. Having completed all of his ceremonial duties, Ra Pandita returned home. The relatives of Nimai Pandita then went to Ra Pandita's house to perform the same Adhiva ceremony for Visnupriya. Whatever was customary for a marriage in those days was performed in the MDST of great festivity. Early the next morning the Lord went for his bath in the Ganga, and on returning he went directly to the temple to worship the Supreme Lord Vishnu. Thereafter he sat with his close relations to offer obeisances to their forefathers for their satisfaction. The festive mood was maintained by the musicians, dancers and singers performing loudly enough for everyone to hear. Every corner of the house was decorated. There were beautiful designs on the floor, water pots, grains, yogurt, lamps and strings of auspicious mango leaves hung everywhere. Colored festoons fluttered like flags in the wind, and the air was filled with festive excitement. The chaste ladies of Nabadwip accompanied Mother Sasi while performing all the customary and traditional rituals. First they went to the Ganga for their bath and then, followed by musicians, they visited the village deity Sasti where they prayed for her blessings. From the temple they visited the house of different relatives and then returned home. She distributed koi, bananas, oil, betel nut, betel leaf, and vermilion to the ladies who had accompanied her and satisfied them in every respect. By the will of the omnipotent Supreme Lord, there was no dearth of anything, so Mother Sasi generously distributed her gifts to the ladies several times over. Not a single lady was dissatisfied. They happily rubbed oil on their bodies and bathed. Lakshmi Devi's house was also in a state of great excitement. Her mother bustled with happiness. Caught in the waver of ecstasy, Rao Pandita spent lavishly and offered his daughter wholeheartedly to Lord Gaurasundara. After completing all of his rituals, the Lord sat down to rest, and from that place he humbly distributed food and clothes to all the assembled brahmanas. He offered respects to each person according to his position and gave in charity to satisfy each person's need. He brahmanas blessed the Lord and returned to their houses fully satisfied. In the afternoon the relatives came to dress Lord Gaurasundara for his marriage that evening. They decorated his entire body with sandalwood paste and applied aromatic perfumes on different parts of his body. On his forehead they drew a half-moon-shaped tilaka with sandalwood paste, placed a beautiful crown lightly on his head and draped his neck with fragrant flower garlands. A fine, expensive silk dhoti was tied expertly around his hips. It shone golden yellow like the setting sun. His pink lotus-shaped eyes were smeared with kajal ointment, black as the bumblebee. He held the auspicious three-bladed grass and the pit of a banana tree, while exquisite and expensive golden earrings swayed from his ears and other valuable jewelry decorated his upper arms and his neck. Each of the relatives decorated the Lord according to his own taste, hanging different types of jewelry on different parts of his body. Men and women both marveled at the Lord's exquisite beauty. They forgot themselves as fixed as they were on the beauty of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Almost an hour before the time of marriage, the relatives decided that the Lord should proceed to the house of the bride. "Let us begin the journey," they announced. For an hour the bridegroom will parade through the town before arriving at the bride's house. Buddhimanta Khan appeared suddenly with a beautiful palanquin. The musicians started up afresh and the priests began chanting Vedic mantras. Singers, dancers and guests all joined in a jubilant clamor. The Lord first circumambulated Mother Sasi and offered her respects, then offered respects to the brahmanas and sat on the palanquin in the midst of the joyful confusion which included the ululating ladies. It was early evening and the marriage procession went first to the bank of the river Ganga. The waxing moon hung nearly full above their heads and shimmered into each water of the Ganga. Hundreds of lamps were lit and music played on with undying enthusiasm. In front of the Lord's palanquin were two long rows of Sri Buddhimanta Khan's estate employees, followed by the festoon holders bearing colored flags. In their midst were the jesters, joking and evoking laughter. There were a variety of dancers performing many different dance styles, while the countless musicians played at least 5 kinds of drums, cymbals, conch shells, flutes, bells, kettle drums and a variety of horns. Excited young children danced amongst the musicians and caught in the festive atmosphere. Even older people abandoned their reserve and joined the children while the Lord smiled at the happy sight. On the bank of the Ganga they stopped for a while singing, dancing and playing the instruments before proceeding to the bride's house. After offering flowers to Mother Ganga, the entire procession turned towards town. Whoever witnessed the parade was struck with wonder at its opulence. "I have seen many extravagant marriages, but I have never witnessed anything like this one before," said one person. The residents of Nabadwip were fortunate to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead in person as he swayed past them in his palanquin. The brahmanas who had beautiful, unmarried daughters in their homes all lamented, "It is a great pity and certainly my misfortune that I could not give my daughter in marriage to this handsome young man. But what can I do? I offer my obeisances at the feet of all the residents of Nabadwip who witnessed this transcendental joyful pastime of the Lord." After the procession had passed through all the different localities of Nabadwip, they arrived at the house of Sri Sanatana Misra, the Rao Pandita. Everyone came out of the house, ululating and making other loud sounds of welcome for the procession. Rao Pandita came forward to receive the Lord from the palanquin, helped him step down and took him inside where a seat had been prepared. The joy Rao Pandita felt was indescribable and the love and respect he felt for the Lord was visible on his face as he escorted Nimai Pandita into his house. He showered flowers on the Lord as a blessing and welcome. The reception party from the bride's side consisted of relatives and priests who came forward with fine clothes, jewelry and other precious gifts for the Lord. The bride's mother placed the auspicious 3-bladed grass on the Lord's head and then worshipped him with 7 ghee lamps. At that time Lakshmi Devi, who had been dressed exquisitely, took her seat. The relatives of Nimai Pandita were both impressed and satisfied to see such a beautiful bride. They lifted the Lord onto his seat according to the marriage ritual. They hung a curtain around the Lord, and Lakshmi Devi circumambulated Sri Gaurasundara 7 times. Then facing him with folded hands, she offered her respectful obeisances. The relatives threw flowers on the couple, and the air filled with loud music and the ululations of the ladies. Lakshmi Dev placed a flower garland at the lotus feet of her lord, offering him her life and soul. The lord picked up the flower garland and, smiling sweetly, placed it around her neck. Again the divine couple was drowned in a shower of flower petals. Unseen by the common men, demigods like Lord Brahma also showered flowers on Sri Lakshmi Devi and Sri Gaurasundara. Lord Gaurasundara's group competed with Lakshmi Devi's group in showering flowers and making joyous sounds. Absorbed in the contest, everyone forgot their own cares and worries. Sometimes the Lord's side seemed to be victorious, and at other times Lakshmi Devi's side seemed more enthusiastic. The Lord was pleased to see everyone enjoying himself in such a wonderful way. Thousands of lamps shed bright light everywhere, and the loud and joyous sounds of song and instruments filled the sky. By the time the moment came for the bride and bridegroom to exchange glances, the universe seemed inundated by tumultuous and joyful sounds. Then the divine couple sat down, and Ra Pundit sat with them to officially offer his daughter to Lord Gaurasundara. In the midst of all rituals and chanting of mantras, the marriage began with Ra Pundit offering his daughter and praying for the Lord's pleasure. Along with his daughter, Ra Pandita also gave nice cows full of milk, lot of land and property, beds and furniture, maids and servants, and other valuable gifts. Lakshmi Devi sat on the left of the Lord as the Brahmins lit the fire and began the homa. After all the customs and traditional rituals were complete, the bride and the bridegroom went into a well-decorated reception room. Ra Pandita's house was transformed into Vaikuntha, and the guests came in to enjoy the marvelous feast. Countless people came and all left fully satisfied. The newlywed bride and groom spent the night in Lakshmi Devi's house amidst great joy. The happiness Sanatana Pandita felt cannot be described. He revealed in the same inconceivable good fortune which befall great sages such as Nagajit, Janaka, Bhisma and Jambuvan, who also became the fathers-in-law of Lord Krishna or Lord Ramachandra. The divine couple passed the night and next morning till midday in Sanatana Misra's house. Then the Ra Pundit and his relatives bid farewell to Lord Gaurasundara and Visnupriya. In the midst of music, kirtan, the blessings of the Brahmanas and the chanting of mantras appropriate for such a journey, Nimai offered his respects to the elderly members of his father-in-law's family and left with Lakshmi Devi on a palanquin for Sasi Mata's house. The people they met on the way all blessed them and congratulated them. Ladies spoke respectfully of the good fortune of the bride, saying, "She is very fortunate, she must have worshipped Lakshmi Devi for many births." Others commented, "This couple is just like Lord Siva and Gauri." Still others said, "They must be Lakshmi and Sri Hari. They are Cupid and Radhi, or Indra and Sasi, or they must be Ramachandra and Sita Devi." Truly, the good fortune of the residents of Nabadwip is unfathomable, for they were able to see the Supreme Lord and his eternal consort. Such was the extent of their piety. The whole of Nadia was blessed, and the residents experienced unrestrained joy by being able to see Lakshmi Devi and Lord Gaurasundara, Narayana. Finally the divine couple arrived in the house of Mother Sasi. Accompanied by other ladies, Mother Sasi went out to jubilantly welcome the divine couple into her house, where she seated them amidst joyous sounds and music. How can one express the joy Mother Sasi and everyone else felt at the presence of Visnupriya and Gaurahari? So magnanimous is the Supreme Lord that one becomes completely free from all sinful activities and their reactions just by looking at the transcendental luster of the Lord. Moreover, he becomes eligible to enter the spiritual sky, the Vaikuntha planets. Everyone from all walks of life could see the Lord and his spiritual effulgence. Therefore he has been called the most compassionate, the only friend of the fallen souls. Nimai Pundit freely distributed clothes and gifts to all the performers, dancers and the beggars who had come to the house of Mother Sasi. To the Brahmana relatives and friends, he gave sufficient gifts to satisfy them all, and satisfy himself as well. To Buddhimanta Khan the Lord gave a tight and affectionate embrace, leaving Buddhimanta Khan in indescribable ecstasy. According to the Vedic literature, there is no end to the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. Tiho's divine activities which transpired in only a few houses cannot be described by hundreds and hundreds of years of discourse. As for myself, I am simply giving brief descriptions, and that only by his mercy. I am unable to fully describe his wonderful pastimes. Whoever hears or reads these transcendental activities of the Supreme Lord can certainly reside in Lord Gaurachandra's eternal association. Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Shri Caitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 16. All glories to Lord Gaurasundara, the friend of the meek and poor. All glories to the husband of Srimati Lakshmi Devi. He is the omnipotent Supreme Lord, the maintainer and controller of everyone and everything. All glories to you, Sri Gaurahari, for you descended to protect your devotees. All glories to Gaurachandra. He is the personification of the holy name, the supreme friend and the absolute truth. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra and his devotees. One is elevated to the platform of pure devotional service simply by hearing his transcendental pastimes sincerely. The transcendental topics narrated in the Adi Kanda of this book are like a stream of pure nectar, for they describe Lord Gaurachandra's enchanting pastimes. The Supreme Lord of the Vaikuntha planets lived in Nabadwip as a householder teaching his students. He had appeared specifically to reveal and propagate the process of pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord, but it was his wish that no one soul know his true identity. The entire human society was totally devoid of any spiritual aspirations. They were immersed in base and perverted enjoyments of the body. Those who held discourses on the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam were scarcely better, for they did not instruct people on the essence of those scriptures, the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Seeing the hopeless plight of the living entities, the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord often met together, away from the public view, to clap their hands and chant the holy name in ecstasy. The materialistic people of Nadia continually criticized the devotees, saying, "What is the purpose of howling so loudly? After all, I am Brahma and the Absolute resides within me, so why discriminate between master and servant?" Others angrily said, "They beg food to fill their bellies and they call out, 'Hari, Hari. Let us break down their doors and smash their houses.'" The devotees were discouraged by these derogatory remarks, and the fact that they had no one to complain to made their dismay even greater. Wherever they looked, the devotees found the people devoid of devotion to the Supreme Lord. They simply cried to Lord Krishna and lamented the plight of human society. About this time Srila Haridasa Thakura came to Nabadwip. His body glowed with pure devotion for the Supreme Lord. Now I will narrate the wonderful activities of Srila Haridasa Thakura. Whoever hears this narration will receive the full shelter of Lord Krishna. Srila Haridasa Thakura was born in a village called Buran, and because of his presence there, many people became purified and took up the chanting of the holy name. After some years he left his village and traveled to a place near the river Ganga. He finally settled in the village of Fulia near Santipura. Advaita Prabhu was overjoyed to meet Srila Haridasa Thakura in Nabadwip and expressed his joy by roaring loudly. Haridasa Thakura was similarly swept away by the waves of ecstatic love of Godhead in the transcendental company of Advaita Prabhu. Srila Haridasa Thakura passed his time wandering on the banks of the Ganga chanting the name of the Supreme Lord Krishna. Haridasa had absolutely no attraction for material enjoyment. The holy name of Lord Krishna continuously vibrated on his tongue, creating an extraordinary beauty about his mouth. Never for a moment did he feel any apathy towards his chanting of the holy name of Krishna. He remained absorbed, tasting the nectar of devotional service. He occasionally danced in ecstasy or cried in lamentation, while other times he lay still in a state of unconsciousness. Sometimes he spoke in mysterious languages and later explained the meaning of his words. All the ecstatic symptoms of love of Krishna were manifest in him: profuse crying, horripilation, laughing, fainting, perspiring, etc. It was common to see Srila Dasa Thakura dancing while he sang the glories of Lord Krishna's name. People would gather around him just to see the unrestricted tears of love of Godhead that flowed profusely from his eyes, drenching his entire body. Even the strictest atheists marveled at his behavior. Horripilation swelled across his body like thousands of blooming flowers, and even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva were amazed by his devotion. In the village of Fulia, even the ritualistic Brahmins were sincerely impressed, if not astonished, by Srila Dasa Thakura's spiritual ecstasies. The saint was held in full respect by the people of the village, and having won their trust, he lived there quite peacefully. He bathed daily in the Ganga and roamed freely, chanting the Lord's holy name. The local Muslim authority known as the Qazi became envious of Haridasa Thakura's popularity and reported to the Nawab, "This man is acting like a Hindu. Arrest him and punish him appropriately." The envious words of the sinful Qazi sparked an immediate response from the equally sinful Nawab, and Haridasa Thakura was arrested and brought forth. Having received the mercy of Lord Krishna, Haridasa had no fear of the Muslim authorities nor even of death itself. With the name of the Lord on his lips, Haridasa appeared before the Nawab. When devotees and other pious persons in the locality of the Nawab's palace heard that the Saint Haridasa was coming, they were extremely happy. But when they subsequently learned that he was coming as a captive of the Muslim ruler, they were horrified. Previously, many religious people had been terrorized and incarcerated by the Muslims. Those prisoners were happy to learn that Haridasa might be joining them. His presence in their miserable situation would certainly eradicate their suffering. The prisoners even requested the prison wardens to allow them unrestricted association with Srila Haridasa. When Srila Thakura was brought into the prison, he looked compassionately at all the prisoners, who immediately prostrated themselves at his lotus feet. His long graceful arms, which extended to his knees, his lotus eyes, and his charming moon-like face enchanted everyone. They offered their most sincere respects to the saint, and love for Krishna stirred in their hearts. Srila Haridasa Thakura was pleased with the tremendous devotion which had grown in the hearts of the prisoners, and he blessed them. Just remain as you are. But the miserable prisoners could not grasp the depth of that blessing, and they felt quite dejected. Haridasa could see the misunderstanding and compassionately explained himself. My blessing to you is that you will remain as you are, but please do not feel dejected. I could never wish you any misfortune. I simply desire that the love you now feel for Krishna should always remain the same. From now on, chant Lord Krishna's name and constantly remember his pastimes, inspiring one another to retain his devotion. Violence and tyranny are absent in the spiritual world, so sincerely cry out for Krishna's help and constantly think of him. When you are released from this prison, do not return to your old materialistic ways nor associate with degraded or sinful people, because one can never cultivate love for the Supreme Lord Krishna by living a mundane life. You should know for certain that Krishna is unobtainable by the materialistic person. A materially engrossed mind is shaped by unwanted, mischievous desires. The attachment for wife, children, family and other such illusions brings about destruction. If by divine arrangement any person reaches the platform of pure devotion toward Krishna, certain realizations dawn on him and he gradually becomes detached from material life, giving himself instead to the worship of the Supreme Lord. If that person returns again to his materialistic life, his mind will become contaminated by capricious, mischievous desires. I certainly do not want you to remain prisoners forever, but I do pray that you develop a distaste for material pleasures. Please chant the holy name of the Lord. My blessing was meant to free you from your present miserable condition and to ensure that you remain happy in love of Krishna. I look upon everyone equally and wish the best for all living entities. I pray that you may develop unflinching devotion for Krishna. Do not be sad. You will be freed within 2 or 3 days. You may believe me. Once you leave the prison, you may live in the forest or you may live in your home, but always think of Krishna and try to cultivate spiritual life. Having showered his unrestricted mercy upon the prisoners, Haridasa went before the Nawab. Because of his purity, Srila Haridasa Thakura radiated a certain effulgence which the Nawab could not fail to notice. He rose respectfully when Haridasa entered and offered the saint a seat. Although he himself had become quite confused, the Nawab asked Haridasa, "What sort of mentality has overcome you? Knowing you have the good fortune to become a Muslim, why do you behave like a Hindu? We do not even accept rice touched by a Hindu. Yet you want to ignore your high birth and become a low-caste Hindu. To discard your own race, land and religion for another is perverted. How do you expect to attain the liberated platform if you behave like this? I have decided to punish you according to the mandates of the Quran so that you will be freed from your sins." Srila Haridasa Thakura patiently listened to the threats and accusations of the Nawab, recognizing his words as the illusory potency of the Supreme Lord Vishnu. Without any apprehension, Haridasa simply smiled at the Nawab and spoke in a sweet, soothing voice, "My dear sir, there is only one God for all living entities. The difference between the Muslim God and the Hindu God is in name only. According to knowledgeable Hindus and Muslims and according to every scriptures, be it Quran or Puran, God is one. He is the non-dual, eternal, transcendental and absolute truth, infallible and perfectly complete, and in that capacity he resides in everyone's heart. The omnipotent Lord is the supreme controller of everything. The living entity is moved by the desire of the Supreme Lord, and he acts and works only according to the Lord's design. The Supreme Lord's transcendental name, activities, qualities, associates and abode, etc., are glorified according to different classes of spiritual instruction. But irrespective of the manner in which he is worshipped, the Lord accepts everyone's individual mood of surrender towards him. However, if one living entity feels hatred or envy toward another, he ultimately reflects those emotions in his relationship with the Lord. Whatever you see of me and my activities are direct manifestations of the Lord who guides me from within. Looking at it from another perspective, a person may be born in a family of Brahmanas, but despite his high birth he demonstrates the perverted behavior of a fourth-class, uncultured person. What can the Hindus do with such a person? He is forced to act in degrading ways because of his innate propensities, and he accordingly suffers or enjoys the reactions of his activities. What could be achieved by punishing him for activities which are an intrinsic part of his nature? My dear respected sir, please consider these points seriously, and if you still find me guilty, then punish me. The Muslim courtiers were sincerely moved by the honesty of Haridasa Thakura's words and presence. But his wisdom could not penetrate the envious and sinful heart of the Qazi, who turned to the Nawab and instructed, "You must punish this man. He is evil and mischievous. Others will fall under his influence and become equally sinful. He will disgrace our Muslim religion and community. Therefore he must be appropriately punished. If he wants to be excused, then let him preach from his own scripture." The Nawab tried again. "My friend, just speak from your own scripture and accept the path. Then you will have nothing to fear. Otherwise, the Qazis present will force me to punish you. They will revile and insult you. Why should you let that happen? Whatever the Supreme Lord desires is destined to happen. There is no one who can check it," replied Haridasa. "Each one of us suffers according to the degree of his previous offenses. You should know without a doubt that you are merely an instrument of the Lord's desire. Even if my body is cut into pieces and I lose my life, I will never give up chanting the Lord's holy name." The Nawab heard the fearless reply of Srila Haridasa Thakura and turned to the Qazi. "Now what is your decision about him?" "Lash him in 22 marketplaces until he dies," replied the envious Qazi. "There is no other judgment I find appropriate. If he lives despite the punishment, then I will conclude that our big scholar has spoken the truth." The sentries were called in and the orders boomed out, "Lash him until he breathes his last." The sin a Muslim incurs by becoming a Hindu can only be punished by death. The Qazi's envious designs had fructified in the heart of the Nawab, and Srila Haridasa was dragged away by the sentries. From one marketplace to another they beat him mercilessly, their black hearts consumed by hate for the pure devotee of the Lord. But Haridasa was a pure soul, completely surrendered to the Supreme Lord, so he faithfully chanted Lord Krishna's holy name. So absorbed was he in the fervent chanting that he did not feel any pain. Good-hearted and pious people could not bear to see the torture inflicted on such an innocent person. Some begged the sentries to stop, while others predicted, "If they continue to torture this good man, the entire kingdom will be ruined." Many of them cursed the king to die, while some tried to stop the sentries physically. One person threw himself at the feet of the sentries and pleaded, "I will give you any reward you like if you stop this merciless beating." But none of these protests evoked the slightest mercy from the sentries, who continued to drag Srila Haridasa Thakura from one marketplace to another, lashing him relentlessly. By the grace of Lord Krishna, Haridasa felt little pain in his body. Just like Prahlada in the Srimad Bhagavatam, who was tortured by demons, Haridasa never suffered at all. Not only was Haridasa freed from his pain, whoever remembers this story of Srila Haridasa will also be saved from the miseries of life. Throughout his ordeal, Haridasa's one emotion was pity for the sentries. "O Lord Krishna, please be merciful upon these poor souls so they may not be punished because of me." Nothing could stop the insensitive sentries, who were determined to see their assignment through to its deathly end. Yet for all their beating, Haridasa showed no signs of distress as he was absorbed in remembering the holy name of Lord Krishna. At last the guards had to stop in amazement. How can a human being survive such a brutal beating? Any ordinary man would have died after the beating we gave in the first 2 or 3 marketplaces. We have lashed him continuously through 22 marketplaces and he still shows no sign of either pain or death. Occasionally he looks up to smile at us. They concluded that he must be a saintly person. "O Haridasa," they pleaded, "because of you we shall certainly be punished. When the Qazi sees that despite our beating you are still alive, he shall certainly kill us instead." "If my survival brings such terrible misfortune to you," replied Haridasa, "then I shall definitely give up my body. Just see how I die." Srila Dasa Thakura immediately fell into trance. A pure devotee of the Supreme Lord possesses all mystic power, so without any hesitation, Srila Haridasa fell lifeless, without a trace of breath. The Muslim sentries were astonished but gladly brought the body of Srila Haridasa to the Nawab. When the Nawab ordered the sentries to bury him, the Qazi protested, "No, if he is buried he will be saved and ultimately gain entrance into heaven. Although he got the high birth of a Muslim, he behaved like a low Hindu. Therefore it is proper for him to be thrown in the Ganga to suffer eternally like the other lost Hindus. By being buried he will become elevated and freed from his sin." On the Qazi's order the sentries picked up the body of Haridasa Thakur and carried him to the Ganga. Haridasa remained in his deathly trance, meditating on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The spirit of the Lord Krishna then descended into the body of Srila Thakur and he became so heavy that it was impossible to move him. The strongest sentries came forward to push him into the waters, but he remained in deep trance and could not be moved. Haridasa had already drowned in the ocean of love of Lord Krishna, and he had no perception of the world around him. He knew not if he were still embodied, or wandering somewhere in the universe, or deep in the water of the Ganga. Just like Prahlad Maharaja, Haridasa Thakur had the spiritual ability to constantly remember the Supreme Lord. Such an extraordinary capability was not surprising, for Haridasa's heart was the permanent residence of Lord Gaurachandra. This entire episode with Srila Haridasa Thakur is a replication of the heroic activities of Sri Hanuman in Sri Lanka. Indrajit, Ravana's son, had sent the Brahmastra, a weapon given to him by Lord Brahma, to capture Hanuman. Hanuman could easily have escaped it, but to show respect to the potency of Lord Brahma, Hanuman allowed himself to be bound by the Brahmastra. Similarly, Srila Haridasa Thakur could have escaped the punishment of the Muslims, but by allowing them to torture him, he taught the world a lesson. Despite the extreme miseries of life, one must never stop chanting the name of Krishna. Dasa Thakur was directly protected by the Supreme Lord Krishna Govinda, therefore who could harm him? If one simply remembers the name of Haridasa, not to mention his terrible ordeal at the hands of the Muslims, he becomes free from his own pain and misery. Most certainly Srila Haridasa Thakur was one of the closest and most important associates of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Caitanya Chandra. Haridasa floated downstream on the currents of the Ganga, and after some time he became conscious, by the Lord's desire. Fully awakened and overwhelmed with ecstasy, he climbed the bank of the Ganga and proceeded toward Fulia, loudly chanting the name of Krishna as he walked. When the Muslims saw Srila Haridasa they were convinced that he possessed extraordinary mystic powers. Pure, happy feelings replaced the envy and hate in their hearts. They offered him obeisances, worshipping him as a very saintly person. By this worship the Muslims became free from material entanglement. In the presence of the Nawab, Haridasa stopped chanting and smiled compassionately at the Muslim ruler who was standing respectfully with folded hands. In a humble and meek voice the Nawab said, "I can now understand that you are truly a saintly person. You have realized the absolute truth, and you have seen the one Supreme Lord everywhere and in everyone. Absolute knowledge and liberation, which the mystic yogis and philosophers proudly boast, has been easily attained by you because you are a perfect human being. I have come just to see you, simply to beg forgiveness. Kindly forgive me for the offenses I have committed against you. Because you see everyone equally, you have neither friends nor enemies. There is no one in the entire world who can actually grasp your extraordinary position. You are a free man in every respect. You may stay wherever you wish, in a lonely hut or a cave on the bank of the river Ganga. But please be merciful upon those of us who have committed this great offense against you." Everyone, whether elevated or wretched, automatically forgets about mundane life when he sees the lotus feet of Srila Haridasa Thakur. The Muslims had been angry enough to kill him, yet they were transformed and they worshipped his feet, accepting him as a holy man. After forgiving and blessing them, Haridasa went to Fulia. With the holy name resounding from his lips, he reached an assembly of Brahmanas near Fulia. The Brahmanas were overjoyed by his arrival and they joined him in a roaring curtain. As he danced in their midst, he felt ecstatic joy sweep through his body. Crying, shivering, laughing, falling unconscious, swelling with horripilation, and roaring loudly, he fell to the ground totally immersed in love of God. The Brahmanas could not contain their unbounded joy. After some time Srila Haridasa calmed himself and spoke to the Brahmanas who sat around him. "My dear Brahmana friends, do not feel sad because of what happened to me. This punishment was certainly due me. I stood in the court and listened to the Muslims blaspheme my Lord. For this the Lord has punished me suitably. I am really very happy because my punishment should have been more severe. The Lord let me off very easily. One goes to hell if he hears blasphemy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. My sinful ears were filled with such blasphemy, and the Lord has given me the proper punishment so that I may never commit this offense again. Srila Haridasa passed his time relishing the nectar of the holy name and giving his enlightened association to the Brahmanas. Those Muslims who tortured Dasa Thakura, and their families as well, were all eventually destroyed. Haridasa left the village and moved into a cave on the banks of the river Ganga, where he maintained himself on the sweetness of the holy name and the memory of the pastimes of the Supreme Lord. Daily he chanted a minimum of 300,000 names of the Krishna. By the influence of the transcendental sound of the holy name and the holy presence of Srila Haridasa Thakura, the cave was transformed into a Vaikuntha planet of the spiritual sky. In Haridasa's cave lived a large and poisonous snake who emitted such strong vapors that not a soul could remain in the cave for more than a moment. People from the village came every day to visit Haridasa, but they could not stay long enough to speak with him. Although the visitors were all driven away by the poisonous air, Haridasa was completely oblivious to the presence of the snake. The Brahmanas consulted one another about the foul air in the cave and then discussed the matter with some Ayurvedic physicians in Fulia. After some research, they determined that a poisonous snake had indeed built its home under Haridasa's cave. The physicians felt strongly that Haridasa should vacate his cave, for living with such a snake was improper. They joined the Brahmanas and approached Haridasa to explain the situation. Because of the vapors from a poisonous snake living underneath your cave, no one can remain here, they explained. You should also vacate this place and find a suitable cave to live in. I have been living in this cave for a long time, and I have never been inconvenienced by these vapors you speak of, replied Haridasa. But if none of you can remain in the cave and it causes you such distress, then I shall leave here tomorrow. If it is true that a snake lives here, and if he doesn't leave by tomorrow, then I shall certainly go. I can assure you that one of us will leave this cave by tomorrow. Please do not worry about this problem any longer. I am concerned that all of you not waste your time in futile, mundane talks. Every moment should be utilized discussing topics on Krishna consciousness. In the course of this discussion, a miracle occurred. Evening had gradually descended around the Brahmanas and Haridasa when the snake slithered out of its hole. Its huge, frightening body, crossed with effulgent red, yellow and blue stripes and crowned with a brilliant gem, slid quietly past the Brahmanas and left the cave forever. Its appearance was both awesome and attractive, and as it slithered past, the Brahmanas remembered Krishna as their only shelter. After the snake left, the burning sensation from the poisonous air also vanished, and all the Brahmanas were satisfied. Their faith in the extraordinary spiritual potency of Haridasa Thakura swelled, for they understood that the snake had left because of Haridasa's assurance to the visitors. Simply the sight of Haridasa dissipates one's innate nescience and material entanglements. Out of his love for Haridasa, the Supreme Lord never minimizes or neglects Haridasa's words. There is another similar incident related by a snake charmer. One day in the courtyard of a rich man's house, this snake charmer was performing a snake dance. He was chanting a special mantra accompanied by musicians playing the mridanga and mandira. Haridasa was passing by and stood to one side watching the snake dance. Although the snake charmer was an ordinary human being, by the influence of his mantra he could dance as though he were possessed by the spirit of the king of the snakes, Anantasesha. With an enchanting melody he sang about the pastime of Lord Krishna in the lake called Kalidasha, where the Lord vanquished an evil serpent called Kaliya. Haridasa listened intently to the pastime of his beloved Lord Krishna, and suddenly, moved by ecstasy, he fell unconscious to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he jumped to his feet and roared like a lion, dancing in ecstasy as he babbled with joy. The snake charmer was impressed by Haridasa's manifestation of ecstatic symptoms and stood respectfully to the side. As the various symptoms of horripilation, crying and shivering traversed his body, he rolled in the dust, crying in love for Krishna. He remembered how his beloved Lord had mercifully saved the snake Kaliya, and as he floated in ecstatic trance, the people around him obliged by singing songs about the wonderful pastimes of the Lord. The snake charmer simply stood to the side, overcome by awe and reverence for Haridasa. When his ecstasy subsided, Haridasa left and the snake charmer resumed his performance. Everyone who witnessed the ecstasy of Haridasa felt spiritually exhilarated, and they smeared their bodies with dust from his feet. However, one cunning and deceitful Brahmana in the crowd decided to cheat the people. I will also dance here, he told himself. I can see that the people are not very intelligent. They are offering so much respect to this low-born Haridasa just because he dances and cries. If I, a Brahmana, also dance and cry, they will certainly worship me as well. The Brahmana threw himself on the ground and feigned unconsciousness as though he had fallen into trance. But as soon as he touched the ground, the dancing snake charmer became furious, picked up a stick and began beating the Brahmana relentlessly. He struck him again and again on every part of his body until the Brahmana, howling in agony, got up and ran away just to save his life. The snake charmer then resumed his dance while the entire crowd stood dumbfounded. At last, a man with folded hands humbly requested the snake charmer to explain why he had stood respectfully to the side while Haridasa danced, yet he had beaten the Brahmana for what seemed to be the same activity. The spirit of Ananta Sesha who dwelt within the snake charmer then spoke in glorification of Srila Dasa Thakura. The subject matter of your inquiry is very confidential. Although such a topic is rarely discussed because of its highly esoteric nature, I shall nevertheless answer your question. When Srila Dasa Thakura was dancing in ecstatic trance, each one of us felt our respect and affection for him spontaneously increase. But the deceitful Brahmana was simply imitating Haridasa in order to get some cheap adoration from the crowd. Not out of love for Krishna, but out of enviousness toward a pure devotee, the Brahmana threw himself on the ground and feigned ecstasy. Furthermore, he interrupted my dancing. Because he disturbed me and tried to imitate the pure devotee, I punished him severely. This arrogant and deceitful Brahmana has no love for Krishna. To receive the shelter of devotional service at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, one has to become pure, free from deceit. By seeing Srila Haridasa Thakura dance, one becomes liberated from material bondage. Even the Supreme Lord Krishna himself dances when he sees Srila Dasa Thakura dance. The entire universe becomes cleansed of all sinful reactions just by seeing Srila Haridasa dance. He is truly worthy of his name, Haridasa Thakura, the servant of the Supreme Lord Hari Krishna, who shines eternally like a full moon in the heart of his devotee. Haridasa is affectionate and compassionate towards all living entities, and he descends as the eternal servant of the Supreme Lord in each of the Lord's incarnations. He is totally free from any fault or offense towards the Supreme Lord or his devotees. Even in his dreams he never commits an offense. A moment's association with Haridasa can purify any living entity and assure him the eternal shelter of Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva constantly desire his association. Haridasa appeared in the family of a lowly Muslim on the order of the Supreme Lord, just to teach human society that material designations like caste, creed, birth status, and family position are all illusory and pursuing them is futile. If a pure devotee of the Lord is born in a low-class family, he is no less worthy of worship. That is the injunction of the scriptures. On the other hand, if someone is born in a sophisticated family but does not worship the lotus feet of Sri Krishna, then his high birth is useless, for he lives just like a resident of hell. Just to prove the truth of these scriptures, Srila Haridasa took birth in a low-caste family. Prahlad Maharaja, one of the greatest devotees of the Lord, had previously appeared in a family of demons, and Hanuman, the greatest devotee of Lord Ramachandra, took birth in the monkey species. Similarly, Srila Haridasa appeared in a family of Muslims. The demigods desire the touch of the pure and transcendental form of Srila Haridasa Thakura, and Mother Ganga also prays that her water will be sanctified by his presence. But one need not touch Srila Dasa Thakura. Simply by seeing him one is automatically freed from the eternal cycle of birth and death. Furthermore, one who sees a devotee who has taken shelter at the lotus feet of Srila Haridasa Thakura is also granted freedom from material bondage. Neither 1,000 mouths nor 1,000 ears would be sufficient to describe and hear the wonderful qualities of Srila Haridasa. You are a fortunate soul, for your inquiry gave me an opportunity to glorify the pure devotee and gave you the opportunity to hear the transcendental topic. From the moment a person speaks the name of Srila Haridasa Thakura, his ascension to the supreme abode of Lord Krishna is guaranteed. Nagra, the snake charmer, then fell silent. The assembled brahmanas and pious gentlemen felt thoroughly satisfied by his glorification of Srila Haridasa. Of course, Ananta Sesha is a pure Vaishnava devotee of the Supreme Lord and is always engaged in glorifying the Lord and his devotees. This was not his first occasion to describe the outstanding qualities of Haridasa. The assembly accepted the Nagara's appraisal of Haridasa, and the love each person felt for Haridasa increased. Srila Haridasa was a pure devotee of Lord Caitanya, and although Sri Gaurachandra was yet to reveal the process of devotional service to the Supreme Lord, Haridasa continued to demonstrate his love for Sri Krishna. People in general were disinterested in the process of devotional service, and they could not understand the purpose behind chanting the holy name of God. Because of a general apathy toward the holy name, the mood of devotional service was absent. People taunted and jeered at the Vaishnavas who engaged in kirtan, so the saintly devotees assembled in a quiet spot away from everyone where they could sing and dance undisturbed. Even then, atheistic people angrily condemned them. These degraded brahmanas will completely destroy this entire country, they complained. All this loud, sentimental singing and dancing will probably cause a famine in the land. These emotionalists sing like this just to fill their bellies, not realizing that Lord Vishnu takes rest during these 4 months of the rainy season. They will just disturb him, and in irritation he will send some natural calamity. Can't these fools understand the disaster they could cause? Another man threatened, if there is an increase in the price of food grains, then I will catch them one by one and beat them soundly. It may be proper to chant loudly on the night of Ekadasi, but what is the use of this daily recitation of Govinda's names? Questioned another irritated atheist. The devotees felt genuine compassion for the atheistic people, and despite their harassment, the devotees continued the kirtans. Srila Haridasa was one of those sincere devotees who felt sorry to see that the majority of the people in society were not the least inclined toward devotional service. He continued his loud chanting of Krishna's holy name, which the extremely sinful people in society found unbearable. Once in a village named Harinadi, an arrogant Brahmana offended Srila Haridasa. He shouted angrily, "Hey Haridasa, why do you behave like this? Why must you chant so loudly? The actual injunction is to chant softly in your mind. Which scripture instructs you to chant loudly? Who has taught you this type of religious practice? Here is an assembly of scholars. You can ask them about the correct method of worship." Srila Haridasa humbly replied, "I do not know the scriptural conclusions about the glories of the holy name of God. You must certainly know more than I can only repeat what I have heard from scholars like yourself. The principal effect of chanting the name of God loudly is that it purifies the soul 1,000 times more than any other form of worship. Nowhere in the scriptures is loud chanting of the holy name condemned. On the contrary, there are excellent benefits which have been described in many places. In one scripture it says, loud chanting of Lord Krishna's name is 1,000 times better than silent chanting. Why is the result of loud chanting magnified 1,000 times over any other process? Demanded the Brahmana. My dear sir, please listen to the conclusions of the Vedas and Srimad Bhagavatam. As Srila Haridasa spoke, he floated in the ocean of love of Krishna, and his explanations capsulized the essence of all scriptures. O Brahmana, please try to understand that when any living entity, be it human, animal, insect or bird, hears the holy name chanted by a pure devotee of the Lord, he goes directly to the spiritual world, Vaikuntha, after leaving this body. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th Canto, Chapter 34, Verse 18, it says, O Lord, when your name is chanted by the unalloyed devotee who has been purified by the touch of your lotus feet, and that holy name is heard even once by any living entity, it can immediately purify both the chanter and the listener. There is nothing disputable in the matter of the unalloyed devotee purifying other living entities. Lower species which do not possess the ability to chant the Lord's name can be liberated simply by hearing the name chanted by a pure devotee. One who chants the holy name to himself liberates himself only, but one who chants the Lord's name loudly liberates anyone who hears him. The sound of the Lord's name is beneficial for everyone. Therefore the scriptures all assert that loud chanting of the Lord's name is 1,000 times more effective than any other religious process. Again, in the Narada Purana there is a quote from Prahlada Maharaja saying, I see perfect logic in the fact that a person who chants the Lord's name loudly is 1,000 times more pious than the person who chants to himself. One who chants softly liberates only himself, but one who chants loudly liberates himself and any other living entity who hears him. O Brahmana, listen carefully. It is easy to understand that a person who acts for the benefit of the entire society, including the lower animals, is certainly on a higher religious platform than a person who is simply concerned with his own liberation. Only the human being has been endowed with the capacity to utter the Lord's name. An animal cannot. If loud chanting can liberate these unfortunate animals, who otherwise have no hope for liberation, then what is the harm in chanting loudly? A selfish person is interested in his own welfare, but a selfless devotee is concerned with everyone's welfare. If you understand this, you can easily determine who is on the higher platform. I must emphasize that loud chanting of the Lord's holy name is the most efficient type of chanting. The foolish Brahmana became even more infuriated by the unequivocal instructions of Srila Haridasa. He angrily retorted, "O Haridasa, you have now become the master of the Vedas. It seems you have propounded the seventh philosophical thought, the other six having been destroyed with the passing of time. It has been prophesied in the Vedas that at the end of Kali Yuga, a low-born Sudra will propagate the Vedas. But I see it already happening right before me. What is the need to wait for the end of the Kali Yuga? You deceive everyone by acting like a holy man, but all you do is visit the homes of householders and fill your belly. If I find your explanations unauthorized or bona fide according to Shastra, then I will cut off your ears and nose." Completely equipoised, Srila Haridasa simply smiled at the harsh, revengeful words of the fallen Brahmana. Without another word, he walked away, chanting loudly the Lord's holy name. The scholars of the assembly were as sinful as that Visas Brahmana, for they neither accepted the correct, bona fide explanations of Srila Thakur nor did they condemn the offensive words of the wretched Brahmana. Those men were Brahmanas in name only, while in actuality they were demons. Their residence was hell and they suffered untold misery in the hands of Yamaraja, the god of death. In Kali Yuga the demons will be born as Brahmana who harass and offend pious people. The Vraha Purana says, in the Kali Yuga, demons find shelter in Brahmana families and torture the transcendentalists who are rare souls. All the scriptures have strictly forbidden us to touch, hear or worship persons who live in the guise of Brahmana. One simply becomes contaminated by their contact. In the Padma Purana it is mentioned, there is no need for a detailed explanation. Those Brahmanas who are not devotees of the Lord should neither be respected nor touched by anyone. Meeting a non-devotee Brahmana is as contaminating as meeting a low-born dog-eater. On the other hand, a pure devotee of the Lord, born in any family or any class, can purify the entire universe. A few days after this incident with Srila Haridasa, the fallen Brahmana contracted such a severe case of smallpox that his nose fell off. He was justly punished by Krishna for his offenses against the Vaishnava saint. Haridasa sighed in deep depression over the sad state of the human society which was engrossed in mundane life. For a long time he had desired the association of other pure devotees, so he went to Nabadwap where the Vaishnavas were overjoyed to see him. Sri Advaita Prabhu grasped him to his chest in a loving embrace, and the other devotees showered their affection on him just as he reciprocated their emotions. The atheists continued their offensive criticism of the devotees, while the Vaishnavas continued their transcendental discussions of the subjects in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Anyone who listens with faith and devotion to these narrations will find eternal shelter at the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Gaurachandra. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat Adi Leela Chapter 17. All glories to Sri Gaurasundara, the Supreme Lord of all Lords. He possesses an eternal transcendental form and is very dear to Sri Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to the Lord, for he is the life and soul and the most precious object of love of all the Vaishnavas. Kindly bestow your merciful glance on all the living entities so that they may become liberated from material entanglement. Now listen carefully to the narrations of Lord Gaurasundara going to Gautam. The Lord of the Vaikuntha planets now resided in Nabadwap as the crest jewel teacher and scholar. The condition of human society had deteriorated to such an extent that there was an increase of atheistic people, and the process of devotional service had become very rare. People in general were attracted by the temporary and illusory pleasures of the senses, and this greatly saddened the devotees. Another reason why the Vaishnava devotees were despairing was because Lord Gaurasundara was so engrossed in scholastic pursuits. The mischievous and sinful population continued to hurl abuses at the Vaishnava devotees, and they simply bore the insults quietly. Supreme Lord Gaurasundara desired within his heart that now the time was ripe to reveal his true identity and manifest his transcendental pastimes, but first he decided to visit Gautam. Such was the desire of the fully independent Supreme Personality Gaurasundara. He performed the last rites, Shraddha ceremony of his father according to the scriptural injunctions, and then accompanied by his disciples proceeded to Gautam. The Lord was in a very blissful mood at the thought of being able to see Gautam, so taking leave of Mother Sasi he left for Gaya. He passed through many towns and villages, and by the touch of his transcendental lotus feet they have become places of pilgrimage. On the way he discussed many spiritual topics and explained difficult conclusions to his disciples, sometimes joking with them, sometimes in a serious mood. Finally he arrived in Mandada. In the Mandar hill there is a very famous place. The Lord visited the temples on the hill, the temple of Lord Madhusudan. One day while traveling the Lord pretended to have fever. The Lord of Vaikuntha, the Supreme Personality, in order to teach the living entities, pretended to have fever just like an ordinary mortal. Halfway to Gautam the Lord got fever, which brought anxiety to his disciples. They tried various medicines and means to bring the fever down, but such was the desire of the Lord that his fever persisted. At last the Lord himself suggested a remedy. The remedy for all suffering is drinking the water that has washed the feet of a pure Brahmana. To teach the world of the unique position of a pure Brahmana, the Lord drank the water that had washed the feet of the Brahmana. Immediately upon drinking that water, the Lord became healthy and his fever was gone. Such activities of the Lord is his real nature. This has been described in all the Vedic scriptures. In the Srimad Bhagavatam Gita it is said, all of them, as they surrender unto me I reward accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pratha. When the devotee sincerely desires to become a servant of the Lord, then the merciful Lord grants him eternal servitude. Therefore he is known as Sevak Vatsal, or one who is very affectionate to his servitors. The Lord readily accepts defeat if it increases the name and position of his surrendered devotee. How can devotees who have totally surrendered themselves to the lotus feet of the Lord even think of leaving the shelter of the Lord's lotus feet? The Lord continued his journey. Now cured of his fever, he came to the pilgrimage of Kukkum. The Lord took his bath and offered worship to the departed soul of his father, and then he entered Gayadam. On entering Gayadam the Lord offered his obeisances with folded hands to the holy place of pilgrimage. He came to Brahmakunda and took his bath and worshipped his father in the proper way. The Lord then went to Kakartir, went inside to see the impressions of the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. All the Brahmin priests sat surrounding the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. Flower garlands offered to the lotus feet were piled around. One could never take account of all the incense, flowers, perfumes, clothes and ornaments which were offered to the lotus feet and which now lay all around. The Brahmins looked like divine beings and sat there describing the wonderful glories of the lotus feet of the Lord. They said, Lord Vishveshnar, Siva, holds these lotus feet always close to his heart, and they are the life and soul of Srimati Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune. The Supreme Lord blessed Bali Maharaja by placing these feet on his head. Now all of you pious souls, see his very same lotus feet. Just a moment of sincere meditation on these lotus feet will immediately save you from hell. These lotus feet that are so rarely attained even by great mystic yogas. You have the good fortune to see them. Mother Ganga sprang forth from these lotus feet, and surrendered souls of the Lord always hold these lotus feet deep in their hearts. All you fortunate souls, please see these lotus feet that lies on the head of Ananta Sesha. Hearing the wonderful glories of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, Lord Gauranga merged into an ocean of ecstatic bliss. Tears flowed profusely from his lotus eyes, and ecstatic symptoms like horripilation, shivering manifested on his transcendental body at the sight of the lotus feet. You the benefit of the entire human society, for the good fortune for all living entities. Supreme Lord Gaurachandra now began to manifest the process of devotional service, love of Godhead. All the Brahmana priests marveled at the sight as unrestricted stream like Mother Ganga poured from the Lord's lotus eyes. By divine arrangement Srila Isvarapuri was also present there at that time. When Lord Gaurachandra saw Srila Isvarachandrapuri, he offered his obeisances with great affection. Isvarachandrapuri was also overjoyed to see Lord Gaurachandra, and he embraced him very lovingly. They could not control their intense joy of meeting each other, and tears flowed profusely from their eyes, drenching each other. Lord Gauranga said, Now that I have seen your lotus feet, my visit to Gaya has become successful and worthy. Oblations offered in a place of pilgrimage for the liberation of the departed souls of forefathers affect only those who they are intended for, but just by your presence you have liberated so many innumerable souls of departed forefathers. Therefore no place of pilgrimage can be compared to you. In fact, you are the purifier of even the places of pilgrimage. So kindly save me from drowning in the ocean of material existence, because I am surrendering my heart and soul and body to your feet. The only benediction that I desire from you is that you make me drink the nectar from Sri Krishna's lotus feet. Then Isvarachandrapuri spoke, Listen to me, Pandita. I know very well that you are an expansion of the Supreme Lord. Otherwise, how is it possible to possess vast learning like yourself or such a transcendental nature as you have? I had a dream last night of meeting the Supreme Lord, and now meeting you, that dream has been fulfilled. To tell you the truth, O Pandita, every moment I am feeling increasing ecstasy in your presence. Ever since I saw you in Nabadwap, there has been nothing else on my mind except for you. Whatever I have spoken is certainly the truth. I have no other motivation for speaking this. The bliss one experiences in Lord Krishna's presence, I am expressing that fully in your presence. The Lord was very pleased to hear these sincere words from his beloved Svarapuri. He said, "It is my good fortune that I have met you." They were very happy with each other's company, talking confidential topics of Krishna consciousness. Srila Veda Vyasa in the future will describe in details these discussions between Lord Caitanya and Isvara Chandrapuri. The Lord then left Isvarapuri, taking permission to go and take his bath and perform sacrifice in honor of his father, the Shraddha ceremony. After completing his necessary rituals of offering oblations to his father, he left for Srinagar in Bedka. In Bedka, Lord S. again performed a Shraddha ceremony, and he satisfied the attending priests with very humble and sweet words. This was his way of pleasing the priests. From there he proceeded to Dakshar Mamusa, then to Ramagaya. In Ramagaya the Lord offered the incarnation of Lord Ramachandra Shraddha. He then proceeded to Yudhisthira and offered oblations to Yudhisthira Maharaja. Each time the Lord performed a Shraddha ceremony, the Brahmin priest would sit around him and chant mantras. After the sacrifice, when the oblations were offered into the water, the Brahmana priests were almost swooping down upon him for fees and other gifts. The Lord simply smiled at such behavior and mercifully cut the knots of material entanglement in their hearts. Then from the Lord Sri Gauranga then went to Bhimagaya, then to Svagaya and Brahmagaya and various other holy places. When he arrived in Surasagaya, he offered a special sacrifice with special ingredients and offered everyone oblations very respectfully. In Brahmakunda the Lord took his bath, then in Gayashira oblations. There the Lord offered beautiful flower garlands and sandalwood paste with his own hands and worshipped the lotus feet impressions of Lord Vishnu. Completing his pilgrimage in all the places and satisfying all the Brahmana priests, he returned to his place of residence. He rested for a while, then feeling refreshed from rest, he made preparations for cooking. As he completed the last preparation, Srila Isvara Chandrapuri came to visit him. Intoxicated from chanting the holy name of Krishna and feeling ecstatic love for the Lord, he walked into the room swaying as if drunk. The Lord immediately left his cooking and the kitchen and offered his respectful obeisances and sat him down comfortably. Laughing, Srila Isvara Chandrapuri said, "O Pandita, I have come certainly at the right time." The Lord replied, "When good fortune has smiled upon me today by sending you here, I pray that you will please accept some rice prasada." Srila Purapada smiled and said, "But then what will you have?" The Lord replied, "I will cook some rice for me now." Srila Purapada asked, "What is the use of cooking again? Whatever you have already cooked, let us share that amongst ourselves." Smiling, the Lord replied, "Whatever is already prepared, that is all for you. In no time I can prepare something afresh. Please do not feel hesitant. You eat first." Offering to Isvarapuri what he had cooked for himself, the Lord went back into the kitchen and began preparing food once again. Feeling great happiness, the Lord exhibited so much mercy to Isvara Chandrapuri, and Sripadapuri also had no other thought in mind other than Krishna. The Lord served Sripadapuri with his own hands, and Sripadapuri relished the Lord's cooking with great delight. While this was going on, Roma Devi, Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, personally appeared and cooked for the Lord unseen by anyone in the kitchen. Seeing to that Sripadapuri was fully satisfied, the Lord sat down to eat. These transcendental activities of the Lord and his devotees are so wonderful that anyone who hears them with faith and sincerity is immediately granted unalloyed devotional service at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. After the meal, the Lord arranged for Sripadapuri to rest. As a disciple would serve a spiritual master, the Lord began massaging Sripadapuri with scented oil. Who can describe the elevated position of Sri Isvara Chandrapuri? Sri Caitanya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, acting like an ideal disciple, went to see the place of appearance of Sri Isvara Chandrapuri. The Lord said, "I offer my obeisances to the village Kumar, where Sri Isvarapuri appeared." The Lord was so spiritually moved by this place that he shed profuse tears of love for Isvarapuri and continuously repeated his name. He picked up a handful of earth and tied it to the corner of his cloth. The Lord said, "This handful of earth from the place of Sri Isvara Chandrapuri's appearance is my most precious possession. Only the Supreme Personality of Godhead is capable of increasing the glories of his devotees, which was exemplified by Lord Chaitanya's intense love for Sri Isvarachandra Puri. The Lord said, "By being able to associate with you I have fulfilled a reason for coming to Gaya." The next day the Lord went to meet Isvarapuri and approached him for an invitation mantra with sweet and humble words. Srila Prabhupada said, "How is it that you ask for an invitation mantra from me? I can give you my very life and soul." The Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayana, the Supreme Instructing Spiritual Master of everyone, accepted an invitation from Sripada Puri with an invitation mantra consisting of 10 syllables. The Lord circumambulated Sripada Puri and said, "I have surrendered my life to you. Please always look upon me with a merciful glance, so that I may always float in an ocean of love of Krishna." Sri Prabhupada was moved by the Lord's words and he embraced the Lord, holding him close to his breast. The profuse tears of love flowed like torrents from their eyes, drenching each other. The omniscient Supreme Lord remained in Gaya for some time, distributing his mercy to Srila Prabhupada so profusely. The time was slowly approaching for the Lord to reveal to the world the reason for accepting this incarnation. His love for Krishna manifested increasingly day by day. One day the Lord sat in a solitary place chanting and meditating on his specific mantra. The Lord was lost in the ecstatic world of meditation on the Supreme Lord, and when his consciousness returned he began lamenting and calling out to the Lord, his object of meditation. "O my Krishna, my dear Lord, O Lord Hari, you are my life and soul. You have stolen my heart. Now which way have you run away? In which direction can I find my beloved Lord?" The Lord cried out in intense separation from his beloved Lord and wept bitterly. The Lord was totally absorbed in relishing the nectar of love of Krishna and rolling on the ground. His body was covered with dust. He cried out as if greatly afflicted, "Where is my beloved Krishna and where has he gone, leaving me?" Lord Nimai Solong was a grave and serious scholar teacher, now exhibited extreme restlessness, becoming stunned by the arrow of love of God. He rolled about on the ground and cried out loudly and floated on the waves of ecstasy from intense separation from himself. Soon his students returned and treated the Lord with great care. They brought him back to normal condition. The Lord said, "All of you return to your homes. I do not want to go back to my family anymore. I am going to Mathura to find the beloved Lord of my heart, Sri Krishna Chandra." The students used all their intelligence and in various means they kept the Lord calm and still. The Lord of Vaikuntha was now in the mood of an unalloyed devotee, and he was constantly absorbed in love of God. His heart was all restless in separation from the Lord. He could not remain anywhere still. In the very early hours of one morning the Lord slipped out of the house without anyone's notice, wanting to go to Mathura. He was in a state of ecstatic trance. He cried to Krishna as he walked on, "O Lord Krishna, my dear Lord, where can I find you?" After some distance he heard the divine voice saying, "Do not proceed to Mathura now. The time will come then you will go to Mathura, but for now return to Nabadwip, to your house. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of the Vaikuntha planets. You have come into this material world with all your eternal associates to liberate the entire world. You will propagate the congregational chanting of the holy name of God all over the universe and distribute freely to everyone the most treasured object, love of Godhead. You are omniscient. You already know everything. We know the reason why you have descended to this material world. You have come to distribute the most desired object whose nectarine taste bewitches the mind of even Lord Brahma, Lord Siva and Sanatka and the other sages, and whose glories Lord Ananta Sesha continuously sings of. We are your eternal servants. It is our duty to remind you of your incarnation. We place this request at your lotus feet. You are the maintainer of all living entities, the supreme independent truth. No one can obstruct you from carrying out your own pure desires. So my Lord, please return to your home and very shortly you shall go to Mathura." The Lord Sri Gaura Sundara returned home feeling very happy after hearing the divine message. His pilgrimage over in Gaya, the Lord returned back to Nabadwip with all his disciples, for he was to begin the propagation of the holy name of God and distribute love of Godhead to everyone. After his return from Gaya, a definite change had come over the Lord. He felt ecstatic symptoms of love of Godhead increasing in him day by day. Whoever hears this narration about the Lord going on a pilgrimage to Gaya with devotion and faith, Lord Gaurachandra will appear in his heart. One can associate with Lord Krishna simply by hearing the transcendental activities of Lord Krishna, and this association with the Lord is eternal because the Lord will never leave such a pure devotee. I am able to describe some of the transcendental pastimes of Lord Caitanya in this book just because my beloved Lord and Master Nityananda Prabhu is sitting on the throne in my heart and dictating all this to me. It is only by his mercy that I can write these wonderful transcendental activities of Lord Caitanya. Independently it would be impossible to write all this. I am just a wooden doll made to dance by the magic spell of a supreme magician, the Supreme Lord Gaurachandra, for he is making me speak about his transcendental pastimes. Lord Chaitanya's transcendental activities are eternal and limitless, without a beginning and without an end, so it is unfathomable for me. I am simply writing somehow. On the other hand, my position is like that of a bird who flies in the limitless azure. It flies as far as it is capable of flying. Lord Chaitanya's pastimes and glories is like a shoreless ocean. One is capable of narrating to that extent as the mercy he has received from the Lord allows him to. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it has been described, birds can fly as far as they are capable of flying. Similarly, scholars according to their intelligence describe the transcendental pastimes of the Lord as much as they know. I offer my fallen obeisances at the feet of all the Vaishara devotees of the Lord so that I become purified from all my offenses. If anyone is not of the desire of crossing this ocean of reasons and drowning in the ocean of nectarine love of Godhead, then let him take complete shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. The greatest hope that eternally keeps alive in my heart is that Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu is the Lord of my most beloved Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Many people say different things about my Lord Nityananda. Some say that Lord Nityananda Prabhu is Lord Balarama. Others say that he is the most beloved of Lord Caitanya. Still others say that he is the master of supreme power. Still others say, I cannot understand who he really is. Let him be a sannyasi spiritual master or a highly knowledgeable devotee of the Lord, or let him have any sort of relationship with Lord Caitanya. Let anybody say anything about my Lord as they desire, but I will hold his lotus feet forever in my heart. And as for those sinful wretched agnostics who in spite of everything else criticize my Lord, then I will kick them on their heads. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu, who is the life and soul of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. May I receive the eternal shelter of your lotus feet. You are constantly singing the glories of Lord Caitanya. May I also be able to assist you in Lord Chaitanya's glorification. My one and only desire is that I may have your association birth after birth. Whoever hears these narrations of Lord Caitanya as described in the Adi Kanda of this book will certainly receive the full benediction of Sri Gaurachandra. Before leaving Gayana, my Pandita went to Isvarapuri and begging leave of him returned back to Nabadwap Dam. All the residents of Nabadwap Dam were mad with joy at the Lord's return, like a dead body coming suddenly alive. Lord Sri Krishna Caitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I Vrindavanadasa humbly offer this song to their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Madhya Leela Chapter 1. All glories to Lord Visvambhara, the crest jewel among Brahmanas, and all glories to the beloved associates of Lord Visvambhara. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, stalwart amongst all religious preachers, the safe bridge to the spiritual sky. He has fully subdued his physical and mental urges. All glories to him. He possesses incomparable beauty and is the embodiment of congregational chanting of the holy name of God. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, for he is the dearest friend and life of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, and the sublime object of love of Gadadhara Pandita and Advaita Prabhu. He is very dear to Sri Jagadananda Pandita, and the tender loving heart of Vaprashar Pandita and Kesaswara. He is the Lord and Master of Srinivasa and other beloved associates. O Lord, kindly look upon the living entities with divine benevolence. The descriptions recorded in the Madhya Kanda are like streams of nectar. When it pours out into the ears, it melts the granite like doubts and atheistic thoughts in the deep recesses of the heart. Please listen attentively and with unflinching faith to the narrations of Madhya Kanda, describing the beginning of congregational chanting of the holy name. The entire township of Nabadwap offered jubilant and loud welcome to the Lord, who had just returned from Gaya Dam. Friends and relatives rushed to meet the Lord. The Lord spoke sweetly to everyone and they were overjoyed to see Lord Visvambhara return. They all accompanied the Lord, many of them going in front of him, and brought him to his house, and he began narrating the experiences of his pilgrimage. The Lord said, because of all your blessings and good wishes I could visit Gaya Dam and return without any difficulties. The Lord spoke very humbly, pleasing everyone, and they were very impressed to see the Lord's humility. The senior members touched the Lord's head and blessed him with a long life. Others touched different parts of his body and chanted mantras for his protection. Others put their heads on his breast and invoked the mercy of Lord Govinda and Sita Devi. Nobody could describe the joy Mother Sasi experienced when she saw her son return. Lakshmi Devi glowed with happiness by seeing her lord's face, and the cloud of loneliness had dissipated. The joyous news spread to his in-laws' house and touched them with jubilation. The Vaishnavas were specially happy and they ran to see the Lord. To everyone the Lord spoke very humbly and softly, and taking leave of them he returned to his room. He took a handful of his intimate disciples and went inside to discuss more confidential topics about his pilgrimage to Gaya. The Lord said, "My dear friends, I want to describe to you the wonderful places that constantly reminded me of Lord Krishna. As soon as I entered into Gaya, I heard the auspicious sounds of chanting and conch shells and bells. Hundreds and hundreds of Brahmana priests were chanting from the Vedas and were glorifying the lotus feet of the Lord Krishna and his place of pilgrimage where the Lord left his lotus feet impression. They said, 'Welcome to the holy spot where the Lord washed his lotus feet.' In previous ages when Lord Krishna visited Gaya, he washed his transcendental lotus feet. Mother Ganga has become glorious and holy by the touch of the waters from the lotus feet of the Lord, and Lord Shiva holds that water on his head with the full realization that this is the water from the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, and that is why this place of pilgrimage has become one of the holiest and known as Pada Padma Tritha, or the pilgrimage where the Lord left the waters of his lotus feet. As soon as the Lord repeated the name of Gayadam or Pada Padma Tritha and remembered the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu, incessant streams of tears poured down from his eyes. The Lord became extremely restless, unable to control his spiritual emotions. He began crying out the name of Lord Krishna. So profuse were the tears of love of God that it watered an entire flower garden. He sighed deeply, repeating Krishna's name. His whole body was covered with horripilation. He could not control himself anymore. He shivered like an autumn leaf. Sriman Pandita and other devotees present were astounded at seeing this wonderful manifestation of love of Krishna. The devotees could not remain unaffected. Tears swelled up in their eyes and flowed freely and unrestrained as if Mother Ganga had found another source. They all thought in their minds how this sight is. We have never seen the Lord acting like this. This must be the great mercy of Lord Krishna that he has allowed us to see such spiritual emotions. After a while the Lord became still and external consciousness returned to him. He began to speak again. "My dear friends, please return to your homes today, but I want to see all of you tomorrow again and discuss very confidentially. I want to disclose the deep sadness in my heart. Come to Suklambara Brahmachari's house with Murari and Sadasiv." Everyone returned to their houses and the Lord became engrossed in his own world. The spirit of love of Godhead had now into the body of the Lord, and he had lost all taste for anything mundane. Mother Sasi could not understand his new transformation that had overcome her son, but nevertheless she was happy just to have him near her. She saw her son crying out Krishna's name, and tears of love of Godhead flowed profusely from his eyes. The Lord cried out, "Where is my beloved Krishna? Where is my beloved Krishna?" This increased his mood of separation in love of Krishna. All such activities of the Lord were incomprehensible to Mother Sasi, so in great awe with folded hands she prayed for the shelter of Lord Govinda. The time had dawned when Lord Caitanya was to reveal his real identity, and the entire university swayed with the waves of joy. News spread to all the devotees of the Lord Caitanya, who was constantly shedding tears of love of Godhead, and so they all ran to meet him. All the Vaishnavas visited the Lord. The Lord treated them humbly and spoke with everyone. He requested the Vaishnavas, "Please come and meet me in Suklambara Brahmachari's house tomorrow. I want to open my grief-laden heart to all of you." Sriman Pandita was extremely happy when he saw this wonderful transformation in the Lord, his extraordinary love of Godhead. The devotees as usual went early in the morning to pick flowers. In Srinivasa's house there is a jasmine tree, which was like a wish-fulfilling desire tree. As many flowers were picked from the tree was never empty of flowers. It had an inexhaustible bloom of fresh flowers. So all the devotees as usual met during the flower picking, and they exchanged words and topics on Krishna and his wonderful pastimes, and every morning they, Gadadhara, Gopinatha, Rama and Srinivasa enjoyed each other's company. Just then Sriman Pandita came laughing with joy, and everyone greeted him saying, "Why are you so happy today?" Sriman said, "Certainly there must be a reason." So they asked, "Why do you not say it?" Sriman Pandita began, "Then hear the reason. Something most wonderful and most impossible has happened. My Pandita has become a great Vaishnava devotee. I heard that he had returned from Gaya, so I went in the evening to meet him. He spoke with everyone with a humble and very detached air, and did not show the slightest sign of arrogance or insolence. Then alone he took us aside and began telling us about his pilgrimage and about Lord Krishna. As soon as he took the name of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna and Padopadma Tirtha pilgrimage, his eyes flooded over with tears of love of Godhead. His whole body was overwhelmed with ecstatic symptoms, shivering horripilation, and as soon as he cried out Lord Krishna's name he fell to the ground unconscious. When he regained consciousness he repeated Krishna's name and began crying in separation from the Lord, as if Mother Ganga was flowing there. After I saw such an exhibition of sublime love of God, I am convinced in my mind that he is not an ordinary personality. When he became controlled and stilled he told us that we should all come and meet him in Suklambara Brahmachari's house today, and I should bring Sadashiv Pandita and Murari along with me, and he was to reveal the torment within his heart to us. Thus I have told you the reason for my joy and the most auspicious news. Sriman's words gave much pleasure to all the devotees, and they loudly repeated Lord Hari's name. Srivasa Thakura commented, "May Lord Krishna increase our congregation." The assembled devotees appreciated this mood of Srivasa Thakura, and happily they discussed topics on Krishna consciousness. The joyous sound that went around them was pleasing to the heart. The devotees blessed everyone, saying, "May everyone be blessed by worshipping the lotus feet of Lord Krishna." Sriman Pandita then left this Vaishnava assembly and proceeded to Suklambara Brahmachari's house. Gadadhara Pandita, who had heard the discussion silently while everyone was picking flowers, he also went towards the house of Suklambara Brahmachari while the others went to perform their daily worship of the Lord. Gadadhara Pandita thought, "Let me go and hear what he speaks about Krishna." He entered the house and hid himself. Sadashiv, Murari and Sriman and Suklambara and other such highly advanced loving devotees had already assembled there. Just then Lord Visvamdhara, the crest jewel of the Brahmanas, appeared in the assembly. They greeted each other happily, but the Lord was all the time engrossed within himself. As soon as he was in the assembly of Vaishnava devotees he began reciting different slokas. He said, "I had found my beloved Lord," but then he disappeared. In which direction did he go? Saying these words he fell down completely paralyzed. The Lord embraced the pillars of the house and began crying out, "Where is Krishna?" and then again fell down. The devotees became affected by the Lord's intense mood of separation from his beloved Lord Krishna. He constantly repeated, "O Krishna, where is my Krishna?" And the devotees became intoxicated in that mood and they swayed and about the room. Gadadhara Pandita inside the room, unseen by anyone, fell down unconscious. The devotees lost all sense of direction and identity. Nobody knew where he was. They became so overwhelmed with love of God, Krishna, that all external consciousness was lost in them, and Janavadevi, Mother Ganga, was amazed at the whole spiritual scene. After a while consciousness returned to the Lord and he again repeated Lord Krishna's name and began crying bitterly. It was a wonderful scene. Everyone had lost themselves in an ocean of ecstatic bliss of love of God. The Lord fell repeatedly and continuously lamented, "O my beloved Lord Krishna, where did you go?" In this ecstatic mood the Lord fell many times to the ground unconsciousness, but no bruises or pain were visible on his transcendental body. Loud jubilant cries and weeping in love of Krishna reverberated through the entire house, and Suklambara's house became surcharged with ecstasy of love of Godhead. After a while the Lord calmed himself and sat down, but tears of ecstatic love flowed unrestrained from his eyes. He asked, "Who is inside the house?" Suklambara Brahmachari replied, "Your beloved Gadadhara Pandita." Gadadhara Pandita entered with his head down and his unchecked tears flowed profusely in torrents. This pleased the Lord beyond words. The Lord said, "Dear Gadadhara, you are most fortunate and pious because from your childhood you developed unflinching love of God, Krishna, but my life has been wasted so far in useless pursuit of material knowledge. Then finally when I found the most precious object of love, he disappeared as a result of my previous impious and profane activities." Saying this the Lord Visvamdhara again fell unconscious to the ground and the dust covered his entire body. Sometime his external consciousness returned and then again he fell unconscious, totally lost in ecstatic separation of his beloved Lord Krishna. This was certainly the grace of God that the Lord was not hurt in pain. It became impossible for the Lord to open his eyes because they were brimming with tears of love of Krishna, and the only words he repeated were Krishna's name. He embraced everyone and cried bitterly and asked, "Where is my beloved Krishna? My dear brothers, please tell me quickly." The devotees were greatly moved to see his intense pain of separation from Krishna and they remained dumbfounded, lost for words. The Lord said, "Please release me from this grief. I only need the son of Nanda Maharaja, the Lord of the Gopis. I need Lord Krishna." Saying this, he again fell down, his hair loose mingled in the dust. The day passed unnoticed by anyone, and finally the Lord bade farewell to all the devotees. After the Lord had departed, the devotees spoke openly, expressing their surprise. Each one had marveled at the Lord. Their external senses and body had become numb. The entire Vaishnava community was overjoyed at the new turn of events. The word spread quickly, and it was received by all the devotees with great joy, and spontaneously they responded by chanting the holy name of Krishna. They could not restrain their amazement and made comments like, "He will reveal God to everyone." Someone else said, "When Nimai Pandita feels a little better in this condition, then he can easily break the heads of atheists." Another commented, "I have no doubt that he will reveal to the world the most confidential pastimes of Lord Krishna." Another commented, "Perhaps, because of this association with the pure devotee like Isvari Puri, that he saw the Supreme Lord Krishna." Endlessly they tried to find a possible reason for the Lord's transformation. The devotees were very happy about Nimai Pandita, and they all blessed him, saying, "May he be blessed with the mercy of Lord Krishna." The devotees were truly very happy. They danced, sang and cried tears of love with the new lives. While the devotees were happily engaged in dancing and singing, the Lord became totally immersed in his mood of ecstatic absorption. He went to the house of Gangadasa Pandita. He offered his respects to the feet of his teacher, and his teacher got up and affectionately embraced him. Gangadasa Pandita said, "What a glorious life! You have liberated both the families of your mother and father. All your students have been awaiting you anxiously. They have not opened their books since you left, and even if Lord Balarama had come in person and told them to read, they would have refused. You have returned to brighten everyone's days, but go home now and tomorrow come back and begin your teaching." The Lord again offered his obeisances to his teacher before he left, and all the students surrounded the Lord like many stars surrounding the moon. He went to the house of Mukunda Sanjay and sat in the courtyard of the Durga temple. The whole household of Mukunda Sanjay were overwhelmed with joy. The Lord embraced Purusottama Sanjay and drenched him with tears of love. The ladies, elevated with joy, made auspicious sounds, and the whole house was reverberating with jubilant sounds. The Lord glanced mercifully at everyone and returned back to the house. He came and sat in the temple room, then affectionately bade everyone farewell. Whoever came to meet the Lord and spoke to him went away bewildered, unable to comprehend the Lord's mood. No trace of previous arrogance or showing off the Lord's learning remained in the Lord's character. Everyone saw that he was completely detached and engrossed in deep meditation. Mother Sasi was completing at a loss. She could not understand her son anymore. She prayed constantly to Mother Ganga and Lord Vishnu for her son's well-being. She prayed, "O my Lord Krishna Chandra, you have taken my husband, you have also taken my son. There is only Nimai who remains with me. O Krishna, I am helpless and alone. Just grant me this one favor. Let my child Visvamdhara remain in the house healthy and whole." Mother Sasi would bring Lakshmi Devi and make her sit in front of the Lord, and the Lord would stare without noticing her. The Lord continuously recited slokas and kept lamenting and repeating, "Where is Krishna? Where is Krishna?" And at times when the Lord roared in ecstatic bliss, Lakshmi Devi ran away in fear, and Mother Sasi stood helpless and fearful. The ecstasy of love of Krishna kept him away from sleeping, and his unbearable separations from Krishna made him sit up the whole night through. As soon as he saw anyone, he immediately went inside himself and did not exhibit any of the ecstatic symptoms. Early every morning he went for his bath in the Ganga, and on his return from his bath he found the students waiting for him. The Lord uttered only Krishna's name and nothing else, but the students could not understand their teacher in this mood. On the students' request, the Lord sat down to teach. The students sat down and opened their books, taking the Lord's name Hari as they used to the son of Mother Sasi. Nimai Pandita was greatly overjoyed at hearing his beloved Lord's name. He again became absorbed, forgetting his external senses, and he looked upon everyone with his merciful glance. Totally absorbed in Krishna, the Lord began explaining to his students. He told his students that the essential lessons of everything was Lord Krishna. All aphorisms, commentaries and dissipations were actually describing the glories of the holy name. The Lord said, "The only external truth is the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is the only worshipable Lord in all the scriptures. Krishna is the supreme controller, maintainer, the Lord of the entire creation. Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma and every other deity are his servants. Whoever tries to explain anything without describing the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, then he is an illusion. His words are untrue and his birth is useless." The entire Vedanta and all the Agamas and other philosophical treatises point out that devotion is the lotus feet of Krishna is the only and ultimate goal. All the mundane scholars are memorized by the illusory potency of the Lord, and they are totally lost because they cannot find shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna. Lord Krishna is an ocean of mercy, and he is the life and soul of every living entity. He is most dear to his surrendered souls, the dear son of Mother Yasoda. A person say be very versed in all the scriptures, but if he has no attraction and attachment for the holy name of Lord Krishna, then he follows the path of destruction and hell. And if a wretched and abominable person chants Lord Krishna's name, then even if he is not sinful, he reaches the supreme abode of Lord Krishna after leaving this material world. This is the verdict of all the scriptures, and if anyone doubts it, then he is the worst sufferer. If anyone tries to explain the scriptures without having taken shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, then such a degraded person can never know the purport of the scriptures. He pretends to be a teacher of the scriptures, yet he does not know the real purport of the scriptures. He is like a washerman's donkey carrying the load of all the scriptures. Such a soul is truly unfortunate because in spite of his education, he has been forfeited from the joy of Krishna consciousness. People in general are so foolish that instead of meditating on the Supreme Lord Krishna, they meditate on others, not knowing that the Supreme Lord Krishna offered liberation to the demoness Putana who had come to kill him. For what greater pleasure do they leave glorifying Lord Krishna, for didn't he redeem the demon Aghasura? That Supreme Lord Krishna, whose name alone can purify the entire universe, the miserable living Lord Brahma knows, becomes overwhelmed with joy when he participates the great festivities surrounding Head Krishna. But these unfortunate souls disregard this and sing and dance and revel in inauspicious mundane festivities, intoxicated by wealth, high birth, education, etc. They do not know the wonders of the holy name of Krishna that liberated Ajmal just by chanting the Lord's name once. My dear students and brothers, please hear me carefully, for everything I say is very true. You should just worship the lotus feet of Lord Shri Krishna, the most precious treasure. Lakshmi Devi always desires to serve these lotus feet, and Lord Shiva has become a pure devotee just by taking shelter of them, and these supreme lotus feet are the ultimate source of Mother Ganga. So all of you, my brothers, please simply desire to take shelter of the Lord's lotus feet. Now I also want to send out a challenge to refute my explanations that I have just rendered. Lord Visvamdhara is the supreme absolute truth and the embodiment of transcendental sound vibration, so whatever he speaks is the absolute truth. The memorized students listened to the Lord's words with individual attention, while the Lord spoke on as if in a trance, revealing the absolute truth. The Lord explained everything in the light of Krishna consciousness, and he established a facile connection of every word with the Supreme Lord Krishna. This was an astonishing feat for the Supreme Lord himself. Lord Visvamdhara soon became aware of his external words, and coming out of his trance he became shy, thinking what his students would think of him as being mad or something. So in order to cover it up, he said a few words. He asked the students, "How were my commentaries today?" The students replied, "We could not understand anything. You have described Krishna as a purport to every word. Who is there who can understand your explanations?" Lord Visvamdhara laughed and said, "Listen, my dear brothers, pack your books and let's go to the Ganga for a bath." The students put their books away and accompanied Lord Visvamdhara down to the Ganga. They were all happy to be in the water, playing and joking. Lord Visvamdhara, surrounded by all his students, looked like the glowing full moon just rising out of the ocean. All those who saw the Lord frolicking in the waters were extremely pious and fortunate. Even Lord Brahma aspires to see the Lord like this, playing in the water. Everyone who had come to bathe kept looking longingly at the beautiful face of Lord Gaurachandra. They said to each other, "How beautiful he is! His father and mother are really blessed." Mother Ganga could not contain the joy she experienced by the Lord's presence in her waters. Her water swirled, sending out dancing waves of ecstasy. She was dancing with joy. She wanted to serve those lotus feet that is even desired by Ananta Sesha and all the demigods. So her many thousand waves washed the Lord's lotus feet. Only the Vedas know the truth about all such transcendental activities of the Lord and his devotees, and in the future someone will come and reveal these wonderful pastimes of the Lord. Finishing his bath, the Lord returned home and the students went back to their respective homes. He changed his clothes and washed his feet and then offered water to the Tulsi plant. He performed his daily worship of Lord Govinda and then came to take his meal. Mother Sasi brought his plate with rice, Tulsi manjari and other preparations. The Lord offered it to Visvaksara, and then the Lord of the entire universe began taking his meal. Mother Sasi, the mother of the universe, sat in front of the Lord as he ate, while Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, remained inside unseen and looked at the Lord. Mother Saucy asked, "My son, what book did you read today? And who did you have an argument with?" The Lord replied, "Today we read about the holy name of Krishna, the glories of his lotus feet, the abode of all excellencies. His name and transcendental qualities are external. Chanting and hearing the Lord's name is also eternal. His surrendered servants and devotees are also eternal. That scripture is true and eternal. That explains the process of devotional service to the Supreme Lord Krishna. Otherwise such a book cannot be called a scripture. It is an atheist and shallow book." The Vedic scriptures say that scriptures which fail to establish the process of devotional scriptures is to be rejected. Even if Lord Brahma himself was to come and speak from it, one should never hear him speak. If the lowest man in human society, the dog-eaters, utter Krishna's holy name, then he is not the lowest of mankind, and a Brahmin born in a high family is not a Brahmin if he does not follow the principles of scripture and religion. Lord Visvambhara spoke to his mother just like Lord Kapila had spoken to his mother Devahuti. Dear mother, listen to the wonderful influence of the process of devotional service to Lord Krishna. Try to develop in every respect attachment to the Supreme Lord. The devotees of Lord Krishna can never be destroyed. The fearful death himself is afraid of a servant at the Lord. The excruciating pains of birth and death and living in the womb of the mother is never experienced by the Lord's devotees. All such sufferings are unknown to the devotee. Whoever refuses to worship the lotus feet of Krishna, who is the father of every living entity, is a great sinner, an enemy of his own father, and becomes a resident of hell, birth after birth. My dear mother, please listen attentively how frightful a living entity suffers if he is not willing to serve the lotus feet of the Lord. Again and again he has to enter into the womb of his mother as a sinful creation. He is subjected to unbearable suffering in the womb. Everything the mother eats pains him, whether it is spicy, salty or sour. He suffers unable to do anything. He cannot protect himself against the many worms and bacteria that nibble his soft unprotected flesh. Unable to move, he suffers everything inside the hot and sticky womb. He lives through this nightmare if his fate allows him to. There are some who extremely sinful. They are condemned to die within the womb again and again. The living entity after remaining 7 months within the womb begins to gradually understand his position. He remembers his previous birth and promise, and he begins to repent for his mistake. He sighs and prays heedlessly to Lord Krishna. "O Lord Krishna, please save me. You are the life and soul of all the living entities. You are the only shelter to turn to for the living entities in distress. Due to my forgetfulness, Krishna, I have been captured by the external energy of the Lord. O Lord, you whom are the Lord of all the energies, please relieve me by an easy death. I have wasted my life chasing after illusory and temporary happiness such as family, children, wealth, etc. And I neglected your priceless and external lotus feet. The son who I raised so lovingly, and in a life of sin, where is he now? Where is everything? What have all my activities brought me? Who will save me from this untold suffering? My Lord, you are the only friend in this distress. Now I know that your lotus feet are the only external shelter. O Lord Krishna, please save me. I take the shelter of your lotus feet. O foolish me, I have left such a merciful Lord as yourself, who is like a touchstone sufficing all desires, and became mad after illusion, and I forgot you. For such a crime my present suffering condition is a proper punishment. But now, O Lord, please be merciful upon me. Grant me just this one favor, that I may never forget you and neglect your lotus feet, that wherever I am, whether living or dying, I can always remember you. I do not want to be in that place where there are no assemblies of your devotees. I do not even want to be in Indraloka if they do not celebrate your festivals. The Srimad Bhagavat says, an intelligent person does not take interest in a place, even in the topmost planetary system, if the pure river of topics concerning the Supreme Lord's activities does not flow there, if there are no devotees engaged in service on the banks of such a river of piety, or if there are no festivals and Sankirtanayana to satisfy the Lord, especially since Sankirtanayana is recommended in this age. Better, O Lord, to live cramped up perpetually in a airtight mother's womb, suffering constantly, if I can remember your lotus feet there. But I never want to live in a place where I must forget your lotus feet. O Lord, please be merciful and never put me in a place like that. So many millions of births I have suffered in this abominable position. O Lord, they were all due to my own sinful activity. Let me always remain in that precarious and suffering position if you mercifully appear on the mirror of my memory, because you are the essence of all Vedic scriptures. O Lord, please offer me your servitude, and keep me eternally at your lotus feet just like a sold-out slave. And if this time you relieve me from this painful condition, then I want nothing other than your lotus feet. In this way the loving entity suffers unbearable pain within the womb, yet he still loves this painful condition because he can still remember Lord Krishna. Praying to the Lord in this manner, the devotee does not feel the pain anymore, and soon he comes out of the woman willingly. O mother, please listen carefully to the position of the conditioned living entity. As soon as he enters this world, he loses all of his knowledge. Sometimes he is sleeping as though unconscious, sometimes he is crying, breathing deeply, unable to express himself. He is drowned in an ocean of suffering. The living entities are external servants of Lord Krishna. If they turn away from the Lord, then they suffer the punishment meted out by the illusory potency of the Lord. After some years, knowledge and intelligence blossom within him, and then if he worships Lord Krishna, he is truly fortunate and pious. But if by the influence of bad association he does not worship the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, then he falls down into the dark well of sin and suffering. The Srimad Bhagavatam says, if therefore the loving entity again associates with the path of unrighteousness, influenced by sensually minded people engaged in the pursuit of sexual enjoyment and the gratification of the palate, he again goes to hell as before. He continually chanted Lord Krishna's name, feeling great ecstasy, and sometimes he laughed out aloud, sometimes roared out loudly, and sometimes his whole body broke out in horripilation. In this way different symptoms manifested within him. When he sat down to teach, he connected the root of every single word to Krishna. All his purports and commentaries described Krishna. This new transformation in him seems to be so alien to us. Please, O Master, please tell us what we can do. Gangadasa Pandita, the jewel-like teacher of Nabadwap, smiled after listening to the complaints of the students. He told them, go home now and return tomorrow morning. I will teach Nimai a lesson. I will see that he tutors all of you properly from now on. Be here with your books tomorrow morning to attend Nimai's class. The students, relieved and happy, came back the next afternoon to attend Visvamdhara's classes. The Lord touched his master's feet with respect, and Gangadasa Pandita blessed his master's feet with respect, and Gangadasa Pandita blessed him, saying, may you become highly learned. Gangadasa Pandita then said, my dear Visvamdhara, I must tell you something. You know that it is no small matter for a Brahmin to be able to teach. It is a question of good fortune. Your grandfather is none other than Sri Vilambhara Chakravarti, and your father Sri Jaganatha Misra, both great scholars. Neither your parents' families are illiterate, and you yourself are a very able scholar with an exceptional faculty to give commentaries. Would you say that one achieves the path of devotion by giving up his education and learning? In that case, aren't your parents devotees of the Lord? The only thing that I know is that you should learn and study properly, and only through proper education and learning can one become a Vaishnava Brahmin. How can an illiterate Brahmin develop the faculty for discrimination between good and bad, proper and improper? My knowledge tells me that chant Krishna's name and continue your education. Go and teach the scriptures in the proper way, with the proper explanations, and do not try to misconstrue its meanings. It brings me tremendous anxiety. The Lord replied, by your grace and the mercy of your lotus feet, there is no one in Nabadwap who can defeat me in any argument, who can refute my arguments, and then establish a new and original concept. I will go into town and teach. I would like to see who has the courage to find the faults and mistakes in my commentaries. The teacher Gangadasa also Pandita was very pleased with Visvamdhara's offered his obeisances to his master and left. Gangadasa Pandita is so fortunate and such an elevated personality that his disciple offer obeisances to his feet, and his disciple is none other than Sarasvati Devi, the goddess of learning. What more can Gangadasa Pandita aspire for? For his disciple is the most worshipable Lord of the entire universe. Lord Visvamdhara walked down the street surrounded by his students like the shining full moon against a velvet dark firmament surrounded by so many stars. Lord Visvamdhara, whose lotus feet are worshipped by Lakshmi Devi within her heart eternally, came and sat on the bank of the river Ganga. There he began his explanations and commentaries, establishing, refuting, and then re-establishing different points. The Lord said, in Kali Yuga the so-called scholar has no idea of conjugation, but receives the title of Bhattacharya. One who has no knowledge of philosophy, he has the audacity to debate, but none of these scholars can ever challenge me. Whatever arguments I establish and whatever I refute, let me see if there is anyone who can challenge this. Like this the Lord of the universe, Visvamdhara boldly challenged everyone, and who is there who can take up that challenge? The scholars who came to pay their respects to Mother Ganga heard Lord Visvambhara's bold words in fearful silence, their scholarly pride broken to pieces. Is there anyone in Nabadwap who can challenge Visvambhara in debate? The Lord continued to speak for 4 hours as if in a trance, explaining and giving commentaries. It was late in the evening, yet the Lord did not stop. Then the Lord visited another gentleman's house, and this happened to be the house of a very pious Brahmana whose name was Ratnagarbhacharya. He was a close acquaintance of Lord Visvambhara's father, and both were born in the same village. He had 3 sons. They were elevated devotees of the Lord, full of spiritual humor. They were like the bees which gather nectarine pollen from the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Their names were Krishnananda, Jiva and Vadanatha Kavi Chandra. Ratnagarbhacharya was a great devotee of the Lord and very fond of the Srimad Bhagavatam, and he was now reading from the Bhagavatam with great respect and affection. He read, "The wives of the Jajit Brahmana saw a beautiful young boy. His complexion was darkish. He wore a golden yellow cloth. He was nicely decorated with flower garlands around his neck. A peacock feather slanted sideways out of his crown. Precious stones and metals glistened brightly like stars. He was with his friends. He stood leaning against a dear friend, his left hand only his shoulders, and with his right hand he twirled a beautiful lotus flower. His ears were decorated with earrings in the shape of lotus flowers. His cheeks carried decorative designs of sandalwood paste, and a sweet smile played on his lotus-like mouth." These words of Srimad Bhagavatam spoken with great devotion entered the ears of Lord Visvambhara. The devotion of the speaker affected the Lord, and as soon as he heard these words the Lord fell down unconscious, overcome with loving spiritual ecstasy. All the students were amazed at the sight. After remaining in a trance for a while the Lord regained his external consciousness. When he was able to speak the Lord said to Ratnagarbhacharya, go on, and he rolled on the ground in ecstasy. The Lord urged him on, saying, go on, and the Brahmana continued to read, and everyone floated on the ocean of nectar like love of Krishna. Unrestrained tears from the Lord's eyes flooded the entire world. All the ecstatic symptoms like shivering, horripilation and crying manifested in the Lord's person. The Brahmana was extremely happy and he continued to read the slokas with great inspiration. The Lord was very satisfied with the Brahmana's devotion and he embraced him warmly. Being touched, Ratnagarbhacharya experienced immense bliss. He fell down and held the Lord's lotus feet crying, and from that moment he became trapped by the love of Lord Caitanya. He continuously read the slokas from Srimad Bhagavatam, and the Lord responded roaring loudly, go on. The people were completely amazed at this sight and the Y realized that something extraordinary was taking place. Then Gadadhara Pandita intervened and told the Acharya, do not read any further. He stopped reading and they all sat down surrounding the Lord. When external consciousness returned to the Lord he inquired, tell me what happened. Did I act very restlessly? The students replied, what ability do we have to be able to explain your activities? All we know is that you are very fortunate. The Lord's friends and relatives discouraged them and said, do not praise him like this. The Lord now withdrew his emotions within himself and he accompanied all the students to the bank of the Ganga. The Lord sprinkled some water on his head, offering his obeisances to the Ganga, and sat down on her banks. Nimai Pandita, the son of Mother Sasi, sat with all the students discussing topics about Krishna, as if Lord Krishna sat with all the young damsels of Vrindavana on the banks of the Jamuna. He spent some time with the boys and then everyone returned to their respective homes. The Lord returned to his home and after his meal he lay down to rest, just like Mahavishnu lies down for Yoganidram. After a good night's sleep the students returned early in the morning with their books to see the Lord. The Lord went for his daily ablutions to the Ganga and on returning sat down with his students and began explaining and commenting on the different aspects of grammar. But all of his explanations and commentaries revolved around one subject only, Krishna and the process of devotional service to the Lord. The students inquired, what is the definition of verbal roots? The Lord replied, it is the energy of Lord Krishna. My dear students, I will now explain the aphorisms of verbal roots. Let me see who can refute my explanation. There have been many kings with beautiful bodies, decorated with golden ornaments, flower garlands and sandalwood paste, and people say that they are representatives of Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, and their words are the words of Yamara, the presiding demigod of religious principles. Let me explain to you what happens when Dhatu or life leaves their body. Where goes their physical beauty, their decorations and their power? Some of them turn to ashes and some become buried underneath the earth. Lord Krishna is present in every body in the form of his energy Dhatu or his life. Living entities love this and they offer their devotion to him. All these other so-called scholars and teachers are very confused and they do not understand the real meaning of dhatu or verbal roots, so all of you now listen attentively. The kingly personality who was for so long worshipped and respected becomes contaminated as soon as life leaves him, and when his body is touched one must take a bath. The son who spent happy hours on the lap of his father must touch fire to the dead father's mouth and burn his body to ashes. Therefore the definition of dhatu or essential substance is the energy of Lord Krishna that is loved by everyone. Now I want to see if there is anyone capable of refuting this explanation. So the energy of Krishna, which is so pure, transcendental and worshipable, develop unflinching faith and devotion in Lord Krishna. Just chant Krishna's name, worship his lotus feet and hear only the name of Lord Krishna. Spend all of your time meditating on the lotus feet of the Lord. Just take shelter of the lotus feet of the son of Nanda Maharaja, for if one simply worships the lotus feet with a little water and grass or leaf, then the Lord of Death can never approach him. Just worship him, he who has by killing Aghasuma and Baksara and Putana given them liberation. A Jamla at the point of death cried out his son's name Naraya, even after a sinful life. Then by worshipping the Lord's lotus feet and remembering the Lord, he gave up attachment for his son and went to the spiritual sky, the Vaikuntha planets. Simply take shelter of those supreme lotus feet of Lord Shri Krishna. Lord Siva and Lakshmi Devi are always desirous of worshipping those lotus feet. Lord Ananta Sesha very humbly always glorifies the wonderful mercy of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. As long as there is life within the body and strength in the limbs and mind, take shelter of devotional service to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Krishna is your mother, Krishna is your father, Krishna is your very life and soul. Simply embrace his lotus feet and offer your mind, words and body completely to him. Lord Visvambhara, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna, explained the devotion mood of servitorship to himself, unaware that it was always past noon, and still he continued. The students listened as if hypnotized with undivided attention. No one felt like disturbing or making contradictory remarks. One must understand that these students are not ordinary mortals. They are all servants of Lord Krishna. Otherwise how can they be personally taught by the Supreme Lord Krishna? After a while Lord Visvambhara came out from this trance and looked at everyone's face, feeling a little ashamed and shy. He asked, "How were my explanations on verbal roots?" The students replied, "You have revealed the truth to us. Your explanations on the word meanings are impossible to be refuted or contradicted by anyone. All of your explanations are external truths, but the reference we use for our understanding may comply with the present-day grammatical concepts of the so-called scholars, but we can understand that these are not the proper meanings." The Lord said, "Can any of you explain how my wind disorders in the system is influencing my mind?" And instead of explaining the nature of verb roots, I do not know whose nature or what I am talking about. The students replied, "You have always described the glories of the holy name of God. All of your commentaries and definitions and purports describe Lord Krishna and his transcendental potencies. Who can understand such esoteric subject matters and the transformation we notice that come over you as soon as you hear transcendental subject matters of Krishna Leela and his holy name are so wonderful that we cannot think of you as an ordinary personality." The Lord inquired, "What sort of transformation did you see in me?" The students replied, "It was marvelous, the different emotions that played on you, like shivering, your tears and your entire body covered with horripilations. We have never seen anything like this before. Yesterday we accompanied you to the bank of the river Ganga where you were explaining from the books to us. In one of those houses a Brahmana was reciting a sloka. You fell down unconscious as if the life air had left your body. We were bewildered and amazed. And when you came out of your trance, unrestricted tears poured out of your eyes in streams, like the flowing of the Ganga. Finally you began shivering so uncontrollably that even 1,000 men could not have held you still. Horripilation covered you from head to toe, and perspiring profusely you lay upon the ground as if you were a golden statue in the dust. Everyone present marveled at you, and they all said that he is the Supreme Lord Narayana. Some were saying that you were Srila Vyasadeva, Sukadeva Goswami or Narada Muni or even Prahlad Maharaja. You were equal to them in receiving the Supreme Lord's mercy. All of us got together and tightly held you down, and gradually your external consciousness returned. You do not know any of these details that we have just described. We want to tell you something more. Please listen to us attentively. All of your explanations on word meanings and aphorisms for the last 10 days describe the process of devotional service to Lord Krishna and the glories of the holy name of Krishna. So for the last 10 days we have not been able to follow the lessons in the books, and we were a little fearful to tell you this. Your profound erudition can explain unlimited meanings of words. It is truly amazing. No one can equal that feat. The Lord replied, 10 days without studies. Was it not your duty to tell me about this? The students replied, your explanations were very correct. Lord Krishna is the eternal truth. This is the verdict of all the scriptures. Your explanations on the supreme absolute truth is absolute education and is essence of all the scriptures, but we were unable to understand them due to our own faults and limited intelligence. These words greatly pleased the Lord. He gently blessed them and said, my dear students, you have truly spoken the truth. My words are not meant for others. I am constantly seeing a little boy playing the flute. He has a blackish-blue glowing complexion. That is why you always hear me speaking about him. All that you have heard is actually the name of Lord Krishna, and everything that you see around is the spiritual world Golok Vrindavana. Therefore I shall not teach any more. I give you complete freedom to go to anyone that you want to and study under him, because to tell you the truth I cannot speak about anything other than Lord Krishna, his name and his pastimes. It will not be possible for me to teach you any more in this condition. Lord Visvambhara then tied the books together and handed them to the students with tears in his eyes. The students then spoke up, we have also decided according to your desire to give up studies, because once we have studied under you, where can we find another teacher who is able to explain and teach the way you do? The thought of separation from their teacher was too heavy a burden for the students to bear, and they began to lament. They said, the explanations that we have heard from you, we want to treasure them in our hearts birth after birth to meditate upon them. What is the use of studying further, and who shall we go to? All that we have learned from you is more than sufficient for us. Overcome with feelings and with folded hands they prayed to the Lord and then tied their books. The students were now extremely happy and they jubilantly shouted Lord Hari's name. Lord Visvambhara embraced his students and began to weep. Everyone was drowned in the waves of joy, their voices choked with ecstatic bliss. The son of Mother Saucy Lord Caitanya then blessed them, saying, if I ever become a true servant of Lord Krishna, then may all of your desires be fulfilled. All of you please take shelter of Lord Krishna, and always chant Lord Krishna's holy name. Try to hear Krishna's name always, and may Krishna become your most precious object and your very life and soul. Whatever you have studied so far, that is enough. There is no need to study any further. Now all of you get together and chant Lord Krishna's name in one place. By Krishna's mercy may the purport of all the scriptures manifest within you. All of you are my dear friends birth after birth. The words of the Lord were like nectar in the students' ears, and they became extremely happy. I offer my obeisances unto the feet of all such students who are so elevated and fortunate to become the direct disciples of the Supreme Lord Visvambhara. All of them are external servants of the Supreme Lord Krishna. How can it be any other way? Because Krishna himself personally taught them. One is freed from material bondage just by seeing that person who has seen these wonderful scholarly pastimes of the Supreme Lord. What a miserable birth I have taken, that I was excluded from seeing such transcendental pastimes and sights of the Lord. Still I pray for your mercy, O Lord, that these pastimes of the Lord in the mood of a scholar may remain eternally within my heart. The Lord of Vaikuntha appeared in Nadia to teach in the mood of a scholar. The signs of his appearance are still visible now. The transcendental pastimes of the Lord are eternal and unlimited, without beginning or end. The scriptures describe his external pastimes as unmanifest and manifest. The Lord had now begun his pastime of congregational chanting of the holy name, which is the ultimatum of all learning and education. The students were sad and weeping, and the Lord was very moved, and he spoke to them comforting words. Now you can fulfill the purpose of your studies by chanting and singing the holy name of Krishna. The students inquired, O Lord, we do not know how to perform this chanting or singing. Why do you not please teach us? The Lord began singing, Har Haranama Krishna Yadavaya Nama, Gopala Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudana. He clapped his hands and led the students in a beautiful kirtana. Lord Visvambhara is the Lord of the chanting the holy name of Krishna, the propagator of the congregational chanting, and now he sang the Lord's holy name surrounded by his students. He was in an ecstatic trance, tasting the intoxicating nectar of his own name, rolling in the ground oblivious of everything around him. He repeated, sing on, and kept falling on the ground, and the earth seemed to split open each time he crashed to the ground. The residents of Nabadwap, hearing the great commotion coming from the Lord's house, rushed to that spot. When the neighboring Vaishnavas heard his loud kirtana, they quickly came to Lord Chaitanya's house. The Vaishnavas saw the Lord's ecstatic trance, and they marveled deep within themselves. Feeling great happiness, they thought, now at long last Kirtana has made an appearance in Nabadwap, whereas the entire universe is there. The practice and propagation of such a rare devotional service. Such devotional ecstasy is the perfection of sight. This very same Visvamdhara was the epitome of arrogance, but now the devotional ecstasy he manifested is rarely achieved even by Narada Muni and others. If such a degree of devotion is exhibited by such a vainglorious personality, we do not understand the will of Lord Krishna and how he can make this happen. After a while, Lord Visvamdhara came out of his ecstatic trance and simply repeated, Krishna, Krishna. Although external consciousness returned, the Lord spoke nothing about this mundane world. He just embraced all of the Vaishnavas and cried. Finding the Lord agitated by ecstatic emotions, the Vaishnavas pacified the Lord, feeling great joy. They then left the Lord's house. Some of the Lord's students, infected by the Lord's love of God, took to the path of renunciation, cultivating detachment from material existence and attachment for the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Krishna. The Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had now begun the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord. He has begun to freely and profusely distribute the nectar of his own holy name, thus washing away all of the sufferings of all the Vaishnava devotees. Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I Vrindavanadasa humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Madhya Leela Chapter 2. All glories to the moon like Sri Gaurachandra, whose cooling rays benedict the entire universe. Kindly offer me your lotus feet as the eternal treasure of my heart. All glories to Lord Gauranga and his devotees. If one hears the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Caitanya, he surely attains the highest stage of love of God. Advaita Prabhu heard the different comments from the Vaishnavas about the Lord's ecstatic trance, and he was extremely pleased. Overcome with joy, he spoke to the Vaishnavas. My dear devotee brothers, I had a dream last night which I wish to reveal to all of you. I was feeling very sad and dejected, and I was fasting because I could not understand the text of the Bhagavad Gita. Sometime during the night, a person came to me in my dream and said, Wake up, Akriya. Take your food immediately. I will reveal to you the real meaning of the Bhagavad Gita text. But first, you must rise and eat, then worship me. Discard this melancholy from your heart, for your austerities and vows have finally reaped a full harvest. All of your fasting, your worship, and your endless entreaties to the Lord, crying, Krishna, Krishna, and the vow you made with lifted hands for the advent of the Lord, will all come to fruition. The chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name will constantly reverberate in every country, in every town, and in every village. By your mercy, everyone will be able to see here, in this Nabadwap, in Srivasa's house, devotional ecstasy that is rarely achieved even by Lord Brahma. Now I will take your leave, but first you must eat. I will appear to you again in the future. When I opened my eyes, I saw our Lord Visvamdhara, but within moments he vanished from my sight. I do not understand the mysterious ways of Lord Krishna, how he acts and to whom he reveals what secrets. Visvamdhara's elder brother, Visvarupa, used to come to my house and discuss Bhagavad Gita. At that time Visvamdhara was a most exquisite child who was very charming to look at. He would come to my house to call his brother. The little child, Visvamdhara, captivated my entire being with his extraordinary beauty. I would spontaneously bless him, saying, May you develop pure devotion to the Lord. The child hailed from an illustrious family of great scholars. His maternal grandfather was Sri Nilambara Chakravarti. Lord Visvamdhara is a great scholar, so it is natural that he would become attached to Lord Krishna. It is extremely pleasing to hear all the wonderful activities of Visvamdhara. All of you kindly bless him that he may develop the purest and highest devotional mood. May the Supreme Lord Krishna be merciful upon everyone and benedict them that they become totally mad with the chanting of the Lord's holy name. If there is any truth to my words, then in the future everyone will come to the house of this great Brahmana, Sri Visvamdhara. Advaita Prabhu roared jubilantly and all of the devotees joined in with him. The Supreme Personality of Godhead descended in the form of his name, and everyone chanted, Hari, Hari. Someone said, Nimai Pandita has now become a great devotee, so he will propagate the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord and increase our joy. The devotees offered their obeisances to Avtakarya Prabhu and left in great ecstasy, chanting the holy name of Lord Hari. Whenever Lord Visvambhara met anyone on the street, he would always speak with great affection. When he went for his early morning bath to the Ganges, he met all of the Vaishnava devotees on the way. When he saw Srivasa Thakura, he would offer his obeisances. Being very pleased with his behavior, the devotees would bless him, saying, "May you develop unflinching devotion to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Always chant Lord Krishna's name and only hear Krishna's glories. Everything becomes auspicious and successful when one worships the Supreme Lord Krishna. But without devotional service to his lotus feet, physical beauty, learning, etc., are useless. Krishna is the Supreme Father and the life and soul of everyone. Simply try to develop undeviating love for the lotus feet of Lord Krishna." These heartwarming words filled Lord Visvambhara with joy. Lifting his face, he glanced at everyone, showering his mercy. He said, "Your blessings carry the weight of real truth. Who, other than you devotees, will bless me with such mercy to receive devotional attachment to the Lord's lotus feet? Elevated devotees like yourselves are capable of granting devotional service to the Supreme Lord. Lord Krishna is very pleased and showers his mercy upon those who serve his devotees. I consider that it is due to my great fortune that you are teaching me the process of devotional service to the Supreme Lord. I know that I can become attached to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna if I can serve pure devotees like yourselves." In great humility, the Lord fell down and caught the feet of the Vaishnavas. He rendered service to them by wringing someone's wet cloth, folding someone's dhoti, or sometimes he brought the mud from the river on an use of grass asana. Some days he would carry something heavy for someone and bring it to their house. All the Vaishnavas would mildly protest, saying, "O Visvambhara, why are you doing this?" But the Lord continued to serve the Vaishnavas. In this way the Lord would serve his own devotees and servants every day, performing all varieties of errands for them. He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna himself, yet he gave up his own position to serve his devotees. All the scriptures proclaim that Lord Krishna is everyone's dearest friend, therefore Lord Krishna never hates or dislikes anyone. He is equally disposed to all living entities, yet he is even willing to break this injunction for his pure and dedicated devotees. The proof of this statement is that Lord Krishna eliminated Duryodhana's entire family. It is the natural tendency of a pure devotee to serve the Supreme Lord Krishna, and it is Krishna's nature to serve his devotees. Lord Krishna becomes purchased by the love of his surrendered devotees, who are thus able to control him. Satyabhama and Dvaraka can bear witness to this statement that self-same Supreme Personality, Lord Krishna, is now living incognito in Nabadwip as Lord Gaurasundara, Visvambhara. Yet no one can recognize the Lord and the purpose for which he has accepted this incarnation. Whoever desires to take shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna must serve his pure devotees. Lord Gaurachandra personally taught all the living entities that service to the Vaishnavas is the highest form of worship. Lord Visvambhara did not feel ashamed to serve his devotees. He did all sorts of menial services for them, carrying things for them, washing their cloth, and respectfully holding their hands, etc. The devotees were very impressed with the Lord's humility. With all good intentions they blessed him, saying, "Worship the lotus feet of Krishna, remember only Krishna, and chant always his holy name. May Lord Krishna be as dear to you as your very life. Go on repeating Lord Krishna's name, and become his dedicated menial servant. May only Lord Krishna manifest within your heart, and by your association may we be freed from all of our sufferings. By your grace may all of those wretched fools who ridicule the chanting of the Lord's holy name drown in the nectar and flood of love of Godhead. You have defeated the entire world with your knowledge of the scriptures. In the same way you must annihilate the fallen atheists with the purity of your devotion. May we, by your mercy, be overwhelmed with happiness through chanting Krishna's name and dancing in ecstasy." All the Vaishnava devotees touched the Lord and blessed him. Then they revealed to him the sorrows in their hearts. Alas! In Nabadwip all the scholars and teachers speak endlessly on various subjects, but when it comes to explaining the process of devotional service to Krishna, they remain silent. There are many great scholars, stalwarts of the renounced order, and ascetics living in Nabadwip, yet not one of them is heard glorifying Lord Krishna. Instead of praising the Lord's pastimes and explaining the process of devotional service, they are always criticizing. A sinful audience hears their words and believes in them. Thus they treat us worse than dirt or grass in the street. My Lord, chanting of Krishna's name cannot be heard anywhere, so we are burning in the fire of distress. Lord Krishna is now pleased with us, therefore he has inspired you from within to take to the path of devotion. Now we know for certain that you will be the cause of annihilating the atheists. May you live forever chanting the holy name of Krishna, and may all the transcendental qualities of Krishna be revealed by you to the entire world. The Lord accepted the blessings of his devotees with deep gratitude, for a Vaishnava's blessings can increase one's attachment to the lotus feet of Krishna. The distressing plight and words of the devotees affected Lord Visvambhara, and he considered revealing himself very soon. The Lord replied, "You are all beloved devotees of the Lord, whatever you say must certainly happen. My life is truly blessed by your encouraging words. I know that when you glorify the Supreme Lord Krishna and chant his holy name, then there is no one who can stop you, not even death. What can a sinful atheist do to you? Just continue chanting the glories of Krishna Chandra. The Supreme Lord cannot bear to see his devotees suffer. Therefore Lord Krishna appears in different incarnations to protect his devotees. I see now that you will be the cause of Sri Krishna Chandra's appearance in his next incarnation in Nabadwip to convert this whole place into the spiritual planet of Vaikuntha. You will redeem this world from illusion. Please allow me the favor that I may always be your humble servant." Lord Visvambhara then touched the feet of all the Vaishnavas, and the devotees in return spontaneously blessed him profusely. Finishing their bath in the Ganga, they dispersed and returned to their respective houses. The Lord was feeling extremely joyful, but as he began to contemplate the words of the devotees and the suffering they were experiencing, he felt anger rising within him and a desire to punish the atheistic society. He roared angrily, repeating, "I shall destroy them. I shall destroy them. I am him. I am him." Conflicting emotions took hold of the Lord. Sometimes he laughed, sometimes he cried, sometimes he fell unconscious, and sometimes he felt like beating and destroying. The Lord thus manifested his terrible mood of destroying the miscreants. Mother Sasi could not understand her son. Everything seemed very perplexing. She thought that some disease had attacked the Lord. Mother Sasi felt nothing but affection for her son, so she was deeply affected by this peculiar transformation in him. She discussed it with everyone she met. "The Lord has already taken away my husband and my son, and all that I have left is this young boy. Now his actions perplex me. I do not know how to think of him. Sometimes he laughs, sometimes he cries, and at other times he falls down unconscious. Often he speaks to himself, and sometimes he yells out loud saying, 'Break the heads of those atheists.' Sometimes he runs to a tree and climbs into its branches, then suddenly with closed eyes he falls down to the ground. Sometimes his grinding teeth make a grating noise. Sometimes he claps his hands on his body, then falling down, he rolls on the ground, not saying a word." The ordinary, ignorant people could not see the symptoms of love of Godhead in the Lord and thought it to be some disease, a sort of wine disorder. They suggested that he should remain bound up. Mother Sasi's description of the Lord's condition attracted many people to come and see him. When the Lord saw the people, he charged at them. These ignorant fools simply laughed and ran away, thinking that the Lord was suffering from some wine disorder. Mother Sasi became flustered and ran after the people to pacify them. Some of the people told her, "He is definitely suffering from some wine disorder," while others said, "You are just an ignorant Brahmana's wife, what is there to ask about this? It is apparent that he is suffering from some wine disorder. Give him coconut water to drink and tie his feet in case he gets violent when madness overcomes him." Some others suggested, "He is not to be cured with some simple medicine. You must give him nothing less than Siva ghee to relieve him from this attack of wine disorder. Apply the ghee on his head and then give him a bath." Sasi Devi, the affectionate, kind, and noble-minded mother of the entire universe, became fraught with apprehension. Feeling at a loss, she simply prayed to Lord Govinda, taking complete shelter in him. She sent people to the house of Srivasa and various other devotees, requesting them to come there one day. Srivasa Pandita came to visit the Lord, and Visvambhara immediately got up and greeted him with respect. Upon seeing a pure devotee of the Lord, Visvambhara's ecstatic emotions increased. As Srivasa Pandita was circumambulating Tulasi Devi, the Lord manifested ecstatic symptoms, crying, shaking, shivering, horripilating, and then falling down unconscious on the ground. After a while, when external consciousness returned to the Lord, he began crying profusely and shaking uncontrollably. To Srivasa Pandita all these manifestations of the Lord were wonderful. He thought to himself, "These are the symptoms of the highest spiritual ecstasy of love of Godhead." Foolish persons misunderstand and think this is due to a wine disorder. When the Lord could speak, he said to Srivasa Pandita, "Oh, it is you Pandita. What do you make of my condition? Some people are suggesting that I should be kept bound up because I suffer from some terrible wine disease. What is your opinion?" Smiling, Srivasa Pandita replied, "Good wine. I also want to be attacked by the same wine that is causing this disorder in you. Actually, I see signs of great spiritual ecstasy of love of Godhead in you. You have been favored by Krishna's mercy." The Lord was very happy to hear this from Srivasa Pandita and he embraced him affectionately. He said, "Everyone is saying that this is a wine disorder, but now you have given me great hope. For this I am grateful and forever indebted to you. If you had also said that I was suffering from some wine disorder, then certainly I would have jumped into the Ganga." Srivasa replied, "Your love for the Supreme Lord Krishna has reached such ecstatic heights that it is even desirable by Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and sages such as Sanaka. Let us all come together and glorify Krishna's holy name without caring about the criticisms of the atheists and sinners." Srivasa Pandita said to Mother Sasi, "Cast your sorrows away, your son does not suffer from wine disorder. I tell you positively that these symptoms are due to the highest love of Krishna. Even though you may see some wonderful and ecstatic pastimes of Lord Krishna, such activities and topics are far beyond the intellectual capacity of ignorant and materialistic non-devotees, so such subjects should not be discussed in their presence." Srivasa left the house of Lord Caitanya and returned home, leaving behind a pacified and relieved Mother Sasi. However, she could not completely remove the despondency she felt within, for she was always afraid that her son would leave home at any moment. Such were the wonderful activities of Lord Visvamdhara. How could anyone understand these transcendental pastimes unless the Lord himself revealed them? One day the Lord and Gadadhara Pandita visited the house of Advaita Prabhu. Entering his house they saw that the Akriya was busy offering water and tulasi to the Lord. With raised hands he was calling out, "Hari! Hari," sometimes laughing and sometimes crying, completely oblivious of himself. He emitted loud, roaring sounds like a mad lion full of raging fury, as if he were the incarnation of the Lord of Destruction, Rudra. When Lord Visvamdhara saw Advaita Prabhu overcome with spiritual emotions, he fell down unconscious. Due to pure devotional insight, Advaita Prabhu could see that this person, Lord Visvamdhara, was his most worshipable Lord. He thought to himself, "Today I have captured you, you are a thief. How will you escape from me today? All this time you have been hiding your real identity from me and everyone, but now somehow you have come here. You cannot always cheat me. I know who you are, and now I will cheat the cheater." Advaita Prabhu made all arrangements to worship the Lord, and reveal to the world the supreme absolute position of Lord Visvamdhara, who so far had very cunningly hidden his true supreme spiritual identity. He brought all the different paraphernalia for worshipping the Lord. He offered incense, flowers and lamp to the lotus feet of Lord Caitanya while repeating one verse over and over again, "My Lord, you are the well-wisher of the cows and the brahmanas, and you are the well-wisher of the entire human society and world." Sri Advaita was very happy to recognize the Lord of his heart, and he cried tears of joy, washing the lotus feet of Lord Caitanya with his tears. He stood with folded hands before him and worshipped his lotus feet, chanting one sloka continuously, a little amused, but nevertheless respectful. Gadadhara Pandita told Advaita Prabhu, "O Goswami, it does not befit you to behave like this with someone so much younger than yourself, a mere lad." Advaita Prabhu slightly laughed at Gadadhara Pandita's words and replied, "O Gadadhara Pandita, how long are you going to see him as a mere lad?" A more profound thought dawned on Gadadhara Pandita's heart and he said, "Is he the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead?" After some time Lord Visvamdhara regained his external consciousness and saw that Advaita was worshipping him, absorbed in an ecstatic trance. Lord Visvamdhara quickly withdrew into himself, hiding his real identity. With folded hands he began offering praises and glorification of Advaita Prabhu. He offered his obeisances to Advaita and touched his feet, taking the dust and placing it on his head, surrendering his life to Advaita Prabhu. "You are a magnanimous person," he said. "Please be gracious to me. I am always your humble servant. Seeing you today is a blessing for me, and if you are merciful I will be able to chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. You can destroy the darkness of nescience because your heart is the permanent residence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. The Supreme Lord is most expert in glorifying his devotees, and this wonderful exchange of love and affection between the devotee and the Lord is spontaneous." Sri Advaita said to himself, "All this is real. Bravo! Today I have outcheated the biggest cheat. The smiling Advaita replied, My Supreme Lord, to me you are superior to everyone. Please remain here. I want to be with you and hear the wonderful transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna so that I may be able to see you all the time. It is everyone's desire to be with you and chant the glories of Lord Krishna. The Lord accepted, and appreciating Advaita's sentiment, he went back to his house. Advaita Prabhu was now convinced that his dear Lord had appeared. Secretly, he left Nabadwip and went to Santipura to test his bond of affection with the Lord. He thought, if he is truly the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then I am his humble servant. He is certainly capable of tying his servant with the bonds of love and bringing him to his side. Who is capable of understanding the mind of Sri Advaita? By his spiritual potency he was able to invoke the appearance of the Supreme Lord in this world. One who has no faith in these words will soon fall away from the righteous path and be destroyed. The Supreme Lord Visvamdhara continued to perform the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord along with all the Vaishnavas. All of them were very happy to have the Lord amongst them, but none of them could actually recognize him as the Supreme Person. Every day they saw the Lord go into wonderful ecstatic trance. This was an extraordinary sight for them, and it caused them to wonder whether this personality was actually the Supreme Lord himself. When the Lord went into one of his ecstatic trances, only Anantasesha was able to describe it. When the Lord was in ecstasy, he trembled like a falling autumn leaf. This trembling was so uncontrollable that thousands of devotees could not keep him still. Streams of tears flowed unchecked like hundreds of rivers. His entire body broke out in horripilation, like a ripe, golden jackfruit. From time to time he would break into loud laughter, being very amused with himself. At other times he would fall unconscious to the ground, unable to contain the bubbling ecstasy within. When external consciousness returned to him, he kept repeating Lord Krishna's name. The loud roaring sound that he sometimes made seemed to burst the eardrums of the non-devotees. But the devotees of the Lord, by his grace, gradually came closer to crossing the ocean of material existence that's backward. His body would at times become stiff like a marble statue, and at other times soft and pliable like butter. The devotees saw the wonderful transformations in the Lord, and every one of them were convinced that it was not humanly possible to manifest such ecstatic symptoms. They each offered comments according to their own level of understanding. Someone said, he is definitely a partial incarnation of the Supreme Lord. Someone else said, he is a great devotee. Maybe he is Sukadeva Goswami, or Prahlada, or even Narada Muni. Another said, he is here to remove all calamities. The wives of the Vaishnava devotees who observed this also remarked, Lord Krishna has taken his birth again. Another lady said, I think that he is an incarnation of God. In this way, different people offered different opinions about the Lord. When the Lord finally regained his external consciousness, he embraced everyone. It is impossible for me to describe it. He would pitifully cry out for Krishna, saying, O tempter, who steals the hearts of the damsels of Vrindavana, O divine friend of the weak and frail, O ocean of mercy, O my Lord Siyama, alas, alas, tell me, how will I spend those awful and fretful days when I am unable to see you? At other times he cried out, releasing heavy sighs, where can I find the sweet face of my Lord that always flowers the fruit? Then gradually becoming still, the Lord revealed the pain in his heart, saying, Please be merciful and hear my pitiful condition. There is no end to my sorrows. Although I have found my life, my dear Krishna, now I have lost him. The devotees were greatly pleased to hear these words that explained the mystery and increased their faith and reverence. Sitting around the Lord, they all listened as the Lord continued. While returning from Gaya, I came to a village named Kamai Naxala. There I saw a young boy of exquisite beauty. He had a glowing dark complexion, the color of the bark of the tamala tree. His curly hair was decorated with wild flowers. He wore a beautiful crown with a peacock feather stuck in it. All his jewelry and gems shine brightly like the sun. It is impossible for me to describe the beauty of the delicately ornamented flute he held in his hand, which captured everyone's heart, and his fine lotus feet which looked so attractive with ankle bells softly touching his skin. His graceful, strong arms were more formidable than a blue pillar, and were covered with sparkling jewels and gems. From his neck hung the famous Kaustubha jewel, and his chest was marked with the Srivatsa. How will I describe to you the beauty of his yellow golden silken dhoti, his dangling fish earrings, and his lazy lotus petal eyes? Smiling sweetly, he approached me and embraced me. Then suddenly he ran away, fearing what I do not know. No one can enter into these intimate loving moods of Lord Caitanya unless and until he specially blesses someone to understand them. The Lord could proceed only so far with his narrations and then fall down unconscious on the ground, crying out, "Oh my Lord Krishna!" Greatly concerned, all the devotees quickly removed the dust from the Lord's body while loudly chanting, "Krishna, Krishna." The Lord seemed to become a little calm, and then again he became extremely restless, crying out, "Where is my beloved Krishna? Where is my beloved Lord?" And he wept bitterly. Finally, the Lord was able to control himself and could hold himself still. His body then gradually returned to its butter-soft condition, and the devotees were happy. The Lord's words, steeped with devotional emotions, filled their hearts to the brim. They said, "We are all feeling very fortunate and blessed to have your association. Who is attracted by the opulence of Vaikuntha Dham when you are here? A moment's association with you will enable anyone to taste the highest nectar of devotion. We are all your followers, protected by you, so kindly let us in chanting the glories of the Supreme Lord Krishna. We have been burned by the caustic words of the atheists. Let your tears of love of Godhead cool us forever." The Lord was very happy to hear these words from the Vaishnavas, and he returned to his house walking like a mad lion, filled with love of Krishna. Although he returned home, he never behaved like an ordinary, mundane family man in his house. He was always immersed in love of Krishna. Loving tears of separation from Krishna flowed profusely from his eyes like streams. How did the waters which washed his lotus feet in the form of the Ganga now appear in his eyes? He had only one answer to anyone's inquiry. Whenever he saw a Vaishnava devotee, he would rush to him asking, "Where is my beloved Krishna? Where is my beloved Krishna?" Crying out like this, he broke down weeping, and the devotees tried to calm him down. One day when Gadadhara came to see the Lord, he noticed that the Lord was hiding a betel leaf in his hand. As soon as the Lord saw Gadadhara, he asked, "Where is that blackish boy who is dressed in yellow and radiant with blossoming, youthful beauty?" Such earnest yearnings of the Lord for Krishna were truly heartbreaking, and it left everyone at a loss for words. Gadadhara Pandita replied bravely, "Lord Krishna resides within your heart eternally." When the Lord heard that Krishna was within his heart, he began to pierce his chest with his nails. With immense endeavor, Gadadhara Pandita was able to restrain the Lord, holding tightly his hands and trying to calm him down. "There, Krishna will come just now. Try to compose yourself." Mother Sasi saw how Gadadhara Pandita was able to pacify the Lord, and she was very satisfied with him. She thought, "I have never seen anybody so intelligent as this young boy. I feel afraid to even comfort him, and this young lad has so intelligently and nicely pacified Nimai." She spoke to Gadadhara Pandita, "Dear boy, stay here always. Do not leave Nimai's company and go anywhere else." Mother Sasi was awestruck by the Lord's ecstatic devotional trances. She saw Nimai as merely her young son. He is not an ordinary mortal, she thought. How is it possible for an ordinary human being to shed tears like gushing cascades? I do not know which extraordinary personality has come here. Mother Sasi was therefore afraid to come in front of the Lord. Towards the evening, all of the Vaishnavas slowing assembled in Lord Chaitanya's house. Sri Mukunda Mahasaya began reciting verses in a sweet melodious voice. Mukunda was blessed with such a beautiful voice that as soon as the Lord heard him recite, he went into an ecstatic trance. He loudly resounded the Lord's name, roaring like a lion. Losing his balance, he fell in all directions. This made it difficult for the devotees to hold him. All the ecstatic symptoms manifested within him simultaneously. He expressed apprehension, laughter, trembling, paling, horripilating, roaring, etc. The devotees were filled with amazement at such a wonderful sight. The Lord's ecstatic absorption in love of God gradually increased in intensity. The whole night passed as if in a moment, and in the early morning hours the Lord came out of his trance. Day and night the Lord was totally absorbed in the nectar of Kirtana, chanting the holy name. The Lord had already begun propagating the holy name, and seeing him, all of the devotees' sufferings were destroyed. The beloved son of Mother Sasi, Gaurasundara, continuously chanted the Lord's name loudly like the roaring of a lion, waking the atheists out of their stupor. Their kirtan disturbed the non-devotees, thus the atheistic population became enraged, and aimed abusive language at the devotees. Someone said, "I cannot even sleep at night." Another commented, "All their screaming and shouting will enrage the Lord, and that will cause their complete destruction." Another said, "They avoid philosophy and speculative knowledge, and so they behave arrogantly." Another said, "Who knows what they sing about?" Behind all this mischief is that Brahmana Srivasa. He and his 3 brothers get together and scream, "Krishna! Krishna, like madmen, just to fill their bellies. Does not one earn piety by chanting in his mind? Or is it sheer madness? The whole country will be ruined because of this Srivasa. Today I heard in the king's court that they will send 2 boats with government men to capture anyone who sings Caitanya in Nadia. This is the king's order. Srivasa Pandita and his men will run away and escape, but we will have to suffer the entire brunt of this. I warned all of you earlier to throw Srivasa's house into the river. But you did not act because you thought I was joking. But now it is too late, the danger has come upon us. Another said, what do we care? If the government men come here we will just capture Srivasa and hand him over to them. The atheistic population of Nabadwip discussed about the Vaishnavas in this manner while the 2 boats with the government men came to Nabadwip. The Vaishnavas heard this news and simply took shelter of the Supreme Lord by remembering him. In this way all of their fears were dissolved. They said, whatever the Supreme Lord Krishna Chandra wants will happen, and it is for the best. As long as he is there, then what fear do we have from these wretched people? Srivasa Pandita was a soft-hearted and magnanimous soul. This news disturbed him, and he became anxious for the well-being of the Vaishnavas. He was apprehensive because he knew that anything could happen under the Muslim rule. The Supreme Lord Gaurasundara, the Super Soul, knew everything in everyone's heart. The devotees still were not aware that the Supreme Lord had come and was amongst them. Now the Lord began to manifest himself. Lord Visvamdhara roamed everywhere, unperturbed and unconcerned, his transcendental beauty unmatched within the entire creation. His body was decorated with sandalwood paste, his reddish lips were like the early morning sun, and his eyes were like a blooming lotus flower. Cascading curly tresses shone like a halo around his glowing moon-like face. He wore a brahmana thread around his shoulders and dressed in fine clothes. His exquisite personal beauty completely captivated the mind. Casually chewing on pen, he went for a walk on the river bank. When the devotees saw the Lord, they became very joyful. But the atheistic people felt intimidated. He must have heard everything they said, yet he shows no sign of fear. He strolls about as though he is a prince. Another person said, listen friends, I understand all this, wait and see. What you are observing now is just another trick to escape. Fearlessly, Lord Visvamdhara looked in every direction, observing the scenic beauty of the swift-flowing Ganga and her banks. He saw a herd of cows grazing on the banks. Some of them went to the river to drink water, and few young ones jumped about with raised tails. Some of them were butting each other, while others just lay around chewing their cud. This sight immediately agitated the Lord. He forgot himself, and began emitting loud sounds like roaring. He kept saying, I am him, I am him. In this condition the Lord ran to Srivasa's house shouting, what are you doing now Srivasa? Srivasa was engaged in worshipping Lord Nrsimhadeva behind closed doors. The Lord came and kicked the door. The Lord screamed out, who are you worshipping? Whom are you meditating on? The person who you are worshipping is here. Srivasa trembled and sat awestruck. The Lord spoke to Srivasa calling out, O Srivasa, all this time you did not know who I was. I left my spiritual abode of Vaikuntha and came down to this material world at your beckoning, because of your loud chanting of the holy name, and Advtakriya Prabhu's loud calling. Not recognizing me, you are living completely complacent and unconcerned, and avoiding me. Advtakriya Prabhu has gone back to Santipura. I have come to protect the pious and punish the miscreants. There is no need for you to worry, just go on worshipping me. Tears filled Srivasa's eyes and his heart swelled with love for the Lord. All his fears were destroyed by his assuring words. Currents of joy passed through his body, and he stood up with folded hands, offering prayers to the Lord. Srivasa Pandita was a good and pure devotee, and a great scholar. Having received the Lord's order, he began to offer prayers to him. He recited from the Srimad Bhagavatam Lord Brahma's prayers to Lord Krishna. O Lord, you are the eternally worshipable Supreme Personality of Godhead. Your complexion is blackish like the monsoon cloud, and the color of your cloth is yellow like a flash of lightning. Wildflowers adorn your ears, and a peacock feather adorns your crown. Your face looks so exquisite. A gently swaying flower garland hangs around your neck. Your mouth is smeared with the curd that you have just eaten. Your transcendental possessions, the cane, horn, and flute, are special features of your beauty. Your feet are soft like the petals of the lotus. I worship you, the son of Maharajananda. I worship the lotus feet of Lord Visvamdhara, whose complexion is like the blackish monsoon cloud, and who wears a yellow dress. I offer my obeisances at the lotus feet of the son of Mother Sasi, whose ornaments are a bunch of wild flowers and a peacock feather. My obeisance at the lotus feet of the disciple Gadadhara Pandita. Nimrai, who is decorated with a flower garland, holds a preparation of sweet rice in his hands. I offer obeisances at the lotus feet of the son of Sri Jagannatha Misra. Nimrai. A million full moons fade before the exquisite beauty of his face. I offer my obeisances at your feet, my lord, you who hold the cane and the flute. I offer my obeisances to your lotus feet, you who have been declared by the Vedas as the son of Maharaja Nanda. Srivasa Pandita prayed like Brahma to the Lord's lotus feet. The words of transcendental praise flowed out with ease from his mouth, and he spoke on, You are the Supreme Lord Vishnu. You are Lord Krishna. You are the Lord of all sacrifices. The holiest of rivers, the Ganga, has sprung out of your lotus feet. You are the life and beloved son of Janaka Maharaja, Lord Ramachandra. And you are Lord Nrsimhadeva. Lord Brahma and Lord Siva are like bumblebees searching for honey at your lotus feet. You are the knower and compiler of the Vedas. And you are the Supreme Lord Narayana. You appeared as Lord Vaimana to trick Bali Maharaja. You are Lord Hyagriva. You are the soul of the universe. You are Lord Jagannatha, the moon of Nilakala. And you are the ultimate cause of all causes. Is there anyone who is not subordinate to your energies, whether it be your insurmountable material energy or your internal spiritual energy? Even Lakshmi Devi is unaware of this, although she is your constant companion. Lord Sesha, who acts as a friend, companion, and brother, and who serves you in every respect, is even subjected to your illusory potency. What to speak of others, you have placed me into this transcendental existence of family life, which is a dark well of forgetfulness. My rare human birth has been wasted because I could not recognize you. In various ways you have deluded me, my lord, going to the extent of putting on fine clothes, etc. So I was unable to recognize you. O Lord of my heart, please listen to me. Now that I have met you, I disregard all of my fears. All my sorrows and sufferings have vanished. My life has again begun. My day has come. My whole life and all of my endeavors have now become successful. The sun of good fortune has risen in my heart. My forefathers have been liberated, and my house has been sanctified. My eyes have never been blessed with such a wonderful sight as I am seeing today. I see him whose lotus feet are most worshipable by the goddess of fortune, Ramadevi. Observing the wonderful form of the Lord, Srivasa Pandita was unable to control himself, and he fell into an ecstatic trance. Currents of joy ran through his body, and he merged into an ocean of happiness. With raised arms he wept and breathed heavily, then rolled on the ground. The Lord smiled and accepted Srivasa's prayers with great satisfaction. Bring all your relatives in the house and let them see my form, the Lord said. Along with your wife, worship my feet and ask for any boon that your heart desires. Following the instructions of the Lord, Srivasa went into his house and gathered all his relatives, friends and wife, and returned quickly to the presence of the Lord. Weeping with joy, Srivasa offered all the flowers collected for the worship of Lord Vishnu to the lotus feet of Lord Caitanya. With fragrant flowers, incense and lamp, Srivasa, along with his wife, brothers, other relatives, servants and maidservants, offered worship at the lotus feet of the Lord. They fell down and earnestly prayed, pleading for the Lord's mercy. Srivasa was very dear to the Lord, therefore the Lord blessed him, as well as everyone present, by placing his lotus feet on their heads. Smiling, he said, May your attachment and attraction for me increase. The Lord spoke loudly like a roaring lion, and addressing Srivasa said, O Srivasa, are you afraid of something? News has reached me that the government men want to capture you, and they have come with 2 boats. I am the super soul within everyone's heart. I control and direct everyone's activities according to my sweet will. The king can only capture you if I, being situated in his heart, prompt him to do so. Yet, for some reason, if he acts independently and gives the order to capture you, then I will do the following. I will be the first to step into the boat and present myself before the king. On seeing me, do you think that he will still remain sitting on the throne? I will delude him and take control of him. If the king evades this move of mine, then I have another alternative. I will tell the king, listen to the truth, O king. Call all of your religious heads and judges to come to the court. Collect all of your elephants, horses, animals, and birds, etc. Whatever you have, bring them to your place. Then order all of your Qazi priests to read from your scriptures and inspire every listener to such a state of spiritual emotion that they begin to cry. If they fail to do so, then I will reveal my true identity to the king. Then I will say, O king, on the instructions of these same Qazi priests, whose spiritual powers we have already witnessed, you want to forbid the congregational chanting of the holy name of God. Now you shall see my power to the full satisfaction of your eyes. I will capture a mad elephant and bring him here, along with other elephants, horses, deer and other animals, and make them all cry in ecstasy and chant Krishna's name. I will make the king and all his men cry and chant Krishna's name. I know that you don't believe that it is possible, but I will show you right now and you can see for yourself. The Lord noticed a small girl, who was the daughter of Srivasa Pandita's brother, named Narayani. Lord Gaurachandra, the Supreme Godhead, the Super Soul within everyone's heart, ordered the little girl, Narayani, chant Krishna's name and cry in ecstasy. The 4-year-old girl became extremely agitated with ecstatic spiritual emotions and cried out, "O Krishna!" She began to weep, losing all perception of the external world. Tears streamed down her body, and she fell to the ground. Smiling, Lord Visvambhara asked Srivasa, "Are your fears pacified now?" Vaishnavas will remember for many years to come how Narayani was a recipient of the Lord's mercy. Srivasa, a very learned Pandita who is well versed in all the scriptural conclusions, threw up both of his hands and said, "My Lord, when you exhibit your terrible form as all-devouring time, and annihilate this entire material creation, I will fearlessly chant your holy name. Now that you are here, present before me in my house, what fear do I have?" Seeing the Lord manifest his opulent Vaikuntha form, Srivasa, along with all the assembled relatives, brothers, wife, and servants went into ecstatic trance. The transcendental form of the Lord that even the personified Vedas are eager to see, was now being seen by even the servants and maidservants of Srivasa Thakura. How can I possibly describe the magnanimous nature of Srivasa Pandita? A little dust from his lotus feet can purify the entire creation. Lord Krishna appeared in the prison house of Vasudeva, and all of his pastimes were performed in the house of Nanda Maharaja. Similarly, Lord Chaitanya appeared in the house of Sri Jagannatha Misra, but all his Vrindavana pastimes were performed in Srivasa Pandita's house. Srivasa Pandita was loved by all the Vaishnavas. Anyone who came to Srivasa's house experienced great joy. Even the servants and maidservants in the house of such a devotee can see the rarest of sights, the Supreme Personality of Godhead in person. From this we can understand that serving a pure devotee is the best process of attaining the supreme goal, because by the mercy of a Vaishnava one can certainly receive the shelter of Krishna's lotus feet. Lord Visvambhara ordered Srivasa Pandita, "Do not speak about this incident to anyone." When the Lord regained his external consciousness he felt very ashamed of himself, and after comforting Srivasa Pandita he returned to his own house. Srivasa Pandita's whole house was immersed in jubilation. Whoever reads Srivasa Pandita's prayer to the Lord will immediately be elevated to the position of eternal servant of Lord Krishna. Lord Balarama, my beloved Lord and Master, has spoken to me from within my heart as the Super Soul, and so, on his order, I am writing these wonderful activities of Lord Chaitanya. I pray to the lotus feet of all the Vaishnavas that they bless me so that I may attain the service of Lord Balarama, my Lord and Master, birth after birth. Just as there is no difference between the name Nrsimha and Yadusimha, in the same way I know Lord Balarama and Nityananda Prabhu to be the same person. Lord Balarama is very dear to Lord Chaitanya Chandra, and in his present incarnation I glorify him by the name of Adhuta Chandra. Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Madhya Leela Chapter 3. All glories to Lord Visvambhara, the omnipotent supreme Lord of all living entities. He is the beloved Lord of Nityananda Prabhu and Gadadhara Pandita. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, Advaita Prabhu, and all the pure devotees of the Lord who have captured him by their unalloyed devotion. I, Vrindavanadasa, am a very wretched and miserable person. So my dear Lord Chaitanya, please instill within me the mood of devotion, and redeem me from this ocean of material nescience. The devotees frequently floated on waves of transcendental bliss, seeing the manifestations of Lord Chaitanya's ecstatic mood. Lord Chaitanya's devotees were as dear to him as his very life. Chanting Krishna's name and weeping bitterly in separation of the Lord, Lord Chaitanya embraced his beloved devotees, and the devotees gathered around him, crying in ecstatic joy of love of God. The devotees, engaged in devotional service, experienced love of God in association with Lord Chaitanya. Even stone-like hearts melted at the sight of the Lord's ecstatic manifestations. The devotees found no more interest in wealth, family, children, etc. Day and night they remained by the side of the Lord, chanting Krishna's name. Lord Gaurachandra became totally absorbed in love of Krishna. He exhibited different devotional moods, finding inspiration from the topics the devotees discussed. In the devotional mellow of servitude, he would cry for hours as if Mother Ganga had descended through his eyes. Then, in a jolly mood, he laughed for hours. And when he fell unconscious, he remained without breathing for several hours. At times when he became aware of his supreme personality, he would, with real arrogance, say, I am him, the Supreme Lord, and laugh. Where is that old man, Adhtakriya, the one who brought me here from my spiritual abode? I will fulfill his desire and distribute love of Godhead to every home. The next moment the Lord cried out, O Krishna, O my beloved Lord. And weeping, he would tie his feet with his long curly tresses. Then he repeated the sloka from the Srimad Bhagavatam where Akrura came to take away Krishna and Balarama to Mathura. He fell to the ground like a stick offering his obeisances as if he were Akrura. Absorbed in ecstatic trance, he said, O Nanda, let us take Krishna and Balarama to Mathura and see the great festivals at the palace where they are performing the Dhamyana sacrifice. In this way, Lord Caitanya exhibited so many ecstatic moods. This gave unlimited joy to all of the devotees present there. One day the Lord heard the pastimes of Krishna in his incarnation as a boar, Lord Vraha. Roaring, he rushed to Murari Gupta's house. Lord Caitanya had a special love for Murari Gupta, just like Lord Ramachandra had a special love for Hanuman. When Lord Gaurachandra arrived at Murari Gupta's house, Murari Gupta received the Lord with great respect, offering obeisances to the Lord's lotus feet. The Lord hurried past him shouting, Boar, boar. Murari Gupta was left dumbfounded, looking all around him. The Lord entered the temple room of Lord Vishnu and saw a beautiful water pot standing in the corner. Just at that moment the Lord took the form of Lord Vraha. Absorbed in this mood, he lifted the water pot with his tusks and roaring loudly like a boar he stood there with his four hoofs. The Lord ordered Murari Gupta, offer prayers to me Murari. Murari remained dumbfounded. Amazed by this extraordinary sight, no words came to his mouth. The Lord then said, Speak up Murari, speak up, you do not have to fear. Don't you know my supreme identity? Trembling with fear, Murari pleaded with the Lord saying, O Lord, you yourself know how to glorify yourself and offer prayers. Lord Ananta Sesha, who holds the entire creation on just one of his hoods, has manifested 1,000 mouths to glorify you, yet he laments that he cannot find the limits to your glories. Who is more capable than Ananta Sesha to glorify you? The entire material universe follows the instructions of the Vedas, yet these very Vedas are unable to fully reveal your transcendental, absolute nature. I have heard that there are an unlimited number of universes in this material creation and that they all emanate from the pores of your transcendental body. You are the fully independent supreme autocrat and you are always blissful. How is it possible for the limited Vedic literature to describe the pastimes which you perform according to your own sweet will? Therefore, O Lord, only you know yourself fully, and others can know you only if you reveal yourself to them through your causeless mercy. What ability do I possess to offer you prayers and glorify you? Saying this, Murari Gupta fell flat on the floor offering obeisances to the Lord. Lord Vraha was pleased with Murari Gupta's words. Then expressing anger at the Vedic literatures, he spoke out loud, The Vedas have the audacity to say that I have no hands, no legs, no mouth, and no eyes. There is a mischievous sannyasi living in Kasi who teaches his students. That rascal tries to mutilate my transcendental form. He studies the Vedas and teaches others, but he does not accept my transcendental form. As a result of such blasphemy he was attacked by the dreaded disease leprosy, but he could not understand the import of it. I am the Lord of all sacrifices, the Supreme Lord Vishnu. There are no imperfections in my transcendental form. Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are always engaged in glorifying my supreme transcendental position and nature. A mere touch of my body can spiritualize and purify everything. Yet that rascal is so insolent that he proclaims that my transcendental form is non-existent. Carefully hear my opinion Murari Gupta. I will to you that which is not manifest even in the Vedas. I accepted the incarnation of a boar to lift the material world out of the waters of nescience. Know me to be the ultimate goal of the Vedas. The purpose of my present incarnation is to propagate the congregational chanting of the holy name of Krishna. In this incarnation, as in other incarnations, I will annihilate the miscreants for the protection and pleasure of my devotees. I cannot tolerate my devotees being threatened and tortured. I will even kill my own son to protect my beloved devotees. This is not a lie Murari. Listen attentively. In my boar incarnation, when I lifted the earth, Mother Earth became impregnated by my touch. She gave birth to my son, named Naraka, who was very strong and powerful. I gave my son all religious instructions. He became a very powerful king and dutifully protected the demigods, brahmanas, spiritual master and the devotees. However, the hand of destiny changed everything. Due to the influence and bad association of King Venu, he became a criminal and was cruel to the devotees. Any aggression or violence towards my devotees is totally intolerable to me, so I killed my son to protect my devotees. I am revealing all these confidential matters to you because you have been serving me for many births. Murarigupta was overwhelmed by the Lord's presence and narration, and he wept with joy. All glories to Sri Gaurachandra and Sri Murarigupta. All glories to Lord Brahadeva, the protector of his devotees. In this way Lord Caitanya went to the homes of all his devotees and by his causeless mercy revealed his real supreme identity to them. The devotees and servants recognized their supreme Lord and their hearts were filled with ecstatic bliss. They now became fearless and did not care for the atheists. They went everywhere, in all public places, and chanted Krishna's name loudly. Day and night the devotees spent their time with the Lord chanting and singing Lord Krishna's holy name. Only Lord Nityananda Prabhu was missing, and this saddened Lord Gaurachandra. Lord Visvambhara was constantly thinking about Lord Nityananda. His separation became unbearable to the Lord. Lord Visvambhara knew Lord Nityananda to be the Supreme Lord, Ananta Vasudeva. I shall take this time to describe some transcendental facts about Lord Nityananda's birth, activities and so on. The Supreme Lord Nityananda Prabhu was born in the village of Ekakakra. Lord Nityananda, who is Lord Haladara, Balarama, worshipped Lord Mursvara, Lord Siva, in the form of his linga. This temple is situated close to the Lord's birthplace. Lord Nityananda's parents were extremely pious. His father, Hridaya Pandita, was a very learned Brahmana, very compassionate and detached from material life. His mother, Srimati Padmavati, was a very pious and chaste lady. She was a great devotee and the universal mother. Lord Nityananda Raya was the eldest son of the family. Everyone was captivated by his good looks. I have already described in detail his childhood pastimes in the earlier portion of this book, so for now, I will give only indications, otherwise the book will become voluminous. Lord Nityananda spent some years performing his childhood pastimes in the house of Hridaya Pandita. The Lord decided to leave home but he could not sever the bonds of affection of his mother and did not want to see her suffer. The parents could not lie for a moment without seeing Lord Nityananda. Even a moment out of his sight seemed like a millennium to his mother and father. Hridaya Pandita never went anywhere without his son. When Hridaya Pandita went about doing his work, like going to the fields, attending to the pilgrims, or going marketing, Lord Nityananda would always accompany him. If perchance, the Lord fell behind Hridaya Pandita, his father would look frantically and frequently behind him to see whether the Lord was following him or not. The parents often embraced and fondled him, and the Lord's soft body, which was like butter, would melt with the bodies of his parents. Lord Nityananda became more dear to Hridaya Pandita than his own life. The Supreme Lord is the Supersoul, therefore he knew all the desires of his father, thus he remained in the house to make his father happy. One day, by divine arrangement, a sannyasi with a godlike appearance visited Lord Nityananda's house. Hridaya Pandita welcomed him and looked after him very nicely with great pleasure. Lord Nityananda's father spent the whole night with the sannyasi talking about Krishna and his pastimes. As he was preparing to leave early the next morning, the sannyasi asked Nityananda's father, "I have one request." Hridaya Pandita replied, "Whatever you desire you may have." The sannyasi said, "I am on a pilgrimage tour, but I do not have a good Brahmana as a companion. Give me your eldest son for a few days to be my companion. I will protect and look after him with my life, and your son will also be able to learn about the many places of pilgrimage we visit." The sannyasi's words greatly perturbed Hridaya Pandita, who was a pure and pious Brahmana. Fraught with worries, he became weak and thought, "The sannyasi has begged for my very life, and I feel that if I refuse then I will be ruined." Great personalities previously have offered even their lives to fulfill the desire of a sage or a renunciate. In the Puranas we read that Lord Ramachandra was more dear to his father, Dasaratha, than his own self. Once the sage Visvamitra begged Dasaratha to allow his son to come with him. It was very painful for Dasaratha to depart from his son, Lord Ramachandra, yet he did not refuse. I feel myself to be in the same predicament. O Lord Krishna, please guide me and protect me in this dilemma. By divine arrangement I have to take the position of Dasaratha and my son has to take the position of Lord Ramachandra, otherwise why is this happening to my son? And why does he have an air of detachment about him? Hridaya Pandita went inside to consult his wife. The chaste Padmavati, the universal mother, heard everything from Hridaya Pandita and said, "Whatever you decide, my lord, is my decision too." Hridaya Pandita returned to the sannyasi and put his son in his custody. He stood there crestfallen with his head hanging down, and Lord Nityananda left with the sannyasi. In this way Lord Nityananda was able to leave his house. As soon as Lord Nityananda left, Hridaya Pandita crumbled to the ground unconscious. He wept bitterly in separation from his beloved son and lord. His piteous cries could even melt a heart of stone. Overwhelmed with intense love and separation from the Lord, Hridaya Pandita appeared to be in a state of total shock. He went about like a statue. The people said, "Hridaya Pandita has become mad." For 3 months Hridaya Pandita stopped eating. But unlike ordinary human beings, he did not die or become emaciated. He remained alive only because of his attachment for the Supreme Lord. In this context a person may question why the Lord left his house where he was so beloved. The correct answer to that question is that Lord Vishnu and his devotees, the Vaishnavas, possess unlimited potencies, hence their activities are inconceivable. Lord Kapila, saturated in transcendental knowledge, left his home and widowed mother for the sake of saving the entire creation. Srila Sukadeva Goswami walked out of his home and left his father, who was none other than the great Vaishnava Vyasadeva, never once looking back. Even a wonderful and affectionate mother like Sasi had to lose her son, who became the crest jewel of the sannyasis, and left her alone. Renunciation on the spiritual platform is not like ordinary renunciation. Who can understand the meaning of this? The Lord performs such pastimes for the liberation of all living entities. Such is the unparalleled mercy of the Lord. The moving story of how King Dasaratha was separated from his dearest son Lord Ramachandra when he went to the forest would bring tears to the eyes of even a meat-eater. After leaving his home, Lord Nityananda traveled, carefree and happy, to many places of pilgrimage. He visited Gaya, Kasi, Prayaga, Mathura, Dvaraka, Badarikashram, etc. He visited the birthplace of Lord Buddha, and from there he went to the cave of Vyasadeva. In the south he visited the temple of Lord Ranganatha at the tip of India, where Lord Ramachandra built the bridge to cross to Sri Lanka. Then he went to the Malai Hills. He traveled through lonely forests fearlessly. He also visited Gapati, Gandhaki, Sriyan and Kaveri, Ayodhya, Dandhakaranya, Trimala, Venkathanatha, Saptho, and Gadavari. In Karnak Nagar he visited the temple of Lord Siva. Then he visited Rava, Mahesvati, Malatirtha and Haridwar. His travels finally brought him to Mathura. He visited Gokula, the place where he had appeared in his previous incarnation as Lord Balarama. He roared with ecstatic emotion, but no one could recognize him as the original Lord Anantasesha. In Vrindavana he felt like a young boy, playing with the sand of Vrindavana and rolling on the ground. This feeling was constantly with him. He did not even feel like eating, he just wanted to roll and play in the dust of Vrindavana. No one could understand the inner mood of Lord Nityananda. He simply maintained himself on the nectar of loving exchanges with Krishna. On some rare occasions he drank a little milk, and even then it appeared as if someone offered it to him unsolicited. Awkward. While Lord Nityananda was living in this manner in Vrindavana, Lord Gaurachandra manifested himself in Nabadwip. Lord Chaitanya was constantly engaged in the congregational chanting of the holy name in great ecstasy, but he felt sad because of Lord Nityananda Prabhu's absence. Lord Nityananda was waiting in Vrindavana for Lord Chaitanya to reveal his Sankirtana pastimes. As soon as he heard that Lord Chaitanya had begun his Sankirtana movement, he immediately came to Nabadwip and stayed in the house of Sri Nandanakarya. Nandanakarya was a very elevated devotee, and he was happy to have Lord Nityananda Prabhu staying in his house. He saw that the Lord was very effulgent like the brilliant sun. The Lord had a large body and was dressed in the clothes of a traveling renunciate. He was always grave and aquapost. Day and night he chanted Lord Krishna's holy name. He is the supreme unequaled personality, non-different from Lord Chaitanya. Absorbed within himself, he often roared loudly like a lion, for he is the direct manifestation of Lord Balarama. His beautiful, glowing face could have easily defeated 1,000 shining full moons. His captivating smile played sweetly on his exquisite lips. So white and radiant were his teeth that if a pearl were held next to them the pearl would look like a faded and discarded piece of glass. His long, languid eyes stole the pinkish tinge of the early rising sun. His arms were long and reached down to his knees, and he possessed a robust chest and broad shoulders. His lotus feet were soft, and his gait was graceful. He spoke to everyone with kind words which severed the bonds of material attachment within everyone's heart. The coming of Lord Nityananda to Navadvip was welcomed by all the devotees with shouts of joy. Who can describe the unlimited qualities of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, the one who had the potency to break the sannyasa stick of Lord Chaitanya? Lord Nityananda is so merciful that anyone who chants his name becomes purified. Even a gross materialist, or an ignorant or fallen person can cross over this ocean of material nescience if he simply chants Lord Nityananda's name. His holy name is capable of purifying the entire material creation. Nandanakriya Prabhu was more than happy to have Lord Nityananda Prabhu stay in his house, and he looked after him with great care. Whoever hears Lord Nityananda's pastimes of coming to Navadvip will be blessed with love of God. Lord Visvambhara heard of Lord Nityananda's arrival in Navadvip, and he felt great joy within. Earlier Lord Chaitanya had given indications of Lord Nityananda's arrival to the Vaishnavas, but they could not understand its import. The Lord had told them, a great personality will come to Navadvip within a few days. Lord Gaurachandra worshipped Lord Vishnu in his temple, and then quickly went to meet all the devotees. He told them, last night I had a wonderful dream. A chariot came and stood in front of my door. The chariot's flag had a palm leaf drawn on it. This chariot was meant to carry one from this temporary material existence to absolute reality. The passenger of that chariot was a colossal figure. He carried a plow on his large shoulders. He was moving about as if he were restless. In his left hand he carried a renunciate's water pot which was wrapped over by cane reeds. On top he wore a blue cloth, and his lower dress was also blue. A beautiful earring pierced his left earlobe. His whole appearance and demeanor gave me the impression that he was Lord Balarama. Then speaking in Hindi, he repeated a question at least 10 or 20 times, saying, "Does this house not belong to Nimai Pandita?" Never before had I seen such a formidable-looking mendicant. I felt great respect for this person and I asked, "I see that you are a great personality. Who are you?" Smiling, he replied, "I am your brother. Tomorrow we shall get to know each other." His words increased my delight and I began to feel that he and I were the same person. In the middle of the narration the Lord went into an ecstatic trance, and entering into the mood of Lord Balarama, he began to roar and shout loudly, "Bring me wine, bring me wine." His thundering voice seemed to burst the eardrums. Srivasa Pandita said, "Listen to me, my dear Lord, the wine that you want is not to be found anywhere, but you and others will have it only if you distribute it." The devotees, a little afraid and trembling, stayed at a distance from the Lord. The Vaishnavas thought to themselves, there must be a reason for all this. With reddened eyes the Lord recited small lyrical poems and ballads. Smiling, he softly and rhythmically swayed his body like Lord Sankarsana, Balarama. After a while the Lord returned back to his normal self. Then Murari Gupta, the beloved devotee and friend of Lord Ramachandra, began to explain the inner meaning of the Lord's dream. "My feeling is that a great personality has come to Navadvip. I had told you earlier that we would soon meet a great personality." The Lord then said to Srila Haridasa Thakura and to Srivasa Pandita, "Go and find out where this great personality is." The two great spiritual stalwarts left on the order of Lord Chaitanya and roamed about Navadvip, searching. On the way they discussed, maybe Lord Sankarsana, Lord Balarama, has come himself. They went about looking everywhere with great happiness, but could not find a single trace of the person they were looking for. After 3 hours of intensive searching, they returned back. They humbly submitted their report to the Lord. "We could not find him anywhere. We looked everywhere. We went to Vaishnavas' houses, spoke to sannyasis, went to the householders, even to the houses of the atheists and Mayavadis. But we were unsuccessful. We looked in every house in Navadvip. The only houses we did not see were the ones on the outskirts of Navadvip." Lord Gaurachandra smiled, indicating that Lord Nityananda was a very mysterious personality in the Lord's present incarnation as Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Some people only want to glorify Lord Chaitanya, but refuse to glorify Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Such a grievous sin is similar to worshipping Lord Krishna, Govinda, but not respecting Lord Siva or Shankara. Such an abominable person will surely be condemned to eternal hellish sufferings. Lord Nityananda's incarnation is very mysterious and confidential. It is impossible for anyone to see him, unless and until Lord Chaitanya himself reveals this secret. Although the living entity is part and parcel of Krishna and it is his constitutional position to be an eternal servant of Krishna, he has eternally forfeited this opportunity to engage in Lord Krishna's and Lord Chaitanya's devotional service. Unalloyed devotees such as Srivasa Pandita and Haridasa Thakur are fully realized in such esoteric understandings, yet for some mysterious reason, they could not find Nityananda Prabhu. Then Lord Chaitanya, laughing mildly, said, "Come with me and let us go find him." All the devotees became very jubilant and chanted, "All glories to Krishna," and they accompanied the Lord. The Lord took all the Vaishnava devotees and went directly to the house of Nandanagriya. Everything was already known to the omniscient Supreme Lord, Sri Gaurachandra. Inside the house they saw a great personality, effulgent like a million suns. Without proper spiritual vision one cannot see Lord Nityananda. A sweet smile played on his lips and he was totally absorbed in meditation on Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord saw before him a towering spiritual stalwart, and Lord Visvamdhara, along with all the devotees, offered their obeisances to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. They stood up respectfully and kept standing without speaking a word. Lord Visvamdhara stood at the head of all the Vaishnavas. Lord Nityananda saw Lord Visvamdhara and recognized him as the beloved Lord of his heart. Lord Visvamdhara was looking so beautiful, even more beautiful than Cupid himself. A fragrant flower garland hung around his neck, his face was decorated with sandalwood paste, and he had nice fine clothes. What is glittering gold next to the Lord's aura? The full moon has lost interest in her own beauty and she yearns to see the glowing face of the Lord. How enchanting they look, Nityananda and Lord Gauranga, as they roam about Nabadwap with the devotees chanting the holy name of God. What is the luster and value of pearls next to the Lord's teeth? One is sure to lose his mind at the sight of the Lord's beautiful cascading black hair. All other lotuses look faded and artificial next to the pinkish, graceful lotus eyes of the Lord. His long hands extend down to his knees, and the thin line of his brahmana thread hangs loosely across his broad and expansive chest. A thin and perfect tilaka decorates his broad forehead. Without any jewelry or ornaments, every limb of his beautiful body looks exquisite and captivating. Whence goes the brilliance of millions of precious gems compared to his dazzling nails? What use do I have for ambrosia when I see the sweet smile playing on my Lord's lips? Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Madhya Leela Chapter 4. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, the life and soul of all the living entities. May my memories constantly embrace his lotus feet within his heart. Lord Nityananda was certain that this Lord Visvamdhara who stood before him was none other than his beloved Supreme Lord. Overwhelmed with bliss, Lord Nityananda Prabhu was unable to move. He stared unblinking at the beautiful face of the Lord. With his tongue he wanted to taste the Lord's beauty and drink it with his eyes. He wanted to embrace him with his hands and smell his fragrance with his nose. To everyone's amazement, Lord Nityananda stood speechless, completely enchanted by the Lord's beauty. Lord Gaurachandra is the supersoul in everyone's heart, therefore he knew Lord Nityananda's heart. Thus, he was planning a means by which to reveal himself to Lord Nityananda. The Lord indicated to Srivasa Pandita to recite a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam. Srivasa understood, and immediately recited a sloka describing the beauty of Krishna. At that time Krishna, dressed as a dancer, stepped into the forest of Vrindavana. A peacock feather was stuck in his crown, his ears were decorated with graceful drooping yellow earrings, his golden yellow dress glistened and he was wearing the Vijayanti jewel around his neck. That land which carried the impression of his lotus feet, marked with the signs of the conch shell, disc, etc., is Vrindavana, his place of transcendental pastimes. He touched the flute to his lips and playing on it, filled it with his nectar and saliva. At the same moment his cowherd boyfriends were describing his beauty. As soon as Nityananda Prabhu heard this verse he fell down unconscious. While Lord Nityananda lay in ecstatic bliss, Lord Chaitanya advised Srivasa Pandita, read on, read on. After some time Lord Nityananda Prabhu regained his external consciousness and began crying tears of joy. The more he heard the verses the more it increased his mad love for Krishna. His ecstatic roaring filled the universe and pierced through the covering of this material world. Lord Nityananda jumped down, crashing to the ground, and everyone thought that the bones of his body were smashed. Seeing this, the Vaishnavas became very afraid and loudly uttered, "Krishna, please save him. Krishna, please save him." Lord Nityananda rolled on the ground, his body covered with tears of love. Long and frequent sighs escaped his mouth as he looked deep into Lord Visvamdhara's face. Lord Nityananda felt great ecstasy, and often he laughed out loud. Sometimes he jumped and danced. Sometimes he wrestled. And other times he hung his head quietly. Lord Gaurachandra and all the devotees began to cry in joy, seeing such total absorption and madness in love of Krishna. It became impossible for the Vaishnavas to hold Nityananda Prabhu still. When the devotees failed, Lord Visvambhara held Nityananda Prabhu in an embrace. As soon as Lord Nityananda was embraced by Caitanya, he immediately became still. The Lord who he was totally surrendered to now embraced him. So Nityananda Prabhu allowed himself to be held without endeavor. Lord Caitanya flooded Lord Nityananda with ecstatic tears of love. Lord Nityananda Prabhu was afflicted by the arrow of ecstatic love of God. And Lord Caitanya held him just as Lord Ramachandra had held Laxmana when he lay unconscious, drained of all strength. Both Lord Nityananda and Lord Caitanya wept, overwhelmed with joy. The intensity of love between Lord Caitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu can be properly described only by the example of the loving relationship between Lord Ramachandra and Laxmana. When Lord Nityananda came out of his ecstatic trance, all the devotees began loudly chanting Lord Hari's name. Visvambhara was embracing Nityananda Prabhu, and Gadadhara Pandita smiled, thinking how their lordships' roles had changed. He thought, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, as Ananta Sesha, render service to Lord Visvambhara by becoming the bed on which Lord Narayana always rests. But today his pride as a servitor has been broken, and he lies in Lord Visvambhara's embrace. Gadadhara Pandita was well aware of Lord Nityananda's potencies, and the Supreme Lord Nityananda Prabhu knew the innermost thoughts of Gadadhara Pandita. All the devotees were jubilant on meeting Lord Nityananda, and their minds were steeped in thoughts of him. The ecstasy that Lord Visvambhara and Lord Nityananda experienced in meeting each other was impossible to be expressed through words, but it found expression in the continuous tears of joy from their eyes that drenched the earth. Lord Visvambhara said, "This is the most glorious day in my life. Today I have seen the embodiment of loving devotion to the Supreme Lord, which is the essence of all the four Vedas. Such intensity of ecstasy is only capable of being manifested by the Supreme Lord himself. Those fortunate souls who were able to see his loving devotional symptoms will never be rejected by Lord Krishna. Now, I understand that you, Lord Nityananda, are the full-fledged manifestation of the Lord's energy. You are non-different from him. The living entities can get loving devotional service at the lotus feet of Krishna simply by worshipping you. You purify the entire cosmic manifestation. And your transcendental nature is inconceivable, incomprehensible, and esoteric. You are the personification of the highest ecstatic love of God. Even a moment's association with you can dissolve millions and millions of sins. I can understand that Lord Krishna intends to purify and redeem me by giving me your association. It is my great fortune that I was able to see your lotus feet. And I know that if I worship your lotus feet, then I will surely receive love of Krishna." Unaware of the passing of time, Lord Gaurasundara was totally absorbed in glorifying Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Lord Nityananda and Lord Caitanya had endless exchanges, but they were very confidential, so they conversed in signs. The Lord then asked Nityananda Prabhu, "I am hesitant to ask you which direction you came from." Lord Nityananda was always absorbed, and he spoke like an innocent, restless child. He understood that Lord Caitanya had descended to this material world. Thus when he replied, he did so with folded hands and great humility. He had felt very ashamed and shy when Lord Visvambhara was glorifying him, and so through gestures, words and indications he explained everything in detail. Lord Nityananda Prabhu said, "I extensively toured all places of pilgrimage, but I could see only the place and not Krishna, the Supreme Lord. I asked some good people why their altars were standing empty. I do not see him in his own place. I said, 'Where is Krishna? Where did he go?' They all replied, 'Krishna has gone to Odisha, Bengal. He was in Gaya recently, and not so long ago he returned back to Bengal.' When I came to Nadia, I was greeted by jubilant chanting of the Lord's holy name, and someone told me that Lord Narayana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, had appeared here. I heard that in Nadia even the most wretched fallen souls can get liberation. Thus being such an abominable wretch, I have come here." Lord Visvambhara replied, "We are most fortunate that a devotee such as yourself is amongst us now, and we are very grateful to the Lord that today we have seen your ecstatic tears of love of God." Murari Gupta smiled and said, "The confidential discussions between Lord Nityananda and Lord Visvambhara are incomprehensible to us. Srivasa Pandita said, how can we understand all this? Their intimate exchanges are like Lord Hari's with Lord Siva, as they worshipped each other and increased the amazement of everyone. Gadadhara Pandita said, you are quite right, Pandita. They seem to be exactly like Lord Ramachandra and Laxmana. Another Vaishnava said, they look as if they are two cupids. Someone else said, they are Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna. Someone else said, I don't have much knowledge, but from what I have seen it appears that Lord Krishna has taken Lord Ananta Sesha in his arms. Someone else commented, they are like two friends. Their loving affectionate exchange is just like the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna. Some others were saying, they have such intimate association with each other that we cannot understand it, and they are talking only in signs. Thus, the devotees expressed their joy at having Lord Nityananda amongst them, giving their different opinions. Lord Nityananda Prabhu serves Lord Chaitanya in every way, sometimes as a friend, sometimes as his umbrella, his bed, or as his carrier. All these services can be rendered by Lord Nityananda alone. He serves Lord Chaitanya according to his own sweet desires. Others can also become eligible to serve the Lord, but only by the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu. Lord Nityananda Prabhu's glories are unlimited. No one can fully know him. Even Lord Sesha, who is a great yogi, a pure devotee, and himself a controller in this material energy, cannot fully fathom the limits of Lord Nityananda's transcendental nature. If one criticizes or offends Lord Nityananda Prabhu without knowing about all of his wonderful attributes, then although he is constitutionally an eternal servant of Krishna, he becomes forever rejected from the path of devotional service. Lord Nityananda is the object of Lord Chaitanya's complete love, and it is my heart's desire that that same Lord Nityananda reside in my heart as my most beloved Lord and Master. By his grace I have developed attachment and attraction for Lord Chaitanya. It is by his order that I write these wonderful pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. As there is no difference between Raghunatha, Lord Ramachandra, Yadanatha, and Lord Dwarakadisa. In the same way Lord Nityananda is non-different from Lord Krishna or Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One who desires to cross over this ocean of nescience and drown in the nectarine waters of love of Godhead must take shelter of the lotus feet of Nitai Chandra. Whoever sings and glorifies this wonderful pastime will be blessed by Lord Visvamdhara, along with his entire family. Lord Chaitanya is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the most beloved object of everyone's love. The name of Lord Visvamdhara is extremely rare and precious. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Caitanya Bhagavat Madhya Leela Chapter 5. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Chaitanya, who is also praised by the name of Murari. He is the constantly glowing lamp of Nabadwap. He is like the fearless lion come to slay the elephant like atheists. He has taken the knotted thread in order to exemplify the need of chanting a specific number of times the Lord's holy name, which are his own names. All glories to Lord Visvamdhara, the Supreme Lord of all living entities. He is the Lord and Master of Lord Nityananda and Gadadhara Pandita. All glories to the Lord, for he is subjugated by the love of pure devotees like Advaita Prabhu and others. O Lord, please engage the conditioned living entities in the eternal loving service of Lord Krishna, and release them from the bondage of material existence. In this manner all the devotees passed their time in great joy, discussing topics of Krishna's pastimes with Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All the assembled Vaishnavas were very elevated souls and unalloyed devotees of the Lord. They became totally immersed in the nectar of Krishna consciousness. Lord Nityananda Prabhu was extremely joyful, and he kept looking around at the Vaishnavas. It was a scene of extreme ecstasy, and tears of happiness cascaded down everyone's eye. Seeing this ecstasy, Lord Visvamdhara spoke to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Listen, my dear Nityananda Goswami, where shall your Vyasa Puja be performed? Tomorrow there is a full moon, and it is on this day that Srila Vyasadeva is worshipped. So you may choose anyone, and make arrangements with him. Nityananda Prabhu could understand Lord Visvamdhara's mind, so he took Srivasa Pandita by his hand and smiling, said, Listen Visvamdhara, I will have my Vyasa Puja in this Brahmana's house. Lord Visvamdhara then spoke to Srivasa Pandita, Now you have a heavy responsibility over your head. Srivasa replied, No my lord, this is no botheration, by your grace everything is in this house. The paraphernalia required like clothes, grains, Brahmin thread, ghee, etc. are all available here. I have only to get the book which gives the procedure for performing a Vyasa Puja ceremony. And then tomorrow, by my great fortune, I shall witness a Vyasa Puja. Lord Visvamdhara was very pleased with Srivasa's reply, and all the devotees were jubilant. Lord Visvamdhara said, "Listen Nityananda Gosai, let us all make preparations to go to Srivasa Pandita's house." Lord Nityananda very much appreciated Lord Visvamdhara's words and immediately proceeded to Srivasa Pandita's house. The Lord and Nityananda Prabhu, accompanied by their associates, looked exactly like Krishna and Balarama in Gokula as they went about accompanied by their friends. As they entered Srivasa Pandita's house, the devotees felt a current of joy run through their bodies. The Lord ordered the doors to be closed, allowing only friends and relatives to be inside. Then on the signal from Lord Visvamdhara, they began singing bhajans and kirtanas, and gradually the external world faded away into oblivion. The chanting was ecstatic and befitting the occasion of Vyasa Puja. The two lords began to dance ecstatically, surrounded by the devotees who were singing. The bond of love and affection exists eternally between Lord Nityananda and Lord Visvamdhara, and now as they danced together each one was immersed in thoughts of the other. The devotees were experiencing extraordinary joy. Some began to roar loudly, some fell unconscious, and others could not restrain the flow of joyful tears. The two Supreme Lords were experiencing all the symptoms of ecstasy like shivering, paling, horripilating, crying and falling unconscious. Who can describe all the ecstatic symptoms that they manifested? The two lords danced, lost in their ecstasy, and often they would embrace each other, crying. In the mood of brotherly love, they tried to catch each other's feet, but because both were wary and cunning, they could not succeed. They were overwhelmed in happiness, and they rolled on the ground forgetting their absolute supreme position. Such are their wonderful pastimes. The world of phenomena was forgotten and their clothes fell from their body. They could not sit still, and even though the Vaishnavas tried to hold them down, they were unsuccessful. How is it possible for the Vaishnavas to hold on to the personality who holds the entire universe? The two Supreme Lords were lost in the nectar of chanting and dancing. Lord Gaurasundara kept repeating, "Chant, chant," drenching his whole body with tears of happiness. The Lord, having found that personality whose association he always desired, his eternal brother Lord Nityananda, was floating on an ocean of eternal endless ecstasy. Lord Visvamdhara's dancing was so enchanting, sometimes he would touch his head with his feet. When Lord Nityananda Prabhu danced it seemed there was an earthquake. Thus, the two Supreme Lords danced in ecstasy. Who can describe that scene of great jubilation? Lord Visvamdhara then sat on the seat of Lord Vishnu, feeling in the mood of Lord Balarama. Like Lord Balarama, he was expressing madness and repeatedly cried out, "Bring me wine! Bring me wine!" To Nityananda Prabhu the Lord said, "Immediately bring me a plough." At the Lord's request, Lord Nityananda stretched out his hands and Lord Gaurachandra received it in his hand. Some saw the two lords go through these motions empty-handed, while others saw Lord Nityananda give a plough to Lord Caitanya. Only by the Lord's mercy can one understand his supreme position. Such confidential pastimes and topics of the Lord as displayed by Lord Caitanya and Lord Nityananda are known to a very limited few. Receiving the plough from Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Caitanya now began to ask for wine, acting agitated and mad. Most of the devotees could not understand this mood of Lord Caitanya. They looked at each other's faces in bewilderment, wondering why the Lord was asking for wine. Trying to think logically, they finally brought a pot of Ganga water to the Lord. The Lord distributed the Ganga water to everyone and drank much of it himself. Thinking this to be real wine all around, the devotees began to chant hymns about Lord Balarama, and Lord Visvamdhara kept repeating, "Nara," the name by which he would call Advakarya Prabhu. The Lord continuously called out Nara, and his head kept dropping as if drunk. But nobody could understand the inner meaning of the word Nara. They asked, "Lord, who is Nara?" The Lord replied, "On whose loud beckoning I am here. The personality you call Advakarya Prabhu is Nara to me in my present incarnation. Nara has brought me down from the Vaikuntha planets, but he is enjoying peacefully with Haridasa Thakura. In this incarnation I shall propagate congregational chanting of the holy name in every house. Those who are intoxicated with material knowledge, wealth, family, austerity, etc., are naturally offensive to my pure devotees. To such wretched and fallen people I will not give the gift of loving devotional service to the Supreme Lord, but to the residents of Nabadwapmapura I shall bestow that supreme gift of love of God which is most desirable even by Lord Brahma." The devotees were overjoyed on hearing the Lord, and the Lord gradually became tranquil and still. The Lord asked the devotees, "Were my speech and actions uncontrolled?" The devotees replied, "No, nothing inconsistent." The Lord embraced everyone with great love and affection, and said, "Please always forgive my offensive nature." All the devotees began to laugh. Surely, they thought the Lord was joking. Unable to control his ecstasy, Nityananda Prabhu began to roll on the ground. Lord Nityananda was totally immersed in the nectar of love of Godhead. Sometimes he laughed, sometimes he cried, and sometimes he opened his clothes and stood naked, being in the mood of a young boy, and his body manifested this mood. His stick fell in one direction, and his water pot and clothes in another. That great and tranquil personality, Lord Nityananda, was now restless and uncontrollable. Lord Visvambhara had to hold him still. Lord Chaitanya's words acted on Nityananda Prabhu just as a guard acts on a mad elephant. Lord Nityananda Prabhu became still. The Lord said, "Be calm, and if you want, tomorrow you can have the Vyasa Puja." Then the Lord left for his home. All the devotees returned to their respective homes, and Lord Nityananda remained in Srivasa Pandita's house. Late in the night, overcome with ecstasy, Lord Nityananda began roaring like a lion. He broke his stick and water pot. Who can fathom the activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Who knew why Lord Nityananda broke his stick and water pot? Early next morning Ramai Pandita saw the broken stick and water pot. He was amazed and perplexed. He went quickly to Srivasa Pandita and reported this matter to him. Srivasa Pandita said, "Go to Lord Visvambhara." When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard from Ramai Pandita the activities of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, he immediately came to the house of Srivasa Pandita. There, he found Lord Nityananda in a trance and laughing constantly. Lord Visvambhara took the broken stick and led Lord Nityananda Prabhu to the Ganga. Srivasa Pandita and the other Vaishnavas accompanied their lordships to the Ganga for a bath, and their Lord Visvambhara threw the stick into the river. Lord Nityananda Prabhu, still in a trance, was restless and did not heed anyone's advice. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu loudly chastised him, which pacified him a little. A crocodile was swimming down the river, and on seeing it, Lord Nityananda jumped in to catch it. Immediately Srivasa Pandita and Gadadhara Pandita raised an alarm. Fearlessly, he continued swimming toward midstream. Only Lord Chaitanya's words could hold him still and bring him back. Lord Visvambhara cried out to Lord Nityananda, "Come immediately and let us proceed with the worship of Vyasadeva." Obeying Lord Visvambhara, he came out of the water and accompanied the Lord back to his house. Soon after, all the devotees assembled and began chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna. Srivasa Pandita was the preceptor for the rules of worship for the Vyasa Puja, and by receiving instructions from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he executed them. A continuous, sweet kirtana converted Srivasa Pandita's house into the spiritual world of Vaikuntha. Well versed in all scriptures, Srivasa Pandita performed the ceremony according to the strict injunctions of the scripture. He gave Nityananda Prabhu a garland of fragrant flowers and said, "O Nityananda Prabhu, please take this garland and offer your prayers and obeisances to Srila Vyasadeva." The scriptures instruct that Srila Vyasadeva should be garlanded when he is being worshipped, and if Srila Vyasadeva is satisfied, then all our desires will be fulfilled. The more Srivasa Pandita spoke, the more Lord Nityananda continued repeating, "Yes, yes." But he did not pay any heed to his words. He held the garland and muttered something softly underneath his breath which nobody could hear, and just looked all around. Srivasa Pandita went to Lord Chaitanya and reported this matter. "Your Sripada does not want to worship Srila Vyasadeva." The Lord immediately came to the presence of Lord Nityananda and said, "Nityananda, please listen to me. Offer the garland to Srila Vyasadeva and worship him." Lord Nityananda saw that Chaitanya was there, and he immediately placed the garland on the Lord's head. The fragrant flower garland on the Lord's curly hair made a beautiful sight. At that very moment Lord Chaitanya revealed his six-handed form to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. The Lord held in his hands the conch shell, disc, mace, lotus, and plough. Seeing this, Lord Nityananda Prabhu immediately went into an ecstatic trance and fell unconscious. All the devotees became very afraid and started praying, "Protect him, Krishna! Protect him, Krishna!" While Lord Chaitanya clapped his hands loudly on his forearms and continued to roar loudly. Lord Chaitanya then bent down to lift Lord Nityananda up from the ground, saying, "Nityananda, please get up and steady your mind. Listen to the chanting of the holy name." The reason you descended to this material world is to propagate the chanting of the holy name, and now you have perfectly succeeded in this mission. What more do you want? You are the absolute proprietor of the treasure house of love of Godhead, and the embodiment of sublime devotional love. No one can receive love of God unless and until you distribute it. Therefore please get up and look around you. You are surrounded by your own beloved associates. You may distribute it to anyone you want to. If anyone nurtures even the slightest dislike for you, then, although he may worship me, I will never recognize him as dear to me. Lord Chaitanya's words brought him out of his trance, and seeing the Lord's six-handed form, he went into a state of great ecstasy. Lord Nityananda Prabhu is non-different from Lord Ananta Sesha, in whose heart Lord Gaurachandra is an eternal resident. Without a doubt, Lord Nityananda Prabhu is Lord Balarama. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has appeared as Lord Gaurachandra, the source of all incarnations. Therefore it is not surprising that he should manifest his six-armed form. In his incarnation as Lord Ramachandra he offered oblations to his departed father. At that time his father, King Dasaratha, appeared in person to receive the oblations. If this can be considered to be wonderful, then the Lord's six-armed form is also wonderful. But all of this is natural for the Supreme Lord Krishna because his pastimes are extraordinary and supramundan. Lord Nityananda Prabhu's natural propensity is to serve Lord Gaurachandra, and he is never distracted from this service even for a moment. Just like Laxmana served Lord Ramachandra constantly with his mind, body, and heart. Similarly, Lord Nityananda Prabhu constantly engages in Lord Gaurachandra's loving devotional service. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the Lord of every living entity. He is unlimited and the source of everything. Yet he enters the material realm and causes the creation, maintenance and annihilation of the material world. According to the verdict of the Vedas, he is the absolute truth, the supreme controller, yet he remains unaffected by the phenomena of material nature in spite of his supreme lordship over everything. Anantadeva, Sri Nityananda Prabhu, is eternally engaged in rendering loving devotional service to Lord Gaurachandra. In every millennium, and in every incarnation, he accepts that his natural mood is to serve his Supreme Lord Krishna. As Laxmana, he became the younger brother of Lord Ramachandra and served him constantly. He neglected eating, drinking, sleeping and other such activities to constantly serve the lotus feet of Lord Ramachandra. Yet he felt unable to satisfy his intense desire to serve as Lord Balarama. He was the elder brother of Lord Krishna. Yet he could not forsake his attitude of serving the Lord deep within himself. He always referred to Krishna as Lord, and he was always in the mood of rendering loving devotional service to Lord Krishna. Such is the wonderful nature of Lord Nityananda, Ananta Sesha. Only the most foolish rascals will see a difference between Lord Nityananda Prabhu and Lord Balarama. One who disrespects a devotee who is fully surrendered to the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Vishnu commits a great offense at the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu himself. Sri Laxmadevi, the goddess of fortune, is so elevated that Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva offer praise and worship to her. Yet she is naturally inclined to serve the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu, Krishna. Lord Balarama, Sesha, is the omnipotent Supreme Personality of Godhead, yet his natural inclination is to serve the Supreme Lord. Therefore, Lord Gaurachandra feels most satisfied when he can describe the glories and wonderful devotional attitude of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. It is the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Gaurachandra, to be subservient to the loving devotional attitude of his devotees. Therefore the Lord specifically likes to glorify his own surrendered devotees. There is special significance to hearing the Supreme Lord glorify his own devotees. The Lord and his devotees like to glorify each other, and in this way increase their attachment for one another. I have faithfully presented that which has been propounded in the Vedic literatures and Puranas about the relationship between the Supreme Lord Vishnu and his devotees. Lord Nityananda has only one thought in his mind: Lord Chaitanya is my Lord in every respect, and I am his devoted servant. Whoever considers me to be the servant of my Lord and Master Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu becomes very dear to me and receives my shelter. For the pleasure of Lord Nityananda I have described this pastime of his seeing the six-armed form of Lord Chaitanya. Lord Nityananda always sees the transcendental pastimes of Lord Chaitanya within his heart, and Lord Chaitanya always exhibits his transcendental pastimes in Lord Nityananda's heart. Yet still, the Lord externally manifests his pastimes according to his incarnations. Although Lord Nityananda is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he always serves Lord Gaurachandra. Who can understand such ecstatic topics? The Vedas and Puranas have revealed these philosophical matters. The Vedic literature is actually a compilation of all the wonderful activities of the Supreme Lord, and it is the foremost objective of the Vedic literature to propagate the pastimes of the Lord. However, it is not possible to comprehend these spiritual matters without engaging in pure devotional service of the Lord. There are only a few who, by the mercy of Lord Gaurachandra, have realized the truth. The Vaishnava devotees of the Lord are eternally pure and realized souls. Sometimes there are differences of opinion amongst them which might appear like an argument, but in fact it is an amazing relationship between devotees. Foolish rascals who do not understand this exchange, praise one Vaishnava and denounce the other. Such a mentality will lead to destruction of faith and knowledge. In the scriptures it says that when a foolish wretch worships the lotus feet of a Brahmana and then strikes him on the head, he will be sure to go to hell. Similarly, when someone worships the deity of Lord Vishnu, but disrespects or disregards Lord Vishnu residing in everyone's heart, he also goes to hell. What to speak of committing offense and violence to a Vaishnava devotee? If someone offends or tortures even an ordinary living entity yet worships Lord Vishnu, the Lord of every living entity, then all his worship is worthless and he suffers great pain. It is verified that to worship Lord Vishnu on one hand, and be ignorant about Lord Vishnu being the super soul in everyone's heart on the other, is like touching a Brahmana's feet for blessings with one hand, and beating him on the head with the other. Such foolish persons do not know what is most beneficial for themselves. To criticize a Vaishnava devotee is 1,000 times more sinful than offending an ordinary living entity. The person who faithfully worships the deities, but has no love and respect for the devotees, also does not possess any compassion for the ignorant and fallen conditioned souls. He accepts one incarnation of the Supreme Lord and worships him, while he rejects another. He treats Lord Krishna differently from Lord Ramachandra, seeing a difference between them. He does not show any respect or devotion for Lord Balarama or Lord Siva. Such persons are described in the scriptures as the weakest devotees. In the Srimad Bhagavat it is stated that a person who has surrendered to a spiritual master and received initiation, who has left the association of non-devotees, and who worships the deity of the Supreme Lord according to the Pancharatra injunctions, but who does not worship the devotees due to lack of proper understanding of the different categories of devotees, is known as a neophyte or kanista devotee, not a pure devotee. I have just briefly mentioned the symptoms of a neophyte devotee incidentally in the course of discussion. Seeing the six-handed form of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda was totally overwhelmed. Whoever hears this wonderful pastime of Lord Nityananda is immediately released from material bondage. When Lord Nityananda came out of his ecstatic trance, he began to cry profusely, tears flowing from his eyes like rivers. Lord Caitanya then said to everyone, "The Vyasa Puja worship has been completed. Now begin Kirtana." The devotees were jubilant when they received Lord Chaitanya's orders and immediately began to loudly chant Lord Krishna's transcendental name. The brothers, Lord Nityananda and Lord Caitanya, danced like two madmen, having severed all contact to this phenomenal world. The Vyasa Puja was celebrated with great joy and singing, and the Vaishnavas became even more inspired and jubilant. Some danced, some sang, while others rolled on the ground catching each other's feet. Lord Chaitanya's mother, Sasamata, everyone's worshipable mother, sat alone and watched the transcendental merrymaking. Each time she saw Lord Nityananda and Lord Visvamdhara she thought to herself, "Both of them are my sons." The celebration of the Vyasa Puja was very ecstatic. It is only possible for Lord Sesha himself to fully describe it. I am able to give only indications about the wonderful activities of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. I know that one advances spiritually if one glorifies the Supreme Lord Krishna in any manner. The day passed into night, and the devotees went on celebrating the Vyasa Puja, dancing with Lord Visvamdhara. The Vaishnavas were mad with ecstatic joy, and they wept crying out, "O Krishna! O Krishna!" In this way the Lord propagated the process of loving devotional service to himself. After the Kirtana the Lord sat down with all his devotees. He spoke to Srivasa Pandita saying, "Quickly bring the Vyasa Puja offerings." Srivasa Pandita arranged for all the prasadam to be brought in, and Lord Visvamdhara himself distributed the prasadam to all the devotees. The devotees were in bliss to be personally served by the Supreme Lord Gaurachandra. The Lord called everyone from inside the house and gave them prasadam with his own hands. Receiving prasadam directly from the Lord is extremely fortunate for great personalities like Brahma. But now, even the servants and maidservants of the house were receiving that great spiritual treasure. Who can describe the glories of Srivasa Pandita, in whose house such spiritual activities occurred? Thus, the Supreme Lord performed wonderful pastimes in Navadvip, but not everyone was aware of them. Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda are my life and soul. I, Vrindavanadasa, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat Madhya Leela Chapter 6. All glories to the moon like Sri Krishna Chaitanya, the fully independent Supreme Person, who is always engaged in eternal transcendental pastimes. He is the Master of the universe, the Supreme Controller of all controllers, the life and soul of every living entity, and the direct manifestation of transcendence. Please mercifully place your lotus feet in my heart. All glories to all the intimate servants and dear devotees of Lord Gaurachandra. All glories to their ecstatic dancing. All glories to Lord Visvambhara, the supreme benefactor of the universe, the life of Sri Paramananda Puri, and the dear most object of Svarupa Damodara. All glories to Sri Krishna Chaitanya, the beloved master of Sri Rupa, Sri Sanatana, Jagadisa, and Gopanatha. O Lord of Darpan Govinda, please bless the entire universe by your merciful glance. Lord Gaurachandra performed his pastimes of congregational chanting with Lord Nityananda. In this chapter I will describe Advaita Prabhu's pastimes with Sri Gauranga. One day Lord Chaitanya, exhibiting the mood of the Supreme Lord, ordered the younger brother of Srivasa Pandita, Ramai, go to Advaita's house and inform him of my appearance. Tell him that the person he has worshipped for so long, the person he wept for, the person he fasted for, that same Lord has now appeared. He has come to distribute knowledge of loving devotional service to the Supreme Lord, thus he must come immediately to meet him. Also tell him about Lord Nityananda Prabhu's arrival, but do it secretly and explain to him everything you have seen. Tell him to come immediately, along with his wife, and bring all the paraphernalia for my worship. Happy to be entrusted with these orders, Ramai started for Advaita's house, absorbed in remembrance of the Supreme Lord. Although he did not know the way, he felt very joyful. His only treasure was Lord Chaitanya's instructions. Somehow, by divine guidance, he arrived at Advaita's house. Offering his obeisance to Advaita Prabhu, he was overcome with great joy. He could not speak. Advaita Prabhu already knew everything that was happening in Navadvip. He could perceive this because he was on the pure devotional platform. He spoke to Ramai Pandita sweetly, saying, I know you have instructions to take me to Navadvip. Ramai Pandita folded his hands in respect and said, you already know everything, so please come quickly with me. Advaita Prabhu was in a completely blissful state of mind, transcendental to all his bodily sensations. Who was able to fathom the transcendental nature of Advaita Prabhu? He is all-important, yet he speaks as if ignorant. Advaita Prabhu then questioned Ramai Pandita, in which scripture is it mentioned that the Supreme Lord Hari will descend to Navadvip in a human form for the redemption of the fallen conditioned souls? O Ramai, your elder brother, Srivasa Pandita, knows about my standard of devotion, renunciation and self-realization. Ramai Pandita was well aware of Advaita Prabhu's spiritual powers, thus he remained quiet, smiling within. Advaita Prabhu's transcendental pastimes are unlimited. They are a source of great joy to the pious, while they remain incomprehensible to sinful persons. Again Advaita Prabhu inquired, O Ramai, please tell me why you have come so suddenly. When Ramai Pandita felt that Advaita had calmed down, he began to cry while delivering Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message. That Supreme Personality for whom you have wept so profusely, for whom you have performed continuous worship, and for whom you have accepted vows of fasting and austerity, that Supreme Personality has now appeared to distribute love of Godhead, and he has instructed you to come to him immediately. Please bring your wife with you, as well as all the proper paraphernalia for his worship. Lord Nityananda Prabhu has also appeared. He is non-different from Lord Chaitanya and he is your life and soul. You already know everything. What more do I need to say? If I am fortunate enough, then I will be able to see all of you together. When Ramai Pandita delivered this message, Advaita Prabhu swooned in ecstasy. Lifting his hands, he began to cry. Suddenly, to everyone's amazement, he fell unconscious. Shortly after he regained his external consciousness, roaring loudly he repeated, I have brought my Lord. The Lord has left his supreme abode in the Vaikuntha planets and appeared here in answer to my prayers. Saying this, he fell to the ground weeping. Hearing the news of the Lord's advent, the chaste wife of Advaita Prabhu, Sri Sita Devi, who is respected as the mother of the entire universe, began to weep joyfully. Although Advtakriya's son, Achyutananda, was only a young boy, he also cried incessantly. Advtakriya's house was transformed into an abode of love of Krishna as mother and son, surrounded by their friends and relatives, wept together joyfully engrossed in thoughts of the Supreme Lord. Advtakriya Prabhu tried to control himself, but he was unable to remain still. His body swayed in slow motion, and he inquired from Ramai, "What did the Lord say to me?" Ramai replied, "To come immediately." Advtakriya said, "Listen Ramai Pandita, if he is actually my worshipable Supreme Lord, then let him appear before me to speak the truth. If he can exhibit his supreme opulence and place his lotus feet on my head, then I will know that he is the Lord of my heart." Ramai Pandita replied, "O Lord, what power do I possess to speak? If I am blessed, then I can see with these eyes the Supreme Lord's pastimes. The Lord's desire is your desire, and he has incarnated because of you." Satisfied with Ramai's reply, Advtakriya began preparing for the journey. "Get ready immediately," he told his wife. "Collect the different paraphernalia for worship and let us proceed." Sitadevi was a chaste and dedicated woman. She had full knowledge of the truth about Lord Chaitanya's pastimes and appearance. She collected incense, garlands, scented oils, cloves, sweet condensed milk, yogurt, cream, butter, camphor, betel leaf and nut for worship. Advtakriya then left with his wife and Ramai Pandita. He reminded Ramai Pandita, "Do not tell the Lord that I have come. I want to find out what the Lord replies. I will hide in Nandakriya Prabhu's house." Lord Visvambhara is the supersoul residing in everyone's heart, thus he immediately knew Advtakriya's plans. Understanding that Advtakriya Prabhu had arrived in Nabadwip, he proceeded to Srivasa Pandita's house. By the arrangement of the Lord, all of the devotees met there. Seeing that the Lord was in a contemplative mood, the devotees remained quiet and apprehensive. The Lord suddenly rose up roaring like a lion. He went to sit on the seat of Lord Vishnu, which was placed on the altar. He began shouting, "Nara has come, Nara has come. I know Nara wants to test whether I am the actual Supreme Lord, the Supersoul within everyone's heart." Nityananda Prabhu understood all of Lord Chaitanya's moods, therefore he picked up the umbrella and held it over the Lord's head. Gadadhara Pandita, who was also perceptive to the Lord's moods, offered him camphor and pan leaf. All of the devotees followed and worshipped the Lord with various ingredients. Some offered prayers to the Lord, while others rendered different services. Amidst all these activities, Ramai Pandita returned. Before Ramai could speak, the Lord said, "Nara has sent you to test me." The Lord shook his head gently and said, "Nara has come. Although Nara knows me well, he always tries to test me. He is here in Nabadwip at Nandakriya's house, and he has sent you here to test me. Go quickly and bring him here immediately." Ramai happily went back to Advtakriya Prabhu and narrated everything in detail to him.